finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, we made it. Our first football Friday of 2023.
I got goosebumps.
Niners,
I got
Steelers.
goosebumps.
It's almost here, folks. We made it. Football season is back. We got the Lions beating the Chiefs last night. We'll get into that. We'll get into our top 5 storylines. But we got trash talk coming from the Pittsburgh Steelers. We got Purdy responding. We got a little bit of everything today. We're going to have a lot of fun with you, the Roasters, 888-957-9570. Everybody on the YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And, of course, the Xfinity mobile text line will read your text. We got the King of the Hill. We got top 5 storylines. We got Shasky's first ever bet.
Yes.
I can't wait for that. We got all your calls coming up here. Shameless shout out to 745. Stats on Fire is going to join us as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning, everybody out there on YouTube, Twitch, and everybody getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? And, of course, the overnight dances, baby. Money was flying all over the place the first day of football.
I got so many people hitting me up yesterday talking about that $50 million and what you would do. And oh, my God.
Yeah. I stopped by NBC yesterday because
I saw a picture. My buddy Nevin was in the crowd.
Was he?
And he sent a picture of you, and it looked like Morgan Reagan.
Yeah, Morgan.
Maybe if I'm mispronouncing her last name, I apologize.
Yeah,
and
Morgan
it looked
Reagan.
like Fitz,
Buki,
and then who were the
Katie
other?
Christensen, and
Katie
Kyle
Christensen.
Draper.
Okay, I couldn't tell because there were people in
Yeah.
front of them. So it was Kyle Draper.
Yeah, Kyle.
Was he still
Nevin
arrogant?
really there? Did he hit the rooftop too?
No, I was saying, was he still arrogant?
Who?
Kyle Draper.
Oh no, that's my guy, man. That's
How
my
are
guy.
you doing? It's me, Kyle Draper, and
Nah.
I'm feeling good about my Kings.
Hey man, that's my guy. You better leave Drapes
I
alone,
love
man.
him, but you talk that talk, you better get ready.
Hey man, it was all love with the Kings crew, man. It was funny
But
because
yes,
we were hosting for clients and stuff like that as
nice.
advertisers are coming in, and we found out that DoorDash was coming back to NBC, and they love us because we were eating all the food on DoorDash, and they was like, they just love it. They had to get back. But, Drape dropped the bar. He's like, look, you want to get in on Kings now? He brought up Bill Walsh. Or no, he said Belichick. But Bill Walsh also said this. You want to get rid of a player a year earlier than anticipated. But he goes, you want to get on the Kings right now because today, he goes, what did he say? Yesterday's price is not today's price or something like that. So he dropped some bars up there. But it was a lot of fun seeing Fitz and chopping it up with him and everybody up there. NBC. Raj Mathai was in the building, man. Got to see my boy Raj. He always makes me feel good. Jay De La Cruz, Laura Britt was in the building. You had NBC, you had the Kings crew, you had the Warriors crew, you had Telemundo, you had a who's who out there. So it was a lot of fun as we watched the first half. Yeah, Telemundo's in the building. My boy Carlos. Carlos just got back from the Women's World Cup. Dude was hosting the Women's World Cup for Telemundo. I mean, wow. Unbelievable. But football's back in full swing. I can't wait, man. I can't wait for Sunday. It is almost here. I got a full rest, and it felt like old times for me, Shasky.
Why is that?
I don't know if you grew up, but whenever in my 20s, I would always go to sleep with the TV on for some reason.
Okay.
I can help myself.
Yeah, my wife does that now. I drives me nuts.
Well, and it's kind of taken that away from me, so I've learned how to go to sleep without the TV. And then baby Chaz are in Calistoga having fun.
Nice.
Passed out in my bed. Woke up in the morning, the ESPN Plus sign was on for me going to sleep because I was watching the U.S. Women's Open last night. So I was like, wow, just like old times, falling to sleep to ESPN.
Hey, do me a favor next time you see Drape, all right? Just do this one favor for me. Talking about yesterday's prices and today's price. Just let him know. The 20th size market ain't got nothing on the 6th size market.
All right.
Just remind him.
Don't be dropping bars of Drapes. He's a good golfer too, man. That's my guy, man.
I'll be the judge of that. Can we start here?
Don't be coming at Drapes like that, man.
Football officially started. Everybody's ready to go. Baseball, just for a quick 30 seconds. How dumb does baseball feel right now? now that football has started with college and the NFL. Your season should be in the playoffs by now. Like you've completely lost momentum. We have another half a month to go before we even get to baseball. You're so stupid. So but that's neither here nor there. You're dumb for not capturing.
I'd rather watch the FIBA World Cup than baseball.
Basketball.
Did you watch Canada and Slovenia the other day?
No,
I
was watching Maria Taylor and Rodney Harrison, Tony Dungy. Oh my God, Tony Dungy and Jason Garrett.
I kind of like Jason Garrett. I'm not gonna lie. His little smile when he looks into the camera and he's smiling.
You're the one. You're the one person in America that's waiting for the Jason Garrett content. And then your boy Collinsworth. I mean, whatever. But point being, I'm watching that game yesterday, okay? And it's football. And in the first quarter, they're talking all nonstop about Chris Jones. And then they pan to Chris Jones in the stadium. And I'm thinking to myself, outside of a guy being hurt, I can't remember the last time I saw a guy go to the game and he was a part of the team, but he was like holding out. It was so weird.
It was
and he's got
strange.
the two mob guys on either side of him looking like he's, got, I don't know, bodyguards from The Sopranos. I don't even know what's going on. But all I kept thinking about, I'm watching their defense struggle to stop the run. I'm watching them struggle to even wrap up Jared Goff, and we'll get to him in a second. And all I kept thinking was, thank God the 49ers and Nick Bosa came to an agreement.
Right, no doubt.
Because I'm looking at Kansas City right now, and they have got to be thinking to themselves this morning, boy, that game has to play out a little different with Chris Jones in the middle.
Oh, it does. And even Travis Kelce suffering that injury in practice, a freak injury.
Brutal.
To me, if they have Travis Kelce, they win this football game because Kadarius Toney, whatever he say his name, I don't even want to say his name because he was dropping everything, and I got to drop him for my fantasy team. I thought he would be a factor in this football game. That crosser he dropped at the end of the game, the drop pass on the interception return. What a terrible game for him as Mahomes tried to make everything happen, and the fact that Kansas City was in that game. But looking at Detroit, they're another team in the NFC. We got to look at. They have an offensive line.
They're coming.
And a defensive line that can travel. And they're young, and they're full of
Hutchinson's way
arrogance.
better than I gave him any credit for.
Hutchinson's a baller, but getting Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the safety.
CJ,
he changed their secondary.
Can I ask a question? Why weren't the Niners in on him?
I don't know.
I know he rubs teammates the wrong way because that's kind of like a fact at this point, whether it's New Orleans, Philadelphia, but that guy makes plays, dude. He's one of those guys, hate him on the other team, would love him on my team. The Niners should have been in on him.
I'm looking up his contract right now here. Now, we could play this game like, hey, man, they should have been on everything.
But he's a tough, physical slot corner who comes up and stuffs guys. He makes plays.
1 year, $8 million contract.
So they gave Isaiah Oliver a 2 for 6,
contract.
2 for 7. Okay, it's a little richer than they can afford.
1 year, $8 million
I'd love to
contract.
have him. And here's the other thing. I'm watching Detroit, right? And obviously, the Chris Jones thing is real. The Travis Kelce thing is real. They're going to be in the market, Kansas City, to either sniff around with Mike Evans or one of these receivers that's going to be available, one of these teams that wants to tank to set themselves up.
Right.
I'm calling it chaos for Caleb.
Right. I like that.
Instead
chaos
of tank for Tua. Yeah. Chaos for Caleb, although we're a little ahead of ourselves because it's literally week 1.
Right.
But I'm watching that game, and I'm watching that offensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. And what they've done with that team is so impressive. They got the 2 running backs. Obviously, Montgomery looked the best he's ever looked.
Hey, Gibbs ran hard.
Gibbs looks special.
Gibbs is going to be a problem. And the tight end, Laporta.
Oh, he's a player.
I've got him on a few fantasy teams. I got him on a few fantasy teams just as a sleeper. He's going to be a problem.
Absolutely.
And, of course, St. Brown. And they're going to get Jameson Williams back midway through the year after a 6-game suspension.
I like Jameson Williams.
He's going to be a problem. Yes. Marvin Jones Jr. is a veteran. And Jared Goff is in his element. Jared Goff has been one of the most disrespected quarterbacks out there. Right. Shout out Moran Catholic. Shout out Northern California. Jared Goff getting traded there, and he was a laughingstock. They basically said, he's the reason why the Rams didn't win the Super Bowl. And the Rams go out and win the Super Bowl.
2 firsts.
Huh?
To take the money, you have to give 2 firsts.
No doubt. You take the money, but now you look at him, he's embraced Detroit. Yes. He got the heck out of California for the first time, basically in his career. Yeah. He goes to Motown. He's embraced that city. Yeah. And you know what? He's sitting back saying, this is my team. And I love this post-game interview. This is what we're supposed to do. We were expected to win. We expect to win, and it's just one game. And you think about Dan Campbell and what he's built. Hey. I was talking to Loveman last night on the phone.
Punt?
You know,
backed up in your own on the 20.
I respect it.
Early in the year, I thought it was a tone setter.
I respect it.
And I love that he went for it on fourth down, because if you pump the ball back to Mahomes there, with even though they didn't convert, like, you're only exchanging like 15 yards of field position. Like, why does it take someone like Man Campbell, a.k.a. Dan Campbell, to go for it in that situation?
Well,
that's good, smart football.
Well, he did that last year to end the season against Green Bay. Said, we're going for it.
Yep.
We're going to get a first down, and we're going to bleed the clock. Now, Lubman was on my show call yesterday. Lubman's like, what can the Niners take from this, man? They need to really set the tone on Sunday. Well, and I was trying to explain to Lubman, the Niners and Detroit are in different places.
Totally different spots.
The league doesn't really respect Detroit yet, although I think that's changing really quick. Exactly. The Niners have everybody's respect.
Yep.
They're in a different place. But Detroit's trying to get to a place where San Francisco, and they may get there this year. They just may. But that is a continuation from last year for Detroit. They built that momentum in the second half of the season, and they carried it over all season. And I remember we had Baldy on, and not a lot of people took this into account. I went and did some research on this when he said this. The scrimmage against the New York Giants said Detroit got after him. And then you find out that they scrimmaged Jacksonville again, and they got after Jacksonville. I'm thinking, wow, they had joint practices with two different teams. They beat up on the New York Giants. They beat up a little bit on the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they bring the same team. Now, I was wondering, man, David Montgomery over Jamal Williams after crying on Hard Knocks last year.
No, everyone thought that.
17 touchdowns last year, but man, Montgomery ran hard last night, man.
And Gibbs looks like a special player.
And they got the offensive line. They may have the best offensive line in all of pro football.
So, the Jared Goff thing. I don't think he'll ever be considered in the Mahomes, Josh Allen, Burrow category. Arm talent he has good arm talent, not great arm talent is what I would say. Although I think he's gotten better on all the short stuff in terms of changing his arm angles. You know what my number one thing was with Jared Goff? I used to think he was a stiff statue. Is he still a little stiff? Absolutely. He's not the most athletic guy in the world. His footwork has gotten so much better. Yep. And he looks so much more calm in that pocket. They set up a platform for him to step up into his throws and throw the ball down the field. And St. Brown is a stud.
Oh, he's a baller.
He's an absolute stud.
Their offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, puts them in great situations. They're a dynamic team. Even Reynolds at wide receiver, the former Ram.
He dropped the ball early in the game on the screen. They kept going back to him, and he was making plays.
Josh Reynolds is a problem, man. He's a good player. Good player. So this team's got speed. They have physicality. They believe in their system. They started shredding people.
That
Detroit
linebacker
in the NFC. And this is why this window for the 49ers.
See?
You have to take advantage of it this year.
I know.
This is why they're going all in on this year. Because a team like Detroit's coming. A team like the New York Giants, soon they're going to be coming. The Commanders, they have new ownership. They want to make a splash at some point. They will be coming. Green Bay, Jordan Love. Now, they may not have Christian Watson this Sunday. He's been out with a hamstring injury. But I believe they're a team that could be coming. You have to take advantage of the window right now because a team like Detroit is going to give a lot of team fits.
Honest to God, though, take a step back. As just a sports fan, I don't think anyone has any ill will toward the Detroit Lions at all.
No.
Even the Green Bay Packers and the Bears and the Vikings who are in their division, I'm sure they've got the rivalry going back for years. But, think about it. Who is not rooting for the Detroit Lions and their fans?
What about Dan Campbell? Because he was the laughing-stock his rookie year. And his first presser.
In Miami, he was a joke.
Right.
When he took over as an interim.
Yeah, no doubt. Who
was the sleepy old coach? Was it Philbin he took over for?
Joe Philbin.
When they fired him in the middle of the year with Tannehill?
Joe Philbin. So he took over. In his first presser, I'm going to bite kneecaps off and blah, blah, blah. And people were laughing at him. And I kind of chuckled a little bit. But then Hard Knocks, you got to get to know him a little bit. And they got off to a rough start last year, 1-6, and I felt bad because they were in some games, they were getting close, they were getting close, and then somehow, some way, they just got that one win. And they start to turn it around. And slowly but surely, the Detroit superfan who we had on a couple years ago, I think about him and I follow him on Twitter still. Too. And I'm like, you know what? Good for Detroit. And to see all that Honolulu blue at Arrowhead Stadium. Cool. My guy, Matt Payne, who's just at the wedding in New Orleans, somehow, some way, is at Arrowhead Stadium last night. Sending me a big dog pictures like, hey, what do you guys think? I'm like, how'd you get there? What are you doing in Kansas City?
Was he flying on the private Hunt plane?
Hey, man, big got big money. Shout out to Matt Payne and the Paynes. He ended up in Arrowhead, and he's just thinking, he goes, this place is loud. And then you see the crowd, you see all that Honolulu blue, just like you saw at Lambeau Field. And you're saying, you know what? Detroit fans are out here. They're feeling good about themselves. And they feel good about this football team.
Who's the biggest Detroit Lion fan in your brain in the history of pop culture? Who's the biggest Detroit
Pop culture?
Yeah, because I know exactly where I'm going.
Kid
with this.
Rock.
Oh, I didn't even think of Kid Rock.
Well,
That's a good one.
I tell you what.
That's a good one.
Whenever I was at Ford
That's a
Field,
good
when I
one.
went to Ford Field, and I went to that Lions game at Ford Field back in 2010. 2010. Wow, it's been 13 years. They kept showing Kid Rock in the suite. They love showing Kid Rock up there. He's a Michigan guy, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Michigan guy. So that's all I think
was going to
of.
go Tim the Toolman Taylor, Home Improvement.
Oh,
Like when I think of the Detroit Lions, I think of Tim the Toolman
Really?
Taylor.
I'm in that
I
same
don't know
boat.
why.
Really?
I just do.
You guys do?
That's yeah.
I think
Chassis's
you
got too. No, I'm in the same way. Yeah, big Lions
Tim
fan.
the
Tim
Toolman.
Toolman
Am I
was.
wrong?
No, that's literally where I went
Literally,
to too.
like when I think of the Lions, like I think of like Home Improvement, the show Home Improvement, because it was like very influential. And I've just always loved Barry Sanders. I've always had a soft spot in my heart.
Yeah.
Megatron, one of my favorite players of all time. I always had a soft spot in my heart for the Lions.
Yeah,
and I felt like America was wrapping their arms around the Detroit Lions. We did it last year against Green Bay. Like who wasn't rooting for them to knock out Green Bay? And then last night we were all rooting for that.
Yeah, no, Tim's Toolman. Home Improvement. I
Dude,
wasn't
I didn't
the
mean to throw
biggest
you
fan.
for a
No,
loop.
I forgot there were Lions fans up there. I forgot. Yeah, I tried to get that show a
What
couple
was the
times.
guy with the flannel? Was it Al Borland?
Yeah, Al. Yeah,
That show was funny.
Very
Come on.
underrated show.
It
That
was
was
so
all right.
good.
Who's the neighbor? They never showed his face.
Wilson.
Wilson, yeah.
Jonathan Taylor
I
Thomas.
watched a couple. Yeah, it
my
was
sister
all
had
right.
a huge crush on him.
It was all right.
I'm
It was
going
all right.
way back in the
Yeah,
Wayback
that show.
Machine.
What was it? An ABC show, right?
Yeah, I mean it had its moments. It wasn't it wasn't the greatest, but Tim the Toolman Taylor was like an iconic, dad of television.
All
Jim
right.
Cozumore wishes he was Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Brought up Cozumore yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah, we were talking
A little
about
running, a
Cozumore.
little passing.
We're running a little passing. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things
All
you
right,
can
so
do
a
to
little running and a little throwing.
toxic stress. Probably don't want to play that during the read, but go to first5california.com. This segment brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And as we get ready for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Niner fans, what do you think about what Patrick Peterson had to say yesterday on some podcast?
There is some tell signs out there that tells us what plays we're going to get when those guys in certain situations.
So wait a minute. So you got a little insight on just from your film study, telling signs on when they're going to do certain things already?
Come on, Mac. You
got your cheat code ready?
Come on, Mac. You watched film before.
I'm not going to ask you to tell me what have you picked out of, because we don't know who was watching or who's listening. So we're going to let that be.
Before, Mac.
Yeah.
When I get my pick Sunday, we'll talk about it.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
When I get my pick, all things covered. That's the podcast name. Patrick Peterson, Bryant McFadden, former Pittsburgh Steeler corner. And Patrick Peterson was basically saying, man, when Purdy gets hurried and he gets all rattled, he looks for number 23 all the time. So when I get my pick, I'll talk to you about it next week. Now, here's Purdy's response to what Patrick Peterson had to say.
I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, he's a good player. Patrick Peterson's a great player. I grew up watching him and everything. I was obviously from Arizona. He played for the Cardinals and stuff. So it's the competitive nature, I guess, of football. So we'll see.
We'll see.
I mean,
Patrick Peterson, we got a target on you, buddy. I mean, and Patrick Peterson's like 45 years old in football years.
Look, the reality is he was a great player early on. He hasn't been good for at least 5 years.
I don't think so.
I know he made the Pro Bowl in 2018. I'm thinking to myself, like, you weren't even good at that point.
No.
It was all on reputation.
No.
And I think Brock Purdy's response, that's class.
Yeah, no
That's
doubt.
a classy response.
No doubt.
Smart way to do it. Don't give them anything. That is why this kid's a franchise quarterback. When you hear comments like that, hey, I grew up watching this guy. I have tremendous respect for him. And you just keep it moving. Smart thing to do. And Patrick Peterson, don't talk about it, be about it. I
Right.
dare you to make a play this week.
Well,
Because I got a feeling Debo's going to run right through your soul.
Well, Debo's coming for him, and Ayuk's coming for him, and all these guys are coming for him. By the way, somebody on YouTube, who is this? Oh, Nico. Axel Foley, when he thinks of Detroit Lions,
Okay.
the pop culture thinks of Eddie Murphy and Beverly Hills Cop with the Letterman jacket with the lines. That's a good
I think
call.
of that too. That's
Axel
a good call.
Foley.
That's
Axel
a really
Foley.
good
That's a
call.
one. Was Tim a snitch? Somebody said Tim was a snitch.
Tim the Toolman Taylor?
They said he was a
He
snitch.
did go to jail for a few years for drug possession once upon a time.
What?
Oh, you
in
didn't
real
know
life.
this story? This back in like the 70s or something. Yeah, he got pinched and he they interrogated him, everything. He got sent to jail for a few years.
And he snitched. That's how he got out early.
I think so. Something like that. I'll look it up during the break. But yeah, it's this whole little mini saga that he went through back in like the 70s, I think.
Well, I know Eminem is fired up too. He was at Hard Knocks. He was on Hard Knocks last year. Wow, Tip the Two Man is out there snitching, man. What's
For
going
me,
on?
I feel like he's playing the character at this point.
Who's that?
Eminem, I loved his first couple albums and loved everything.
Nah, he's chilling.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
I just haven't.
Terrence Crawford was like he came out and
I just
said
find
Terrence
him weird.
Crawford. Nah, he's just in his own zone. I
That
kind
I
of like
know.
this Eminem. He's a great dad. You know, his daughter's doing great things. I kind of like this Eminem to see him mature
Okay.
and kind of stay out of the limelight. You don't see much of him. Now, Terrence Crawford's like, it would be cool to get Eminem to come walk out with me. And I said, Eminem shows up and shows some love. And I was dope. I was like, look at Eminem, man. And, you only get one shot. So,
Oh my God.
what happened?
October 2nd, 1978, Tim Allen was arrested at some airport for possession of over 650 grams of cocaine, almost a pound and a half.
And now he's a legend for home improvement.
He subsequently pleaded guilty, this is in 78, to felony drug trafficking charges and provided the names of the other dealers in exchange for a sentence of 3 to 7 years rather than life imprisonment, which was the possibility.
So,
Oh, there you go.
He was paroled in 81 after serving 2 and 4 months
so he was
at
a
a federal
snitch.
correction facility in Minnesota.
So he snitched his way out of jail.
Wow.
So he snitched his way out of jail.
I mean, with that nose, this guy was snorting big ones.
Oh, man. Nah, he was snorting big ones and he was snitching.
Hey, you know what, though?
Snitches get stitches.
Well,
and that guy became a millionaire
I was
because of
going to
home
say,
improvement.
did this guy get stitches or did he
Well, is he
cash
still
out as
alive?
Buzz Lightyear?
Does he have bodyguards? I'm sure the guys who he snitched on was like, Dad freaking snitches on home improvement on ABC Family Networks. Oh my gosh.
Hey, bro, I'm going to be real.
You better
though.
be lucky the internet wasn't around when
As
that
a
show was around.
non-car guy, I always wanted to see him finish that car. He always had a different car in that basement.
Damn. Out here snitching, man. Damn. Anyway, wow. The more you know. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Fremont
pound
Bank
and a
Full
half of Coke.
Service Banking, no compromises.
That's a lot of Coke.
That's a lot of Coke. Yeah, trust me, I know.
That's a lot of Coke.
Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We'll get into our top 5 storylines. We got King of the Hill. We got shameless shout-outs. We got a lot going on the Morning Roast here on a Football Friday.
We're going to bite a kneecap off. We're going to take your other kneecap.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're
of a drug.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Now I'm glad I didn't get involved in that show. That snitch. I'll never look at him the same.
Keep it real. If you were facing life, you'd be E.T. fingering the entire courtroom.
I don't know about that one. Don't speak for me. Snitching Shasky. No, I'm kidding. Who knows? I just wouldn't put myself in that position.
I love that phrase just used, E.T. fingering the entire room.
Here's my favorite from the 415.
Want to let that breathe.
Please return to the one-person host. Less garbage over the airwaves, and maybe a sentence could be completed without interruption. Newsflash to that 415 person. I've seen some of your text messages and your history over the last month. There is oxygen out in the world, and there's a sun that's going to be rising shortly. You should go out and see it. Clearly, we're not making you happy enough, and you seem to be out of the demographic. Go make yourself smile, because it's a football Friday. And you know what two guys do when we're just talking sports? We get excited. We talk over each other, and we have fun. And I am an unabashed, unapologetic Niner fan on a Friday. Good football's back!
We'll say this, 415, I'm not going to tell you to get out the house, because I do like the 415. And we should probably not interrupt each other so much, because it is bad radio when we interrupt each other. He does have a point. No, I don't think we should return to a one host. I don't want to host a show by myself. I don't know if you probably do. I don't want to host a show by myself. That's boring to me. I can't stand just hearing myself for 4 hours. See, you're doing it again. No interruptions. No interruptions. Just let us breathe.
Here, you know what, Jim Rome.
I'm with them.
Here's your script, Jim Rome. Start reading. We would have to hire 17 producers to write the Colin Cowherd, Jim Rome script.
Nah, you don't need a script. I wouldn't need a script if I was by myself.
All of the national solo guys have a zillion writers.
I know, and that's why I'm different than them.
I'm different.
Seriously, I don't need no script.
See, you couldn't work for Shanahan. You can't stick to the script. You want to audible at the line.
Nah, every now and then.
That's why you're Tom Brady.
Every now and then. But he does make a point. We should probably stop interrupting each other. It's bad radio. You're right. 405, I want you to stay around.
I don't.
Don't stay with us on YouTube. You're right. We need to clean it up. Do you know what the 415 is doing on an Xfinity mobile text?
Probably checking in for an early bird special somewhere.
No. You know what he's talking? You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to elevate our game.
Oh.
He wants us to be better.
Elevate your tailgate?
Yeah, he just wants us to be better. Elevate our radio show.
Elevation sensation.
He wants us to be better. He doesn't want us interrupting, and I agree with him. It's bad radio when we interrupt each other. It is. I'm with the 415. Stay with us. I'm sure you're a good guy. I swear to God.
But that's not how people talk.
Yeah,
I want to be real. Hi, broadcaster Joe, and I'm here to talk. And now it's your turn, Bonte.
He's not saying that. He's saying to stop interrupting each other. That's all he's doing. You can talk how you want to talk. All he said is, let's not step on each other. It's bad radio.
There have been many shows where there are pregnant pauses and people wait for each other to finish their thought. And those shows ain't here, but while we're here, we're going to do it our way, and we're going to crash into the wall. Who does Miami play this weekend? Who does the U play this weekend?
We got A&M tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, revenge game.
405 triggered you. For A&M, that's a 4:30 game, right?
12:30.
12:30.
Yeah, so I can watch that and still get down to the ballpark tomorrow.
This is unbelievable.
I can't wait.
This is unbelievable.
Okay,
you done it again.
We're going to do it right now.
I can't even get a word in.
Nope.
I can't even get a word in today. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
We're going to do it right now. We're not allowed to actually gamble on air because it's the state of California and we don't live in a particularly gamble-free zone or whatever the heck it is. So we're going to have to do units. Are we good with that?
No, why do we do units?
Because that's what they say. You got to do units. We got to keep this thing legal in California.
Duh. All right. Let's do it.
No, but what I'm saying is if I give you 100 units, how many should I put on any given game? Because I've got a couple games I'm eyeballing.
You could do the parlay. You could do 2 games and put all the units on one parlay. You can do 2 games and split the units in half.
Remember, I've never bet before.
Yeah, no doubt. So how many units do you want to play with right now?
Well, you tell me. So if I gave you 100 units, okay, I'm going to Venmo you 100 units.
Okay.
you're not going to bet $1 on a game,
No,
right?
not at all.
So what would be an appropriate for a new bettor? You say $20, $50? Should I use the whole 100?
No, you want to start off small.
Okay.
Start off small. Start off small with about 25 units.
25.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm good with that. I've got a couple games earmarked,
Okay.
and we'll get to those in a little
Ooh.
bit. But I want to pare this thing down. I just didn't know.
Now-
Again, I don't know anything about gambling.
Now, do you want to use all the units this week?
No,
Or do
I
you
think
want to
we should-
save units next week? Do you want to?
Yeah, I don't want to be reckless.
Right,
I don't
all
want to be
right.
broke by next
All right,
week. I
all
want to
right.
have this money roll us through to the entire end of the year.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
It's like a playbook, Bonte. Like, I'm not going to give you my best play on the first drive of the year. I got to save something for that 4th and 1 when we go to Philadelphia in December.
Well, you always want to make your best play every single week, but you do want to have some cash here. As I see, you got the espresso. We both have espresso shots. This week, I'm going to bet a lot this week. I'm not going to lie.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're back?
Well, I was back last week.
Money time!
I was back last week, and it all started with the U.S. Open. And actually, Joker's going to play today against Shelton, the youngster from USA who just beat Tiafo. I'm going heavy on Djokovic today. And what I did was build my bankroll up betting on tennis. Alcaraz, Djokovic. Alcaraz, Djokovic. Djokovic, Alcaraz. Sets, all that stuff. And then we got to the casino Saturday, and we're all in on the Buffaloes. All in on primetime.
So when you bet tennis, how does that work?
So it's very interesting. You could bet sets.
Okay.
You could bet total points. So, for example, let's take total points.
Okay.
Proper line for Djokovic, like today, is probably going to be over under 18.5. And what that means is 18.5 points. So that means, Joker, if you bet the under on 18.5 points, you're saying he's going to score under 18.5, you're basically betting on him to win in straight sets 6-2, 6-2, 6-3, or 6-4, 6. You don't want him to go to a tiebreak. Now, if he goes to a tiebreak and he wins a set 7-6, that means he's going over the 18.5. That's 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 7. That's 19, right? So you go over that 18.5.
Gotcha.
Or you could bet over-unders on the sets. Now, they'll say Djokovic, or they'll say the first set in this match is going to be over-under 8.5 points. And so if you took the under 8.5, you're betting on the set to finish 6-2.
So I know that tennis has gotten caught with a lot of like fixed games in Europe, because I know that was a thing. I didn't realize, is it big to be bet on here in America?
I have no idea.
But you enjoy betting it? Because I know a lot of people that enjoy betting golf.
I enjoy watching the spreads.
Okay.
I enjoy watching
I
the
don't
spreads.
I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, I enjoy watching the spreads.
What was the spread last night in the Kansas City Detroit game?
Kansas City got dropped to -4.5, which means Detroit was getting 4.5. So in the gambling world, so you got the real score, 21-20. In the gambling world, that score was 25.5 to 20, because Detroit got 4.5 points. So if Detroit would have lost by 3, you still hit. They would have lost by 4, you still cover. You
And
got
so
the hook.
money line is I'm betting you to just win.
Just win a game. And the money line odds for Detroit, I didn't check it out, but it probably was plus 150, which means you bet 100 to win 150.
Okay, so I'm slowly hopping into this jacuzzi, and I'm ready to do this.
You ready to do this?
I am.
I think we could make some serious coin. I think you'll make some serious coin. I'm excited for this.
I am too.
I'm excited for this. And if you bet, you're going to watch the game entirely differently,
What do you mean?
because every play matters.
Well, every play
Every
always
sequence
matters.
matters. Yeah, but it's different when you gamble. It's different when you gamble. Trust me. Trust me on that.
Yeah, but it's
Third
different.
downs are stressful.
So I don't want to bet on my home team.
You don't want to bet on the Niners? Don't do
Well,
that.
I mean, I'm not saying Quinn money on the Niners.
Right.
There's a whole other line to that I'm not going to say on air. That's not allowed. Young
Yeah.
Guido, shout out to you.
Now, we got the FIBA World Championships on and I am saying it's a great game. That's something I would bet on. One of my Big Dog's cousin, KB, he was like, he goes, I bet on everything. He goes, take Lithuania over USA. They're getting 15.5 points. USA's not going to cover that. I was like, damn. I watched that game. Lithuania won a game outright. I was like, this guy KB's a genius. So the gambling world it's a dangerous, dangerous place.
All right, well, let's get the music ready to roll. And on the next segment, I'm going to give you my pick.
All right, I want that pick. I want that pick here on a Football Friday. That's coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Settle down, class. Colin? Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
And there's Vegas.
I love it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. As Shasky gets into the gambling world, we're going to take your calls in a second. RJ and Mike, hang tight. RJ and Mike, hang tight as we get ready to make Shasky's first bet here on the Morning Roast. This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Then there's Vegas. Dun, dun.
All right. So I'm looking at, there is a slate of games this weekend, and we're going to get into the Niners and Steelers in a second, but we're going to have fun because I don't know anything about betting, and I feel like the novice here at this station because everybody knows everything about gambling and betting and everything. So let's have some fun here. I know nothing about it. I want to have some fun, but I want to be responsible because I want to preach responsible gambling, and so I don't want to bet the whole house.
Yep.
I'm going to start with 100 units. All right?
100 units.
100 units,
Write this
Bonte.
down, Lubman. Write this down.
I'm writing it down right now. 100 units. Now, I'm looking. There are games galore. Now, the NFL Week 1 tends to be very difficult. I like betting on college football. I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Because early in the season in the NFL, I feel like you can get tricked.
Yeah. My rule is in the NFL, I never bet on Week 1.
Really?
I never bet Week 1 in the NFL because wacky things happen.
Okay.
Wacky things happen. So I love college football gambling. I love team totals. I love spreads. I love first half spreads. I like first half over-unders, first quarter over-unders. Yes, I'm a degenerate. I can be a degenerate. So college football, fair game, especially if you know it. Because when the top are really, really good, they're going to smoke teams.
Okay, so I was looking at Texas and Bama earlier this week, and I saw some spread saying that Alabama is favored by 7. Okay? Favored by 7.
Right.
So that means they would start the game 7-0. Mm-hmm. And if Texas, can keep it within 7 points, Texas wins and I would lose, correct?
Right, correct.
I want to go with Alabama. And the reason why I want to go with Alabama.
And you want to give them the 7.
Just hear my thinking here. And before we go, what do you think? 25? You said 25 units?
25 units.
All right, I'm going to write this down. 25 units. Give me the most accurate number right now. Like when I see a 7.5, they call the 0.5 the hook.
The hook. The hook of death.
Why is that?
Because that hook, if you're winning by 7, that hook is a determinator. The hook of death is something you want to just stay away from. A lot of people in gambling buy the hook, so they don't have to deal with the hook.
Okay.
At 0.5. It is a dangerous 0.5. You see a lot of first quarter spreads.
Okay.
Like first quarter over-unders, it'd be 14.5 or 13.5. And at 13.5, you're like, oh, yeah, there's going to be 2 touchdowns. But remember, a lot of teams miss extra points these days, and that would crush it. I've lost on that so many times. So I try to stay away from hooks.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm looking at some of the live. I see 7. I see 7-point spread. So we're going to go with 7 as of right now. I'm going to place my bet this morning. Mm-hmm. All right. Now, Bonte, here's my theory before I get to why I'm taking them. All right. 7 points. Alabama in Alabama. It's Sark. Name the last time Sark won a big game ever.
Yeah.
He was a disappointment at USC. He was a disappointment at Washington. Now, I know the guy can recruit. He can recruit like no other. How do you get Archie Manning to be on the sidelines and be the backup?
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
But he's going to go into Alabama, and he's going to stay with it. And I don't even like the Alabama quarterback this year. I think it's a big test.
Milroe?
Yeah, but I love Alabama in general, and I love Saban putting it on one of his former assistants.
And after last year, it was a really, really tough game in Austin, Texas. Really a game they should have lost.
They should have.
Alabama. So I think there's going to be a revenge factor, and it's going to be a welcome to the SEC moment for Texas, who will be in the SEC starting next season. I like Bama. It's a lot of points, but I like Bama. I wouldn't bet against Bama. I would bet on Bama. I'm not mad at the pick.
I like them in this particular matchup, and I want to see Quinn Ewers do it because I think he's dramatically overrated.
Right.
He's a solid player. I'm just not feeling him, though. Like, we're talking about him like he's one of these, can't-miss prospects. I just don't see it.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just don't see it, and I think Texas is still a year away.
So we have 25 units on Bama.
25 units
minus the 7
on Bama.
So Bama needs to win by 8 points in order for you to win this bet.
So Bama, yes. So plus 7, Bama. I'm writing this all down.
I could see Bama winning 30-20, 30-29, or 30-21, 30-17. I like the bet. I'm not mad at that.
No, people are calling it a square bet already. What does that even mean?
Square bet it's a chalky bet. Because the public's going to bet on Bama. and you tend to want to stay away from the public because public is just basically casual bettors. They don't look at the inside information. They don't look at the injury reports. They just say, oh, it's Alabama, and it doesn't matter who plays. It's just Bama, the name on the jersey. We're going to just bet on them. Clemson was like that a couple years ago, and it was like, oh, boy, Clemson's starting to fade, which is why I stayed away from Clemson Monday night against Duke. Originally, I was like, oh, Clemson against Duke Monday night, Clemson. Now, you know what? This is a little tricky, so I stayed away from it. So it's a square bet, but you know what? You're a square when it comes to gambling right now, so it's okay.
Is there any other way to make your first bet than to be super squarey?
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Now, what other bet do you have?
Well, I was looking at different matchups, and I'm looking at this Nebraska-Colorado matchup.
I like that.
Okay, now do you have the most accurate line on that right now?
I'm looking up right now.
Please pull it up.
Colorado. Now, this game, Colorado -3.
Colorado -3
against Nebraska. And a lot of people. Last week, everybody was betting on Colorado. And they were receiving 21 points.
Which is insane.
Insane, right? They're giving 3 this week to a Nebraska team that lost 13-10 against Minnesota in their opener. Now, Nebraska's physical. They have a quarterback in Sims who's mobile. And we know Colorado's defense needs some work. They do. They're susceptible to the run game. But they have an offense that is explosive. And they got speed. I tell you what I'm doing in the morning.
I like Matt Rule
o'clock.
in this one, though.
Really? You're going to take
I just
Nebraska?
think to keep it close. Keep it close.
Wow. That would be a great gutsy pick.
What do you think?
That would be bucking the trend.
But, I mean, am I going to use more units up?
No, you just use 25.
So another 25. All right.
Use 25. So you're going to take Nebraska.
Well, I like them to keep it close. Not that Colorado's not going to win. I just think everyone's going to go with Colorado, and I kind of like Matt Rule in this one.
Ooh.
Matt Rule's a good college coach.
He's not bad. He's all
You're not liking that.
I tell you what I'm doing. I'm smashing Colorado. I'd rather lose on Prime than bet against Prime. I don't want to be an unbeliever. I want to be a believer.
Okay,
I'm believing in Prime.
Be my determination
Mediator.
here, Sam. Before we get back into
Who's the mediator here?
Are you gonna? Should I go with Colorado and listen to Bonte? Like, how does this work? You usually get influence on picks.
I'm not going to tell you what I don't get it. No, here's my theory when it comes to gambling. If you're betting your money, then go with what you want to go with. Don't let anybody else make the bet for you. Like, you get all these people who call insiders or listen to insiders, and they're like, oh, well, this guy's betting this, so I'm going to ride him. No. It's like Fortenbaugh, right? We called him Joe Fatenbaugh. I'm Faten Ball. I'm Faten Joe Fortenbaugh. No matter what, my money, my pick, I'm going with what I want to do. I would rather lose my money by doing what I want to do. That's just the way I operate. So you can either do a parlay or you can just do single bets. Let's do the single bet here. Single bet.
I'm going to go with my second one. And you know what? I'm going to go with Colorado.
Go with Colorado. So you're going with Colorado -3.
Okay.
Would you rather bet on Prime? Would you rather root up for Colorado? Who wants to root for Matt Rule in Nebraska? The Cornhuskers. Don't you want to ride with Shador and Shiloh and Travis Hunter and Dylan Edwards and this great speedy Colorado team?
All right, so my first ever couple bets here. After 100 units, we're going to go 25 on Bama, 7 points. 25 on Colorado, 3 points.
Let's get the tweet out, Ludman, when you get a chance at the break. We'll tweet out Morning Roast. Shasky's first ever bets. Colorado -3, Alabama -7. Book it, lock it. I'm riding with you, Shasky. I'm riding with you this weekend. We're taking Colorado. We're taking Bama. Now, later on, we'll get into teasers, parlays, everything.
No, this is just dipping my toe in the jacuzzi.
Dipping your toe in it. First ever bets for Joe Shasky the Butcher. Alabama -7, Colorado -3. Let us know on YouTube, Twitch, or the Xfinity mobile text line.
How broke am I going to be this year?
Oh, you're going to win money.
You think so?
Oh, we're going to be rich. We're going to be rich. What do you think, RJ Fairfield? RJ Fairfield, don't you think Shasky is going to be rich? Don't you like the bets, RJ?
I like the bets, man. Hey, Alabama's an easy pick, man. You got to make it a little bit more challenging, though, Shaq.
What do you mean it's easy? Good. Everybody likes Quinn Ewers in Texas. Oh, they're back. I'm like, no, they're not.
Well, honestly, I really don't know who they are, so I don't really watch football like that. No, but hey, Bonte, real quick, man. I got a message from Patrick Peterson, man.
Okay.
Patrick Peterson, who are you? You have done nothing. This is your third team. You're over here chirping. This is game day, baby. So you have done nothing in this league. You ain't no T.J. Watt. You ain't no Nick Bosa. You ain't no star. So I don't know why you talking when you haven't done nothing. And he just mad because this is his third team. So guys, this week I'm excited. This is our first game. I think we're going to win 28-17. I think Brandon Ayuk is going to get us to the 5-yard line. and then Christian McCaffrey's going to punch it in a couple of times for us. So I'm excited, guys. I am nervous about these cornerbacks. And George Pickens, man, low-key, he's on my draft. I drafted him in fantasy, but I know he's going to be a beast this year just from what I see in the offseason. But I'm excited. But I'm really looking at who's going to play that slot position, that nickel position in our defense. But what y'all think?
You know, it's interesting on the Patrick Peterson thing. So he comes out and like, oh, well, I know he wants to check it down to 23. Yeah, I know Steph Curry likes to come off of screens. Good luck stopping it.
Yeah.
You know, you don't think the entire NFL doesn't know that the Niners like to dump it off to Christian McCaffrey?
No doubt.
You don't think Seattle knew that heading into that playoff game? You don't think the Dallas Cowboys knew that? Now, do you have the personnel to slow it down? Like, very few teams do. And to me, that's the most interesting thing going into this game. What personnel, if let's say Kittle doesn't play, right? Well, then now Minka can do some roaming and maybe man up with Christian McCaffrey. That's still a tough matchup.
No doubt.
Like, Christian McCaffrey is a unique player in the league. Linebackers can't run with him. Safeties, he's just as physical, if not more physical than them. He catches the ball like a receiver. He runs beautiful routes. It's easy to say, hey, they like to dump off to McCaffrey. It's another thing to go out and actually slow him down.
Yeah, no doubt. It's easier said than done. And as Mike Tomlin said earlier in the week, the Niners have a lot of space eaters. Space eaters in George Kittle, space eaters in Deebo Samuel, space eater in Brandon Ayuk, and, of course, Christian McCaffrey. And I like the backups here. You know, I know we're not going to talk a lot about them because of CMC, but, boy, Elijah Mitchell, let's see how he runs in this game. Will Mason get the carries outside of Christian McCaffrey? Who's the second tight end? Now, you're on it. It feels like we've been talking about the second tight end position here. I like Willis, man. I think, remember what did I say the first practice? I said Willis. What did I say? I said I like his body. I think he could be like Chris Cooley, an H-back. And then Matt Burrows yesterday talking about, well, maybe he's going to play that H-back role. I'm like, yeah, we saw that 40 days ago. Not to rip Matt Burrows or whatnot, but I think Willis could be that guy. Now, a lot of people talk about Patrick Peterson. Here's why we're talking about Patrick Peterson. Mike in Northeast PA, hang tight. We'll get you in just a second here, but I want to play the sound about Patrick Peterson. He's predicting things. Good things are going to happen for him on Sunday.
Come on.
There is some tell signs out there that tells us what plays we're going to get when those guys in certain situations. You know.
So wait a minute. So you got a little insight on just from your film study, telling signs on when they're going to do certain things already.
Come on, Mac. You
got your cheat code ready.
Come on, Mac. You watched film before.
I'm not going to ask you to tell me what have you picked out of, okay? We don't know who was watching or who's listening. So we're going to let that be.
Before, Mac. Yeah. When I get my pick Sunday, we'll talk about it.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
Patrick Peterson on the All Things Cover podcast with Bryant McFadden, former corner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Very interesting stuff there. Let's get to Mike in Northeast PA as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1, San Francisco. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, our very good friends from First NorCal Credit Union are sponsoring YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to First NorCal Credit Union. Hopefully you're having a great, great week. Let's go to Mike in Northeast PA. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, boys. Hey, real quick, Kid Rock, big Detroit Lions fan.
Good call.
And Shasky, I worked in the casino industry for about 10 years. Take your money, put it on the Sunday collection plate. You get a better return on that. So go do that. And then, let me tell you, yesterday you were dogging on Philly. I'm a New York guy. And I'm a Jets fan, and I hated the Eagles. So... But it's not Eastern PA. It's only Philadelphia and Southern Jersey. You got to give some love to the rest of PA because really, outside of Philadelphia, nobody roots for the Eagles in Pennsylvania. They're either rooting for the Steelers, the Giants, or some out-of-state team. And then lastly, 27-17 Niners because of a missed extra point. Love listening to you guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Mike.
Love it. That's a lot of points. I feel like this is going to be more of a defensive struggle.
An under game?
I don't know about under, but I have tremendous respect for the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, and I think that their front seven is going to be really stout in this game.
Yeah, no, Baldy said it could be a top 5 unit, and I believe that. I believe Baldy. And looking at them on paper, they do have the talent. Those ends, Highsmith, TJ Watt, former DPLY, and then Herbig out of Wisconsin, man. He gets after it too. Colt McKivitz, we haven't talked a lot about. And hopefully we don't talk a lot about him. Because if we don't talk about Colt McKivitz, guess what? That means he's doing his job. It's just like the officials. If we don't talk about the officials, it means the officials were not a factor. Boy, Colt McKivitz is going to have his hands full with TJ Watt, Herbig, and they're going to highlight him. They're going to say, we can get matchups against McKivitz and get after the quarterback. That's one area. You got to chip this guy. You got to send him help, tight ends. Are you going to another thing, too? Will the 49ers have to keep George Kittle in the block to help out McKivitz with TJ Watt or Herbig or Highsmith? That's going to be something to watch on Sunday, Shasky.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, man, they've just got so many weapons offensively. I always wonder, like, who's going to be the guy that's going to get the touches early in this game to kind of set the tone?
Yeah.
And I know you got, God, if this, I'm telling you, this feels like a Debo game. Physical, Pittsburgh, set the tone on the edge, run over a DB, and try to get them, over pursuing. Like, this is a big misdirection game to me. And I think that Kyle works really well in that misdirection game when a team is overly aggressive. And I mean that as a compliment to Pittsburgh.
No doubt. And you think about the teams that have given Pittsburgh fits. Remember, Kansas City went into Pittsburgh when we didn't know who Mahomes was, and they dropped 42 on the Pittsburgh Steelers. A lot of misdirection, a lot of motion stuff, get their defense off balance. By the way, Team USA down 10 late third quarter in the FIBA World Cup semifinals, down 10 late third quarter. Oh, my Lord. If they don't get to the gold medal game, unbelievable. Yeah, down 10. Wow. Steve Kerr's going to get a lot of slander for that.
Did you see the George Kittle? I don't know. Is he 50-50? Is he 75%?
Well, he practiced yesterday, too, right?
Yeah, so what do you think's going to happen?
I think he's playing on Sunday.
I do, too.
I think he's playing on Sunday. You can't miss another opener.
Did you catch it last night with George Kittle?
No.
So there's a commercial out now, Little Caesars. I don't know if I had never seen it.
No.
And it's Cam Jordan from the Saints getting interviewed by everybody, and it's a pizza commercial, and he's ordering pizza. And who was one of the people sitting next to him as he's daydreaming about pizza?
George Kittle.
George Kittle wearing Jordans.
It's pretty sick.
And he's wearing the full Niner outfit and everything. He is one of the big national sponsors of Little Caesars this year.
Wow.
I was kind of blown away. Wow. I didn't realize he was that popular nationwide.
Well, I'm looking at, I didn't either. You know me in commercials, too. I just kind of get up and do what I got to do during commercial. I was
folding laundry, so it kind of jarred me. And it's funny when you watch these NFL commercials, because they'll have like Justin Jefferson is one of the guys they're really trying to promote, and they'll always wear their whole uniform. You know what I mean? While they're playing in the commercial, and just seeing Kittle in the full Niner uniform sitting next to Cam Jordan in the Saints, it was pretty. I don't know, and I think Fitzmagic was the other guy in it.
I did see Fitzmagic.
I think Fitzmagic
that was the beginning of the commercial, right?
Yeah.
So I saw Fitzmagic.
I think it was Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I saw Fitzmagic. I was like, get this guy off my screen.
I'm with you.
I'm not a Fitzmagic guy.
But Cam Jordan was an interesting. I like Cam Jordan. He was an interesting person. I know he's doing a lot of podcasts too now.
By the way, Patrick Peterson last year 5 interceptions for the Minnesota Vikings. 5 interceptions in 17.
Pretty good year.
It's not bad for them.
They won the North.
They did win the North. Damn, Patrick Peterson. He's talking that talk. Here's Purdy's response to Patrick Peterson.
I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, he's a good player. Patrick Peterson's a great player. I grew up watching him and everything. I was obviously from Arizona. He played for the Cardinals and stuff. So it's the competitive nature, I guess, of football. So we'll see.
All right, it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Nick Bosa practiced yesterday. Nick Bosa was working with the strength and conditioning coach. Nick Bosa, guess what, folks? He looked like Nick Bosa.
Yeah, no disrespect to Little Caesars and how delicious it is. Didn't look like he was eating Little Caesars in the offseason.
No, the personal chef was doing them right.
So apparently he eats all like eggs and egg whites. Did you see Mark Willard did a video? Mm-hmm. And mushrooms and onions into a big wrap. I guess it's 6 eggs, 2 egg whites, mushrooms, and then onions chopped up all into something. That's his morning. 6 eggs? 3 eggs is a lot of eggs.
Yeah, I usually go 3 eggs.
3 eggs is a lot, too.
3 eggs is a lot.
Pretty filling.
Yeah, it is a lot.
6?
6 eggs is a lot. But he's a big man. He's a big man.
How come when I make eggs, I get heartburn? How come when these guys, like superstars,
you get heartburn with
certain eggs?
What are you putting in your eggs?
Well, you spray the Pam on the skillet.
See, I go olive oil.
Oh, that's the same.
A little olive oil.
Well, there's the olive oil sprays too now, but I just feel like I always get, certain heartburn with some of the eggs. Scrambled eggs.
What else are you going with it? What are you?
But I don't like scrambled eggs.
So what are you putting in your eggs?
Well, salt and pepper,
So you got to take it easy.
But I'm not a big
salt
guy.
You got to take it easy on the salt and pepper.
I like a little pepper. Cracked pepper.
I just splash it. Little splash of salt, little splash of
I'm
pepper.
a sunny side up guy. I like that egg.
I do
yolk.
like sunny side up.
Yeah, that's the way I prefer my egg. A fried egg, sunny side up.
I do like sunny side up, but I like to scramble a little bit. Throw the mushrooms in there, maybe some chopped bacon. Just got to pack the Tums, right?
Well, the avocado oil spray now is very popular because it doesn't have as much, bad. It's good fats as opposed to bad fats. Are you a sausage guy? A little sausage isn't bad either. A lot of protein.
What is your game day spread this Sunday? Early morning Sunday. Is it mimosas? Do you got the mimosas rolling? Do you got the fruit? Do you got the eggs and bacon? What is going on at the Shatsky household? Well, early in the morning.
I've got Tommy Call's big cornhole tournament tomorrow it's a fundraiser for people against bullies and whatnot.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a big deal up in Santa Rosa. So I'm really excited for that. So we'll be up at the cabin on Sunday, and I don't know, man. I think I'm going to go for a little early morning walk with the dogs around the course and feel all the fog kind of burning off and burn off my ADD in the morning, have like 7 cups of coffee, and then tune on 95.7 The Game because I believe Larry and Lorenzo Neal are doing pregame show.
Yeah, no away games. Oh, we need to pull that out. We should promote them because I think the postgame show is going to have 3 guys on it. I think it'll be Sterling, Evan Giddings, and Alan South, but I could be wrong. Let me pull it up.
I got it right here.
Okay.
So for away games, pregame will be Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, and then the postgame for away games will be Sterling, Alan Stiles, and Mark Grandy. For home games, it will be Larry and Lo, and then postgame for home games will be, again, Sterling, Alan, and Mark Grandy.
Wow.
Well, there we go. 3-man weave in the postgame show.
There you go. I like that.
Got to get your touches.
Got to get your touches. All right. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Let's get into our top 5 NFL storylines going into Sunday. We have shameless shout-outs at 7:45, so start to line them up. 888-957-9570. You know the drill. What I want this week, I want people to shout out their high schools. What high school game, if I was to go to a high school game tonight, what high school game should I go to? And no, I don't want to cross the Bay Bridge today. I don't want to cross the San Mateo Bridge. More so, I want to go be on the peninsula. No hate towards the East Bay, but your boy's got the crib to himself. I want to chill, have a nice, easy drive. Shameless shout-outs. Shout out whoever you want to shout out, but I also want to know what game I should go to in the high school ranks, the prep ranks.
Oh.
What game should I go to? I got some time on my hands. I do. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up.
I'm so ready for Steelers.
I am ready. I can't wait. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises.
Great deals and your next adventure await when you join the Jeep family.
know what this world's gonna do. But I know one thing, that this is the life for me.
Because I'm a thug.
All day, every day. Baby, I'm a thug. Wouldn't change for the world.
Check it out!
I love that. You see Lubman back there singing? Come on, Lubman, give it to me, man. Get on the mic and give it to me. Start it from the top, Lubman. Get on there. Give it to me. Uh-oh. Oh, get the mic. He's got the mic cord. There we go. He's working solo today. Lubman's doing double duty.
Yeah, he is.
Spadoni's out. Lubman's doing double duty. Come on, give it to me, Lubman.
I don't know what this world's gonna be, but I know one thing. This is the life for me.
All day, every day.
Because, baby, I'm a thug.
You sound like Silk the Shocker. Find the beat, doggy.
Oh, man. We're having a lot of fun here on the Football Friday. Football Friday.
I
As
love
we
you
get
so
ready
much.
for Niners and Steelers. We got the big boss man in. We better tighten up. We better tighten up the ship. Big boss man is working the phones here. We better tighten it up, Lubman. All right, 888-957-9570. Line them up. Line them up. Shameless shout-outs, man. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. I'm seeing some games here in the Xfinity Bubble text line, Chasky. People are saying state local, Bonte, scope out El Camino or South City. All right, I'll check the schedule. 415 Xfinity Bubble text line. Come on, Bonte, come see Terra Linda versus Wash House. Joe Ayub, head coach of Terra Linda. And Big Jerry. Wait, Big Jerry? You know who Big Jerry is, right? He got the Skittles from Larry Grant in the Seattle game back in 2011. Big Jerry, my guy.
Wow.
I coached Jerry at JPD, Junior Player Development Program, way back in like 01.
Wow.
He's a big 13-year-old. He was doing work. He was on my team. We went undefeated in the program. My guy, Big Jerry, man. I may come check you out. Jerry, where's that game at? I told you I don't want to cross the Golden Gate Bridge. I may get in trouble if I do. Let me know where that game is. I may check that out.
So I've been thinking about Steelers, Niners, just nonstop, and watching that game last night.
Isn't this a great opening? Like, I think
it's incredible.
All season when the schedule came out, I think we underestimated how big this game is. Steelers, Niners. Think about that. In the 90s, we always thought we were going to see that Super Bowl, right?
Or Bills.
Or Bills.
Yes.
But Steelers are always right there.
Absolutely.
And we got close the last time the Niners won the Super Bowl when the Steelers got upset at Three Rivers by the San Diego Chargers.
When Neil O'Donnell threw the 3 interceptions in that Super Bowl, I was rooting for them to beat the Cowboys.
Wow. Yeah, I was too. Absolutely.
I mean, who wasn't?
And Neil O'Donnell got colorblind for some reason.
Yeah.
He started throwing straight to Larry Brown. He got Larry Brown paid.
Went by the Raiders. But, I was thinking about it, and I'm watching the game last night. 2 things came to mind. Chris Collinsworth is like, Arrowhead Stadium and Lambeau. These are the 2 hallowed grounds because Dan Campbell was explaining to his team how lucky it is to open the year up at Arrowhead. And that place was, whatever your thoughts are regarding, is it ethical, morally correct to do the chop at this day and age? I don't know. If it offends people, then we should probably stop doing it. But I'll be honest with you. Hearing everybody in unison cheer simultaneously, even though it's to many people an offensive chant, it is cool to just see a stadium go crazy.
Yeah.
Now, again, I'm put the moralities to the side. I'm just talking about like the energy that stadium brings. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, obviously I'm thinking about Candlestick and how we had one of those iconic venues, and I don't think Levi's ever going to hold up to it. But that's neither here nor there. But going to Pittsburgh has that kind of a feel. It has a hallowed ground kind of a feel, even though it's not Three Rivers. And I know there was tons and tons of playoff moments at Three Rivers. To me, that stadium has had a lot of history for a stadium that's 20 years old?
Right. Yeah, no doubt. They've got a lot of history, a lot of iconic games. A lot of big moments.
This is a big
lot of
moment
big
for the
comebacks.
Niners.
I mean, how many times did we see the Steelers go down so many times in games and then come back with Big Ben and rallying the troops? And they were the kings, I thought, the Steelers, especially with Ben Roethlisberger, of the broken play.
Yes.
The off-script play.
The pump fake.
Breaking, getting out of tackles, breaking the pocket, breaking containment, and then dropping bombs. Or punt returns with Antonio Brown. They always had good return games. So special teams is one thing that nobody ever talks about. Jake Moody's making his debut this Sunday in that stadium where it's tough to kick. It's a big game for Jake Moody. Big game.
The second thing I was thinking about watching that game last night, and you saw it in the first half, and then they interviewed Dan Campbell to start the second half, and he brings it's so look. We could say this for every game till the end of time. But I believe with this Niner team and their offensive line this early in the season against that defense and the respect, third down conversions are going to be vitally important. What I mean by that is it's not necessarily like what is their raw data on third down. Are they manageable third downs? Because if they're manageable third downs, that tells me that the Niners are running the ball well and executing well on first and second down. And I think everyone would agree the strength of this offense, no matter who is at quarterback, but in particular Brock Purdy, it's not a 5 to 7 step drop back, throw the ball 10 to 15 yards down the field when you absolutely have to. Is it 3rd and 4? And can I open up the playbook because you don't know what's coming?
Well, the money down is third down. And the money down with third down is the difference between winning huge games and not winning big games. It's the difference between winning Super Bowls and not winning Super Bowls. It has become the premier down because a lot of teams, you run the ball first down, second down. Third down conversions is a great indicator of who's winning a football game, or at least sustaining drives. You sustain a drive, you're taking time off the clock, you're extending drives, you're keeping the defense on the field, you're wearing them down, as well as keeping that offense off the field. I want to keep Pickens. I want to keep Kenny Pickett. I want to keep Najee. I want to keep Deontay Johnson on the sideline.
Yeah.
I don't want them on the field. They're on the field and they're chewing up time. They're chewing up clock. That's not a good thing for the 49ers in the secondary. So 888-957-9570. What is your big key to Sunday's game? How can the Niners start off the season 1-0? How can they set the tone for the 2023 season? What are you looking for? By the way, shameless shout-outs again, 7:45 in 22 minutes. A lot of high school games. De La Salle plays St. Francis. De La Salle 0-2. My guy, Jayden Jefferson, my nephew. We got to get a win out there in De La Salle, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
So the other thing, when you watch back the first couple of weeks of last year, you were working in some new offensive linemen, and clearly there was a quarterback learning curve. All of the pre-snap movement that the Niners do, the window dressing, to indicate whether it's zone, man, to get guys moving and whatnot, it is vitally important that they're disciplined and they do not have the pre-snap penalties because it really set them back in the Bears game. It set them back the year prior when they faced the Philadelphia Eagles. There was a lot of pre-snap penalties on the offensive line and wide receivers lining up improperly. And if you're going to do all the pre-snap movement, which is great, it's amazing window dressing and it really helps your quarterback, you got to line up properly. The last thing you want to do is get behind the chains and behind the sticks and behind the numbers and allowing TJ Watt to pin his ear back.
Yeah, I mean, early on in the season, you see a lot of sloppiness, right? Defenses are usually ahead of the offense. You heard Chris Collinsworth say it yesterday, and I totally agree. Offense, you don't have that continuity of playing games, right? So if you don't play a lot of preseason football, where are you going to be at? Where are you going to be at when it comes to the pre-snap stuff? Where are you going to be at with the motions? Where are you going to be at when it comes to pre-snap penalties? Are you going to be able to convert early third downs? Are you going to be able to get yardage on first down? Sloppiness, you see a lot of that in the month of September. That's why I think there's been a lot more urgency from these NFL teams in the preseason now. The first month of the season, especially last season, it was some bad football.
There was.
Some bad football. You see a lot of missed tackles. You see a lot of pre-snap penalties. You see a lot of turnovers. So early on in the season, that's why I'm glad Brock Purdy played in the last two preseason games. I'm glad Debo played a little bit. Where are they at offensively early in the season? Usually defenses are ahead of the offense, and that could be a problem with a game like this. I've seen Sam Lubman with the Miami jersey. This is why Miami and Florida State, they said, dude, we got to stop playing Labor Day weekend. This is not good football. These defenses are so fast and so ahead of the curve that we can't do nothing offensively. You start seeing all these 16-14, 14-13, 10-7 games early on in this game. That's why I like the under. And for all the gamblers out there, unders are going to hit a lot this week. I think the under hit yesterday in Kansas City.
If there's one guy for the Steelers offense that you want to slow down, who's that guy?
I don't want to get Najee and Warren going in the backfield. I want to make them one-dimensional. Make them one-dimensional.
Okay.
Put the ball in Kenny Pickett's hands and say, you know what, Pickett? Beat us today. Beat us with your right arm. What are you going to do? Now, Pittsburgh's going to take shots deep down the field.
They got some really nice receivers.
Allen Robinson, I think, is going to be rejuvenated being out there to Steel City. And you got George Pickens who's making plays all over the place. Diablo Lenore is going to get tested. He's going to get tested deep. So Deontay Johnson, you can't really double anybody if they go three wide. And a tight end, Freiermuth. He's a good player, man. they're going to stretch the field, but if I could make them one-dimensional and keep Najee and Warren down and make sure that, hey, you're going to be in third and long situations, I'll live with that. What about you?
Well, I'm going to say the playmaking of Kenny Pickett. I feel like scrambling quarterbacks have been a component to kind of slow down the 49er pass rush over the last 4 years. That is the one area, and you could probably say, hey, scrambling quarterbacks hurt a lot of teams. Dallas does really well against those scrambling quarterbacks because they have such great team speed on the edges. I don't know necessarily if the Niners have that edge team speed that they've had in years past. Like, we will find out. Kenny Pickett is a better playmaker on the edges than I gave him credit for. I really want to keep him. I want him to beat me from the pocket.
No, I'm saying a lot of Kenny Pickett is a joke. And
I don't think he's a joke.
Good. I think Kenny Pickett's going to be damn good. I don't know how good.
Solid?
But
I think he's going to be solid.
He's in a situation like Brock Purdy. You don't need to be great. You got great players around you. In Deontay Johnson. You got Najee Harris. You got George Pickens. You have Allen Robinson. You got this tight end. And Darnell Washington's their backup tight end. Kenny Pickett doesn't have to be elite.
No.
He just has to be solid and don't turn the ball over, which he didn't do in the preseason. So he doesn't have to be great. He doesn't have to elevate his team. He's not in the Mahomes situation. He's not in the Josh Allen situation. Same thing with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy doesn't have to be elite. You have to make sure you keep the offense on schedule and get the ball to the playmakers and let them do what they do.
Ray McCloud, is he going to play in this game? I mean, he used to play for the Steelers. They really could use a jolt in the kick return game. I mean, that is one area that they haven't had a lot of explosive plays, but in a tight defensive kind of matchup that you're looking at here, it would be really nice to get just a couple of nice special team returns.
Right. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs in 16 minutes. 16 minutes, shameless shout-outs. You can shout out whoever you want to shout out. I saw an early shout-out here from the 925 on the Xfinity Bubble text line. Shout out my son Alex scoring 19 points last night for his 8th grade basketball team. Armando from Tracy. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. 925 also Xfinity Bubble text line. B and Carmichael. What's up, B? How you doing this morning? Shout out all the moms out there. They are saints. My wife's out of town, and I have all 3 kids myself, and I don't know how she does it on a daily basis. Hell, when mom leaves me with baby Chaz by myself, I don't know how she does it all day long. I don't know. It is a tough, tough job. You got 3 kids out there, B and Carmichael. Good luck to you, man. Shout out to the moms out there as well.
Absolutely, shout out to the moms. So, all right, 415, 49er fan in Pittsburgh. Pitt, the University of Pitt, plays Saturday night, less than 24 hours before the game on Sunday. The field may be an issue. We have had a bunch of rain yesterday and the day before.
Wow. And I
didn't know that.
And I believe there's a high school game there tonight, too. In Pittsburgh at that stadium.
Are you serious?
So that field is, I forgot to bring that up. That field's going to be chopped up, and weather may be a factor. What is it? Let's check the weather report in Pittsburgh.
The Niners played in more rain games last year, I feel like, than the history of their organization.
You know what, though?
That's unreal.
You know what, though? That's fine. That's fine. Sometimes you got to play in the elements.
No, I know, but can we just play a couple of, nice weather games?
Hey, you know what? This is football, September. Man. This is football. This is football weather.
I know, but watching Dan Campbell in a T-shirt yesterday on the sidelines, I was like, I like that kind of weather. This is football porn, you know?
Now, I accidentally looked up Pittsburgh, California. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sunday, 50% chance of rain. 50% chance of rain in Pittsburgh on Sunday. I like it. Maybe it slows down their wide receivers.
That could be definitely a
factor. You know
factor.
what? Maybe that's an advantage for the 49ers.
Well, Charvarius Ward, his groin injury, that is not good. Very few teams have 2 elite DBs. The Niners, I don't know if Charvarius Ward would be considered an elite player. He's a very good player, and he was a nice acquisition. You're going to need him to man up these wide receivers because I think Deontay's better than people give him credit for, and George Pickens is a stud. He's very athletic.
By the way, Team USA down 4 with 27 seconds left. They're going to go down to Germany. Unbelievable.
Probably Austin Reeves' fault somehow.
I'm down with blaming the Laker. Aren't you?
Vontae, I can't take these Team USA things seriously when there's none of the top 6 or 7 guys are on this team.
This is the
come on, man.
As Gilbert Arenas said, this is the F team.
Well, I wouldn't even go that far, but it's just what are we trying to unless you're going to roll out your best team, Like, just give me the under 20 team.
Right. Josh Hart should not be on the team, you're saying?
Yeah, like the you can't drink yet team. You know, everybody 21 and under or under 21. No, I'm serious. Like, if you're not gonna have Steph Curry and LeBron James, this is not a USA team.
No doubt.
I mean, I'm just being real.
Still got to win though. It's still pretty. You can't lose to Dennis Schroeder and Daniel Tice. I mean, Franz Wagner. Come on now.
Wagner's nice.
They get a steal. Okay, all right. Here we go. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 13 minutes. Line them up. Austin Reeves, hit the three, baby. Let's go. Oh, yeah, let's blame Austin Reeves. He missed it. Oh, what's
Thank God. If he had hit that three right there after that, that would have been, Spadoni probably would have called in right there.
Look. Don't be giving play-by-play to FIBA World Champions. I do not care. It's a tune-out. Look.
This whole FIBA World Champions, what does that even get you?
A gold medal and qualify for the Olympics next year in Paris. Okay. You want to go to Paris?
USA should not have to qualify for the basketball Olympics.
You want to go to Paris next year? Let's go to Paris.
I saw the Peyton Manning commercial last night setting up for Paris. Peyton Manning's all over my television.
Yeah, he is all over it. Patrick Peterson yesterday. Does this get Niner fans riled up? I wonder.
Patrick Peterson hasn't been good for so long.
He had 5 interceptions last year.
Oh, great.
It's not bad. Here's what he had to say on this podcast.
Couldn't stop the New York Giants.
There is some tell signs out there that tells us what plays we're going to get when those guys in certain situations.
So wait a minute. So you got a little insight on just from your film study, telling signs on when they're going to do certain things already?
Come on, Mac.
You got your cheat code ready?
Come on, Mac. You watched film before.
I'm not going to ask you to tell me what have you picked out of, okay? We don't know who was watching or who's listening. So we're going to let that be.
Before, Mac. Yeah. When I get my pick Sunday, we'll talk about it.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
That's on the All Things Cover podcast. Here's Purdy's response to Patrick Peterson.
I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, he's a good player. Patrick Peterson's a great player. I grew up watching him and everything. I was obviously from Arizona. He played for the Cardinals and stuff. So it's the competitive nature, I guess, of football. So we'll see.
Such a mature response.
We'll see.
This is why Purdy is so sharp. I mean, he's at the podium. He's not going to give them anything. He's going to respect the other team. Why give them any kind of fodder?
Wow. Down goes USA. Down goes USA. This was interesting. Cam Inman from the Bay Area News Group. Cam Inman was discussing, everybody's been talking about this window. They got to win now because the window's closing. Well, Cam Inman joined Stein and Guru yesterday. Here's what he had to say about that window closing.
I don't see this as like a window closing because, you have a couple older veterans making a lot of money, but they've also rewarded the guys that have earned the second year or the second contracts, guys like Kittle and Warner and now Bosa. So that's what you want as a franchise is kind of keep the carousel going, bring in 1 or 2 big free agents a year, maybe trade for 1 or 2 studs a year, and then you pay some of these guys. I mean, the business model, that's how you want it done. In the past, it was like, hey, we don't want free agency. We need to build this team with draft picks. Then you realize, the draft is such a crapshoot. So if you're hitting 50% of the guys, cool. Now you can have a franchise, but if you're not hitting those first rounders, it's a double-edged sword because you're not getting the most talented guys that you think are most talented, and then you waste a lot of money on the first rounders, which they actually didn't have to do the last couple of years because they traded away those first round picks for Lamb.
My biggest issue with the bulky Harbaugh era was that they didn't trade for Deshaun Jackson when that was available. Remember, they were like, "Nope, we can't give up any picks." No. They desperately needed a wide receiver to take the top off and play opposite Michael Crabtree, and Deshaun was sitting there. You remember, sitting there, and everybody was like, "Make the trade," and they wouldn't come off any of their draft picks. I think they've done a really good job balancing out the draft picks. Look, the Trey Lance thing was a miss. Like they traded a bunch of picks for one player, and it didn't work out. They've done really well in late rounds. They've done a really good job with some of the middle round picks, trading those for established players. Trent Williams, Emmanuel Sanders before that. Obviously, CMC last year was just an elite acquisition. And they've done a pretty good job in free agency in terms of bringing people in that fit the mold. Like Kyle Juszczyk was a great acquisition 7 years ago. Feels like Javon Hargrave is going to be a really nice acquisition this year. Charvarius Ward last year was a great acquisition. I agree with Cam. This business model is a good one.
No, it is a good business model, and I don't believe the window's closing. They've got a nice little 2-year stretch here with this core. And with the way they have drafted in the later rounds to get some of these young players, guys like Hufanga, guys like Deommodore Lenoir, guys who are helping your roster out, picking up free agents like Deshaun Gibson Jr., this model is sustainable. They can be, like, in today's game, a lot of people say in the salary cap era, it's so tough to be good year in and year out. Well, I'm watching the Philadelphia Eagles. Their model works, right? They've been solid for a number of years.
Aggressive,
the Dallas
too.
Cowboys. Say what you want about the Dallas Cowboys. We all laugh at them, but they've been solid for a number of years.
Yeah.
They've been knocking on the door.
Yeah.
It is sustainable, and I believe in John Lynch, Adam Peters, and Jed York, Parag Marate spending all that cash and making these picks. And then you have a head coach like Kyle Shanahan. Say what you want about him. I do believe this window is not closing. I don't think this is the end all be all. But this is a huge opportunity because you look at the landscape in the NFC. The Rams are not going to be down for too much longer.
No.
The Seahawks are coming, right? Detroit Lions showed the world yesterday that they're on the rise. They're going to be a problem with that offensive line, that defensive line, and the weapons that they have offensively. Green Bay, we'll see about them. But then I look at the NFC East, and it reminds me of the late 80s and the early 90s where all four teams were humming.
Yeah.
Cowboys, Eagles, Giants, and Commanders.
Don't say the Commanders with a straight face.
Why?
I hate that name. The Commies. It's such a bad name. They should just be the football team, but neither here nor there.
That's their name.
B, it's interesting. I'm watching Kansas City last night, and it's a salary cap sport, right? You gotta really pick and choose who you pay, how you pay them. But when you have a guy like Mahomes, right, and this is the beauty of where the Niners are at, they aren't paying their quarterback. Right. What is he making? $900?
Not even 900,000.
Okay, and what is Darnold making? Like $4 or $5 million as a backup? I don't know. I know there's incentives and stuff. What are they paying Mahomes? 50? Okay, Joe Burrow got $55 million right now. It makes it a lot harder to field that team around the guys that's the quarterback making $55 million. $55 million on the 49er offense would be Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Deebo Samuel.
Right.
That's $55 million.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
So the beauty of where the Niners are at with Brock Purdy is they don't have to pay this guy, and so you could spread that wealth elsewhere. Now, who knows how long Trent plays, but I'm looking at Kansas City, and they've done a pretty good job drafting and supplementing. But when you're missing a player like Travis Kelce, who makes a pretty good amount of money, it really shows.
It does show.
And you look at their offensive line, it's a patchwork offensive line.
It is. They lost Orlando Brown to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That's a huge loss for them. It is a huge loss, but they were right there yesterday.
No, I
believe
know, but
in
I'm
Kelce.
saying,
But no, you have to pick and choose. You're not going to have a perfect team.
Yes,
you're not going to have a perfect
it's
team in
harder when
today's
you get a
NFL.
guy making $50 million.
888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 5 minutes. 5 minutes shameless shout-outs. I'm already seeing a lot on the Xfinity mobile text line. We'll read those in about 5 minutes. I'm going to go back to the Peterson and Purdy thing for just a second. There's something to watch for because Patrick Peterson basically hinted that Brock Purdy tips his pitches. He's tipping where the play is going. And he basically said before he said, I'm going to get an interception, he was basically saying that we know his tendencies. If nothing is open right away down the field, he's quick to check it down to 23. We know we have to get around 23. And I want, the whole thing last year about Trent Williams tipping plays because he was the way he was lining up, whether it was a run or a pass. We saw it last night with Juwan Jackson, the right tackle for Kansas City. Apparently he was jumping early all game. I thought Lane Johnson was jumping early the entire NFC Championship game.
He jumped earlier than the guy was last night.
Exactly. And they finally called him for a false start late in the game on the fourth and 20. And then Andy Reese said, screw it, I'm going to go for it on 4th and 25 anyway, which I wasn't mad at because it was like, look, dude, you got 3 timeouts. You're going to have to get a stop anyway. I wasn't as outraged about the 4th and 25, going for it on 4th and 25 as everybody on Twitter was. But tipping plays, Brock Purdy, is he tipping plays? That's interesting for Patrick Peterson. Something that I'm going to be looking for. It's like, really? Is he tipping his pitches?
This is going to sound like I'm an insane person. When it was 4th and 25 last night in that game, a part of me thought that they should just run back to like the 5-yard line and take the knee. And then that way Detroit has to kick the field goal because they had the 2-minute timeout, their 3 timeouts. Right. Then they would have had an opportunity. Because even if they score a touchdown in that situation, Detroit goes up 8.
You're right. You still get the ball back.
I know that sounds like...
That's why it wasn't outrageous.
Something that crossed my mind. When you have Mahomes, I was like, maybe you don't go for it on 4th and 25. You literally call hike, drop down on a knee, give them the ball in the red zone. Right. Then they're going to probably run 3 times into the line. You got those timeouts. Boom, boom. You get the ball back. At worst, it's 8. It's an 8-point deficit. At the minimal, maybe 4. Yeah. Did that ever cross your mind?
No,
I don't know. I sound crazy.
No.
Strategy. I know football strategy with 3 minutes to go.
I was trying to think about boy, how are you going to get the ball back? And how can you get the ball back guaranteeing that you will get one more possession?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, and so all
He
these
almost
variables
hit, like,
came into
3
play.
guys.
I know.
That one throw, I'm like, oh my God, it touched two different
two dudes. Yeah, I know. So I wasn't outraged at 4th and 25 because I was like, you know what? They get the ball. Maybe they score. Maybe they get the first down. You hold them. But no, that's an interesting philosophy that a lot of people are going to say, Shaska, you're out of your mind. I actually don't think that's the worst thing in the world.
With Mahomes.
I don't because
know.
you force now the 2-minute warning had just elapsed, right? You're at the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, but they
you still had 3 timeouts.
Exactly.
And so it forces Detroit. You're inside the 5-yard line.
Right.
You have to score.
Exactly.
You don't score, you have to kick a field goal.
And even if you give up a touchdown, right? Look, we've seen it. Mahomes needs 45 seconds to get down the field at most with no timeouts. Just something I was thinking about.
No doubt. And me and Tony was just so bad yesterday. I saw somebody yelling at him on the sideline after dropping one of those passes. He dropped a dime on that crosser late in the game. But they need Travis Kelce, and Chris Jones will be there. I actually came away impressed with Kansas City's defense. They're better than I thought.
Nick Bolton's a baller.
He's a baller. They're better than I thought. And they've done a great job of drafting. Remember this young secondary from a season ago? They're not bad. If you think Kansas City's going to dip a little bit, Kansas City's going to be just fine.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm just looking at like team building, B, and I'm looking at where the Niners are at because you keep asking me about, the restructures and Nick Bosa and this. Watching Chris Jones in that stand, with the 2 goons from the Sopranos on either side of him, all I kept thinking was, thank God Nick Bosa is here and going to play with the 49ers because I'm telling you, Kansas City's 0-1 this morning, and I bet you a big majority of their fans woke up and said, if Chris Jones plays in that game, we win.
Well, how many Kansas City Chief fans are now mad at Chris Jones?
I didn't even think of that.
Especially when he showed up in the suite. And he's sitting.
Have you ever seen that?
I've never seen it. He's sitting in the suite with 2 henchmen in the suite
He looked
watching his team
uncomfortable.
lose. Yeah, he should have been uncomfortable.
He looked really uncomfortable.
He should not have showed up. You don't show. I don't know if he should have showed up.
I thought it was a bad look because then it automatically brings in. I understand, I think, why he wanted to show up. It was odd. And again, I'm looking at the Niners like, look, there are going to be Niner fans who are like, well, if Bosa was here 2 weeks ago, he would have been able to play this many snaps. But I'm just happy he's here because looking at Chris Jones, 2 plays was the difference in that game yesterday.
It was.
And if you can't tell me Chris Jones doesn't make a couple of stops to help that team.
And Kelce also looked ticked off because he tried to fight with Kansas City officials to play in that football game.
Yeah.
And the fact that he is trying to fight to play means that he's probably going to play week 2. And good luck to whoever plays Kansas City in week 2. Could be in for a long day. All right, let's get to it. 888-957-9570. It is a Football Friday. Football Friday here on the roast, the first of 2023. Actually, for the 2023 season, we did have some Football Fridays in January because the Niners are in the playoffs. But it's time for shameless shout-outs. Wow, Kansas City heading to Jacksonville for week 2. That's actually not an easy game for the Kansas City Chiefs. That's a damn good game. 888-957-9570. Where's everybody at? Line them up. Shasky, get the first crack. Who are you shouting out this week?
So a box showed up to the Shasky household this week, and it was filled with these hats that I'm wearing right now. Hudson hats, golf Hudson hats. You can check them out, dhudson.com. They sent the entire crew an array of hats. I've got one with like a tree and a golf club. I think you snagged a couple. Steiny, I know Goo grabbed some. Willard texted me and said thank you. Shout out Hudson. You can go to their website. They're a phenomenal hat wearing company. I'm wearing the lid right now. Thank you so much, Hudson, for sending 95.7 The Game a bunch of hats.
No doubt. It's a great one, 972. It's for the Bubba Text Live. KC takes it near their 5-yard line, and Detroit scores a touchdown. Dan Campbell's going for 2. Whoa, that would have been interesting. It's not bad.
Yeah,
Go up 9, go up 2
That's
scores.
Smart.
Lubman, what you got?
Yeah, I guess since we're shouting out high schools today, I'm going to shout out my high school, Los Lomas. They're playing host to Tamalpais High this week. Tamalpais beat Northgate last week, so I'm going to give Tamalpais a shout out too because it's always good when we beat Northgate.
Tam High, Mill Valley,
Nice.
Tamalpais used to play there in Pop Warner against Southern Marin. Tamalpais got a nice little field.
Well, family money.
Look, turn on the microphone. Look, who you shouting out?
Tamalpais. Hi, that's where my kid goes.
Yes.
How about that?
Who
How
was
about
the
that?
character you just became?
All right, I can't hear you guys, so because I don't have headphones. But I am going to shout out Jacob from yesterday, who called. I posted his call on our Twitter page and our station Twitter page. He brought the freaking heat yesterday. Did he not, Bonte?
He did bring the heat. He was fired up. Jacob was fired up yesterday, getting ready for week 1. He's all about the Niner gang. He's all about Christian McCaffrey. He's all about winning week 1 in Pittsburgh. He is. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs here on a Friday. 408, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to my wife, Kyla, for holding down the fort always, and my son, Braden, who just started kindergarten.
Oh, very cool.
Doing a great job, buddy. Mommy and Daddy love you. Also, 408 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to Overfield High School football team. Big win last night against the Leland Chargers. Go Royals. Go Royals. What else we got here on the text line? 510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to the St. Francis Lancers.
Oh, nice.
Representing the whole Bay Area today versus the De La Salle Spartans.
Wow.
Down in Mountain View of St. Francis.
Will De La Salle start 0-3?
Oh, my gosh. Do I need to go down there? Hey, my sister Camille, what's going on with De La Salle? Her son, my sister Camille, my dad's side of the family, her son, Jaden Jefferson, plays cornerback for De La Salle. Needs more touches offensively. Personally, the kid has speed. He started last year.
Are you really, you're asking for more touches? How old is he?
He's a sophomore. He started as a true freshman last year at corner. The guy Jaden has speed.
I love you.
Get him some touches, man. Get him a jet sweep. Do something. Let's go, De
My
La
wife
Salle.
made me vow to her that I would never bring up anyone in high school playing sports that's a part of our family for fear of me doing that to some coach and them feeling the pressure.
I'm sorry. I'm just a hot shot radio guy. I don't know.
I love you, though.
Jay, I'm looking out for my nephew. Oh, Coach Younger down at Foothill. Coach Younger, I need you back at City College, but he's down at Foothill right now. Shout out to the Foothill Owls. I got no hate towards Coach Younger. He's a representative of the Morning Roast. They play Merced tomorrow. Merced. Shout out to Foothill. I love Bay Area teams. What up, Coach Younger? Love you down there.
All right, let's go. Shout out to my son Matthew in the 510. He earned his junior gray belt in jiu-jitsu and has a blue belt in karate as a child in middle school. That's pretty cool.
Wow, that is pretty cool. Let's go to the lines here. SF Stan in the city. SF Stan, what's happening?
I want to say I love you guys and listen to you every morning.
Thank
I
you.
want to give a shout out to my grandson, little Anthony Brewer. He's the quarterback for the San Francisco Gators, Pop Warner League. He scored a touchdown last week.
Yeah, my guy Taz is up there coaching the Gators. Yeah, shout out to the SF Gators. Shout out to the SF Gators. Yeah.
Shout out St. Cecilia's 4th grade A team beating the 5th graders.
Ooh.
In a flame tournament. Flame tournament was always fun.
Good stuff, SF Stan. Let's go to TC up in Sac. TC, what's happening, my man?
Hey, what's up with Bonte and Shasky, bro?
What's up, baby? How you doing, TC? I know you ready for week
Hey,
1.
Man, I'm fired up. This is it. Like I told y'all, man, no more excuses. But look, I want to send a few shout-outs. First and foremost, I'm going to send a shout-out to my wife, man, for being solid, being in my corner and dealing with my BS. Also, I want to send a shout-out to my son, man, first game NYL Soccer League, man.
Nice.
Go Team Mayhem.
Team Mayhem. That's a great name.
I like that name. I like that name a lot.
That's
I do
a
like
great
that name.
name.
Good stuff, TC. Hey, I'm going to shout out my girls in my household, Anna and baby Ches. They stepped up and said, you know what, Bonte? Papa, we're going to leave you this weekend. We're going to go up to Calistoga, hang out with the family, and you got the house to yourself. You get some sleep. You get to watch football all by yourself. I'm like a kid in the candy store. I fell asleep with the TV on last night. I did. I had the Madden controller in my hand. I was like, what do I do? What do I do? Do I go golfing? Do I go hang out with the boys? What do I do? Well, you know what I'm going to do, Shasky? I'm going to sit at home all Saturday. I'm going to wake up at about 8:15, walk down to the local Starbucks, get my coffee, get a little croissant, have my soda diet weigh-ins. By the way, it's state of the art.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that. On the other side.
Yeah. You asked me about it. And I'm going to walk up. I'm going to put big money on Colorado against Nebraska. I know the public's all over them, but I do not care. I'm betting on Prime. So shout out to Anna and Baby Ches for leaving me alone this weekend for week 1 of the NFL season.
Sound like you love your family. All right, shout out to 510. Shout out to all the Teamsters at Local 70, Bang Bang Niner Gang. Yeah. Just shout out all the Teamsters in general. I know Boxer and Gerson did a really cool thing at the A's-Giants game on the Teamsters, and I underrated how many Teamsters there are out there. And all you guys that are driving around, gals that are driving around or working in that industry, thank you for having us as one of your companions on the radio.
Well
that means
said.
a lot to us, and I hear from a lot of you out there. So just shout out to all the Teamsters out there, the garbage men, the drivers, everybody out there.
Well said. 510 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Shout out to my brother Damon Chang for winning his softball championship. Man, we know Damon. He was out there.
Oh, yeah.
At San Ramon, Philwork Brewing House out there in the Deion Sanders jersey, number 21.
That's right.
Shout out to David winning his softball championship. And shout out to my amazing wife, Casey, from the 925, director of St. Patrick's Elementary School in Rodeo. She's a force. That is from Hungus. Shout out to Casey. Good stuff there. Let's go to Larry in Pittsburgh. Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Joe, what's up, guys? Hey, it's finally here. The big game has come to my hometown, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I just want to give a shout-out to all the faithful. It's going to make the pilgrimage to Acrisure. Guys, let's get it done. Bragging rights for 2023. Let's go!
Let's go, baby. I like that.
This feels like a playoff matchup.
This is a
Week
great
one.
matchup. Week 1. We get it.
There's some
right.
juice.
Oh, I love it. I can't wait. Marquise, Sunnyvale. What's up, Marquise?
What's up, fellas? Marquise for Sheezy. You gotta take it
easy.
I like that.
What's up? Sorry. What's up, fellas? Hey, I'm giving a shout out to my brother, Santiago Junebug. I call him Junebug. He's in Cabo San Lucas right now, but I want to give him a shout out right now. We listen to the show all the time, man. We love you guys.
Thank you. I love you too, Marquise. Love everybody out there. One more shout out for me. Big Dog City, Candace got married last Friday.
Nice.
Phenomenal wedding. Everybody out there who represented for Big Dog and Candace. And then seeing all my old high school friends, Dina, Aaron, Joe, Barty was out there. My guy front office was in the building. Tinker was out there. Wet was out there. Philly Zoo even made the trip. The Paynes are out there. We were rolling deep. Brandon, everybody out there. Brandon Baker, everybody out there. Dane was out there. It was just a great, great time. Happy, feeling good going into week 1 of the football season. So I had a great time last Friday. I'm just now recovering from New Orleans, but I do want to shout out to everybody out there. That was a big time weekend. A lot of fun last week.
All right. So one last shout out for me is it's a special one. Shout out to my wife and all of the significant others out there. Because this weekend marks the first weekend for the next 5 months.
Yeah.
Where I'm just going to be unavailable on certain Sundays.
Does anyone really have a choice?
Every Sunday.
Well, I mean, if the Niners play Thursday night or Monday, it depends.
And most Saturdays.
My couch. Shout out my couch because I'll be spending a lot of time with you again. I'm looking forward to it. Basically, no church for me, Father, if you're out there listening. Father Patrick, I will not be seeing you till probably February.
That's the hope. That is the hope. Shameless shout
But I
out.
will be rooting for Notre Dame, so I am still Irish Catholic.
Oh, boy. That overrated school. Let's go to injury report. Injury report. Notre Dame. They're such a joke. Love it. Let's go.
Transfer quarterback.
George Kittle appears to be on pace to play this Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kittle was a limited participant in practice this week, but as Matt Burrows said on the show yesterday, Kittle has been going all out on the Niners side field and looks ready to return at full speed. Saw him catch passes from the quarterbacks yesterday in practice. George Kittle said himself that he is excited to play on Sunday against the Steelers, suggested that the 49ers will have their all-pro tight end ready to go for week number 1. Stats on fire. Rob Guerrero is going to join us next. You know what he does. He's a 49ers content creator, ESPN Radio. He's all over it. Hopefully he brings a fire. Hopefully he brings some positivity because he's been all over the place this preseason. We'll get Rob's Stats on Fire, Guerrero, on the show coming up here in the 8 o'clock hour. And the injury report brought to you by Boxing Careers in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Again, Rob Stats Guerrero coming up on the Morning Roast. Now to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the
Excelsior. Joe Butcher, boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby! You told me to let it rip. I'm going to let it rip here on the Football Friday. Brought to you by First5California.com to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to First5California.com. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to the overnight dancers. You know who you are. You know we love you here on The Roast. Good morning, everybody out there on YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We've got to get all these sponsors in. Look, we're making money here at 95.7 The Game. Certainly mobile text line, of course. We love everybody out there, everybody for the shameless shout-outs. And we love Rob Stats Guerrera. Of course, ESPN Radio, Pro Football Talk alum, SB Nation alum. He does it all. He's all over the place on Twitter. He's tweeting nonstop about the Niners here and there. I gotta get into his mentals for week 1. I need to get into his mentals.
And you're going to do that in 1 second, Bonte, but I got to interrupt you because that's what we do.
Yeah, that's what
it's the morning interruption.
Yeah.
Not pardon my, but if you want to be partnered with us here at 95.7 The Game, you're listening, you're driving around, you're like, hey, well, I run a small business or I'm part of a marketing company, and I would love to partner with one of the hottest shows in the Bay Area talking about sports every single day.
Yep.
Email me at Joe at 957thegame.com, and I'll hit you up right away.
There you go. He will hit you up right away. Or you could just, all you got to do is DM me. I'm not hard. As Deion Sanders says, I'm not hard to find. We're not hard to find.
Thanks, 40 Water.
Yeah. Deion Sanders has said, I'm not coming to you. We ain't hard to find.
Yeah, that's the All Eyes on Me double disc
like
song featuring everyone from the Bay Area with Tupac.
I do like that, but I like when Primetime says it for some reason. We ain't hard to find.
Addicted
we
to
coming. We ain't hard to find. And Rob Stats Guerrera ain't hard to find. All you got to do is log on to Twitter, and every 2 minutes he's got something going on. What up, Rob? What's going on this morning? Let's pot him up. Oh, we got him. Now. Go ahead, Rob. Do over.
I love how fired up you are.
Dog, it's Football Friday. Like, we played the Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're not playing the Houston Texans. We're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers, the team that I've been looking at going, I want a 6th ring like them.
Well, I like that we can just focus on the game now, right? The cloud is gone. The quarterback situation is settled. The Bosa situation is settled. Now we can just concentrate on, actually playing football.
Honestly, Rob, I don't even know if stressful is the word, but obviously there was a lot of tension talking about the quarterback stuff and a lot of tension talking about Nick Bosa. It just was a long training camp. I don't remember a training camp being this long in which we talked about players, one who was not here, and two, a position to where Darnold Trey Lance in a perfect world will not even play for this football team. It was just a long training camp that we talked about nothing. Like, we should have been talking about this offense and all the weapons. How stressful was this training camp? I guess not even stressful. Just how long was this training camp for you personally?
I think it was not just long for me and the fans out there. I think it was long for Kyle Shanahan. Look how light Kyle Shanahan was in that press conference with Bosa came back.
Yeah.
Smiling. I haven't seen Kyle Shanahan smile in I don't know how long. He felt it. The team felt it. They needed this kind of shot in the arm because I think they think they're really good. And now the fact that all that stuff is gone and they can just focus on the thing that they're really good on, which is football, they're happy about that.
Well, how good is this team right now, Robin? How good will this team be in 2023?
It all hinges on Brock. Everything is on Brock's shoulders. They have set him up for success. This was supposed to be the plan for Trey Lance, right? Great team, great defense, great coach, young quarterback. Well, they're still executing that plan. It's just Brock Purdy in for Trey Lance, and I don't know. I still need to see Brock over a bigger picture. 8 games is not enough for me. We don't know enough about him. If he can play anything close to what he played like last year,
we're going to be talking about this team for a long time.
Well, Rob, I'm going to go in the other direction. I don't think it's all on Brock. In fact, I just think that Brock needs to, be adequate and slightly above that. Like, I'm watching Kansas City. They gave that guy $50 million, and everybody would give that guy $50 million in Patrick Mahomes. But building the team around him becomes infinitely more difficult when you're paying the quarterback that much money. So, I'm looking at the weapons that the Niners have. And to me, that's their greatest strength because it was for years the defense, and I still think the defense is good, but the weaponry that they have, it's pick your poison. So I don't know if it's necessarily all on Brock.
Well, they do have weapons, and it's comforting to know that no matter who he throws the ball to, he's essentially throwing it to an all-pro, pretty much, which is a crazy thing to say out loud.
Right.
And I think that's fine in the regular season. I think that can win you plenty of games in the regular season. In the playoffs, I feel like, is when you're going to need a quarterback to go above and beyond because you're going to be playing against the best of the best, playing against a defense like the Steelers' defense this week. And I don't think you can just depend on system and just depend on everybody else to do the work. You can only hide your quarterback for so long.
I think I agree with that. Once you get down the stretch, he's going to have to make some plays. It does feel to me, though, like Deebo Samuel's flying under the radar this year. I mean, this was the most important player in 2021 for the Niners. Had a down year last year, exploded in the playoff game when he had Christian McCaffrey alongside of him. I mean, he really popped in that game. He looks like he's ready for a monster year, and no one's talking about it.
I hope that he is. And I hope that he gets used more as a real wide receiver like we saw a couple of years ago. He was not at his best last year, and clearly I think that was reflected in how Kyle Shanahan used Deebo Samuel. Think about this. Almost 40% of Brock Purdy's passes last year were at or behind the line of scrimmage. 40%. I need to see Deebo and Ayuk be used down the field because I always say this with Deebo. If the first tackle he has to break is a defensive back instead of a linebacker, he can make a big play and take it to the house. But when you're throwing in the ball a yard past the line of scrimmage, you're making it a lot tougher for him to make those plays. So I hope that Deebo is in shape enough to get open down the field like a real wide receiver because then he can be as dangerous as any player in the game.
That's a great point, Rob. Rob Stats Guerrera. Gold Standard Network, 49ers, ESPN Radio does a great job covering the 49ers. And their secondary with Joey Porter Jr., a rookie. We know rookie corners, no matter how well how high you're drafted, they struggle in this league. Patrick Peterson, he's 33 years old. Levi Wallace, I don't think he's the greatest corner in the world. So you make a great point there about going at their secondary there down the field, not behind the line of scrimmage. Defensively, all right, Nick Bosa's back. All right, I'm looking at the other edge, whether it's Drake Jackson or Cleve Farrell. To me, Rob, that is the X factor for this defense all season long. Can they generate pressure? Because it feels like they're going to see one-on-ones all year long because Bosa will get doubled. Hargrave will get doubled, and Armstead's going to take up space. That other edge rusher, to me, is the X factor for that defense all season long.
It's almost like the Brock Purdy of edge rushers, like you were just saying, Joe, right? Like he doesn't have to be great. Well, Drake Jackson doesn't have to be great because there's going to be so much attention focused on everybody else on the line of scrimmage. I think if Drake Jackson just doesn't get blown up, he's going to get like 4 or 5 kind of right place, right time sacks because I think the quarterback is constantly going to be pushed towards his side of the field because of everything else that's on the other side of the line.
Who's the guy we're not talking about in a positive way that we should be?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to go with Dre Greenlaw. I feel like Dre Greenlaw just doesn't get a lot of love. He's never a captain for the team. The dude is flying all over the field. Fred Warner even said, whatever you think about me, think that way about Dre Greenlaw. So I think I'm going to go with Greenlaw because that guy is, first of all, he's crazy. He's literally out there just punching people, trying to get the ball away. He's really, really good, but he doesn't get the love that other people get.
You know, we were doing an interview with Fred Warner before training camp one of the days, and we walked onto the field as they were practicing, and Fred Warner came over. We said, thank you. Dre Greenlaw comes over. I'm not a very tall guy. Seeing the size of Dre Greenlaw, I mean, clearly physically he's humongous, but I'm talking about height-wise. I couldn't get over how short he was in comparison to some of these other guys. He blows dudes up. I don't think people realize the dude is a cannonball.
Well, let me jump in here real quick. He comes over to us, Rob.
He's unreal.
And I'm like, Drake, give me the, when he hits his helmet before games and he set the tone. And he goes, nah, man, y'all gonna get me in trouble, man. It's just training camp. He goes back into the defense, and they're not even wearing pads yet. And he blows up McCaffrey in the next play. It's like, yeah, this guy's insane.
He's
this
completely insane.
I like that call with Dre Greenlaw. And if he can stay healthy, I don't know about the linebacker depth. Everybody's going crazy about the linebacker depth. But if Greenlaw goes down, there is a drop-off between Greenlaw and that next best linebacker on his team, Rob.
Well, first of all, I don't like you putting our whole season at risk by hyping up Dre Greenlaw so he blows up Christian McCaffrey. Let's just say that. But the linebacker depth, yeah, I feel like the 49ers, a lot of people say this is like a top roster in the league. I don't know if it's a top 53-man roster in the league. I think it's maybe a top 22-man roster in the league. So I have a lot of questions about the depth beyond the starters.
Should we be concerned with this Hufanga injury? We never heard of this knee injury before. And Jair Brown is lurking. I like the pick out of Penn State. Jair Brown can play in the box. I think he'll play deep in the secondary. Any concerns with Hufanga maybe regressing a little bit in year 3 with this lingering knee injury?
Yeah, I mean, I am a little concerned. I'm not a doctor, and I don't pretend to be one, but I saw a lot of doctors online saying that this Baker cyst could be a sign of a problem with his meniscus. And that's a scary thing. That's a long-term injury. You know, that's something that obviously is going to take him out of the picture. You're talking about an all-pro safety that may not be there. Now, I know I'm jumping the gun. I'm getting ahead of things here. We don't actually know the full details, but it is a scary prospect to come up with him. I mean, we haven't even played yet, and he's already nursing this thing before we get going.
Bigger question mark for you, Colton McKivitz at right tackle or Jake Moody at kicker? What?
Oh, man. That is – I got to go with Moody. Just because I've seen a little of McKivitz, and I've seen almost nothing of Jake Moody. Now he's going to Pittsburgh, an incredibly tough place to kick, and it's raining in Pittsburgh, by the way. The weather is not good. Can we get a week 1 game that's dry, for the love of God? But apparently we're not going to, so good luck, Jake.
Oh, come on. We sound like some whiny California boys. A little rain don't hurt nobody. Come on, man. I love the rain. This is football. This is football weather. Colton McKivitz, by the way. I'm more concerned about him, Rob. And I'll tell you why. There's some elite pass rushers. TJ Watt, Highsmith, Herbig on the other side. And I did not like, although Chandler Jones was losing his mind the other day down in Las Vegas, the videos he did show was him dominating McKivitz in one-on-ones. And I said, dear God, he's got to block TJ Watt, which means to me, they're going to have to keep George Kittle or Dwelly or whoever's playing that second tight end spot in the block. And I don't want Kittle in the block. That's what killed the Super Bowl. I want him running routes and putting stress on defense. McKivitz is a worry for me. That is a problem on this offensive line.
Yeah, I think most weeks you'll be able to do enough to get by with Colton McKivitz. But when you're facing TJ Watt, a guy who literally elevates this Steelers defense from middle of the road or worse to elite just by his own presence on the field. My only advice to Colton McKivitz is just take a long time to die, okay? Die slowly. Don't get beat immediately right off the snap. We know you're going to get beat most of the time. At least stretch it out a little bit so we can try and do something on these plays.
2 seconds, 3 seconds. Don't just get blown up and snap.
Who's the more important player at the end of the year? Jordan Mason, Eli Mitchell?
Jordan Mason, because I can't count on Eli Mitchell. I feel like I can at least count on Jordan Mason to be out there. And I think Elijah Mitchell's a better player, but the dude is always hurt. And I don't care how good you are, you can't help the team from the training room. So I think it's Mason because I think he kind of provides almost like a safety net beyond Christian McCaffrey. Because even if Mitchell goes down, you feel like, okay, Mason's there, we're all right.
More impactful this year, Rob, 2023. Ronnie Bell, Ray McCloud.
Oh, I think it's Ray McCloud, but only because I think Ray could have a bad impact. If he goes back to the old Ray McCloud from Pittsburgh where he starts fumbling all the time, he could have a huge impact. It just won't be a good impact. I don't think Ronnie Bell is going to have much of an impact this year. I know he looked great in the preseason, and I was a huge fan, but I feel like most of the passing game is going to go through Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle as far as receivers. Ray's going to get out a little. Jawan Jennings, we know third and Jawan. I just don't know if there's anything left on the plate for Ronnie Bell.
All right, Rob, on your way out the door as we talk about California sun and how we're sick of the rain, here's a song.
You guys sound like
a
whiners,
little song
man.
for you guys, California Dreamin'.
Sound like whiners, man. Oh, my God, a little rain, it's wet. Oh, my, this is football.
Do you know this song?
You guys going to cry if the Niners have to go on the East Coast in January and play in this cold weather city like Philadelphia or New York or something? You guys going to cry about that? Jeez.
I just want a dry game in week 1. I don't want to have all these caveats when we talk about this team for a week. Yeah, but it was raining. Yeah, but just let me get a dry field so the Niners can go out there and pound the Steelers into dust.
All right, quick 2 parts. If the Niners win, what has to happen?
They have to take care of the football first and foremost. I know Patrick Peterson's out there talking that junk that he's going to get an interception on Brock Purdy. By the way, I loved Brock's response to that. So calm, not rattled at all, didn't even look bothered by the whole thing. I loved it. They have to take care of the ball. And I'm sorry, I don't trust Jake Moody. If I'm Kyle, when it's 4th down and 4th and short, I don't want you kicking a 45, 50-yard field goal. Go for it. Go for it. Give your offense a chance to score touchdowns instead of field goals. The Niners score less than 17 points per game in week 1 under Kyle Shanahan. You got to do better than that.
All right, if they lose, what's the main reason as you get out of here?
Definitely turnovers. And honestly, I could see Jake Moody missing a couple kicks. Every home game the Steelers had last year came down to one.
All right. I'm not letting this negativity.
No,
not on a football Friday.
It's not negativity.
We're not doing
it's
this.
It's him breaking it down. If they lose, what is the main reason? Let him break it down. It's not negative. It's just he's giving his opinion. Rob, go ahead.
Well, you asked me about if they lost. I picked them to win this week.
All right,
there you go.
Let's end it there.
Right.
Let's end it on a positive. It's like hitting the jumper before you leave the gym.
You negative. You guys are, oh my God, the rain, and then jumping down this store. Rob Stats Guerrero. We're going to do it all season long, man. We always appreciate the time. You do a great
Thanks,
job.
Rob.
Keep doing a great job there.
Thanks for having me.
Gold Standard Network, 49ers.
Good stuff.
ESPN Radio. Rob Stats Guerrero. I like Rob Stats Guerrero, man. He keeps it a buck, man. He's wild. He's wild, but I love Rob. Yeah, it's not negative. Not negative. We got to talk about the ebbs and flows, the pros and cons. It's sports. Like you guys are all negative about Jake Moody. I love Jake Moody. I love the pick. Jake Moody's a 2. Michigan Wolverine. Go check out that 59-yarder in Glendale, Arizona against TCU. Guy's got a leg.
He's never kicked a game winner in his life. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah, well, you know what? This is the first time for everything. Can't wait for him to do it on Sunday. For all you guys who walk back and Jake Moody takes and delete your tweets.
Wait, no, timeout. He has looked shaky. He did get hurt. Like, all we're going off of is what he did in Michigan, which was outstanding. I'm just going off of what he's done in a Niner uniform, and it's looked sketchy. But I don't want to be negative about him. It is a concern.
Last time the Niners won a Super Bowl, who was the kicker?
Last time the Niners won a Super Bowl?
Who was the kicker?
You don't think I don't know this?
I'm asking you.
Doug Bryan.
Okay. Where's he from?
Cal.
Where did he go to high school? De La Salle, right?
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, De La Salle.
Oh.
And he was a rookie that year, right?
Uh-huh.
Did pretty well.
Yeah, they also won the Super Bowl 49-27.
But he was a rookie, and he held his own. Maybe that's a good omen. Rookie kicker. Back to the Super Bowl. Last time Niners had a rookie kicker. Oh, they won a Super Bowl. No, seriously. We are all so negative. You guys are so down on Jake Moody, man. Let the guy kick one in the regular season. Maybe he got the yips out in the preseason. Like, oh my gosh, the NFL, wow. So, okay, cool. It's going to be all right. Now the rain thing, I actually like this. I hope it does rain in Pittsburgh. I think the rain favors a team like the 49ers. They want to play physical football. They want to run the ball down your throats. They want to keep control of the clock. They want to win the time of possession game. Nothing wrong with a little rain. Come on. That was so fun last year in Chicago being there in a monsoon game. Now, I wasn't happy about the loss, but the elements, being the elements, I love that. That's why next year when the Niners play in Buffalo, they're going to play in Buffalo, and I hope the game, everybody's saying, Mary, and it's like, oh, if it's cold, I'm not going. Well, I want to go when it's cold. I want to be there like Anthony Slater in 3-degree weather at a football game with some gloves on and the big puff coat on with a beanie on. That's football. That's football. Aw, man. Crying about a little rain. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, if the Niners win, what has to happen? I want to go out to the roasters. If the Niners win, what has to happen? And if they lose, what is the main reason? What is the main reason for a loss? 888-957-9570. You guys, a little rain. 60% chance of raining, right? In Pittsburgh, Sunday? By the way, let's think about the openers with Kyle Shanahan.
Really quick, I'm seeing a 70% chance of rain on Sunday. If that's going to be in the morning, it should clear up by kickoff in Pittsburgh.
Love that.
Well, it also rained week 2 before the game started against Seattle, and then the sky opened up. Then it closed back again. Then it rained in the first quarter.
Rained a little bit.
Then it opened back up, and then it rained again. Like it was like off and on that whole day.
How did they do against Seattle in week 2? They rolled.
Oh, they did.
Week 3,
well,
there was a
remember
little
they
rain
got
in
back to
Denver.
49er football.
That's what they did.
I knew that would make you laugh.
The year before, they played in Detroit in the Dome, and then they played in Philadelphia. It was sunny. It wasn't a lot of rain. Trying to think of the other openers.
Well, they played
first
in
one,
rain
Carolina.
a lot the last couple of years, it feels like. They had the Colts game in rain where Carson Wentz versus Jimmy.
Yeah.
That was like a literal tornado,
monsoon.
atmospheric river situation.
Yeah.
They played in Washington and in Baltimore in 2019 in the rain.
I like that.
They played a lot of rain
I like
games.
that. That's football.
I prefer snow game over a rain game, but that's fine.
What's the difference? Snow harder to play in?
They beat Russell Wilson in the rain in 2018 when everyone lost their mind.
See?
That was another atmospheric river situation. I believe it's El Nino this year.
Yeah, well, but you know what? It's fine. It's football. You got to win in the rain sometimes. It's not going to be easy. 888-957-9570 as we continue to roll here. Patrick Peterson, if you want to get fired up for this game and you're looking for a little something extra, how about this?
There is some tell signs out there that tells us what plays we're going to get when those guys in certain situations. You know,
So wait a minute. So you got a little insight on just from your film study, telling signs on when they're going to do certain things already?
Come on, Mac. You
got your cheat code ready?
Come on, Mac. You watched film before.
I'm not going to ask you to tell me what have you picked out of, okay? We don't know who was watching or who's listening. So we're going to let that be.
Before, Mac.
Yeah.
When I get my pick Sunday, we'll talk about it.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
This is what I like to hear from my quarterback, Brock Purdy.
I don't really know what to say about that. I mean, he's a good player. Patrick Peterson's a great player. I grew up watching him and everything. I was obviously from Arizona. He played for the Cardinals and stuff. So it's the competitive nature, I guess, of football. So we'll see.
Everyone's going to be triggered about this one way or the other. I get what Patrick Peterson's saying, though. The Niners do run a lot of the same plays for the last 6, 7, 8 years. The thing is there's like 5 or 6 plays off of one play or one formation. They'll run it, in a variety of ways, and then they'll pull it back out and run those play action and hit those windows. So, I'm not surprised that he says this. There's a lot of plays the Niners run that we've seen before, but there's variations to the plays, and there's options on who to go to and where to go to. I don't know. He could say all he wants. I'm sure every week, every team in the NFL has seen tendencies from the opponent. It's can you stop it?
Yeah, no doubt about that. And they run a lot of the same plays in different formations. They may run it in 2 tight end sets. They may run it in 4 wide sets. They may run it in 3 wide sets. They may run it in 1 tight end set. I mean, they run the same play in a lot of different sets. But as Mike Tomlin said earlier in the week, a lot of the same philosophies Shanahan has been doing, he's been doing for a number of years. So let's line up the phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got the King of the Hill coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. I want to get into the top 5 storylines in the NFL this season coming up and take your calls. What about Kyle Shanahan? How are we feeling about him heading into his 7th year as head coach of the 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, thoughts on him coming up. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Ram trucks are built to serve.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Rest in peace, Tina Turner. Can't stand the rain. Let's go. We waited all year for football. A little rain don't hurt. Brock Purdy can handle the rain. Well, Debo better take care of the football. He didn't handle the rain well last year. The Niners can handle the rain. Come on, let's go. Week 1 on the horizon. It's a football Friday, our first football Friday of the new league year. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. The night of numbers. He's ready to roll. Alex, are you done with the Giants? Have you moved on?
Yeah, I'm done with the Giants for this year. I'm done with Farhan and Gabe Kapler too, but I've been done with those guys since March.
What do you got on this game? What's your thoughts on 49ers Steelers week 1 in Pittsburgh?
All right, so here's how I see things going. If the 49ers are going to win this game, they're going to have to put up at least 30 points. And here's why. In the Kyle Shanahan era, the 49ers are winless in week 1 in games where they score fewer than 30 points. So that's number 1. Number 2, if the Steelers want to win this game, they're going to have to hold the Niners to under 100 yards rushing. On the road last year, the Niners averaged 134 rushing yards a game. 2 of their road losses last year, they rushed for under 100 yards. And the Steelers last year held opponents at home to under 100 yards rushing on average. So those are the keys to the game, in my opinion. I think the Niners' offensive line is eventually going to wear down the Steelers' D-line. I think the victory is going to come through the running game. I think the Niners are going to win 30-20, and I think Jake Moody's going to hit a couple field goals.
Alex in Atlanta, folks. The night of numbers. The unofficial official.
What's
the unofficial statistician of the morning roast.
Over-under is what? In terms of...
I haven't even looked at the spread. I usually don't.
I know, but I'm just curious. Because 30-20 feels a little high scoring. Maybe I'm wrong.
Feels like an over. Looking at the spread here, the over-under is 41.
Yeah, see, this feels like 21-17, 24-21 to me.
20-17.
Yeah, this feels tight.
I can see a 16-13 game. I'm with you there. I'm with it. I don't like the over in it.
Now that I'm a big betting guy, I seem to know everything.
Yeah, I like that.
Joke.
See, no. I like that though. I like that. Look at you're coming on. You're coming along here.
But this feels to me like, I think the Niners will move the ball early in this game. And then I think there will be an adjust because they always do. It seems like Kyle's got some really nice scripted first 10 to 15 plays. Boom, 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 boom. Go down the field. Try to get the 7. And then, then there's that feeling out period in the second quarter, right? You saw it last night in the game. And then what are the adjustments that are made at halftime? That is very important to me. This is Steve Wilkes' first time with the Niners adjusting at halftime. We didn't make a whole lot of them losing the OC the year before because Kyle's the offensive coordinator essentially. But they did a great job second half game planning last year, whether it's the playoff games, whether it's down the stretch. They had some really prolific offensive second halves, and I think they'll be better in the second half than in the first half.
Oh, so Damon Ching on YouTube. Shout out to Damon. What up, Damon? The spread went up. The over-under went up to 41.5. That means just sharp money. When I say sharp money, the wise guys, the experts are putting – because the public doesn't bet today. The public is going to bet on Sunday before kickoff. They're going to get their last-minute bets in. This is mostly sharp money. So
those wise guys are like, when you say wise guys, you mean like the 2 guys that were with Chris Jones last night?
Nah, not necessarily them, but the guys in the back of the casino, the Marco D'Angelos of the world. Your boy, Marco D'Angelo.
Gotcha.
So 41.5, I kind of like the over. I could see 23-20. I could see 24-20. I could see 24-21.
I would be surprised if the 49ers score 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, I wouldn't see. I'm not saying all that. I could see 3 field goals and 2 touchdowns. 3 Jake Moody field goals.
Well, but we spent all offseason talking about, they scored 33 with Brock. That's like the average, right? That doesn't mean every week that you're going to drop that many points. But heading into week 1, because I view Pittsburgh as a potential playoff team in a loaded AFC. And I'm saying to myself, the strength of their team is their defense. They feel pretty healthy and pretty loaded right now. I think it's going to be a lot more difficult to score this week.
I'm going to get some thoughts on Shanahan from you in just a second. Thoughts on Shanahan plus top 5 storylines, and then we'll do King of the Hill during the 9:20 segment.
Okay, cool.
Lamar, New York City.
What's up, Lamar?
What up, Lamar?
What's going on?
What's up, Lamar?
Man, I've been listening to YouTube and everything all day, and Steelers fans and their players, they just think that we're just some kind of joke and that Brock Purdy can't really play. And the level of disrespect that the media, the fans over there have is atrocious. It's like we've never been to a playoff game or won a division in our lives, and it's crazy the level of disrespect that they have for us. It's like we've never done nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. What do you think about Brock Purdy this season? He was voted as a captain, Lamar, voted as one of the 6 captains. The players love him. The players are all in on him. What is your thoughts on him?
You know what? Brock Purdy is a great quarterback for the system that we run. You know, yeah, I was listening to what Stats was saying, but, you know, we don't have to go downfield.
Right.
I mean, he's perfect for what we're trying to do. And there's nothing wrong with a quarterback running Kyle's system. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo already showed that if you play the way Kyle wants you to play, we can get to a Super Bowl. And Brock Purdy is a lot more elusive than what people give him credit for. Not to mention the fact that people forget that this man used to play baseball, and the Steelers are talking about their defense. They're forgetting that Brock Purdy, he beat up the Dallas Cowboys defense last year. Like, they act like he's never seen a good defense. The last 5 games of the season, we went for number 5 ranked defense to number 3 to number 2. Not to mention he played against us all year. So I really don't understand why they act like he's just some high schooler that we picked up and, you know, he has no talent. I mean, not for nothing. Kenny Pickett, he's an okay player, but the only thing that really makes him good is that he's a good long ball thrower. He's no different than Brock Purdy.
I love that. I love that. Lamar, I was going to ask Lamar, chopped cheese on Sunday? You going chopped cheese?
Well, I'm in New York.
Yeah,
so,
I know. They love the chopped cheese out there.
What borough?
Bodega.
What borough?
Oh, I live in upstate New York, in Rochester.
Oh, okay. You're upstate. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So everybody where I'm at is a Buffalo Bills fan, which I can't stand.
Yeah.
But, you know,
and keep it real, nobody's
one of a lot of guys that are repping the 49ers on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Die-hard Niner fans over here in New York.
Yeah, and nobody's cooking like us two, right?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, people would really just think, Pittsburgh really doesn't understand that. I mean, it's crazy. Like, they keep trying to say that Pittsburgh is similar to us. The reason why I say that they're not similar to us, because what we've been doing for the last few years is a proven winning commodity.
Yep. I love his cadence. Lamar's about that life.
They haven't won a playoff game since 2016.
God, that's surprising. That is surprising. Mike Tomlin. And who did we have on the other day? Oh, Baldy. Said people in Pittsburgh starting to get a little antsy.
You know what Tomlin reminds me of? He reminds me a lot of Eric Spoelstra in the NBA, where I believe like a lot of people didn't think that early on his success should be attributed to him. And I look at the body of work and how many different guys he's done it with an aging core. Mm-hmm. I think he's much better than we give him credit for.
Very good. Is it too long, though? Is it too long? Because we heard from the great Bill Walsh. We hear from coaches all the time. After about 10 years, your message starts to fall on deaf ears. Now, this is a new group in Pittsburgh, but he's been there for a very long 17 years now?
I know.
Crazy.
I know.
Crazy.
But he doesn't seem like an old, like Pete Carroll has been up in Seattle since what, 08, 09?
Yeah, he's been there for 14 years.
He feels rejuvenated.
He does feel rejuvenated.
You know?
Does Tomlin feel rejuvenated to you? Maybe he's got his quarterback.
Yeah, he cut his hair. He's gone bald. I kind of love it.
He went home. He did go home.
Yeah.
His pressure.
My day's coming soon.
Yeah. So that's why I'm growing my hair out now. One last hoorah. One last run, baby. One last run. Let's go to Alameda Lou. Alameda Lou, what's happening?
What's up, Lou?
Hey, good morning, guys. Not sure how the weather is over on Battery, but it's a beautiful day in the East Bay.
Nice.
So what I wanted to say in regards to Niners Steelers, I think the national narrative is that it will be a close game, and I think people are kind of overthinking it a little bit. The one thing that might point towards the Niners being a little iffy with the 2.5-point spread is the quarterback, Brock Purdy. But people forget that Kenny Pickett hasn't done anything either, and he hasn't done nearly as much as Brock Purdy. Niners are stacked up and down the lineup. The Steelers aren't. They have a good defense. And it's simple as that. I think people are really overthinking it. Niners by at least 10.
Ooh.
I like that.
I'm going to go in a different direction.
I like that. You could take it Pittsburgh?
No.
Oh. You said you're going in a different direction.
Yeah, I got the Niners scoring 2
opposite.
touchdowns, kicking 4 field goals, and the game winner by Moody. They're going to win 23-21.
Well, if you score 2 touchdowns, that would be 26 if you kick 4 field goals.
17, 20. Oh, 3 then, excuse me. 3.
All right. So you got the 23.
I want Moody to get that game-winning field goal.
23 to what?
Start this year out 23-21.
Look at you turning.
I think they're going to get stalled out in the red zone.
Moody, I'm telling you, you guys are too down on Moody.
I guess my prediction's wrong. He was going to go 3 of 4 from field goal range.
Gotcha. So he's going to miss one to freak everybody out. Is basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right.
You know they're going to kick some field goals on Sunday. It's coming.
Yeah, of course. And I'm here for that. I'm here for the chaos. Lord, please don't let him miss one. Don't let him miss one.
Ball security is extremely important. Last night, what's the guy's name? Marvin Jones Jr. Fumbled in the red zone and really cost Detroit. I mean, Detroit should have had more points on the board at halftime. And I feel like there's going to be a big turnover. There's not going to be a lot of them because both teams really value the ball. A big turnover in this game is going to come back and bite somebody in the butt.
Yeah, and that's one thing Brock Purdy did well. Although a lot of people cite the interceptable balls he thrown, I saw Mahomes throw like 6 interceptable balls last night.
He puts it up there.
He puts it up there. But Brock Purdy just take care of the football. Ball security, which destroyed the Niners last year in Chicago. You fumble on the first drive. Trey Lance later throws an interception late in the early in the fourth quarter. Take care of the football. You take care of the football, you're going to give yourself a great chance to win. By the way, Niners starting the season with 2 games on the road. I'm looking back at night. For some reason, I went down the rabbit hole of 1989, the 89 Niners. Do you know they started the season on the road for the first 3 games? The first 3 games were in Indianapolis, Tampa Bay, and Philadelphia in that classic 38-28 game when they scored 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
The 89 season?
The 89 season.
Interesting. I wonder if Candlestick with the Giants had something to do with that.
Maybe the diamond infield dirt. 89, they started the first 3 games on the road. Indianapolis, Tampa Bay, and Philadelphia. That is insane. I'm kind of tired of the Niners opening up on the road, to be honest with you.
And they played some games at Stanford that year, if I believe, because of the earthquake. Yeah, wow.
So Jeff Fuller got hurt.
Man, that's interesting.
Remember Jeff Fuller got hurt in that game?
He's a great woulda, coulda, shoulda in Niner history.
Penny Hardaway of football?
I mean, man, he was really good.
What about Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570. We're heading into year 7 of Shanahan, and this team has top-end talent all across the board. He's got probably on paper his most dynamic offense that he's ever had with Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and of course Christian McCaffrey. Where are you at with Kyle Shanahan as head coach of the Niners?
I felt really refreshed to see him happy the other day with Nick Bosa. I thought that was a big... Again, I don't know how many casual fans are watching press conferences on their timeline, whether it's Instagram or TikTok or Twitter. I don't know. I don't know how people are consuming the Niners. Are they just waiting for game day? I don't know. But when I was watching them, it felt like life and death at every press conference for the last 2 months. And then to see him so happy that they got the Nick Bosa deal done, I think it was a huge exhale in the room, and I think everybody's ready emotionally and mentally to start the year off much better.
Other than winning the Super Bowl, what's the next level for him? What does he need to do? Does this offense need to carry the defense at times?
You know what I
Do
wanna
they need
see?
to average 30 points a game? Do they need more explosives? What's next in this offense?
I hate to be this guy. I would love to see Brock Purdy throw a touchdown pass, late in the game. And as he's coming back to the sideline, Shanahan it's not in his nature. Just, bear hug him. You know what I mean? I
do want some big fist pumps from Shanahan.
I want to see, when I think of, McVay or even Harbaugh back in the day, and I know not everyone, Andy Reid doesn't hug anyone. You know what I mean? He's not, Belichick
He gives it a little, Andy Reid gives it a little.
But I would love to see Kyle Shanahan just, give him a bear hug. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's
So you
something.
want to see him run in the end zone like McVay?
No, not that. There's just something like I'm a rah-rah guy. And so like when I see Dan Campbell and he's like, we're going for it, and he's like yelling at his guys and he's telling them we're going to go for it, even though it was a horrible play call.
Right.
They go for it on 4th down. Or when I see Pete Carroll and he's like, yeah, and he's like all jacked up and all the defensive players are ready to hug Pete. There's just something. I would love to see Kyle break his own mold and just slap a big bear hug on Brock Purdy. I don't know. I'd love that.
I do want to see him loosen up a little bit. I do want to see him loosen up. And somebody on YouTube here, who is it? V Tran. Kyle is stoic. That's just the way he is.
I know
is
he
stoic,
is.
and I'm with it.
I
but
know he is.
I want to see him loosen up a little bit. It was good to see him smile the other day.
It was.
Because he has been a little. Listen, Kyle's always been snarky with the media, and a lot of people. Well, it's funny we didn't even touch on when he went back and forth with Matt Mayoko. And a lot of people looked at Shanahan and said, why did he come at him like that? Well, again, you were surprised a couple weeks ago when Bryce Harper said, hey, that caller Chuck, 94 WIP, right? These guys listen, and they read. When Trey Lance got demoted to the 3rd string, and they named Sam Darnold the backup quarterback, which they didn't want to get released. I think that was Trey Lance telling his agent, hey, I'm the number 3 quarterback. I want out. I believe Trey Lance's representatives
This is the first
leaked that.
time we've referenced the T word all week.
Right? It's great.
It's been refreshing.
Right. And when I'm not even going to go there with Trey Lance, but a lot of people, when Shanahan did an interview with a radio station and he didn't talk to the media and things like a lot of people called him a coward. And I think he took that personal. I really do. He's like, really? I'm just trying to do my job. And then he went there Friday night and he explained everything, the whole process, which I believe he didn't have to do. I was like, wow, Shanahan, he earned my respect by detailing everything that happened with Trey Lance and the whole situation with the backup job. And I don't think he even had to do that. If I was him, I would put a Bill Belichick and say, hey, we're on to Cincinnati, and say Trey Lance is in Dallas. But he did anyway. And I give him credit for that. I was like, wow, okay, I'm impressed with that. And still people were coming at him the next week. And I give Shanahan credit. I was like, you know what? Some of our media members sometimes, and I love our media, sometimes I was like, you know what? You guys are mad because he didn't come talk to you right away and he did an interview with somebody else. Let's grow up a little bit here, folks. And so I think Shanahan read all this stuff. Was like, really? I sit here and tell you guys everything. I detail everything that happened, and I'm still getting called a coward in the press. I think that's why he got snarky with Mayoko. But it was good to see him smile the other day. But I'm like, I give him credit for that because I was like, you know what? Some of us deserve the snarkiness when it comes to Shanahan for what everything he's been open with, and the Niners have been open with the pressers and all the stuff with Trey Lance. I didn't think Shanahan. I thought the media was a little soft during that whole process.
Well, I took it in a whole different way. I don't think he cares what the media says. I don't think him or Lynch cares one way or the other. I do think Lynch wants to be liked by the media, but I don't think he really cares at the end of the day what they think. I do believe, and this is me, I have zero knowledge inside the building. I don't know anyone. I don't pretend to know anybody. I do feel that, I think Jed came to Lynch and Shanahan, and not that, you better be right on Brock, because I don't think he's talking like that. It's just if this is what we're going to do, we got to win.
Yeah.
If this is the direction that we're going in, it's got to be right. I do think so.
I wonder where Jed's at right now.
I do think so. And I think that the whole Bosa thing, I think that weighed on everyone because they want to have this guy. Shanahan has talked. If you listen to Shanahan at all at a podium, the guy has talked about defensive line play since day one. He's talked about getting after the quarterback, right? Obviously, his offensive scheme is something that's very important to him. The second thing is 100%. I want a ferocious defensive line. Well, there's no other player in the league you would trade for at 25 years old than Nick Bosa. I don't care. Every team in the league is looking for a Nick Bosa. So I think that weighed on him heavily.
Yep.
And I think that behind the scenes, I think not that they're feeling the heat. That's not what I'm getting at. I just think that the owner said to them, if this is the direction you're going to go in, you better be right. You better be 100% right. Not that I'm going to fire you tomorrow, but I'm not going to let you trade away 1 million picks. I'm not going to give you $30 million in free agency next year to sign Kirk Cousins.
Right.
If the direction that you want to go in is Brock Purdy, I believe in you. You've earned that benefit of the doubt, but you just better be right. And I think that there's an internal pressure that Kyle feels himself to win because he wants to win, obviously. And I think it was more, I think it's internally. I think those guys want to win internally because I think they know how difficult it is to get that ball at the bottom of the mountain and drag it all the way to the top and have it fall back down and not get to the summit.
I think some of the stress not only was it Bosa, but I think he was I think he was down because he goes, boy, we moved up number 3 for my hand-selected guy in Trey Lance, and it's not working out. And I've got to tell Trey we have to move on. I think that hurt him, too, because Trey's a good kid.
I'm sure.
And Trey worked his butt off to get back, and I think Shanahan was like, damn, I got to wear this one. I know I have to wear it. He's a good kid, and it hurt to tell him. That's why it's like, you know what, just take the day off. You're talking like this. So I think Shanahan was also hurt by that as well. The tension in the room, knowing that, bro, we brought in Darnold, and he's going to compete, and boy, we got to move on from our hand-selected number 3 overall pick, and I know I'm going to get hit. I'm going to get beat up everywhere else, but I got to try to keep my locker room. I think he was beat up by that as well.
So, like, and I'm not going to pretend like my marriage is an exact comp to ownership, head coach, comps here, but like we've all been in that opportunity with our significant other where we're like, I want to buy X.
Right.
In my case, it's like the downstairs wet bar. We were redoing everything, and I wanted to put in this particular thing, and it didn't work out the way that we wanted it to. And she never lets me forget about it. She's not going to divorce me tomorrow. She's not leaving me, but I feel that heat. And every time we walk by that bad boy, she looks at it and she's like, we got to fix that. We've got to fix this particular thing in it. And I know it. And so it's like the next time we go to make a decision on anything in the house, she doesn't let me forget.
Right.
And I'm not saying that Kyle's not in charge of the organization,
right.
But when you ask for $30 million for Javon Hargrave in free agency, the owner has to okay that. I'm not saying he's making the decision. When you give Nick Bosa $120 million guarantee, the owner's got to be in that. If next year you want to go get a quarterback because for whatever reason this doesn't work out, the owner probably said, like, I'm not going to be willing to just say, yeah, no problem. I'll cut you $30 million guarantee to go get Kirk Cousins. And this is all hypotheticals. I'm just talking. So I do believe that they're feeling internal pressure.
Maybe. But I think they also have a lot of leeway. And I don't think his seat's
Again, they're not leaving him tomorrow.
Yeah, they're not leaving tomorrow.
I'm just saying, like,
I think it's just
someone's holding them accountable.
Maybe. Jed York has said, hey, look, we've given you everything now. Parag, we've given you everything.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Now it's go time.
Yes.
Now it's go time. Let's go to Verducci in El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Happy Friday.
Ducci.
Niner faithful, baby. Hopefully you are ready, baby. I'm so pumped up for Sunday. And you asked about our feeling about Shanahan. For me, it's no excuses. You both know that I've come on the air, and you know how much I love Shanahan, but at the same time, the two things I want to see in growth is the biggest thing is at the end of the game, when it comes crunch time, calling the correct plays and really going after it. Pedal to the metal. The second thing is end-of-game clock management. Can he finally get over the hump? At times, he just drives us crazy with that, lets the opponent kind of linger in the game, and then we've lost a lot of close games. So those are the two things. But we have it all. There's no excuses, Shanahan. You got the offense. You got the defense. Yes, maybe kicking's a little weak right now, but nevertheless, we need to go get it. Niner faithful, let's go, baby. I'm ready. I'm strapped up from the El Dorado Hills. Let's go.
That's the passion I'm looking for. Again, it's week 1 of the NFL season. You got Shanahan, one of the bright young play callers in the game. You got weapons galore offensively. You got Nick Bosa back. He just signed a contract 18 minutes ago with the quill pen. He's a new man. He's a $122 million man right now. Maybe he'll get to full enchilada with the 170. We shall see. But $122.5 million guaranteed, which is insane. Bosa's a happy man. You got Fred Warner roaming the middle alongside that psychopath and Dre Greenlaw, who's looking to knock heads off.
Did you hear what Chris Collinsworth said last night, the owner of PFF?
What did he say? Oh, about the linebacker, Nick Bolton?
He said, I think the best player in the league at linebacker is Fred Warner. Nick Bolton reminds me of Fred Warner. Yep. And people lost their mind that he would compare. He was complimenting Fred Warner, called him the gold standard at the position. Yeah, that felt great to hear.
It was actually refreshing. I didn't tweet at all during the game. At the end, I sent 2 tweets. That was it.
Oh.
Football Twitter's over the top.
What do you mean?
Play-by-play. Oh, my God, what a dumb decision. It's a football game. It's the second quarter. Relax. The game's not going to be won or lost in the second quarter. Now, you could make some bad plays and put you behind the 8 ball here, but relax in real time. It's too much. It's actually refreshing. Not tweeting and just watching the football game and then having some thoughts afterwards. It's my new approach to Twitter. Seriously. Social media. It was great just to watch the game and watch it play out. Seriously, I can't do it.
Somewhere Jimbo's driving around listening to this. I call Cap on that.
No, you should call. You can.
We will monitor your Twitter situation throughout the year.
No, I'll tweet during the Niners game during commercial breaks here and there, but I'm not going to tweet during drives, right? Like, let the game play out. Relax, folks. Michael Conquer, what's happening?
Hey guys, how you doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Faithful Friday, as I call it. The way I see this game going, I just see our defense just keeping Pickett in the pressure cooker because, I mean, I don't feel like their line is going to be able to hold our D-line. We got too many Bears in the den ready to get released. I mean, you got Bosa, Hargrave, Warner, Armstead, etc. If you try to double somebody, someone's going to eat on the outside, someone's going to eat up the middle. I don't see Harris really gaining 100 yards. So I think our defense is going to eat and hold them under 17 points.
I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. 888-957-9570. If the Niners win, what has to happen? If they lose, what is the main reason? Also, where are you at with Kyle Shanahan? We're in year number 7. Year number 7. And sure, a lot of people will say when Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator at Atlanta, he was the obvious choice to become head coach. Same thing with Jim Harbaugh. Oh, he was the obvious choice to be a head coach. Well, it's panned out for the 49ers. And the Niners are back to being relevant again because of the help of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and his offensive system and the way he runs the ball and the way they make moves here and the way their offense is humming. Shanahan has done wonders here. Now, I've been very, very critical of Kyle Shanahan and some of his decision-making. What I want to see in year 7, Shasky, is better decision-making in the fourth quarter. I want to see better decision-making when it's 4th and 2. I want to see better play calls in short yardage situations. There's critical areas where Shanahan fails at times. Now, I'm blown away by how many points they score within the last 2 minutes of a first half because it seems like, boy, you're taking your time. Except the Super Bowl where he didn't call a timeout. I mean, that's the area I want to see him improve in. Late in the game, you get into a situation like the LA Rams and NFC Championship game. I want you to see you be more aggressive, but I also want you to be aggressive and spread it out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Don't spread it out and run the gun run right up the gut. That drives me insane. You know, how many times we see that fell under Kyle Shanahan? So in situational football, he's got to get better with that. Situational football, I'm going to see Shanahan get it better.
It's interesting that a lot of people compare Kyle to Andy Reid, right? Over and over and over and over again. Did you catch the Andy Reid commercial that unveiled last night?
No, I told you, I'm not a big commercial guy.
Well, he had another funny one that was on an airline. This was a State Farm commercial where he's sitting down with Patrick Mahomes and who's that other guy who used to do it with Rodgers? The young kid who's jacked out of his mind.
Aaron Rodgers. Oh,
I don't know who the actor is. Anyway, they're sitting there, and I guess Andy Reid is obsessed with cheeseburgers. Did you know that?
Yeah. He talked about it after Super Bowl. Just give me a big old cheeseburger.
Exactly. So he's eating cheeseburgers, and they're going through the State Farm commercial, and he's eating the French fries and eating the cheeseburgers, and I audibly laughed out loud when he called nuggies. Yeah. Give me some of them nuggies.
Give me some of them nuggies.
It was hilarious. Him leaning in to the fact that everyone knows that he's a bigger guy and he likes his food and that he loves cheeseburgers. I kept thinking, like, 5 years ago, if Andy Reid had the 0 Super Bowls, there's no way he does that commercial, right?
Maybe.
You think at any point Kyle Shanahan would be in a commercial like that nationally?
I don't think he has a personality to be in a commercial.
But I didn't think Andy Reid did either.
Yeah, no, Andy Reid showed personality. We got Matt Nahigan somewhere around here. Andy Reid always showed a little personality, fun-loving type of dude. I don't know if Shanahan would ever do commercials. I just don't see him. Was Mike Shanahan ever in commercials?
I can't think of any coaches anywhere that were in commercials.
John Gruden.
Yeah, but he wasn't coaching.
Chucky. The whole Chucky Doll phenomenon when he was a Raider coach the first time around. Jim Harbaugh in the khakis.
Well, that was genius.
Jim Harbaugh was always in. He'd sell anything. But I just don't think it's in Shanahan's DNA. Why? I'm looking at YouTube right now, and we're not getting negative.
Seaford was in the Visa commercials back in the day. Those were good. That was with Steve Young. They were very good.
Did they have the what were they?
Were excellent.
Weren't they singing?
Look it up.
Yeah, weren't they singing?
Look it up.
Weren't they singing something? Yeah, they were really good.
They were some really good Visa commercials.
I'm looking at the YouTube. It feels like a lot of our roasters on YouTube are down on Shanahan. Why? Because of the Trey Lance. Move on from Trey Lance. Trey Lance is gone.
Let it go.
Let it go. He wasn't good enough to play. He's gone. Get over it. He mishandled the situation. Blame it on the Bossa Nova. DG, that's what it was. The Bossa Nova. That's what remember they were singing that? That's was great.
Right.
That was great.
That's right. If you could find that commercial, Loveman, I know you're doing 15 things out there. God, that was such a good commercial. Right. But again, I just...
You know,
I think Shanahan relates to more people than we give him credit to, because I think that he obviously really cares about his job. He wants to stay youthful and young. It feels that way, and he wants the people that are the most important in his company to like him. Now, see, I think a lot of people relate to that.
Now, see, I don't even agree with this. I don't agree with this at all. Our boy Tyler Miller, I love it, Tyler. It took Shanny about 3 to 4 seasons to get where Jim Harbaugh was. When Shanahan got here in San Francisco, this was an expansion team.
Yes.
Jim Harbaugh got to San Francisco, although they weren't winners. Joe Staley, Ayupati, Anthony Davis, Alex Boone, signed Jonathan Goodwin. You had Frank Gore, right? You had Vernon Davis. You had Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman. You had Justice Smith. You draft Alden Smith. You had Ahmed Brooks. You had Ray McDonald and Sapawaga in the middle. You had talent on this football team. Shanahan and Lynch came to the 49ers. They were basically starting from scratch.
Yeah.
You're the expansion Houston Texans.
True.
I covered those games a year before. I could get nobody to come down to Levi Stadium with me to go watch those games or go to the presser. Empty seats galore. You could sit anywhere in the press box during those days. There was no talent. Jeremy Curley was your leading wide receiver. They were running. Who was the running back they had with the dreads? I can't even remember his name. He brought a dude off the street.
Well, they had number 24 who wasn't bad. He was number 24.
Was he Juju or something?
No,
or
what was his name? Oh, my God, this is going to kill me.
We'll look it up.
I'm going to look it up.
So I don't like the comparison with Jim
24.
Harbaugh. Like, that's silly. Look at the situation. Come on, folks. Why are we down with Shanahan? Like, I get Shanahan has his flaws. I've chronicled him so much that people thought I personally hated Shanahan. No, I just hold him to a high standard. Who's that running back? Something Wagner? They did have, remember they had Sean Drone?
Sean Drones was number 24. Drone. Yeah, Drones was 24. That was the year before.
That was the year before.
Yeah,
but
Sean Drones was sick. I liked him.
DeJuan Harris. DeJuan Harris.
And Mike Davis.
Mike Davis.
He actually's had a decent little NFL career.
Torrey Smith, Rod Streeter.
Torrey Smith.
Chris Harper.
The Torrey Smith signing might have been one of the worst.
Garrett Selleck. Vince McDonald. This team had no talent when Shanahan came aboard, so let's not do that. You know what? People need to get fired up. It's time to go to our man. It's Lakeview's finest.
Oh.
It's the city's finest. You know where we're going. It's Duke in the city. Duke, what's happening?
Come on, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Niner Mob. Let's do it, Niner Mob. YouTube, Twitch. Are you with me, man? Come on, man. I see Shasky got the Trey Lance jersey on, man, in honor of Trey Lance. And our boy Nick Bosa getting back. You know how we do it. Oh, that boy Trey Lance is not stumbling and bumbling and nothing like my lump and the bullets that he passing, got firing, got gassing. Now it's getting drastic. How you catching balls in the middle of the traffic. Then there's George Kittle with the 2020 vision, slipping in these slices, making executive decisions. We got Nick Bosa. Say he is a roaster. Quarterback block like he came out of toaster. He fast a Ferrari. 50 seconds approved by David Bakhtiari. Debo running fast right fast through you. So we do this. It's the Niner Mob, and we're gonna bring it to you. Let's go, y'all. Let's go, Niners. Let's do this, y'all.
Give me that, Duke.
Let's go into Pittsburgh and knock them out the box.
Let's go,
Duke. That into my vein. Air horns. Boom, 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 boom. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland. Are you in zone today? Are you in the zone, Tony?
I'm always in the zone.
Let's go, Tony. Give me that energy.
Okay. So this is what I want to say is that Shanahan is way better than Harbaugh. Harbaugh is like a nerd. He doesn't have any intuitive sense. He has no, like a commander on the field. He has no field sense. And that's the the reason why his brother John brought him down in the Super Bowl, right? Because that's far more intuitive. And then I wanted to say that about commercials. I don't know if you ever saw, I think it was 85, a little bit before your time maybe. Anyway, Dwight Clark, all the guys, they were on the Huey stage with Huey Lewis. And oh my God, Dwight Clark just took it from Lewis. All he had to do was put up his collar. And the dude has the right stuff big. And Huey was thinking how to get him off the stage.
I love that.
Did you know that Ronnie Lott and Montana and a couple other guys were actually in a Huey Lewis song? They were doing part of the a cappella?
Yeah, I saw that. They were all dancing and up there.
Tony, where are you watching the game at Sunday? How do you watch a game?
I don't know. Well, you know, we like to ride bikes, so we might be going down over to St. Mary's College because they have the outside TV. So during the commercials and stuff, we can roam around and come back to it.
I like that.
I do
like that, Tony. I like that, Tony. Well, you stay in the zone out there, Tony. You get Duke.
All right.
All right, Tony, let's go. Tony, Duke, back-to-back. Murderers Row. 888-957-9570.
Could not be two different polar opposite ends of the spectrum.
I love it. I love it. Top 5 storylines. What's a big storyline for you in this year's NFL for you, Shasky?
Belichick. Is this the end? He just broke up with his girlfriend. They said there's tension in the building. It's crazy. Something's going on with Belichick. Mac Jones going to get him fired?
You've been on this. You were on it last year.
Because he's one of the greatest coaches in modern sports.
I still think he has a lot of juice.
Of course he does. But Bonte, he's been there 25 years.
He has been there a long, long time.
I mean, at some point, I honestly believe this is not a hot take. This is the reality. I do not think Tom Brady will go into the booth. I do not think Tom Brady is going to be a broadcaster. I think Tom Brady is going to be the quote-unquote John Elway of the Patriots. It may not be this year. May not be next year. I think Brady wants to be part owner and running one of these teams. Yeah. That's what I think he wants.
Interesting.
You don't just go from I'm obsessed with playing every single minute of every single day to I'm going to drive the kids to school today.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant to do. Oscar and EPA just reminded me on the Xfinity mobile text line. I'm putting out the bash signal. It might be too late. Where is Juice? Juice, Hayward, Juice in Fremont. You know who I'm talking about. Where is Juice? I need some juice in my life. Maybe call Steiny and Guru. I don't care. Somehow, some way, Juice needs to bless these airwaves on 95.7 The Game today. It is football season. You know how Juice rolls. He won't call every day. He won't call every week. Heck, he won't even call every month. But when he calls, he makes an impact. He's an impact player. He's an impact caller. Where is Juice? The bat signal's out for him. If you know who Juice is, if you're friends with Juice, tell him Bonte and Shasky's looking for him. Because it is football season. And I need that optimism. I need that passion. I need that locker room speech. I need some juice in my life.
I think this is going to be a CMC weekend. I think we're going to be talking about CMC going for 150 scrimmage yards plus and scoring a touchdown or two, and he's going to start off a MVP campaign with a big bang in Pittsburgh. That's one of my boldest predictions.
Bold prediction for me is it's going to be a Debo game. It's going to remind us of what happened a couple seasons ago up in Detroit. When Debo had 9 catches for 189 yards.
God, that was such a great
79-yarder.
game.
And he set the tone for the entire season. Sure, he caught the pop-up from Jimmy Garoppolo. The ball was in the air for an eternity. But you know what?
I forgot
Debo did the
about
rest
that.
of it. Remember that one?
I forgot about that.
Remember that? I'm looking for Debo's. That's my bold proclamation. It's a big Debo Samuel game. Patrick Peterson talking, Levi Wallace, Joey Porter Jr. Welcome to the NFL, Joey Porter Jr. Come tackle number 19. Good luck with that.
We going to get a Fumagalli or Ross Dwelly play?
Oh, my gosh. You know you could probably bet on that. Prop bet. Over-under catches, Ross Dwelly, half a catch.
If there's a bet that I like this week, it's like a Jawan Jennings touchdown because he's always the forgotten man in the red zone.
He is a forgotten man. Can you believe he's a number 3 wide receiver for the 49ers? I guess it's due to the run game, his run blocking, his physical. Boy, Jawan Jennings.
He's just different than the other receivers.
He is. And he'll get a penalty. That's the one thing. I need him and Drake Greenlaw. Offensively, Jawan Jennings gets into it. He starts scrapping with dudes. I don't need a 15-yard penalty. Other side of the football, Drake Greenlaw. He was reckless in that Chicago game last year. Reckless.
Well, he hit Justin Fields late and got a big penalty.
Give him an automatic first down.
That's
Right in front of me.
huge.
Right in front of me. Flip the game. Drake Greenlaw, Jawan Jennings. Look, when Drake Greenlaw gets out there, he starts hitting the helmet. I need to shake. I don't need any penalties. 888-957-9570 as we break down Shanahan. We break down this game. King of the Hill coming up. Top 7 Niner openers. Top 7 performances in a 49ers opener. And I'm looking at all offense.
Fred,
all
Otis,
offense.
Amy better be on there. How about How about Arnaz Battle with the end-around touchdown against the Arizona Cardinals week 1 in the doubleheader of Monday Night Football where my boy Mikey C broke his candlestick sheet.
And that was a terrible football game.
Yeah, and it was an end-around to win the game.
That will not be on my list.
Arnaz Battle, 2 touchdowns.
That will not be on my list.
I think they beat Matt Leinart, not Kurt
Yeah,
Warner.
it was a terrible
It was
football
one of
game.
the worst.
One of the worst. Chris Berman was on the broadcast. It was awful. It could have been Greeny and Golick. Who knows? That was a terrible football game. That would not be on my list. Find out who's on my list as we get ready for week number 1 here on the Football Friday.
T.O. scoring a touchdown against the Bears when we won like 50-7.
That may not be on my list
Dennis
either.
Erickson.
That may or may not be on my list. It's coming up in a game sponsored by Save Martin, Lucky California, King of the Hill. Coming up next.
Carlos Hyde.
Monopoly Kick Off the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with Core Water, Coke, or 7-Up products. Buy one, get one free, plus CRV.
back to the Morning Roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Keep this up. Go Purdy. Go Purdy.
It's your birthday?
Hell no, it's week 1.
It's Christmas, right?
I would love to see Nick Bosa upside down, shirtless, just like doing the 50 thing at the beginning. That nobody loves his abs more than Nick Bosa.
He just showed the abs off yesterday.
Which is shocking.
Is there a
How's
little
my
flub
guy
there?
look bigger and stronger?
Is there a little flub in the abs?
Hell nah.
Nah, I know it's not. Bosa's back. Bosa's back. No more worries. Shout out to NBC Sports. Yesterday, we were doing an event yesterday for clients, and we're talking to them and, pitch and sell stuff. And a lot of roasters from NBC Sports, especially Jay Dela Cruz, commuting from Novato all the way down to San Jose. Also, oh, my God, I can't believe the name is slipping me. I was talking with her and Stacy, and she commutes from Napa. She has a baby boy who's going to turn 3. She commutes from Napa. She goes, Bonte, I got to say, the move between you and Shasky from Wednesday to Thursday was astronomical. Wednesday, we're all freaking out. We're all going at each other, going at each other's necks. And then Thursday, we're all smiles because Bosa is signed.
Did you tell her? I'm the Tupac of sports radio. I'll give you Brenda's Got a Baby, and I'll give you Hit 'em Up. Who got that kind of range?
She was talking about both of us, not just you, Shasky. I told her to call the show.
You know what?
I told her to call the show. And gosh, I feel so terrible because I forgot the name. But we were chatting it up for a minute. She was a great lady on the sales team. But I told her to watch out if she did call. Shasky may ask you for a job, and you just tell him no.
Well, you could also tell her that you could be Snoop, and I'll be Pac, and we'll be 2 of America's most wanted.
So that means you're
Ain't
dying at
nothing
25.
like a sports talk party.
Why would you want to be Pac?
Why not?
I mean, it's cool, but you live a short life.
That's who I am.
You could be Snoop, and you're in every commercial. You got reality TV, Snoop and his son playing football.
Love Snoop. Love him.
You smoke all the weed in the world.
Pac is Pac.
Pac is Pac, but
if I go out, I got to go out with guns blazing.
I could maybe be, man. We were doing last call like old BS&G days. That would be great. Who would you rather be, Pac or Snoop? I'd rather be Snoop.
Really?
Yeah.
Selling Skechers?
Dude, go to No Limit, become a No Limit soldier, wear the tank. Then I'm selling Skechers. I'm selling Corona. I'm on roast. I'm doing everything. I'm at every game. Man, rest in peace, Pac, but I'd rather be Snoop. I want to live a little bit. That's the thing. Tupac didn't get to really live.
Oh, no, he did. No one did more work in a short amount of time than him. Come on. Who are we kidding? He's still got albums coming out.
Snoop's in movies, too. Pac, I know Pac's in movies, but so is Snoop. Snoop's been to some classics.
I think Tupac's acting career might be a little more comprehensive. But,
it is.
But I don't know.
It is. It is.
Not that, Gang Affiliated was a great movie.
No. What was the other one? Gang Related, right?
Gang Related. What did I say, Gang Affiliated?
Or did he have Gridlock?
Gridlocked?
Yeah.
Nah.
Did he get? Yeah.
I would say DMX has actually probably had more impact than both of them.
No. DMX was a good actor.
But Tupac and Above the Rim, Birdie is an all-time character.
It is.
Juice, all-time character.
I know. Talking to Marlon Wayans about that, Above the Rim. People in New York, they still talk about that. That movie's over 30 years old. Can you believe that? Above the Rim and Juice.
Yeah, I remember buying the soundtrack.
Right.
Yeah,
I just can't believe those movies are that. I feel old. By the way, earlier this week, my guy Dave Bursteed over at NBC was like, what's the 30-year anniversary of White Man Can't Jump?
One of the best movies ever?
Best movies ever. I'm not just saying it's sport, just best movies ever. Sidney Dean, man, he could hoop.
I want you to watch back that movie. He could not hoop. Narrator, he could not.
He could hoop.
Woody Harrelson with the jumper over the back of the head, the old white guy jumper.
I know.
I mean, just.
I may watch that tonight by myself.
Such a great movie.
Get some popcorn. Have some water. Maybe some juice. Watch White Man Can't Jump. Maybe I'll pull that up.
They're calling me Shaskavelli in the YouTube chat.
Snoop did do WrestleMania, though. He did do WrestleMania. Pac never got to do WrestleMania. Snoop did. All right, as we get ready for week 1 of the NFL season, you're going to like this, Jasky. And I'm going all offensive side of the football. I'm not going to go on defense. I'm going all offense here.
Okay.
I can't get a hill.
Okay, is Carlos Hyde on the list?
You will find out in a second.
He went for 200 plus, and I think 4 touchdowns.
You will find out in a second.
And by the way, I had him in fantasy that year, and I was so happy. And then week 2 happened.
You will against the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they gave up what? 43 points.
Shanahan's still mad that he dropped that pass over the top in year one.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Against the Houston Texans?
Oh, my God.
That was a Jimmy Garoppolo dime with Clowney all in his face. Jimmy Garoppolo was something in 2017, man. Gosh. Even Tyler Miller had a Jimmy G jersey in 2017. All right, let's get to it. Top 7 offensive performances in a Niner season opener.
Oh, my God.
In my lifetime. King and Hill this week. Brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. Are you ready for this list, Shasta?
I'm going to let you know. If Arnaz Battle is not on this list, I'm going to be mad.
Well, be mad because he's not on this list. Spoiler alert.
What about
he's not on
Anquan
this
Bolden
list.
and his 200 yards with Kaepernick throwing for 400?
Well, if you let me get through the list, maybe you'll find out who's on the list.
I'm just flexing all
Don't
of my
be like
knowledge.
the 415. Don't be like the 405 interrupted me. It's my list. It's my time to shine.
All right. Is anybody outside looking in? OLIs.
Number 7.
Okay.
Number 7.
Number 7.
Number 7. We're going back to 2021.
2021. Okay.
Oh, excuse me. No, 2022. Wait, no. 2021.
So Detroit.
Jimmy Garoppolo and Deebo Samuel are going to share number 7.
What?
It's a combination sensation.
I do
like
love
the
a
combo.
combination.
I do love me a combo
I
pizza.
do love a combo.
I love a good combo from Popeyes. I love a good combo from Taco Bell. I love a good combo from soda, which requires just a little broccoli and some soup. Anyway, it's not the combination a lot of our roasters are looking for. But number 7, Jimmy Garoppolo, Deebo Samuel. Jimmy Garoppolo in that game, 17-25, 314 passing yards, a 79-yard touchdown to Deebo Samuel, who had 9 catches for 189 and a touchdown. Number 7 openers since 1990. Top 7 offensive performances in the Niner season opener. Jimmy Garoppolo, Deebo Samuel, number 7. Give me number 6. Number 6. Ricky Running Waters in his debut for 49er 1992.
It's a good one.
13 carries, 100 yards against the New York Giants. 5 catches, 50 yards in a reception. A 31-14 victory. Ricky Running Waters introducing himself to the 49ers world. A hell of a debut. I miss Ricky Running Waters. I'm telling you, the Niners of the 90s changed when Ricky signed with the Philadelphia Eagles. People forget how good Ricky was. They do. Maybe I could have had Arnaz Battle, but
The
no,
North
Arnaz Battle.
remembers.
No one remembers.
No, this Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah. The North remembers. By the way, when's that new Game of Thrones coming out?
I don't know. They better hurry up.
All right.
I'm running low on content. These writers better get back to work.
All right, give me number 5. Number 5.
Number 5.
Number 5. There it is. Ted Ginn Jr.
Oh!
Jim Harbaugh's first game
Not
as head
one.
coach. But 2. 1 punt return, 1 kickoff return. Averaged 44 yards per kickoff return in that game against Seattle. Average 18 yards per punt return. 5 returns, 92 yards, a touchdown, a 55-yarder. Of course, the kickoff return, 102 yards. Ted Ginn Jr. in Jim Harbaugh's first ever football game as head coach of the 49ers, beating the Seattle Seahawks 33-17. Ted Ginn Jr.
Just
what
like
a performance.
That national championship game where he ran back the touchdown on the first play.
Yep, against Florida, and then they got wiped out.
Yeah.
41-14. Tough. Lost to Chris Leak and Tebow.
Was he the 9th overall pick for the Dolphins?
Yeah. Everybody was like, what are you doing?
Well,
it was
right.
a reach. They were right. He was a reach. Take it, dude. Drove me crazy. Anyway, number 4.
Number 4.
I had to isolate these two. I did. Because they were both great. They couldn't share it. So I'm going to go number 4 here. Anquan Bolden, his first ever football game with the 49ers, 2013 against the Green Bay Packers at Candlestick Park, the last season at Candlestick Park. Anquan Bolden, 13 catches, 189 yards. He was balling in that game. Anquan Bolden. Remember that game? You were there.
Of course I was. It was the final home game opener at Candlestick, and Clay Matthews hit Colin Kaepernick on the side of the sidelines near the Green Bay, and everyone went crazy.
Anquan Bolden was special in that game. Had a big 3rd down catch. Had the game-clinching 4th down catch from Colin Kaepernick, who's number 3. Give me number 3. Number 3. Colin Kaepernick.
Number 3.
In that same football game. 27-39. 412 yards. 3 touchdown passes. 22 yards rushing. People misremember how good Kaepernick was. Kaepernick's still trying to play, but he's never playing in this league ever again. He's not. But Kaepernick that day, he's not a passer. Well, he passed for over 400 yards against that Green Bay defense. That was a special performance. Number 3. Are you ready for number 2?
Well, the thing real quick, before you move on, he had done that on the heels of kicking the crap out of him on a Saturday night the year prior. He ended Green Bay's season. And then they had all offseason to try to stop him. And they said, well, he's not going to run on us. Well, he threw for 400 in the opener.
He threw for 412
that was
yards.
one of my favorite games of all time.
I mean, he was unbelievable. He was throwing dimes all over the field. Also, Vernon Davis in that game, 7 catches, 89 yards.
Really?
Yeah, he was dominant in that game. Vernon Davis has some really, really special performances. I think I messed up on the yardage. Anquan Boldin, 13 catches, 208 yards, not 189. I was looking at Debo's stat line. 208 yards for Anquan Boldin in the touchdown in that game. Actually, Vernon Davis, 6 catches, 98 yards, and 2 touchdowns in that same game. But Kaepernick, number 3. All right, number 2, a lot of people may disagree, but how can it not be Garrison Hearst against the New York Jets? 1998. We played the run a couple days ago. It was special. Greg Gumbel was on the call with Phil Simms. Glenn Foley was throwing the ball all over the yard. Wayne Corbett, Keyshawn Johnson. He had stars galore. Garrison Hearst, 96-yard touchdown at overtime, 20 carries, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns in that home opener against the New York Jets. I loved it. You loved it. Garrison Hearst, one of my all-time favorite 49ers. Underrated, understated, out of Georgia. Remember him? Out of Georgia, drafted by the Arizona Cardinals.
I think he was a 2-time comeback player of the year, too.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Which is almost impossible.
Impossible. Garrison Hearst, number 2 on that list. All right, here we go. Number 1.
Okay.
Number
guess?
1. I'm going to let you take a guess at number 1.
I don't know.
All-time openers, performances.
Last year, Trey Lance in the rain.
Stop. Come on, give it to me.
I don't know.
Give it to me.
Give it to me, B.
Jerry Rice, 1994 against the L.A. Raiders, Candlestick Park, where he broke the touchdown record, became number 1, tied in, then broke it. They were running up to score against the Raiders. I'm sure Al Davis wasn't happy about that with Steve Young throwing deep, but Jerry Rice, 7 catches, 169 yards, 2 touchdowns, and another touchdown on the ground on the reverse for 23 yards. That's my all-time favorite season opener, Monday Night Football. Frank Allen, Dan in the booth, Jerry Rice. Come on, man. Number 1 on the list. We'll get it out on Twitter. What do you think? Number 7, Jimmy Garoppolo, Deebo Samuel against Detroit. 1992, Ricky Waters in his 49ers debut. Number 5, Take It Jr. with 2 returns for a touchdown. Number 4, Anquan Boldin, 13 catches, 208 yards. Number 3, Colin Kaepernick, 412 yards against the Green Bay Packers and 3 touchdowns. Number 2, Garrison Hearst against the Jets with that long overtime run. That was special. Who was it? Dave Fiore downfield blocking? Was it Kirk Strafford downfield blocking? It was an unbelievable run by Garrison Hearst. Oh, I loved it. And then number 1, Jerry Rice.
You know, you left off one that I think needs to be said. We talk so much
about...
Not
our dad's battle.
I mean, you mind if I bring this one up? We talk so much about
Morning interruption. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
When does that crack come into play?
See, like Spinoni, not Spinoni, but Loveman. Excuse me, Loveman. Do you know who R.C. Owens is? The guy who created the quote unquote alley-oop play?
Of course.
You know, B, but do you know Loveman?
Oh yeah, he knows. That's beyond me.
Well, he's one of the great 49er wide receivers of all time that doesn't get mentioned.
He doesn't.
We go straight to Dwight Clark and Jerry Rice and Taylor and obviously T.O. and you go on and on. The guy that everyone always forgets is Gene Washington. And just for a second, 1972, after losing the way that they did in the 71 NFC Championship game, Gene Washington comes out, goes 8 for 140 with 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's pretty special. That's special.
Who were the 2 quarterbacks throwing to him?
Was Spurrier one?
Spurrier's got 6 passes in.
Brody?
Also threw an interception, but no touchdowns.
Brody?
John Brody, who would end up being the MVP of the league in 1969. He was old man Brody, and they were trying to work in Steve Spurrier. At 3 touchdowns for any wide receiver in a Niner uniform, I don't know. I just feel like we never talk about Gene Washington. Gene Washington was an all-time Niner.
No, he was an all-time Niner. Maybe could have made the list, but it's a tough list. It's a tough list.
Yeah, we're going to the color TV era, and so, he doesn't make the cut.
Right. No, it doesn't make the cut at all. Does not make the cut. So, not a bad list. So, Arnaz Battle did not make my list. Carlos Hyde did not make my list. Sorry. I just thought these performances were better, especially if you're playing on bad football teams. Come on. It's not going to make the list. Come on. This is 49ers here. 49ers. Now, Ricky Waters did score 5 touchdowns in a playoff game against the New York Giants. That was a special, special day. I miss Ricky Waters, man. And that number 32, may have to buy that jersey.
Do you know who threw the first ever touchdown pass for the 49ers in 1946?
Was it Frankie Albert?
Yes, it was. Come on, you love that. Do you know who was the receiver of that?
Oh, that I do not know.
There's an award named after him.
Really? In the NFL?
Just, yeah, in the NFL.
Ooh.
Len Eschmont.
Len Eschmont. Wow. The Len Eschmont. For the 49ers.
You like that? Yeah, I meant the 49ers.
Len Eschmont
1946.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good knowledge there. I like that.
I always like to give you the random stuff. You're talking about openers and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, when they first built the 49ers in the early 40s, college football was way bigger than the NFL. Huge. It was the national sport outside of boxing. And so they drafted a bunch of guys and assembled the team with St. Mary's, Santa Clara, Cal, Stanford, all the local colleges. And Frankie Albert was a lefty out of Stanford. And Bill Walsh ended up watching that because he grew up in San Jose and was infatuated with left-handed quarterbacks. There's a guy playing this weekend who I'm infatuated with because he's a left-handed quarterback. This kid Penix up in Washington, I'm very intrigued with him.
Lefty.
Very intrigued with him.
Yeah, he's going to be interesting out of Indiana. By the way, that was King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health, successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. What are some of the big storylines in the NFL? Is it Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets? Is it Joe Burrow? We haven't even talked about Joe Burrow. What about his contract yesterday that got announced right before kickoff? Joe Burrow with the Cincinnati Bengals, which is surprising to me because Mike Brown is one of the more frugal owners in the league, and they got to make a decision on T. Higgins coming up and Jamar Chase next season. But Joe Burrow is a new $200 million man. You think about his last 5 years. He's had a hell of a run after going to LSU. $275 million extension, $219 million guaranteed, make him the highest paid player in NFL history.
Somebody put out a meme of him as the Home Alone kid, and now I can't unsee it.
Macaulay Culkin?
Yeah, it's like spot on.
He does look like Macaulay Culkin.
When he's Richie Rich with the hair gelled back.
Underrated movie.
Very underrated movie. Underrated cartoon, too.
Yeah, it is an underrated cartoon. Richie Rich actually is high on my list for Macaulay Culkin movies. I think it's better than Home Alone 3, Home Alone 2.
Okay.
I don't know. Pac-12 got some quarterbacks. You're right, Damon Ching. They do have some quarterbacks. Joe Burrow, what's the biggest storyline for you outside of the 49ers in the NFL, Shasky?
The biggest storyline outside of the 49ers.
Or a storyline that you're monitoring in the NFL.
Well, there's a lot of them. First off, like Green Bay is a great example. You've had basically 30 years of great quarterback play. What's it going to look like for Jordan Love? You know, how, not tender, but, you know, how accepting is their fan base going to be of the growing pains? I feel like they're going to run the heck out of the ball. I think they're going to be around 500. I do. I don't think they're going to be horrible. I think they're going to be right in the middle. Detroit feels like a great story this year, but they still even feel like they're a little far away. You saw some of the growing pains last night. I look at this AFC, and to me, it's a war of attrition in the AFC. That would be the number one story. What happens with Aaron Rodgers and Josh Allen and Tua and Mac Jones in the AFC East? Look at that AFC North division. You can make an argument for 4 different teams to win that division.
Yeah.
Even Cleveland thinks that they have a chance.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued with the Baltimore Ravens. Odell Beckham's already dealing with the ankle issue. Yeah, a lot of Odell Beckham's dealing with the ankle issue.
Right.
There's a lot of people who think that the Ravens are going to be overrated this year. What about Cincinnati? Where are they at?
Exactly.
Pittsburgh. Nobody's even talking about the Cleveland Browns. They got Nick Chubb.
Watson, right? Like, what's he going to look like this
Watson
year?
and Amari Cooper and Njoku.
And then the other one, like I look at the South, it feels like that's the poorest division in the AFC by far. But who knows? Things could change. Like, I don't want to sleep on Tennessee because Vrabel's a great coach. But, man, it does feel like everybody likes the Jags and the Lions. I mean, who would have thought, right?
I do like the Jags.
Everyone does. And then I look at the AFC West and I say to myself, Sean Payton, Russell Wilson, there's just no way this is going to work. There's going to be friction the whole way. Either Russ is a fraud or Peyton's a fraud. I don't think they can coexist.
Yeah, one of my big storylines.
They've got big egos.
Yeah, they do have big egos. One of my biggest storylines in this NFL season, it's Russ and Sean Payton, but I am intrigued with Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders.
Really?
I am. What are they going to do down there? They play hard. They got Josh Jacobs. What is going on with the Raiders?
You're more intrigued with Jimmy G and the Raiders than you are with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets?
I don't know if I take it that far. Because Monday Night Football is going to be special. Buffalo, New York, 9/11, MetLife Stadium. The emotions in that stadium. Sauce Gardner. We just saw him on Hard Knocks. Robert Saleh. And a lot of people, you talk about the Ravens, everybody being down on them. A lot of people are down on the Buffalo Bills.
Well, because they went to Ken Dorsey as their OC, and he was the quarterback coach.
Right.
And Brian Daboll clearly was a very good OC for them.
Right.
And they took a slight step back last year, and there's a lot of chatter coming out of there. The way the Niners were talking about like dark cloud, like they got to get over this playoff hump, and something's going on with Stephon Diggs. I think there's a lot of interesting.
They've had some playoff success, though. They have won playoff games before. We act like they never won a playoff game with Josh Allen.
The Dolphins was ugly.
It was, but the year before, you win some playoff games at home. You beat the Ravens one year. You get to the AFC Championship game. You lose to Mahomes, right? 13 seconds left to kick the game, tying field goal, and then you lose in overtime, which had everybody whining about the overtime rules. They've been knocking on the door. And Buffalo they came out like gangbusters last year. Remember that? They were lighting it up. Remember they lit up LA, they lit up Buffalo. They beat Kansas City at Arrowhead last year before the bye week.
Who's the biggest upside guy, coach, player in the league? I got a name in my head.
Biggest upside this year?
Yeah, the guy we're going to be talking about in a way, whether it's player or coach, 10 weeks from now.
Could be Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence. Those two right there. I also look at, and nobody's talking about them, Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur. We're going to find out who Matt LaFleur is this year, and we're going to find out if Jordan Love was the right pick.
Okay.
Those are two different tandems, one in the AFC, one in the NFC. What about you?
I'm going to go Shane Steichen with the Indianapolis Colts. I'm very interested to see if he can get Richardson going. Even if he just shows a little something, this is going to be a guy who was credited with the Jalen Hurts ascension. And then if he could do that same kind of thing with Anthony Richardson, you're looking at a guy who's going to be ascending in the NFL in terms of how we view him. Because Jalen Hurts, we talk about Josh Allen taking these quantum leaps forward. So did Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And I know Lincoln Riley's going to get a lot of credit, which he deserves. But Jalen Hurts, when he got drafted, I think most people were like, second round?
Yeah.
To play quarterback?
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
And look where he's at. So if Anthony Richardson, who is a project, I think we would all agree,
Very
a project.
and they're not going to win many games this year.
If they win 5 games and he looks like a player, you don't think we're going to be talking about Shane Steichen as one of those guys? Because I didn't think Brian Daboll could do what he did with Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I didn't.
And now my whole view of Brian Daboll is completely switched because Daniel Jones looks very good.
Ben Johnson has a lot to gain, too, with Detroit. We saw that last night with
that.
Jared Goff. I like this from the 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. How will Tua hold up this year?
I like that.
All of a sudden, we're not talking about the Dolphins. And the Dolphins have a lot of talent now. Jalen Ramsey's going to be out for a while. He's probably going to be out until December. You still have Jalen Waddle. You still have Tyreek Hill. And they did try to make a move for Jonathan Taylor. That's something to keep an eye on.
Interesting.
They need a running back. I think Mostert can't last 17 games. We'll see about Jeff Wilson Jr. What is Tua Tagovailoa? Is he going to last? Because a lot of people thought he should have retired after what he went through last year. Where's Tua at right now? Tua Tagovailoa.
He seems like he's one bad hit away from his career being over. That's going to be I agree with you, Bont. That's going to be a very interesting dynamic to keep your eye on for the Dolphins this year because, they got to keep him healthy because what else they got? Skylar Thompson? Not doing that.
No, they don't. Do you even know how Troy Aikman and Steve Young's careers ended?
It was concussions, right?
Yeah. Bad.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
Bad concussions. Bad concussions.
Well, Troy Aikman, he just came out and said that he was going to come back in 2003 and play for the Miami Dolphins. Did you see that?
For Jimmy Johnson?
No, Dave Wannstedt was a coach.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So DC out in Dallas. Jay Fiedler was a quarterback during that time with the Miami Dolphins. Remember Jay Fiedler? Number 9?
Yes, I do.
He was so average. He was so average.
Yeah, but that team was a lot of fun. Lamar Smith, and I believe you had the 2 wide receivers, Chris Chambers, and who was the other one?
I'm not going to say it wasn't Orlando Gadsden at the
McDuffie?
time. O.J. McDuffie was early 90s out of Penn State.
Who was
I
the
loved
other
O.J.
receiver?
McDuffie. No, I want to say Orlando Gadsden, but Chris
Randy
Chambers,
McMichaels was the tight end.
Tight end out of Georgia. Yep. Randy McMichaels good, man. He was a good player.
He was.
Dolphins had some. They had Brian Cox at middle line, Zach Thomas, the Hall of Famer.
All right, were the 2 cornerbacks there?
Sam
Patrick
Madison.
Surtain?
Sam Madison and Patrick Surtain?
They were sick.
They were sick. They were sick. I got a soft spot for the Dolphins. I'm not going to lie.
They need to go back to their original unis.
The 70s?
Yes.
Dolphin with the helmet on, like that logo.
Yeah, I don't like their new. So they had Travis Minor out of Florida State backing up Ricky Williams, Chris Chambers, Brian Greasy, Jay Fiedler, James McKnight. Orlando Gatson was still there. Orlando Gatson was still there.
Not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He wasn't on the roster.
No, that was late 90s out of
33?
UCLA.
Yeah.
Out of UCLA. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Remember him?
Oh, of course. UCLA legend. UCLA legend.
With Cade McNown?
Yes. Cade McNown, that team was good. And they lost to Miami and Edgerrin James.
Mercedes Lewis has been in the league so long, I bet he was on that team.
But you know who I ran into and talked about that game with? Last year at the Chase Center Club. Ronnie Lott's son, Ryan Neese.
Oh, yeah, Ryan Neese, Buccaneer.
So Mully goes, hey, come here. You know Ronnie Lott's son, Ryan Neese? I say, oh, yeah. UCLA Bruin, legend. And then we went down a rabbit hole.
Oh.
And I said, you guys lost that game to Miami. It was scheduled in September, and you guys had to go down there in December because there was a hurricane warning, so they postponed the game until December. It was after the schedule. After they beat USC, he goes, how the hell did you remember that? He goes, we went down there. He said they flew the day before. They flew that Friday, got down to Miami Friday night, had to play an early kickoff at noon. It was hot, humid, and he goes, I told Edgerrin James all the time, we got you drafted into the NFL because Edge ran for like $2.99 in that game.
I mean, Edge was sick. He was a first rounder, wasn't he?
Yep, he was a first rounder, but
Got me drafted. What is he talking about?
He goes, I was trying to tackle this dude, and I was struggling. And they got beat something like 45-41. I don't remember. But it was an early morning. And, it was regional coverage back in the day. ABC college football.
Yes.
She got all the West. But they didn't show that game on TV. So you're getting the live updates. You get the updates. Going on out in the Orange Bowl in Miami. UCLA, all the ropes. It was unbelievable. Bob Toledo was the head coach of UCLA. They ended up losing the Rose Bowl to Ron Dane. Ron Dane in Wisconsin.
Ron Dane.
Yeah.
You say Ron Dane, I say Tyrone Wheatley. Like almost immediately.
You say Tyrone Wheatley. I say Tim Biaka-Batuka.
Wow.
Ohio State, remember that?
Yes, I do.
Ran for 300, beat the number one team.
Biaka-Batuka.
Bobby Hoying.
Carolina?
Yeah. Bobby Hoying.
Mohammed Mushin?
Mushin Muhammad.
Yeah, well, did I say it backwards? My
Michigan
bad.
State. No, that Ohio State team. Bobby Hoying.
Kerry Collins.
Eddie George. Terry Glenn. Orlando Pace. They had Eddie Katzenboyer. I think Mike Vrabel may have been on that team.
So we talked so much about Shohei Ohtani. Two-way player. This kid Travis Hunter for Colorado. Everyone's like now saying like it's unsustainable, blah, 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 blah. I was going back in my memory, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I didn't Google this. I just want to go memory. Chris Gamble was a two-way player.
Yep.
Okay.
National champion over Miami.
DJ Williams was a part-time two-way player.
Yep. Fullback linebacker.
Cassius Marsh was a part-time two-way player. He was.
I know he was, but
He
I still
was.
laugh. I know he was. I still laugh.
Miles Jack, same player.
Yeah,
same team,
running back linebacker.
Okay. Who else?
Dion, you said Dion?
Yes.
What's a two-way player? I know a two-sport player, Brian Jordan.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier this week. I met two-way players in college, and like
Charles Woodson.
Seawood is another one. Absolutely, Seawood. How did I forget that?
Who else was a two-way player?
Right?
Did Stanford have one a few years ago? Guy who played on both sides? Yeah, that was...
No, that was Richard Sherman, who couldn't make it as a wide receiver.
It was Shane Skov. He was like a fullback and a linebacker.
Yeah, Shane Skov.
Yeah, Shane Skov.
Yeah,
You're
number
right.
11.
Yeah, you are right. You are right about that.
Shane Skov. I forgot about
You're
him.
right about that. Wow, by the way, John Lynch, I don't know if you saw this, but he shouted out Bob Myers.
Oh, yeah?
He said there was one point when they were at an impasse with Nick Bosa, Bob called him a pirog. And he just had a really good counsel, and he kind of kept them going. Bob Myers counseling the 49ers during a Nick Bosa deal.
I mean, might as well just sell the team to Joe Lacob and let him run things.
Oh, I don't know.
And actually, now with Bob and him, yeah, you're right.
Fabian, Maryland, what's happening? Fabian, out in Maryland. What's up, Fabian?
Hey, what's going on? I'm going to the game this weekend. I just wanted to say I'm pumped, drop a score. I'm thinking like 31-21, maybe even 17. I'm kind of being nice to them. But on top of that, man, I've been listening to Pittsburgh radio, and they were real confident at the beginning of the week, and they're not feeling so confident. And I think because they know what's up. And, to be honest, I always thought I was going to go to the Steelers Stadium to see a Ravens-Steelers game, but God would have it, I go see a Niners-Steelers game. So it's a blessing, man. I think we're going to go out there. It's not going to be a blowout, man, but we're dropping 30 on them.
I like that. A lot of confidence.
I would be very surprised if they drop 30.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be 23-19, 23-17, 20-17. I don't see a lot of points being scored in this game. Now, the over-under set at 41.5. I lean over, but only because I could see, a 23-20 game. But I don't think it's going to be something like we're going to light up the scoreboard and use every bulb in the scoreboard. I don't see that happening this week, especially if it's going to rain and if the track is muddy. And the factor is, as a roaster told us earlier, Pitt is playing the day before. I believe there's a high school game out there tonight. That grass will be chewed up by Sunday, which is insane. Like, Pitt, you can't get an on-campus stadium. Go get an on-campus stadium.
It was Owen Marisic, our boy Jordan Watkins is saying, from Stanford, scored touchdowns on back-to-back plays from scrimmage versus Notre Dame. One as a fullback and one as a linebacker.
That's impressive.
That is pretty incredible.
Has that ever been done in the NFL? Has anybody ever scored on 2 consecutive plays from different positions?
No.
Like, has a corner had a pick six? I guess it's not possible.
Well, Cody Pickett once played safety and played quarterback, though he was QB3. Remember Cody Pickett?
Oh, I do.
The rodeo wrangler?
University of Washington, right?
He went like 1 for 1,000 in that game against the Bears.
He was so bad.
With the greatest kick return of all time.
He was so bad.
Was that a week 1 matchup?
Yeah, that was. No, that was later in the year.
Nathan Vashner?
Yeah, Nathan Vasher in the orange jerseys. When he returned,
yeah. Joe Nedney kicking into the wind.
Oh my gosh.
Nathan Vashner was that guy in Madden who was so fast.
Sam Rosen was on the call. Our boy Sam Rosen. Remember we were talking to Tim Ryan in training camp. We're like, yeah, you and Sam Rosen. Oh, my guy Sam. They were like the E team on Fox. And we got Sam Rosen, Tim Ryan every single game because the Niners are so bad. I do like Sam Rosen. Where's he at these days? I would love to get him on the airways. Caught the game with Brett Favre through the touchdown pass to Greg Lewis.
I'm sure he's enjoying an early breakfast. Somewhere.
Week 1 of the NFL season. We got Fast 5 coming up, man. Folks, Shasky, Lutman.
I love football.
We made it.
I love football.
Listen, we made it. The Giants are last month's news. They could sweep the Rockies. They could win 7 straight. And nobody will give a damn. We don't care. You're done. College football's back, but now we get the pros, and then we're going to have basketball season in 6 weeks. Folks, we made it. We are officially out of the dog days of radio. We're done.
2 little thoughts that I've had regarding quarterbacks as you were asking about different storylines of the NFL.
Sam Rosen calling, apparently from the 646, sending mobile text on Sam Rosen on a New York Rangers call. It's gotten hockey.
Thank God we got that text in.
I want to know about Sam Rosen. He carried me through the late 2000s.
You are just, I don't even believe anything you're saying.
Come on, dude. He did. We were terrible.
It feels like the quarterback talk around some of these players feels very NBA-ish.
Yeah.
Josh Allen can't win the big one. Yeah. Feels very NBA-ish.
It does.
Justin Herbert hasn't won squat. Very NBA-ish. Like, he's very good, dude. We watched him with some garbage receivers.
Right.
Look, he looked like the only guy who belonged on the field against the Niners last year in that Sunday night matchup. I'm very interested to see how we talk about some of these quarterbacks in the AFC because only one of them is going to be able to get past everyone else and be the representative in the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean these other guys suck or have holes in their game that are dramatic. I think it's really difficult, I guess is where I'm going.
Yeah, I don't like when we say, and we have to stop doing that as a society. Brock Purdy beat Tom Brady. I'm guilty of saying that. No, he beat up the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense. He doesn't play against Tom Brady. They never see the field at the same time.
Did Jared Goff beat Mahomes last night?
No, he beat the Chiefs defense. And really, it wasn't Jared Goff. It was the offensive line. It was David Montgomery. It was Gibbs. It was a combination of everything. These guys are really good. By the way, the Chargers came out with their little team documentary. All these teams got their own little docs. And the Chargers would start fast and finish or something like that. And Justin Herbert, that Jacksonville loss was bad. The Chargers going to Charger. But that loss is bad. I do wonder.
Brandon Staley's a fraud.
But I wonder. They're playing the Miami Dolphins to open up their season.
I got the Dolphins.
Are we sleeping on the Chargers at all? Or should the Chargers be slept on?
I cannot sleep on a coach I don't believe in.
Yeah. I hear you. With that said, it's time for Fast Five. How about Charles Cohen coming in on YouTube? Dick Butkus, center linebacker.
Well, yeah, we can go Leo the Lion Nomalini,
Right.
played both ways, and
look,
was a wrestler in the offseason.
I'm not going to lie to you. You have to find a way. Sneak in Leo the Lion.
It's one of the great names in San Francisco history.
I love when you just say it.
You do love it.
I kind of love it. Can you say it again?
Leo the Lion Nomalini. He was a pro wrestler in the offseason and a two-way player during the regular
I don't know
season.
why. I do like when you bring him up.
Dominant player.
I do like when you bring
And
him
if
up.
I'm going to bring him up, let's talk about Hardy Brown, who had the most vicious hits of that era, played for Tulsa. One of the great hitters of all time.
Oh, my gosh. 224.
No
it's
one
Finity
knows
Public Text
1950s football like me.
Oh, man. Well, we all read the books, Shasky. We just don't bring it up because our listeners have no idea what you're talking about. 224. I love when we get these texts in Finity Public Text. Like, but you're going to be calling for Shady's head on Monday if they get punked by the Steelers. Number one, I've never called for Shady's head. Out of all the criticisms, and I've been hard on Shanahan, I've never once said he should be fired from the 49ers.
Final thought for me. Who will be the person that tweets out mid-game, maybe we take a look at Sam Darnold?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
That person will be tarred and feathered.
Love it. What you got?
I've been thinking about what Brock Purdy said about Patrick Peterson, the whole Will See thing. I like, the Will See. I do like that. Kind of a subtle shot, I thought, when he said, yeah, I've been watching him for a long time. Like, kind of a subtle, yeah, he's kind of old shot there. I don't know if he was, intentionally trying to say that. But when I heard him say that, I was just like, okay, it's a little subtle jab there. I like that.
That is some critical thinking right there. That's looking deeper and deeper into the situation. I like that, Love. You should have brought that earlier. Could have got some phone calls off of that tape.
That's the real spreadsheet right there.
Wow.
WRC Plus.
Our director of sports is in the studio acting like he's working, so you might as well turn on the mic and give us your final thoughts. And it bet not be USC related.
Oh,
Lucas Alexander,
Zach
director
Branch
of sports.
Is the truth.
He is good.
Z Lightning is what we call him down at the college.
What do you call him?
Z Lightning.
Z Lightning, baby.
Go ahead, Lucas, director of sports.
You're out. Anyways, USC first Pac-12 opener. Fight on tonight. Stanford down at the College. 30-point favorite in their Pac-12 opener.
Wow. Stanford has upset them before, being heavy underdogs. It's a lot of points. A lot of points.
Kyle Harrison versus Ty Block tonight, too.
What time's that Cal game tomorrow? Cal Auburn. Let's give them some love.
Cal is at 7:30 tomorrow night against Auburn.
At night?
Yes.
Is it Pac-12 Network? Because I don't get Pac-12
No,
Network.
it's on the high school hometown network.
I think it's on ESPN. Yeah, it's on ESPN. Fleming's on the call.
I know
Speaking of
Dave
Giants.
Fleming's on the call. Yeah, we talked to Flem earlier this week.
I
He's going to
forgot.
be, yeah. I know Flem's happy.
Take
He's like,
it all back.
Rockies, Giants, Bears, Tigers.
Oh, my.
Bears, Tigers, it is. All right, my final thought is we finally made it, folks.
Thank God.
It's football. Football season's here. The NFL's here. What does Brock Purdy have in store for an encore? Debo. Oh, we'll be chanting that on Monday. Let's go, baby. Football's back. And my final thought is I'm going to be on the couch all weekend long. No Anna, no baby Chaz. Just me and the remote controller, the PlayStation controller. Let's go.
You might
Let's
bite
go.
a kneecap off.
I might bite my own kneecap off. All right, that's it for us. Make your bets safely. Bet responsibly. Signing Guru. Next, that was Fast Eye, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 2G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Goo.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why for a limited...
what for?
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, it's a good start to the day.
My guy.
I'm on the YouTube chat, and our good buddy Xavier said it's a payday Friday.
It's not.
Oh, it's not.
For Xavier, not us, next Friday.
Oh, he
pal.
meant himself?
Yeah, he meant himself.
And I told him.
Yeah, drinks on Xavier.
Him. I said, that's good news. I didn't know that. So I didn't know you were talking about yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
How you doing? I'm irritated before you answer.
Oh, okay. Well,
Anthony Edwards, I know it's football Friday. Pass the damn ball.
Why?
And they lose.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing.
I
Doing that to Coach Kerr. I want to play more. I'm from New Orleans. Brandon Ingram. I'm Jaren Jackson Jr. I can't get a rebound. I wish people could hire me so I could light into dudes that are better than me, but I could tell them how whack they are. This is whack. I know Germany's good. So is the USA. Mixing the pass, Ant-Man. Can't-Man. Yeah, oh, my God. I love it. Yeah. What's up, baby?
Not much.
The Niners.
So let me.
Where you at?
Let me give a little.
You have a good hair day already, though.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Let me give some perspective to the 49er fans. I'm just going to throw this little anecdote out there to start the show. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, you make of it what you will. Make of it what you will. I'm watching the Lions game last night against the Chiefs. And the Lions end up winning the game, 21-20. And I get a text from my friend Derek.
Okay.
Who's 63 years old.
What up, D?
And he's from Detroit.
Oh, wow.
He's from Detroit. He lives out in the Bay. He said to me, I was texting my buddies back in Detroit, and we all agree this was the biggest Lions win in our lifetime.
Wow.
Take that.
Beating the Chiefs last night in the opener was the biggest Lions win, he said, in his lifetime. I'm throwing that out.
There's a Dallas Cowboy game.
Fans. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they beat the Cowboys in the playoffs one year.
Pretty well. Yeah, but
that was 90. That was they beat the Cowboys one year. I got to believe that would be bigger. But hey, who am I to hate if Derek felt that way?
You know
and
why?
It was a game they should have lost
good.
for going for it on that cockamamie pass that was deflect. The Chiefs invest in a receiver. I know Kelsey was out. Joe Montana had Jerry Rice. So did Steve Young. Troy Aikman had Michael Irvin. I mean, come on. Do I need to keep going? I mean, Mahomes is incredible making something out of nothing at the wide receiver position. Just something not catch the rock.
Let's not overreact after one game.
Oh, no, that's called
Don't be doing
Overreaction Monday. That's coming up.
Anyway, the Niners, their season starts Sunday. And
you owe me an apology.
Oh.
You're fired up. So can I tell you why? Because Weatherman Goo told you it was going to be raining. You went, no, but Tumbo on me. Rain. And you're like, Goo, it's going to be hot in Pittsburgh. And then I just totally switched from my principles, thinking it was going to be a muddy field and track. Look, now it's going to be raining. I was right.
You said it was going to be cold.
Well, that / rain.
Well, it's going to be 70 degrees when it's raining.
Look, maybe half a lap, but go ahead.
Actually, the rain is something that I think could easily hurt the 49ers.
Kittle, too, with a ginger growing?
Oh, come on. They're as healthy as they've been in the Shanahan era.
I just don't like Kittle. What is he, 34? How old is he? Sorry, 34? He's
not that old, is he?
How old is he,
Kittle's 30? No chance. He's still in his 20s, isn't he?
He's 29.
Oh, damn, Goo. Now that's that's 5.
No one on 35.
29. But Steiny coming into non-contact in battle, kind of, not gimpy, but bruised up. So we'll see. I mean, he's a big part of this team.
I just can't wait to see the ball distribution. I know Kyle's not saying we're going to give it to McCaffrey. It's just going to naturally happen, but that's something I'm excited about to see when it's all said and done by week 5, week 6, Donnie, who's getting a majority. Are there any trends, or is this offense so prolific, it's just however you want it, you can get it any given time? Because that's how the good offenses work, right?
McCaffrey's going to get the ball the most on this team. He's going to carry it at least 15 times a game. He's probably going to catch at least 5 passes a game, 4 or 5, 20, 25 touches a game. Does that sound about right? And how many does that leave for everybody else? I don't know, an extra 30 or so, 35. Then you spread it out. I think it's going to be somebody different every game. I think McCaffrey's going to be the mainstay, but I think one game it's going to be Debo, one game it's going to be Ayuk, one game it might be Kittle, and so on and so forth. But
Kelsey's 34. That's what I was thinking of.
Gotcha. Yeah. Here's the one thing I want to get into first. I want to just talk about the Niners as they head into this season. Talk about some strengths and weaknesses of this team, and we all know that this team's going to try to win a Super Bowl, and there's a lot of fans that want that and they're hoping for that. So with the goal being the Super Bowl, give me like give me like 3 strengths of this team that you think will be the reason that they're so good. And then I'm not going to say weaknesses, but let's just say concerns. What are like 3 areas of concern, if that's
all right,
if you can come up with 3, quite frankly.
I got one off the rip. It's the offensive line.
Okay.
Because and it's not on purpose, but I think naturally we get blinded by the shiny objects, and the Niners have a lot of that when you talk about the skill positions. But Steiny, offensively, if somehow McKivitz is slow to, replace McGlinchey, and there's breakdowns in protection, and teams like the Steelers are able to blitz, I don't have to tell you, I'm not Baldinger, but that throws everything off. And I think a lot of us in the Bay Area are assuming, and I guess you could say we're being positive, that McKivitz, there won't be any growing pains. But Steiny, if they are, and we're talking about Brock Purdy and his puberty, because he's halfway through it, but can he keep up the stellar play that we saw him shock the world with? That will stunt that if that offensive line is kind of porous to start. And what about him health-wise? What if we're to see Brock Purdy, because Jeff Garcia, even Jimmy Garoppolo, they were tough SOBs, Steiny. What if we got to see young Brock Purdy because he ain't the biggest of guy, and what if we see him get hit left and right? That changes everything. So that's my number one concern for the Niners as a whole, is their offensive line. Because if you're telling me McCaffrey is your bell cow and you're going to be able to throw to whoever you want, Steiny, you got to have a Rolex. You got to have time.
How about a strength?
It's the weaponry on the offensive end. It's just, Steiny, they watched the Chiefs last night, and I know they're without the 34-year-old Kelsey, but they got a stud everywhere, and so do the Niners. I'm talking Kittle, Ayuk, Debo. You got a plethora of running backs. If I can just skip past McCaffrey, I'm a big Mason guy. We'll see if he can spell McCaffrey. You still got Elijah Mitchell. And you know what? I'm fired up about Sunday. I'm going to throw in Brock Purdy and what we've seen thus far from him. So they are loaded.
888-957-9570 is the number. Just some things to discuss today. Is this the best 49er team under Kyle Shanahan? Can you say it's the best team under Kyle Shanahan if it's got a little inexperience at quarterback?
That's big.
But is this the best team? The other thing I was wondering is, you look at this team under Shanahan. This is his 7th year, so that means he's been here 6 years. The first 2 years you throw away. Let's just throw it away.
Okay.
Not that you have to, but I'm throwing it away for the sake of this argument. 3 out of the last 4 years, NFC Championship game, 1 Super Bowl. Does this year feel different, though? I mean, they've been knocking on the door for 3 or 4 years, but to me, this year feels a little different. This year feels like it has more urgency on it than any of the years past. And I'm not sure if that's because the weapons and the core have been together for a little bit, and we kind of know they can't stay together forever. But I'm wondering, I'm wondering if this feels like the make or break season, not necessarily for Kyle or anything like that, but what happens if you have a pretty good year and you can't get it done? What do you do then? Because then you're looking at 4 out of 5 years where you can say, God, we're a really good team, but we haven't been able to get through. Then what do you do then?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. I mean, you've put all your eggs in this basket. You think you're more talented than you ever have been. I just feel like there's and I have this under my strengths.
Okay.
And we're just going 888-957-9570. What are the things that give you confidence, and what are the challenges this team's going to have to overcome? But to me, I have under a strength their identity and slash their sense of urgency. It feels to me like the players on this team that know better know that this is the year.
Okay.
And I just feel like this team's as together now as they've been in a while. They have a common goal. I don't think individual numbers mean a lot to any of them at this point. And so I just feel like the 49ers right now are a team that's together, and that you can't win a Super Bowl if you're not together. And right now they're together, and I think that's a good start to the season.
Let me ask you this with that, because you got me thinking. So is there any situation in your mind that plays out to where we could see the Niners, and I'm fast forward in 8 weeks, 3-5, or is that togetherness and the fact that you feel like there's a sense of urgency from the players that there won't be a slow start to the Niners here? Not that it's obvious it's not a death blow if they were to have one, because they've proven that the last 2 years. But, Steiny, it sounds like you're saying, you know what, Goo? I think this team is locked and loaded. There won't be a slow start.
They say there won't be. They're focusing on not having a slow start.
Pittsburgh ain't going to be easy, man.
Their focus is getting the home field advantage throughout the playoffs. That's the goal. Win the division, have the best record in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like they're all together on that. From the 925, Trucker 23, weakness, special teams, depth, offensive line, strengths of the defense schemes, offensive weapons, and quick distribution from Brock Purdy. Those are Trucker 23's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, and we'll see. We talked about it with Cam yesterday. Wilkes, what type of defense will he, personality will they have, Steiny? Because the sign of a good defense is they don't have to blitz, because they can bring pressure without blitzing. And then you got more on the back end. But by all accounts, he likes to blitz. So we'll see if we see that play out Sunday. And just if we can actually tell, hey, this is just from a stylistic standpoint, is it different than what we saw under DeMeco Ryans? But you got Bosa, now you got Hargrave, you got Armstead. So they're top heavy, but the question is, can the other guys after that who spell those dudes get it done? So I can't wait for Sunday, Stoney. I already got my breakfast menu. I'm ready.
Coming up at 1 o'clock today, we've got Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area. She covers the Niners. She also just did a podcast with Brock Purdy. We're going to ask her about that. Very interesting. Obviously, Purdy. Purdy
good?
Well, we'll see. But the thing, it just always comes back to Purdy.
But he's the quarterback. It's the NFL.
But he's got inexperience.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I mean, to me, the biggest concern for the 49ers, if I were a 49er fans, is the inexperience at quarterback. That's what they've got to overcome. If Brock Purdy can play like a veteran, and he did last year for the most part.
Yes, he did.
I think this team's going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think that first things first, and that is Purdy's got to be solid. He's got to be solid. And he's been solid for half a year, but he's got to be solid for a full season. And the reason that's my biggest concern isn't because I doubt he can do it. I don't. We'll see. I don't know if he can or if he can't.
Because he's done it.
But he's only done it for 8 games. So can he do it for a whole season? I still think of all the issues or obstacles or challenges the 49ers are going to face and have to overcome, it's still about Brock Purdy and how good he's going to be. That to me is the number one issue with this team.
And what if I told you, and I'm being real, and I'm not trying to jinx the season, I'm not. If you're a Niner fan and you've been watching this team for the last under Kyle Shanahan, you know this. Guys get hurt. Guys get hurt at the running back position. Guys get hurt at the quarterback position. Stoney, what if we were to see something happen? Because it does. It's a physical sport.
It happens.
And Sam Darnold's under center. You know, we haven't talked about that. Like, I think the proof is in the pudding that this team will not sink if they have to make a change at quarterback and Sam Darnold were to have to be or try to duplicate what Brock Purdy did last year. So, you know, I'm going Geico. I think the Niners got good insurance. Some could say, what are you talking about? Have you seen Sam Darnold's career? It wasn't in this situation, but I think they're okay if it got to that point.
What does okay mean?
To where they could still win games like they did
what about a
if the
Super Bowl?
starter's not there.
What about a Super Bowl?
I would have to wait and see
I'd say
how
no.
it looked.
I don't believe.
And I think the line would be around the corner with you saying
I can't
no.
picture Sam Darnold taking this team to the Super Bowl.
Well, they can't win it with a starter, so how are we going to say they're going to do it with a backup? My thing is give yourself a chance like they did going into Philly, and Brock Purdy deserved a lot of credit for that.
From the 5-7-4. This is the first year under Kyle Shanahan that I feel like the start of the season is drama-free now that they got rid of Trey Lance and Nick Bosa is signed. Yeah, I kind of feel like that too. I mean,
there was some drama. He got traded.
Right, but it's
now
over now.
Okay, got it.
That's what he's saying. We're starting the season without drama. And Trent Williams, I'll tell you what,
you liking him now.
I have no reason to dislike him.
Well, you take little shots at him, right? Not you insinuate there's my.
I just don't like when people throw out he's the greatest lineman of all time. Okay.
That part.
All right. Well,
he's a bad
then he's the greatest.
dude.
The greatest lineman that's ever played the game, apparently. But he acknowledged that the Bosa thing was hanging over the head. He basically said, when we say next man up, we're just lying. There is no next man up. There is no next man up for Nick Bosa. Yeah. It's Nick Bosa, and then there's a big fall off. Steiny, last year's team in the Super Bowl were better because of kicker and backups. Well, kicker is going to be something that they're going to, I think, have to figure out as the season goes along. And I think actually, and I don't know if I want to get into this a lot, but I think the kicker is going to be huge on Sunday just because, he hasn't been good. He hasn't been altogether healthy. Jake Moody. Yeah. It's his first game. And if Kyle Shanahan doesn't feel good about Moody, then it affects play calling and whether you go for it on fourth down, what you do with your field position when you punt, So, I mean, maybe he goes into the game saying, I'm not going to attempt a field goal over 40 yards. Yeah. And that'll guide all his decision making. But I do think that the kicking game will probably come into play this weekend.
And how do you? I'll tell you what. Just on top of that, if the Niners' offense is prolific, this Sunday, you won't even need them but to kick extra points.
Sure, no doubt about it.
I can't wait.
888-957-9570 is the number. The opener is Sunday in Pittsburgh, 10 a.m. start. Let's talk some football.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about your 49ers right now? You want to give a prediction? You can give a prediction. You want to tell me what's going to happen on Sunday?
Yeah.
Tell me what's going to happen on Sunday. But I also want to just talk overview. What's going to win it for this? What's going to get this thing done for the San Francisco 49ers? So I want some strengths that you're looking forward to seeing, and then maybe a concern or two because
why they get it done, Stoney, why they don't.
Exactly.
And I need a favor from you.
Yeah.
Before we get out of here at 2 o'clock, can you give me your Super Bowl? I know you ain't big into predictions, but we got to put it in the cap, and I'll give you mine. Your Super Bowl prediction. Who will be playing in that game?
I'll try to do that. Right. I'll try to do that for you. I will. We'll also go around the league a little bit. We're going to try to do some things this year in terms of predictions by incorporating you, the listener, getting in here for some make some, what is it? It's not going to quite be liquidate all assets like you and Div.
Yeah, we did that this morning. Episode 1 dropping later today.
We'll make a couple.
Well, there you go.
We'll make a couple picks for sure. But the question I have for 49er fans is what are you most looking forward to this season?
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to enjoy this year?
Yes.
Like a Super Bowl contending fan should, or are you going to be nervous all year?
Well, I feel like Niner fans are where the Lakers and Celtics of the 80s were at. I've been watching Winning Times now. You got to catch up. But listen, I just feel like it's okay. It's a good it's good to come from a place of expectation. Not being able to not understand we had a pretty damn good year, but you could be disappointed if they lose again. And how many teams would trade places with you? Like this team, you talked about it, the roster's loaded. When's Kyle going to, finally do it? When's this team going to finally do it? And damn it, they're a top 3 team in my opinion, Steiny, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. Who gets in their own way? Will Brock regress? Will he ascend? We don't know, but we start finding out Sunday, man.
You know what's funny is I thought a lot about that, the Lakers and the Celtics back in the day when I was a Celtics fan, when I was 20 years old. And I never expected the Celtics to win a title before the year. I knew they'd be in the hunt.
Yeah.
But you'd always have to beat the Lakers at the end of the road, and then you'd have to beat Detroit or Philly or something like that. I'm really trying to put myself back in that mindset, and I just don't think I went into the season saying we're going to win it, and if we don't, it's going to be a nightmare. I always just feel like...
Well, I love you for sharing that. But you weren't throwing... Because it sounds like you were thinking playoffs, but you weren't throwing a party for a 5-game win streak in the regular season because you knew your team was so good that you were going to have to eventually slay the dragon, which was the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little different in the NBA. You know when you're going to make the playoffs, but I think the 49ers obviously stay healthy. I mean, I think you could chalk up 10 wins for this team just by health alone if they can stay healthy. What do you guys think? 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they get it all started on Sunday morning in Pittsburgh against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we'll see if rain's a factor or not. It certainly was. I
don't want it to
last
rain,
year. We have no control over it. No control
Mother
over
Nature.
it. Hey, do you have overdue tolls? Let me tell you something. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until the outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And it is football season, ladies and gentlemen. And it all gets underway for the San Francisco 49ers Sunday morning, 10 o'clock. How you watching the game, Niner fans?
Yeah.
How you watching the game? I know it's a little mimosa. You having a little mimosa?
I was day drinking.
Guru usually says he has his popcorn ready, but who eats popcorn at 10 in the morning?
I was day drinking.
So, 888-957-9570. It's your show. It's our show. It's 95.7, The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And it is a Football Friday. 1 game in the books. Chiefs are 0-1.
Shocker. They were favored by 2.5. I know a guy that had them.
I'm wondering if you're a 49er fan, do you like last night's result?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Why?
Because Kansas City, like you talked about them, we know how formidable they are, but maybe they take a step back.
Yeah, maybe the Lions take a step up, and they're in your conference.
Yeah. That's a big step, though. I like what Detroit's doing, but they ain't no Kansas City type threat.
Well,
can you imagine the Niners in the Super Bowl, a rematch with the Bengals? They've been in there twice with them already in the Super Bowl. Could you imagine that? Burrow against Purdy, but Purdy's got to show us you're Purdy, you're worthy.
Hey, 49er fans, is this the best 49er team in the Shanahan era? And I'll tell you this. Let me throw this out. Best team in the Shanahan or Harbaugh era? Is this the best 49er team, let's say, in the last decade?
Wow, that's hard, man. And they just had the
I think it might be. I think it might be. If
they reached the Super Bowl under Jimmy now.
Well, if Brock Purdy is any good,
that's a big if.
Then this is their best team.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, Kaepernick was at his highest powers when he was in the Super Bowl against the Ravens, Donnie.
No doubt about it.
Vernon Davis, Gore. They had a Crabtree. That Super Bowl was just on not too long ago. So they were formidable. And then you talk about Aldon Smith, the Cowboy. I mean, come on, man. Just Patrick Willis, Donnie. That's a shame they didn't win that game.
Somebody saying best team since '96. Wow. Well, then you got it.
Well, I'll say this: the 1999ers are not going to come out of my mouth because I didn't see them going 12-4. They were coming off a bad campaign, shocked the world, so you didn't expect anything. Steiny, you are right. People are expecting fireworks with this Niner team. And the biggest compliment is you feel like the Niners could go all the way. There's nobody doubting the collective when it comes to the talent the Niners have on both sides of the ball. And now it's just about, what's the comedian, Steiny? Get her done.
Yeah.
The cable guy, Larry.
Is that who says it?
Or Bill?
Who's Bill?
The comedian, the cable guy. I don't know if it's Larry or Bill.
Evan?
The white guy.
I don't know.
Yeah, Larry the cable guy. You can say it on air, Evan.
Nobody knows who you're talking about.
Evan did, Larry the cable guy. Wears the overalls, comes out there, and, hey, I was talking to Steiny about, That's my Larry the Cable Guy.
All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to throw in the Larry the Cable Guy impersonation. 510, the 49ers have not won one game yet. Come on, guys. What does that mean?
I guess.
You guys keep saying that they haven't played one game, yet they might lose 8 games, and you're saying there might be the best team. I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree that the 49ers, talent-wise, are, let's be conservative. Let's just be conservative.
Go ahead.
Top 6? Top 8?
Go ahead. You're being conservative, but yeah.
Top 6 or 8. Yeah. Okay.
And they've been there closer than anybody the last 2, except the last 2 years. So you feel like this is when they get over the hump, you know?
Well, if not now, as Tracy Chapman would say, then when? Somebody saying that get her done was a 1. Yikes. Tough start for Goo.
If it was a 4, what would change in my life?
Well,
it's all the same.
Well, no, it would have meant the show's gotten off to a better start.
Oh, well,
they started with a 1.
Wow.
So
I'll do better.
Well, that's 650 saying we need more Guru impersonation. Joe's in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
What's going on, my man?
Joe.
Guru.
What up, baby?
Hey, let's talk about the Niners that played against the Ravens. That team was stacked. You can't say this team. This team. Your defense, you have Bosa. All right? They ran a stat the other day that they're like 1-31 without Bosa. Okay, that's fine. But they had the Cowboys, they had Aldon Smith, they had the Hitler. Yeah,
man.
Front and back on defense, they were good. Offense, You only had that cracky cap. You know, that's the only thing that held you back. And the lights.
Yeah.
Have a good weekend.
Well, you actually came back after the light gate.
Joe said apparently Joe was a Cowboy fan, and he's.
No, he was talking about Justin Smith, the Cowboy.
No, I know, but it also said on the, on the sheet
gotcha.
that he was a Cowboy fan, but he thinks the Niners are pretty darn
Yeah,
good.
I do too, man.
Are they the best? Are they the best team in the NFC?
But I got to be honest, you're giving me something this season, Steiny. There's just no way nobody walking this earth can say they're better than the Philadelphia Eagles only because Philadelphia took them out. Yeah. Philadelphia beat them. If you're a believer in Jalen Hurts, I don't know why you wouldn't be. I still say I got to see more. But if I'm going to do that to him after what he did last year as far as taking his team almost to a Super Bowl victory, how can I not say I got to see the other shoe drop with Brock Purdy? That's really what's going to be spectacular Sunday and every Sunday from here on out is Steiny, not his maturity, just what he ends up being. Because if he is spot on and he is what he did last year, then the Niners got their next franchise quarterback. There is no ifs, ands. It's like, you know what, Goo? They got their guy. He ain't making much money. Let's go get it.
I mean, let's put the route on the table.
Brought to you by Atco.
If Brock Purdy doesn't get it done this year, Kirk Cousins is going to be the quarterback next year. I actually truly believe that.
Now, that's not far-fetched, but I feel like you're not going all in. Brock would have to really be bad, though. Brock would have to be bad.
I don't know.
Not just if he's average, he gets another year.
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow.
Like if Brock Purdy's just okay, and Kyle says, "I don't know." Now I don't know if he can get it done.
Right.
Like I didn't know if Garoppolo could get it done.
You think he would pull the plug that fast?
I actually do. And
now, what's that Coleman? How's the season end? First round loss in the wild card, or
I don't know, season's a disappointment. I don't know. However you measure a disappointment. But if the season is a disappointment, and Brock Purdy let's just say he doesn't come through.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do? The hell do you do?
Can you afford Cousins now?
Well, can you afford Purdy?
Well, you're paying him nothing basically, so he fits.
Okay, he fits
for money wise, you know.
And you know what?
What you got?
They can't afford Cousins. You know what? Unless you're a salary cap expert, I don't believe you.
I get you.
I don't believe you.
I do
because
feel that.
to hear what happened yesterday is the 49ers just signed Nick Bosa to a $170 million contract. George Kittle and Trent Williams renegotiate, and all of a sudden they've got $50 million more.
You finagled
You
the
can
cap.
kick the can down the road as long as you want.
I ain't mad at you on that.
Listen, what would be left? You trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, he doesn't work out. You draft a quarterback, he doesn't work out. You have a draft pick who's picked in the 7th round, he ends up playing, but he's not quite good enough. The only thing left is a guy like Kirk Cousins. At that point, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Draft another guy and say in 3 years we'll make it happen?
But I don't think. I think you make it sound like the Garoppolo era was a year and a half. It was a long time, Donnie. I just think this Brock Purdy story has already started, and he's got some skins. He's got some money in the bank in regard to that. What he did last year and what he put on tape will not be forgotten. I don't think Kyle, if he had an average year, talking about Brock, let's just say 18 tugs to 10 interceptions, I don't think they just pulled the plug.
Well, what's
I
their
would
record?
be shocked.
What's their record? How many?
10-7, Steiny. Losing the
that'll be disappointing. That'll be a disappointing season.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that'll be a disappointing season. 10-7.
And they don't got an easy schedule. Well, their division games are, you imagine.
Doug's in Berkeley. What's going on, Doug? How you doing?
Hey guys, thanks for putting me on. I'm doing well today.
Sure.
And Purdy, I think the team is very strong. I think that they learned a lot from last year, both plus and minus. And I think that as long as they don't put too much on his arm, because 6 months is a short time to come back from that surgery. They don't put too much on his arm, early in the season, so it doesn't get tired by the end of the season. I think we'll be fine. Like I said yesterday, we're going to be fine. Even Bosa's in the fold now. Barring anything other than just the normal run-of-the-mill injuries that always come with football season, we will do fine. And Brock, his mind is really good. He understands the offense. I think he'll do really, really well. So just don't put too much on his arm early in the season so he's tired at the end. The other thing I want to just throw in, you remember yesterday I said Kansas City, I had this feeling.
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah.
Look at it.
No victory laps yet, though.
Yeah, well, but here's what I have to say. Just like last year, I said the Warriors were one player away from not making the playoffs. And obviously that one player turned out to be Steph Curry. Kansas City's one player away from being 9-8 or 8-9. I don't think they're going to fall off the table like the Rams did, but they're putting so much on that young man that every year they trade away offensive weapons, and you saw what happened last night.
You are right.
You know, and they're my second favorite team. So I really hope it doesn't happen, and I hope they pull it together. And last night was an aberration, but it's just you got the feeling the rest of the league is so strong. The AFC is so strong. This is not going to be Kansas.
Give us your Super Bowl prediction before you leave. Give us who you think is going to be in the game.
Boy, can I call you back next week?
Take your time. We're right here, baby.
I got to think about that because the AFC is so strong. There's so many teams that have a chance, a very good chance. Let me ponder that.
Okay.
I'll get
Send
back
us a
next
text
week.
because they got to be in before week 1, Donnie.
Hey, week 1 is here, and it all starts at 8 a.m. on Sunday. Make sure to tune in 2 hours before game time for the kickoff show with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal.
I'm in.
Then immediately following the final whistle, overtime breaks it all down with Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, and Sterling Bennett. So we got you covered for the San Francisco 49ers upcoming season, pregame, postgame, and everything in between. Look, there's two big stories, the 49ers and then Purdy. Can the 49ers reach their goals without Brock Purdy reaching his potential? Probably not. Like, it's so interesting how, and you could say this, well, quarterbacks linked to wins and losses. Right, and the teams with really good quarterbacks usually are pretty consistent. At least they pretty consistently win.
Yeah.
And is Brock Purdy good enough that the San Francisco 49ers become one of the best teams in the NFL and have a chance to win the Super Bowl, even though the experience part would tell you it's going to be tough. But there's hope because of the way he played last year. It's just going to be fascinating, Goo.
And also, let me just add a third thing, Steiny. It's the journey that Kyle Shanahan is on. You know, like, my only thing about Kyle is he's smart enough, he's brilliant enough to already have won a Super Bowl. And the only thing that I fault him of, Steiny, is I feel like times when they've had those opportunities, he also was at fault. Another scoreboard will be Kyle on this journey of just when can he kick the door in. And everything you just mentioned will help him do that. But we'll be watching him too, man, and I can't wait.
888-957-9570 is the number. Here's my question for 49er fans. You haven't been able to get it done in 3 out of the last 4 years. You've knocked on the door. We're talking, he's got to kick it in. He's got to kick it in. What's different about this team? If you're a San Francisco 49er fan and you've been disappointed at the way the last 4 seasons have ended, particularly the 3 that ended in the playoffs and the one that ended in the Super Bowl, why is this year, do you think, going to be different than years past? What puts them over the top this year in the NFC, for example? What pushes them over the top? They're essentially the same team as last year, right? The same team as they had the second half of last year, right?
Damn near scoring 35 points a game. That's what puts them over the top, Steiny. Okay. They got a guy that can process. And I'm not trying to demean or throw shade at any quarterback. Forget skin color when I say can they read it. Like, Dak can't read it fast enough, Steiny. And now he's playing for his life and career in Dallas. You know, Geno Smith couldn't do it early. All kind of other quarterbacks couldn't do it. Kirk Cousins, now he can do it. But Brock Purdy's processor is so fast that it's allowing him to get the ball to the playmakers, and then the playmakers are able not just to get tackled, Steiny, they're able to use their strengths and their elusiveness to add, and that's made this offense just like it's incredible. It's scary, and that's why I could see the defense, if this does happen, kind of not being what they were, still kind of lightweight dominant, Steiny. But the offense is the new defense because, guys, it don't even matter. We're capable of putting up 40 every Sunday.
Veggie Delight, he kind of agrees with you. He says the difference between years past and this year, and this is the danger to me. Not the danger,
he said, but explain it.
This is the issue, is quarterback play, Steiny. It does feel like, and here's where I'm at. It does feel like a majority of 49er fans believe Purdy's going to pick up exactly where he left off and that the quarterback play will be better, not necessarily than the last 8 games, but will be better and more consistent than it's been before Brock Purdy ever took the field for this team. And that's the only part. He's the only unproven. He's the only real unproven part of this team, other than the kicker, really, right?
No, you got it.
So,
and the right tackle.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy's got to be. He's got to be good enough to allow these weapons to kind of get unfurled.
Austin in San Jose on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says, Guru 40, slow down. Austin, it ain't like they were at 18 and the jump is to 40. 40 points a game. They were doing that under Brock Purdy, damn near scoring 35. I believe it was 33 when he took over. But that's realistic. That's tangible.
What is?
The Niners putting up 40 points a game. Like that, they possess that type of talent offensively to do that.
Has any team ever done that? What's the most points per game a team's ever averaged?
Well, it's got to be the fastest show on turf, right? That would be my guess. The Rams with Kurt Warner and company.
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
Evan will let us know.
I mean, 40's a lot.
Yeah.
That means if you go.
Well, you got to have some good fortune.
If you have 21 points in a game, you need 59 the next game to make it.
Yeah. But a lot of that, turnovers, defensive scores, go into that, but we'll see. My thing is they got to, like, what offensive week? Well, there's 2.
37.9 again.
I mean, that's 38. We're 2 points away.
Denver Broncos win?
Oh, Denver.
2013.
Damn.
Peyton Manning's 55 passing touchdown year.
Look at Evan. That's a good call.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to score that much.
All right. Damn.
I don't think they're going to score that much.
Yeah.
But we'll end up.
Somebody said
out.
98 Vikings. Nah, it was Denver.
For me, in the comparison to the last 3 years, this is the best situation we've had at quarterback. And I'm not going to disagree with that. I think potentially it is the best situation the 49ers have had at quarterback. But you know me, it's like potentially. We got to see it first. Last year, Trey gave us no body of work to be excited about. And before that, Jimmy had, you know what that's true. Brock has, but we can't forget
last year was scary.
But we can't forget about Jimmy Garoppolo going 5-0 when he first started for the San Francisco 49ers.
I won't.
So, Brock Purdy's gotten off to a really good start. There's no doubt about it. Jimmy Garoppolo got off to a pretty good start. No doubt about it. Now, Trey Lance, he's a different story. But
he got hurt.
All I'm getting at is I love where the 49ers are, and I'll love it a lot more if Brock Purdy, through 3 or 4 games, just kind of looks like a veteran like he looked last season, even though he wasn't.
And what do we talk about Monday if somehow, Steiny, it's ugly in Pittsburgh? I don't want to be negative, but it's real. You know, what if interception gate during the offseason? I know we got Jennifer Lee Chan. We'll talk about I can ask her, Steiny, but, I mean, do those skeletons rise? I know it's just one game. If Brock were to have a bad game, there was something to those interceptions. I'm just being so real. That stuff will be brought back up if somehow Brock and the offense were to get off to a pedestrian start.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect – I don't necessarily expect them to come out of the gates guns blazing, especially against the Steelers on the road.
Yeah.
Just win the game.
And then the health part of Brock Purdy too, Stan. He's going to have dudes falling on him for the first time since he got hurt.
And is he the only quarterback?
No,
that have guys falling on him?
No, he's had reconstruction surgery with his elbow.
Yeah. Everybody,
you don't think they're I got Steiny. Let me the old WWF.
So they only try to do that with Purdy.
No, I'm saying you got a better chance to wreck something more when something's been wrecked. I just thought of the meme with the dude pointing to his head. That's a nugget. You get what I'm saying? Like
what?
I got a better chance to re-injure you if you've been hurt prior than if you were just in good health. So, look at this elbow. I got one full on.
Brock Purdy's 24 years old.
How's that elbow?
You're going to be more. So, why would you worry more about Brock Purdy at quarterback than every other quarterback in the league? I mean,
survival.
I mean, somebody's going to get hurt.
Well, no. Now we're talking about re-injury. That's all. And the fact that he's just had this thing and he's about to test it out, Steiny, I'm just concerned.
I mean,
it could happen to Burrow. It could happen.
That's all I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. Football season is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. And it all starts for the 49ers on Sunday at 10 a.m. in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Super Bowl quest for the San Francisco 49ers.
Operation Vegas, Donnie.
Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Wichita. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, man. Just working
nice.
down the road. Hey, listening to all the talk about Brock Purdy and is he or isn't he, going to match last year's production. And, hey, we could be optimistic and still be cautious at the same time. And what I'm thinking about that is I think that's the reason the Niners went out and got Sam Darnold. Because I just happen to believe that dude could really excel in Shanahan's offense. So I think we're in good hands either way. I'm optimistic about the season. And I appreciate what you were saying earlier about how you looked at the Celtics back in the day.
Right.
Where you just was like, let's just get to the dance and see what happens from there. Because the last couple of years, I've had to take that approach with the Niners. Because I'm like, this is our year, we're going to get it. I started sounding like a Cowboys fan, which is disgusting.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? Let's get to the dance. Let's get to the dance healthy. And let's put our best foot forward. It's my Niners either way. That's all I got.
Yeah, appreciate it, Doug. Right? So we know in football that injuries happen, right? And we know in football that things can change dramatically one year to another.
No doubt.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, look at the 49ers under Shanahan. They weren't good his second year. They were good his third. They weren't good his fourth. Why? Injury. Okay. So if you're a football fan, I would never assume the playoffs, even if I have a great team, because you just never know what can happen. Like, do we all acknowledge you have to have a piece of good luck to get to the playoffs and to roll?
No doubt.
Okay, so if I'm a 49er fan, I'm not thinking about the Super Bowl as the season unfurls. My first thought is, all right, let's be as good as we think we are, and let's start winning games, start the season 6-2, and then we can say, okay, we're probably going to make the playoff. But,
you got to feel good, though, every Sunday before the game, whoever you're playing, because you're loaded, though, Stoney.
Let's see if you're healthy. Let's see who's healthy. I mean, injuries you can't worry about injuries, but there's no doubt about it. They can impact the season. So 49er fans, just let's get to the playoffs first, and then from there, we'll assess where we can go. But got to make the playoffs first. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is this the best team the 49ers have had under Kyle Shanahan? It's all brought to you by Lucky, California.
Monopoly Kick Off the Savings Game is now at Lucky. This week, earn bonus game tickets with Core Water.
Steelers are 15-2 at home on opening day. That's bad. That's from the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm going to take your word for it, 408. I'm going to take your word for it, but who's to say you can't put false information up there? 15-2 at home. I'm gonna.
Sounds about right under Tomlin.
That's got to be under. No,
that's more than Tomlin.
No, that's Tomlin. If
that's a while.
No, but I think he's saying if they play their home opener week 3, it's still their home opener.
Well, okay.
So in their last 17 home openers, they're 15-2.
That's probably under Mike. Dude's never had to lose the season, so
but that's not good enough for you.
First time the Steelers have opened at home since 2014. So
good God.
Okay.
Yeah. What did they do wrong?
But it says opening day. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We need a little more clarification on that stat, 408. If you're going to
be a part of the show,
put it out there for sure. But the Pittsburgh Steelers and I was looking at the schedule. There's some good games this week.
Give me another one that jumps out at you.
Philly, New England. And the Bills Jets.
Now that's Monday night.
Bills Jets will be good. You threw this out before about last night's game. If you're watching that game last night and you're a 49er fan, did anything go through your mind watching that game about your team, the 49ers? I mean, are we looking so far ahead? And this is what I seem to sense here in the office a little bit.
Uh-oh.
It feels like we're looking so far ahead that what we saw last night, you know what? Chiefs aren't going to be all that maybe this year. So maybe we're not going to face the Chiefs when we get to the Super Bowl.
Now that would be an overreaction, but they were without Kelsey, they were without Jones, 2 studs. But it's like the conversation we had with Evan before the show, Steiny. Even last year, before the ball kicked in the Super Bowl, I just felt like from a firepower standpoint, the Chiefs were lacking. And they are at the wide receiver position, but yet Patrick Mahomes makes up for that, and they beat the Eagles, who had everything that I'm talking about the Chiefs don't outside of the tight end position. They had at their disposal and still couldn't win the game. So if I'm a Niner, I'm looking at that Chief game and I'm watching it with imagining Jones and Kelsey there, and I'm still saying, oh my God, we're more talented at every position except the one in the NFL that people keep hitting me over the head with, Steiny. The most important position, the quarterback position.
Yeah, I mean,
it's amazing, man.
As I was driving in today thinking about the show and the season starting, again, the one thing that just kept hitting me, and maybe it's just me, but it just feels like this year under Shanahan is different. Like it feels like the stakes are higher this year than in any other year. And look, we were all excited about from fans.
I love when you say that.
From the fans.
Because we know he's in no danger of getting fired.
But I think the team feels it too.
Yeah.
That this year's different. Like it's all set up for him. And am I right? If you're a 49er fan, are you headed into this season? Does it feel like any of the last 3 or 4 seasons? Look, we knew they were going to be good the last 3 or 4 years. We've known they were going to be good. They've been good. But why is this year different? Why does this year feel different? Or doesn't it? If you're a 49er fan,
interesting.
Hey, I'm excited just like I am last year. I don't sense that. I think there's more excitement. I think there's more excitement right now for the Niners than last year, than the year before, than any time under Shanahan. And my question would be why? I know what it is for me. And it's the possibility that they've got a quarterback that they really like.
And that
can take them to another level.
Answer, Steiny. Because to be honest, to put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO, last year started, even though we didn't know the unknown commodity in Trey Lance, they were coming off a visit or a trip to the NFC Championship game in Los Angeles. So they were already there. They were a Final Four team again. But then you turn the keys over and it was a head scratcher because you just didn't know what Lance was, and it ended up being a zero. But now it's like we've seen this offense, and you tell me if I'm wrong. 49er fans and football fans all over the world have to feel like the rug was taken out under their feet when Brock got hurt, and it's like a prize fighter. If something happened to their leg.
No, it's
and
not. It's like if a prize fighter got knocked out in the first round.
But then we could sit here and say, yeah, Brock wasn't good. Philly took advantage of him. But they did what you want to do, knock the quarterback out. But I think that's why people are still holding on to that.
That's fine.
What? Brock really didn't play bad. And he didn't. He didn't even get a chance. So I think there's some of that. Like, now we're healthy. Come see us now. Yeah. It's some of that, Steiny. Like, we lost, but technically we didn't lose.
Okay. That's right.
I think you feel
That's right, because you made the Super Bowl last year.
Well, they did.
I mean, you're the only guy I know that can say the Warriors won 5 titles in a row, and that 49ers didn't technically lose to the Eagles last year.
Snotty, you got to say you feel like it. That's all. You feel.
I'm looking forward to how Kyle uses McCaffrey and Debo with a full season to prepare. And the added excitement is Brock Purdy's potential upside. By the way, Brock Purdy's good. Let's start talking dynasty. The hell with one Super Bowl. Mm-hmm.
Look at you.
What?
Slow down, baby.
No.
Yeah, you got to get one first.
408. I'm not saying it. Philly knocked out 2 quarterbacks. Got to protect the quarterback. That offensive line's got to do the job.
I wonder if Kyle has any regret. Here I go. I got to say it. On the play call to where he had the backup tight end blocking one of the most vicious defenders in the game. Like, would he have done that over?
I'm sure he would have.
Like, maybe I should have had Trent block him. Tyler, whatever the tight is now. He ain't even here anymore. But damn.
650 doesn't like when I say they knocked him out.
Well, they did.
Well, you said it was like.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to tell you I didn't agree with that one.
But this is your start. You're starting with McCaffrey running back, middle of the trade. That's true. I mean, that's the other thing. The 49ers, halfway through the season, their team changed.
Mm-hmm.
Their team changed last year.
For the better.
They got McCaffrey and they got Purdy. And now they have them both for a full year. Logic would say they should be better. We'll see. I looked at that Lions-Chiefs game last night and just thought, man, Lions are going to be okay. I don't know if they can challenge the Niners. But
they were a game from the playoffs last year, Donnie.
Yeah. Sam, it looks like you want to jump in. Oh, no?
Sammy.
Guru had a question. I was getting his ears answer for.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to tell you who was on. I'm so excited. Who's on the call?
For this Sunday for
yes, sir.
Niners?
Yep.
It's Joe Davis and Daryl Moose Johnson.
Well, wow. All right, man. I like that tandem.
I like Moose.
Yep.
He's a good player.
What about Joe?
Davis going to be on with Willard and Dibbs this afternoon, by the way.
He's good.
Who is?
Joe Davis will be.
Yeah. Nice.
I don't want to say he's up and coming. He's past that, but he's good. I like him.
Is that their number one team?
No.
Let me ask you this.
You know
I'm
a
Lubman
nerd.
knows this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, can you tell me ABC's top 2-3 crews, NBC's CBS?
In a heartbeat.
Really?
Yeah. It's what I live for.
Sam, you can too?
Goose sounds way confident, so I let him do it, not me.
Yeah, but I do it because it adds to my fulfillment of watching. You could get a great game with the wrong. Like, I'm over Gus Johnson for college football.
Okay.
Dude, get away from the cop speed. No shade at him. I know he's great. Is that your style? Like, I'm kind of over it with him. Some could say I'm over you on the radio, Goo, but I thought,
it's like
I hear him now. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, at one point I was over Stephen A. Smith. Now I kind of like him again. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Gus Johnson's enthusiastic. I don't know if I don't know. So who's ABC's number one crew?
Well, they got Monday Night
right.
ESPN. It's Troy Aikman and Buck.
Okay.
All right. That's ESPN. That's Monday Night Football.
All right.
That's all they got.
What about
Thursday night would be
Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
Boy, he's a legend. I'm not going to say anything. He's not a legend.
And Sunday night's the best to me. Michaels and Collinsworth. Michaels and Collinsworth.
Hey, let me ask a question.
They're great.
Tirico. Al Michaels is on Thursday night now, and Tirico called it last night with Chris Collinsworth.
I'm confused. No, seriously, I am. Evan, help me out now.
Al Michaels is now employed by Amazon. He does a Thursday night game.
Okay, gotcha.
So
why do you get off on that?
I don't. I don't listen. 50 times more than me when it comes to this.
Obviously, I didn't know. I forgot that one. Thank you, Evan.
Why do people not like Chris Collinsworth?
Who?
I think he's good.
He's great. Who doesn't like him?
It feels like nobody likes him.
Evan, who's trying to be the next Collinsworth. I mean, Evan's a good.
He's a play-by-play
Maybe his
man.
son.
But Evan can do both.
I'm with you, though, Goo. I think Michaels and Collinsworth were the best crew that was on the air. Unfortunately, they're not together anymore. But I don't know. I think it's because of how much Collinsworth, I'll say politely, strokes someone like Patrick Mahomes, even when he might not make a great play. I think that's part of it. And he doesn't come down the road of players the way I think a lot of viewers might like.
Huh. All right.
You just want to you don't want a homer, right?
Well, I don't, but a lot of fans do. That's why they want me out of this spot.
But that's why Summerall and Madden are the best to ever do it. They were just fair.
Well, they also had a great rapport. I mean, they made it sound like you were
touchdown
in the booth
Rice. That's my Summerall. Boom, bam. That's my Madden.
You're
Let's go,
excited.
baby.
Are you excited for the season?
Dude, I can't wait, and I hope the soda's not listening. I'm a cheat, Stoney. I got the hash browns, the Jimmy Dean hot sausage mimosa. I'm ready.
So you're going mimosa.
Dude, I'm not gonna leave the house until Monday. I go to the gym before though. I get up, I go to the gym early. Cause how can you get mad? Catch the ball and you're eating chips. You gotta go do something active.
So you know what? I get this from the 661 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. And Evan was getting into this a little bit. Sometimes we're talking about stuff and we can't quite put our finger on, what's exactly the topic. But the 661 here is on to kind of what Evan had brought up before the show.
What'd he say?
Is this the biggest jump in expectation between seasons? You're going from your third string starting quarterback or your third quarterback to him starting, and now it's Super Bowl or bust. In other words, is this really fair to Brock Purdy to expect or to even
hell
demand?
Yes.
Is that fair to Brock Purdy? Because I don't think it is.
Okay, but hold on. The Niners have set a standard before Brock Purdy was on the team. Mm-hmm. And the standard was in 2019, young man, we were in the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo. Mm-hmm. After that, we went to the NFC Championship game. You signed up for this. We drafted you. So I don't think it's unfair to think the show is supposed to stop because he enters the equation. And just to the Texas point, last year was Exhibit A. He was more than okay with it. Yeah, it was short sample size, but he perfected what they asked him to do coming on to relieve Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance. So hell yes, Donnie, this is bigger than Brock Purdy. This thing has been in motion for a while, and I'm going to go with 2019.
So they haven't been able to get it done without Brock Purdy. So now people are demanding they get it done with the guy with less experience than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, I think, and I know you.
I mean, listen,
stickler for words, but now it's just get past the NFC Championship because quietly, Steiny, that's becoming. You're about to be the Buffalo Bills if you were to get there and lose 3 in a row, or the Eagles under Andy Reid. You don't want that to where we're not even getting to the bowl. We're losing at the game before the bowl. This would be 3 losses.
It's okay. I'll just be honest. It's unfair to put a Super Bowl or bust demand on Brock Purdy. It just is.
How do you not? I'm missing something because we just talked about the roster's loaded.
It is loaded.
Offensively,
it is
loaded. He's got one of the brilliant minds calling plays.
I'm not saying they're going to stink. What I'm saying is, if Brock, these people who expect the 49ers to win the Super Bowl, you realize that if they win the Super Bowl, they will have done it in a fashion that doesn't happen a lot, if at all.
Yeah, man.
I get it. It doesn't matter where he was drafted, but you're asking a 7th-round pick who's played 8 games total in the NFL to go head out there and lead this team to a Super Bowl in a league of great quarterbacks, in a league of quarterbacks who most of them need a little time to reach their potential.
So would that be?
So what if the Niners have a great year and Purdy blows it for them at the end?
You still feel good.
I
couldn't
would.
put Steiny.
I would, but that's not a
if
Super
you
Bowl.
say he looks like he did, and let's just say he threw a pick six I couldn't come in here and not ignore the rat on the table, which is his future. Okay, yeah, he had a blunder, but dude, sign me up for the rest of his career and this Niner team. I mean, that would be you know what I'm saying? There's no book. The book is just all good right now at Brock Purdy. But if he looks like the guy in the regular season, wins a couple more playoff games, and has a blunder, okay, let's go. Let's get him next year. But the 408 on the text line asks, Steiny, what's Kyle's excuse this year?
Kyle doesn't have an excuse.
Well, it sounds like you just gave
Not for
him
Kyle.
one. If the quarterback is so young.
Right, and that's what's incongruous. That's the incongruity that I see, and it's not hate.
You
It's
said
just
it don't fit.
It's just you're okay. It's like you want to win a Super Bowl, with Brock Purdy at quarterback. That's going to be hard because he doesn't have a lot of experience. Does it mean he can't do it? Absolutely not.
And doesn't it take a village?
It does, but you better have a good quarterback.
Yeah, well.
You better have a good
Well,
quarterback.
we think they do. It looks good right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
Chris in Rohnert Park. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good.
Hey, just real quick.
Yeah.
You keep talking about how this year feels different. This year feels different because Brock is the best quarterback the Niners have had in 20 years. He's going to prove it this year. You want to talk about how much of a quarterback makes a difference? You bet. He does. However, Russell Wilson won a Super Bowl in his second year. Big Ben won a Super Bowl in his second year because the rest of that team is stacked with elite talent and future Hall of Famers.
All right.
I've got a girl for the last 10 years. I've turned her into a Niners fan, and she's just absolutely elated for this year.
Chris, and
everybody else should be too.
No, all right, Chris, hold on. I got something to ask you.
Chris,
those 2 quarterbacks you mentioned who won Super Bowls in their second year, they're both Hall of Famers. Brock a Hall of Famer? Does he have to be a Hall of Famer?
Russell Wilson and Big Ben were not Hall of Famers their second year.
Oh, no, but
Hall of Famers later.
Right, but
they both had a stacked team around them, and that's what Brock has again.
All right, fair enough. And you should be excited about the season.
I mean, man, how can you not?
49ers have been extremely successful since Alex Smith doing things this way. They don't settle at the quarterback position. The Herd has a great segment on it. We might have a different quarterback next year. It's possible.
He would that would be a nightmare. Like Brock would have to turn into a pumpkin. And I don't see that happening. I believe you are, I say this every damn day, you are a product of your environment, and his environment on the offensive end it's incredible what he has at his disposal. He'll throw the ball 2 yards in the flat like Montana used to do to Craig, move the chains, and he's got guys that can do it. I just don't see defensive coordinators finding something on film that would just turn this guy upside down and we don't recognize him. Because that's the only scenario, Stotty, they would take a flyer, a Cousins or whomever. This is your guy.
Well, again, it might be their guy. It might be their guy. It might not.
That's amazing.
It might not be their guy. That's all I'm saying. And the point I was making is the 2 quarterbacks who won in their second year, obviously they weren't Hall of Famers in their second year, but what I'm saying is they won Super Bowls, those 2 guys on those teams, and they were all by their second year, they were clearly really good because they went on to have great careers, is all I'm saying. So Can Brock Purdy do it in his second year? Absolutely. But he's not likely to do it unless he's a really good quarterback, is all I'm saying. And we'll figure out along the way how good he is. Let's see. Fair expectations, ? As Jim Harbaugh used to tell his staff, if you're not here to believe that we can win a championship, leave now.
Wow. But Steiny, either one of those young
that
quarterbacks
was Don Coryell.
You talked about, look at you, one of my favorite coaches. Either one of them got Super Bowl MVP. They were like a bus driver. But either one of those young quarterbacks you mentioned that got their teams to the Super Bowl, they weren't Super Bowl MVP. And I'm not saying Brock is not, but I think Brock can do. He almost did it last year, man. The guy got him to the I'm just
so he was gonna play the 2 hardest games of his career. See that and yes,
now what the 2 hardest games?
He's gonna have to win so last year, I get it. He won but he would have had to win the NFC Championship, which he didn't do, and he would have had to win the Super Bowl. He still had 2 more. Yeah. He was going to play the 2 hardest games of his season last year.
But Steiny, it wasn't 11 Brock Purdy's against the Eagles or whoever they would have played in the Super Bowl. It was just him and him with George Kittle and all the guys that he has at his disposal, man. It's real.
Look at, how did he play against Dallas?
I watched the game 1,000 times. He wasn't Joe Montana, but he wasn't Steve DeBerg.
They can't win if that's kind of who they are.
He made
in the
biggest play to George Kittle across the middle. Kittle caught it. It was a big play.
No, I know it was a big play.
But Dallas is the Niners on defense. 19.
That's
but
all
it was
enough. I know it was enough. Of course it was enough. But what I'm saying is, I don't understand why it's far-fetched to say.
That was Dan Quinn against Kyle, too. It was bigger than just Purdy against Dallas. You know?
I'm just saying, I get it. The playoffs are harder, but their offense wasn't as good as it was in the regular season. And I know that's going to happen in the playoffs because you're facing better defenses.
We got this real quick. They did put, 100 up on Seattle in the second half. But they were losing at halftime.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Simons and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. The season starting on Sunday. Can't wait. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Fieldwork Brewing Company prides themselves on exceptional, honest beer making. They're locally owned and operated, headquartered in Berkeley since
man. Love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. John Michael Weisberg on the YouTube chat. Let's see a full season from Purdy before we crown the guy. And I know Big E is in San Antonio, and I want to talk to Big E because he says we're criticizing Purdy too much, and I just feel like it's just a little healthy skepticism. What's up, Big E?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Guru? How y'all doing today?
All right. San Antonio, don't sleep on the quarry.
Come on now, come on. Hey, look, I just want you guys to kind of be open-minded, especially you, Steiny.
I'm open.
You know, you've been kind of critical on Purdy, but I just want you to be open about this for just a second.
All right.
You know, Jalen Hurt kind of had, he had a kind of a up and down season, and just to throw it out there, he didn't look great before last year.
Okay.
Everybody thought that he was going to have, this abysmal season, and guess what? He showed the world that he can get to the Super Bowl. Why can't we give this same respect to Purdy, who started out on fire and lighting the world up?
Where are you seeing the disrespect? I mean, the Niners are picked by every talking head to be a Final Four team. I'm saying they might be able to go to the Super Bowl. I'm like, you ain't hearing it on this show, the disrespect. All Steiny has said is proceed with caution in regard to saying he's going to be the man.
I think we can all say we can proceed with caution and everything, but at the same time, I'm just saying that, who knows? Purdy can light the world on fire in his second year. You never know.
He can. No doubt about it.
I don't
want to ruin my Super Bowl prediction, but yeah.
Not Big E, Big E, for me, it's, look, the guy came through last year, Brock Purdy. There's no doubt.
Wow.
He showed that he's got potential to maybe be the franchise quarterback here in San Francisco.
Yes.
He's at least shown that he's the starter this year at the very least. He's in his second year. Right? Second year, third year?
Second year.
Second year. All I'm saying is you got to allow for some bumps in the road. And can he do it? Well, he's got a hell of a team around him. We're all in agreement about that. I'm just be a little more careful. I'm not saying he can't do it,
right,
but I'm not assuming he will either.
And I'm buying into what we've saw to where I think we're going to see a mirror image, maybe not as successful, Steiny, maybe a game or two, or maybe I'm wrong and it's a game or two the other way. But I think this kid has what it takes to run this type of offense under this type of coach, which is Kyle Shanahan.
I heard the morning show today talking about how 40% of Purdy's throws were at the line of scrimmage or behind. So what does that tell you? To me, it tells me Kyle, he's not gonna throw 3 interceptions. Kyle Shanahan doesn't play quarterbacks like that. He has safe timing type routes.
Yeah.
And what was it? When's the last time a 49er threw 3 interceptions? 7 years. Or 6 years, he can protect Purdy from looking terrible. Not that Purdy's going to look terrible, but he's not going to put Purdy in positions where
sometimes it's not up to him though, Steiny. A fumble here, you're down 10 or 17 points. You got to throw the ball.
Yeah.
Anthony, one 49ers practice update. Talanoa Hufanga, who was not on the field yesterday, missed practice with a personal issue. He's back today and practicing for the 49ers.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's got a foot issue, apparently.
But he's back. It's amazing how when it's go time, Steiny, I'm ready.
Travarius Ward had the heel injury.
Oh, Mooney.
Yeah, Mooney
Well,
Ward.
look, it's
and
90.
he said he's expecting to be out there. So
they're all expected to be.
Let's go. It's gay. I cannot wait. And we ain't got to wait around for the game. It's 10 o'clock.
You hate 10 o'clock games. You've said that in the past.
Not when it's week 1.
All right. Paul's in SoCal. What's up, Paul?
Yeah, man. What it do, guys?
Talk to us.
Kawhi Leonard.
Hey, I want to revisit the Collinsworth thing.
All right.
This guy is the biggest choker of Mahomes. It's disgusting to watch. That's why he's not. That's why it's tough to watch it. And then
Mahomes has 2 Super Bowls, though. Come on, the dude's like Steph Curry of quarterbacks.
Goo, I got you. No disrespect to the player, but the commentating.
Wow.
Oh, Mahomes. Talk about Mahomes. No, Mahomes. Yeah, we can do that. But, dude, play both sides of the fence. All he did yesterday was, look at Mahomes get away from Juwan Taylor. It's like, bro, relax. We know Mahomes is a Hall of Famer, right? Like, that's great. But the game yesterday was so badly officiated. I will give Collinsworth credit. He did say something funny about Juwan Taylor playing the slot receiver because he was false starting so dang much. That was good. I give the dude that. But then the other disrespectful thing, and I love me some Mike Tirico. I love watching the Masters when he's on. Why did he have to say that the Lions win has an asterisk? That's disrespectful. If you're a Lions fan, it's like, bro, a win's a win.
I didn't hear that.
He said that, and I was like,
weak.
Come on, let's not do that just because Kelsey's out.
Wow.
Like, dude, let's give credit where credit's due.
Especially don't do it to the Lions.
Yeah. I would call him in the office this morning. Hey, Mike, you got to lose that line. Detroit won that game.
You don't want a boss like that.
I've had one.
How often you get called in?
When it pops off and they're mad. Sit down.
What's the last thing you remember doing wrong where your boss got mad at you outside of here?
It's so real and on the tip of my tongue.
Oh.
I used to go to local high schools and try to recruit them to vocational schools.
Okay.
And there was a sector of people that I omitted that I didn't even know, it was a thing and I got called in and I got reamed in my suit and tie, hurt me to the core, called Norm, called my wife. Like, I love everybody, every group, but Stoney, I left a group out. And if I could really tell you at the cafeteria, it hurt me because I still think I didn't get it wrong. But they were disappointed in me.
Well, that's somewhat vague, but I think we'll leave it there.
All right.
But
yeah, hurt my heart, man. Last time I've been hurt.
Because you are an open and inclusive person. I know you would never knowingly exclude somebody.
Yeah, and sharing cigarettes at the dice table. I'm very inclusive. No wonder
Just
I
keep
was
that
sick.
under your hat. Goodness gracious.
How do people text me like, good Lord?
I know.
Looking at me different.
Anthony's in Walnut Creek.
Anthony.
What's up, Ant? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Thanks for the call. Love the show.
Hey.
I want to add one thing. I'm a Washington fan originally from D.C., so I don't really could care less. But again, I'm not really a believer in Purdy quite yet. A lot of almost interceptions last year that didn't go the defense's way, so he got bailed out. Also, if they get behind, if he does start throwing some of those turnovers, fumble the ball a few times, my hot take is don't be surprised if later in the season Sam Darnold takes over this starting job and is the quarterback of the Niners.
Why?
Well, that's
nice. Thanks, Anthony.
Well, maybe he means by injury, but let's be real. Could there be less than stellar play from Brock? No.
Well, there could be, of course. Of course, there could be less than stellar play.
Last year was a mirage then from Brock. If that were to happen,
no, it can be. Two things can be equally true.
It could be for him to get replaced just by performance.
Oh, replaced. I'm sorry.
I think he's already earned that that's not going to happen. My guy Hawk's blowing me up. Slow down on Purdy.
Yeah,
I'm not telling you he's Dan Marino.
There you are.
But for the people in the back, 2 playoff games and undefeated in every game you finish, that's real and tangible, man.
Who's trying to get at you?
My guy Hawk.
Hawk.
Yeah.
Stay after him. Hawk, stay after him.
But what would you all you have is like people like
stay open-minded.
Are gonna
stay open-minded to Purdy.
Okay.
Don't assume
but what are
he's
you going to say
be great.
in week 7 if they're 6-1 and they look like they looked last year? How many games are we going to do before we say Brock's that guy? I'm going to say he's the real deal.
8 to 10.
Holyfield.
8 to 10. So you just want to be
first.
first.
At least you gave a oh no,
you just
I hate
want to be
that.
first.
I told you I'm not into that. Or right. I don't want to be wrong, but yeah. But come on, Stein. So you're saying 10 games, you'll be like, you know what?
If you can make
legit.
it 10 games.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. And where do we put this?
I want to believe you.
About what?
Your threshold on the 10 games. Like solid 10 games.
Why would you not believe me?
Because I feel like, again, it's just me. The 2 playoff games on the Guru computer is like 4 more regular season games.
Okay, and then the Eagles game was like take 3 away from them.
It was a no-show.
Well, got to stay upright in this league.
You got me thinking about Cousins. There's no way he makes it out west.
You know what? 415. I'll bring this up too because I don't know how to factor this into. 415. Steiny, I'm so tired of hearing about these almost interceptions. Couldn't we also look at drop passes? If it's not a pick, it's not a pick. Do we talk about how Curry makes a lot of shots, but some of them bounce around the rim? I know what you're saying, 415, and I don't know how to parse that out either. And I'm being honest with you. Were there throws last year where I thought, boy, he got away with that one?
Oh,
yes,
my gosh.
Of course.
Yes.
But maybe he doesn't make those throws. That's what the growth becomes. So maybe we don't have to worry about those types of throws because he knows he got a couple breaks.
But if you watch Patrick Mahomes, you could do the same thing. Obviously, he's more established and credentialed. But, Steiny, that's every quarterback. If you wanted to start nitpicking like that, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
With what?
With interceptions and would-be picks. I mean, Mahomes threw 3 or 4 yesterday that didn't get caught. So they're not interceptions, but he's so established, we don't trip on it.
Right. Purdy's not established. He's not established. That's why it's fair to, like, I get it. I get why you're tired of hearing about the almost interception. It's like, is it an interception or not?
Right.
But, I
went off his hands.
Yeah, there were a couple
Catch the ball,
got a break on
City.
that one. Got a break on that one. That's all right. Maybe he doesn't make bad throws.
Why did Andy Reid go for it on 4th and 100 with 3 timeouts?
He's playing chess.
That was mad.
Andy Reid plays 3 games of chess while everybody else is playing checkers.
Well, it resulted in an L. Dude, you do understand it's 4th and 100.
25. That's nothing for that offense.
I didn't even like them going for it. Like, I didn't want to see any NFL team get a 4th and 25.
Richie in Queens. Hey, Richie.
Hey, boys. How are you?
Dynamite.
Queens.
Yeah, I normally would call you about my baseball team, but being that they are so much in the tubes at this point, although only 2 out, but it seems like it's
Yeah, it's hard out here, too, with baseball.
Yeah, I know. It's funny because I call you guys on occasion. I always call the New York stations, and obviously they don't want to hear me rooting about my San Francisco Giants. And it seems like talking to my cousin out in California, the interest has really been not good. So, but anyway, with the football, a couple of things. Last night, I think the Lions' win was probably the biggest win they've had in 50 years. And I did hear the asterisk. I thought that was
Oh, my God. How did I miss it?
And, yeah, and Andy Reid, 4th and 25, that's another coach, man. He's sitting down with the team owners the next day. And it's one thing, unless their logic was they were so bad offensively, because I think their receivers at this point, obviously Hill, Don, Kelsey not being there, they could be one of the worst receiving team, and Tony's been such a big disappointment. We had him. I thought he was such a stud for us. Talking New York, just to give you a little feel, the teams that are really talked about are the Eagles and obviously your team. And the question here also, as you guys have been kicking around, is what is Purdy? And I kind of attribute it, tell me if you agree or don't, is that when a kid comes up and he's doing really well like Schmidt did, and he looked like he was going to hit like 400,
right?
And now he's hitting 190, adjustments. So will they make adjustments with Purdy because 40% are behind the line? Are they going to play up on him? They're going to dare him to throw down the field? I like him. You do. Hopefully, you guys are not depending on Sam Donald. If we show enough of him, I think he's a perfect backup, if that. But, there's questions about Purdy, but you are defensively with Bosa. Williams got a great offensive line. Obviously, your offense is great. Daniel Jones is my guy. I think that they can really step up to be a top 4 or 5 team in the NFC. The question with him is he going to improve from 312 throws last year to 400 because his touchdowns to interceptions was phenomenal.
Nah, Richie, you got
don't be a stranger, Rich.
Richie, you got your finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we got down to the Giants.
Oh, yeah, well,
the
his
New York
Giants.
We were good with the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
We were good with the 49ers. strayed a little too much toward Danny Dimes. Come on, Dansby.
Giants have lost 6 in a row.
Dansby Swanson. Come on.
Now, you came down my road early in our career together for watching your entertainment.
I didn't even know he was up. I just looked up and he struck out.
That's a omen.
Oh, boy, they're facing Gallen.
Dude.
Bats are going to be quiet in Chi-Town.
Yeah, I took the under.
So,
yeah. Giants, real quick, about 6 in a row.
Yeah.
Got Colorado. You lose 2 out of 3 here. Just put the coffin into the field.
No, still have time.
For what?
For a run.
To around the park, the Golden Gate. Dude, you're not that optimistic, dude.
I'm not optimistic, but I'm not the kind of guy that says they're done. They're 3 games out or 2 out of the wild card.
Thank Evan. You want the boat completely underwater. Yeah, talk to him, Loveman.
This is where I can't stand. You're not a
You're
fan,
ignoring
man.
the
You
signs.
can't give up.
No, but if you see some signs.
Yeah, they're bad signs. There are bad signs.
You're a captain of a ship.
Quit running away
You're
from
telling
it.
everybody on the ship, the water on the boat doesn't mean anything. Yes, it does. We're going under. Come on, man.
If the 49ers stay healthy this year, they will run the table with Purdy. Parade for the Niners, followed by a parade for the Warriors. I'll make that bet.
Wow.
I'll make that bet.
Kerr can't wait to get back to the Warriors.
But, look, Richie and Queens.
Yeah.
He said it. Do I like Purdy? I like Purdy.
But you still want to see more. I get it.
I mean, are we just going to discount that defense might make some adjustments? And he'll make some adjustments. And then the defense will make some adjustments. And then he'll readjust. It's like, let's see what happens.
I get all that, Steiny, but I just think because he's playing with, studs damn near at every position offensively, it's going to be hard for defensive coordinators to make those adjustments.
Well, we will find out. Hey, by the way, make sure to lock in every 49ers game for the kickoff show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal for the home games, our very own Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal for the away games. And then following the final whistle, overtime kicks off with Alan Stiles, Sterling Bennett, and Mark Grandy. Every 49ers game all season long on 95.7 The Game. And that season starts on Sunday
I'll
at
have them
10
on.
a.m.
Let's go, baby.
What if I told you I'm starting to have second thoughts about taping the game?
I was hoping I can't tell you who I had this conversation with, Dibs. I was hoping you would just scratch the whole thing and just say, I'll do it later and go after.
I'll do what later?
Golf.
I can't. Yeah. Oh, hello, Evan. How you doing?
Evan with the physique.
Good to
I'm
see
getting
you.
I remember when I was his age, man. Little traps.
He just subbed something out.
Oh.
That means
He mad at you?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Well, I ain't. Evan got a swole on us.
I don't get how Steiny is high on the Giants but down on the Warriors. Jeff, I'm messing
help
around.
me. Help us all.
I'm not high on the Giants. I just don't like when a team is prematurely crowned or prematurely buried.
But you understand why people are down.
They're not
Mark
playing
Willard
well.
is down. If you get that man down.
Listen, getting down is part of being
Mark
a fan.
Willard is down.
Giving
Steiny.
up is a quitter.
Well, nobody's giving up.
Well, you've got
It's 2.5 out.
Biggest Giants fan in the building just said, we're done.
So why are
Sam
there it is.
Loveman.
No.
Well, I mean, they're done, but I'm not giving up, and I'm still going to go to the
There you go,
games.
Steiny.
Quitting gets a bad name.
They're going to continue to. We're watching. It's bad. Michael Jackson.
Right
bad.
now it is bad. You score 10 runs against Colorado. You beat up on them. We got a ball game again. Hey, week 1 is here. It all starts at 8 a.m. on Sunday. Make sure to tune in 2 hours before the game for the kickoff show with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. He's going to have to get up early on a Sunday. You good with that? He's good with that. Then immediately following the final whistle, overtime breaks it all down with Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, and Sterling Bennett before and after every game. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for the best red and gold coverage. What will Shanahan's kicker will be Shanahan? No excuses this year for the Niners.
Nope.
And this is where kind of went a little back and forth with Willard, or I heard Willard going back and forth with Dibs on this one. It's like, I know that if the starting quarterback gets hurt,
okay,
you're obviously in a lot of trouble. There's no doubt about that. 49ers, if their starting quarterback gets hurt, I don't care who's the backup, you're in trouble, Sam Darnold or not. I think you're in trouble. But Kyle doesn't get a pass for that in my book. And you might say, why? Why? And the reason he doesn't in my book is because this is his 7th year, and the quarterbacks have been banged up his entire tenure. He hasn't found one yet. Hopefully he's found Purdy, but if Purdy doesn't get it, like he drafted a quarterback that he thought was going to be a franchise quarterback. He turned out not to be, but he drafted Purdy, who's pretty good. Sorry, if the quarterback gets injured again and we don't do well this season, then don't we have to ask why this is happening?
I think we have already, Stoney. Remember we talked about the strength and conditioning coaches that they have. Is there any correlation? What are they doing in practices? I don't know, but I'll tell you what, Stoney, and I know Niner fans don't want to hear this, but if we were to go down that route as a station and have to talk about the Niners and the injuries to that position, you got to wonder what gives, man. And I think you put too much on it in this sense. Jimmy was upright 19. They went to the Super Bowl. He was upright a couple years ago when he took the team to the NFC Championship game against the Rams. So he has survived, and they were one. We're in the Super Bowl and almost in another one.
But what's the stat about they've used 3 quarterbacks in 6 of Shanahan's 7 years?
That's yikes.
See, I wouldn't necessarily, if they have an injury at quarterback, I wouldn't necessarily blame Kyle Shanahan, but at that point you'd have to say, man, we've given injury-prone, we haven't found anybody that can stay upright. That's your job too, Kyle Shanahan. You're head of player personnel, and you're the head coach, and we should have a quarterback in here by now.
I know we're up against it. So last year when we saw Garoppolo lie on the turf and think he was done, didn't you call the dogs off on I can't come down Kyle's road because Jimmy got hurt again?
Yeah, that was last year. That was with Trey Lance. Maybe wasn't ready, but they had Garoppolo, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy. This year they have Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold. The quarterback rooms should be better. If it's not, why isn't it? 95.7 The Game is partnering with a great golf event at Harding Park on September 11th. It's the 8th annual Pettinelli Charity Golf Tournament. 100% of the proceeds from this event benefit the San Francisco Autism Society. The Autism Society is a complete resource for families of autistic kids and adults, providing activities, information, and education. A few of our personalities are going to be out there golfing, and we'd love for your company to join us. There's going to be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Go to 957thegame.com's events page for more details. When we come back, more talk. Season opener, Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Can't wait on 95.7 The Game.
Explore September sales at Whole Foods Market. Save 33%.
WBMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Season opener a couple days away.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say?
My mic was off. A little
Right.
wardrobe change by your partner, but kind of lost its stuff.
All right.
Shesky brought in some hats.
Okay.
Yeah. I got Stanford.
There's a report out of Minnesota.
Oh, God.
This may make 49. See, you think this will make 49er fans mad? I don't know, but I'll throw it out there.
I hate it.
There's a report out of Minnesota that in 2017, the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, called the Washington team at that point and was willing to give up the number 2 pick for Kirk Cousins. Washington said no or didn't answer the phone. But Kyle's ready to trade the number 2 pick for Kirk Cousins. They ended up moving down to 3 that year.
Wow. He had a chance to get his guy, huh? Back in 17.
And that's kind of
when the Redskins drafted 17. They Jonathan Allen, defensive end.
And that's kind of where I'm at with with Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it's been 7 years and he's been looking and sniffing, and there's been a guy here he likes, he kind of wants. There's a guy there who's really good, but he might not want. Quarterback position, it's got to be a position of strength this year for the Niners.
Yeah. You just wonder. I know you make fun of me, and I kind of retired it. But a lot of people, what if he had hit Emmanuel Sanders, Garoppolo on that bomb? What that would have done? The fact that Kyle and Jimmy would have celebrated, been part of a parade, would have went down in history as one of the NFL teams to win a Super Bowl. You wonder what that would have did to his tenure, Jimmy, and his leash in regard to Kyle's eyes if they would have had some hardware.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Joseph in Vallejo. How you doing, Joseph?
Just fine. How we doing?
Doing well.
Good. I just want to say I believe that that Brock Purdy is a little too cocky. There's a certain thing, it's about him as opposed to the team. And I believe that teams around the league, like Philadelphia, where he was injured, that's how he always do the vein, like I got ice in my vein, shoot me in the vein. They went after that arm right in that place. And then to prove that they was targeting him, the backup quarterback, when he came in, they hit him in the arm in the same place. But these defenses not going to let a Mr. Irrelevant come in and show them up with all that bravado as well. It's one thing if he just go do what he do and go to the sideline, celebrate with his teammates, but to also tell you that he's him, like I'm him, they coming after him. So his own showmanship going to get him in trouble. And Nick Bosa is overrated. I've seen him overrun way too many plays. He's on a great defense, and he very seldom can muscle a guy to the quarterback. He's overrated. I think the Niners are overrated.
Thanks, Joseph. Appreciate it.
Joe, but man, come on, Steiny. Your boy's got 34 sacks in the last 2 years. You don't overrate your way to DPOY. I'm talking about Bosa. But Purdy's got some cockiness, and that's what it takes. Mahomes is cocky. They're all cocky, Steiny. But he wasn't putting that vein in the arms when his elbow was hurt. Yeah.
Priest is in Palo Alto.
Our guy.
Hey, Priest. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Talk to us.
Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I hear a lot about, when I hear Guru say how loaded the 49ers are.
Right.
To me, Guru, I understand they're talented. They're talented. Trust me. Okay, but I look at them, and it's more scheme than awesome talent. The offense that they run is just a bunch of hot reads.
Yeah.
It's not they got about 5 to 6 premium plays that they run consistently, but they give you 4 or 5 different looks on each play.
Good stuff.
So you don't know which one's coming. And they hit you on the backside. What they want to do is hit you on your backside so that the guy's wide open and can run.
Yeah.
That is predicated on run after catch. So it's just a bunch of hot reads. But what happens is the talent that they have is good enough that if you get the ball in his hands, they can do a lot of damage. If you take the wide receivers, I could go through maybe 20 to 25 wide receivers before I get to one of them. I think they're talented. I think Ayuk is talented, but he's not like a top-end wide receiver. And Debo can't even run routes.
But he's an all-pro. He's an all-pro. Priest, I hear you, man, but
it's yardage. It's yardage. It's
to
stats.
say 25, though, Priest, and I love you, man, but, man, Priest, you can't ignore everything you said was spot on, but you can't ignore the talent that Debo and Ayuk are. Now, you're not giving any credence to Ayuk and his ability and his footwork, getting off the line of scrimmage and his catch radius. You haven't seen that man grow. He could go, to me, Priest, he could go be a number 1 or 1A somewhere else, and that may happen. But to call and say him and Debo collectively are not even in the top 25, come on, Priest.
He's somewhere in the. I wouldn't rate him in the top. I could run off 10 wide receivers, 10, 15 wide receivers. I'd take over it in a heartbeat. I'm just saying, Guru, I understand how you look at it, but you're looking at the 49ers so consistently. You're not looking at, I don't think you're looking at what kind of talent this league has.
Appreciate
this team is, I'm serious, man. I'm not.
No, I hear you. He knows I'm not coming from it from a fan perspective,
Appreciate
Stoney.
the call. What's that?
I'm not blinded because I'm a fan.
Why
I'm
are you blinded?
I'm not blinded. That was good. I'm telling you, Ayuk and Debo are studs.
I'm telling you, Ayuk's good.
Evan,
I think you think they're better. I'm with Priest. In terms of
Debo's been an all-pro.
That's
right?
fine. That's great.
But why do you say it like that?
How was he last year?
Okay, is Kittle all-pro? He's been
not
an
anymore.
all-pro.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
I'll give you the Kittle. But Debo, bounce back year. He's already proven, though, man.
Well, he didn't play well last year.
There's not too many Swiss Army knives at the position. And Priest wouldn't have made that call 2 years ago when Debo single-handedly, before McCaffrey, beat Dallas and beat Green Bay and had the Rams down 10. That's all. And I love Priest.
I'm with Priest.
But don't call for getting that stuff.
I think
Debo to not top 25 and Ayuk. You know how many teams would line up to get Ayuk? I want to see that list from Priest.
Debo Samuel
I wish I had his number.
is not a top 25 receiver. You can't be if you can't run a route.
But what is he collectively, Steiny? You're smiling. Come on, man.
I think you overrate Brandon Ayuk.
So
I'm with Priest.
So that
the guy averaged 68 yards per game last year through the air.
So Kyle's so brilliant that this system is doing it itself?
What do you mean?
Like we're not going to give the skill position players no credit for running the system that Priest poetically described the Niners offense, but he just missed the ball in, you could do it with Evan, Steiny, and Guru. That's how we made it sound. You're telling me that I don't know what a top NFL receiver is on the come in Brandon Ayuk? I'm missing that? I'm blinded? Brandon Ayuk is a badass, and we can get we've talked to everybody about where he's at in his career. He's ready to break out if he hadn't broken out.
See.
Okay, Debo Samuel, and they paid him. He's a badass. Now, did he have his best year last year? Okay, but don't call here saying that the system has made these two guys. That's bullpucky. That's wrong.
I'm with
because Priest didn't call 2 years ago on that when Debo was the man, single-handedly catching the ball in the backfield, all that stuff. Put some respect on their name. That's all.
Fine, but they're not the best receivers in football.
And I never said that.
Look, I'm just told you. I'm with Priest. I think you overrate Brandon Ayuk. The guy had, 1,000-yard year? We're supposed to do cartwheels over 1,000-yard year when it's
numbers,
a 17-game season?
He's good, man.
He is good. He's real good. But you know what? He still hasn't had a breakout year.
And he may not in this offense when you just look at numbers.
Well, then don't.
But you can watch his ability to route run and catch the ball, Steiny. He's special.
He's not special.
Yeah, I think he's
one
special.
of 15 receivers in the NFL.
No, he's not.
Please,
I want to see that list.
Give me the list of teams. Mancha in San Jose. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm just calling because I don't think any of these fans are watching the games the last couple of years. Because, I mean, regardless who's that quarterback, these guys are doing their thing on the field. Ayuk, Debo, I mean, they're not having, super great seasons, but, they're still getting the job done, getting some points on the board. The addition of McCaffrey, Kittle. We got all-stars on both sides of the field. I don't get what these guys ain't seeing.
Man.
Regardless
Remember
of
that.
who's got a quarterback, like I said, they're making plays out there and against good defenses.
No doubt.
How'd that Philadelphia Eagles all-star team do years back with Asamoah and those
you
guys?
should feel ashamed bringing that up.
Why? What's the difference?
There's an asterisk to that.
What?
The quarterback was out, and so was the Niners' offense.
What do you mean?
They didn't get a chance to show what they had.
Who?
The Niners against the Eagles. You said the Eagle All-Star team.
I'm talking about the Eagles from years past. That year they had.
My bad.
They had Deshaun Jackson. They had Asamoah. They had McNabb. Yeah. Everybody said they were an all-star team too, and they stunk.
Wow. Evan, can I have you crack the mic? Am I overrated? Just as a tandem, Debo and Ayuk, it's not just all about numbers, man.
No, I'm with you. I don't think they pass enough compared to a lot of the other passing games to kind of feature them statistically. I think together they're probably worth more than they are apart just because they complement each other so well. So I don't have a problem with anybody saying the Niners have one of, if not the best set of weapons in the NFL, but individually, Christian McCaffrey's probably the best running back. George Kittle might be the second or third best tight end. I don't think Brandon Ayuk individually is any worse than, Jerry Jeudy or Drake London or other guys like fringe top 25 players. I think one of those guys is going to be certainly a top 25 receiver, but it's also a question of statistically how much they get the ball. So, I think, I don't know how you feel about this, Goob. I think CeeDee Lamb is better than Brandon Ayuk. What do you say to that?
Forget my affiliation. There's no shade in that. But I would almost say if he's better, there's no shade in that, Steiny. He's right behind him. But to say 25, and this is why I'm going to defend Debo, he was your offense when it was just all about him, and we didn't know what to make of Ayuk. And my whole premise with Priest is, I love how he broke down what the Niners try to do on offense. He couldn't have made that call when they went to the NFC Championship game on the back of Debo Samuel offensively, and they got to a Super Bowl. Okay, should have went to a second one. So just let's put some respect on Debo's name. It's not just the system that is making these guys.
I think Debo's really good. I think he was out of shape last year. Do you remember that? You just forget that? Did you just get a pass for coming in out of shape last year and not being the player he was? How do we know that Debo Samuel's going to have a great year? How do we know that Brandon Ayuk's going to have a great year?
But I'll say this, Steiny. Up until he pulled the curtains back and told us he was out of shape, nobody said Debo was out of shape. It wasn't apparent to me on the TV. Now, the results weren't there, but I never once said, he's fat. Well, he told us after it was all said and done.
That we couldn't see it if he acknowledged that it hurts?
That's fair.
That's fair. That it hurt his performance? A lot of people say Ayuk's top 15. Some say he's not.
But it's like watching a ball player, Steiny. Again, every player outside of McCaffrey is in an offense to where you got to be selfless. So you're not going to have the numbers. But, man, if you watch Brandon Ayuk, and I remember that draft, the heavy wide receiver draft, and I'm like, Brandon Ayuk, I was one of the most, what? And Steiny, the dude's got some skills, and I hope they don't lose him. But I'm going to say this, Steiny. He's got skills enough to go somewhere. If he were in New England and he were the number one target, I don't think they would be disappointed.
I don't know. I think he's a good young receiver. I don't think he should be crowned. That's all.
And do I sound like I'm crowning him?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You think he's a top 5 receiver in the league? Something like that?
No, that top 10's Donnie, top 5, and the potential to be top 5. But, yeah, top 25, I thought that was disrespectful.
What was the year the Eagles had all those All-Stars?
I remember.
Said that they were an All-Star team.
I can't remember the year.
I can't either.
And it failed miserably.
That's right. They had unbelievable individual talent, and they didn't get it done. I'm not saying that's going to happen with the Niners.
Oh, Vince Young said it. Remember?
Huh?
Vince Young said something like, go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously last year they had a boatload of talent, and they made it work up until the NFC Championship game.
But since 2019, they've made it work.
Who has?
The Niners. They were in the Super Bowl. They followed that up and they get injured.
You go back and forth saying, look what they've done, and then in the next sentence you say they've never done anything. Like, I don't know whether you like where they're at or you don't like where they're at.
If you would listen to me, this is perfectly said. Listen. If you look at what they've done since 2019, you get to where I'm at, to expect a championship. That's all. 2 NFC championship losses the last couple of years. You lost a Super Bowl. So they have accomplished something under Jimmy Garoppolo. So I'm just saying, okay, the question is, when is it going to be done? And the one constant is the guy that's been at the helm, which is Kyle Shanahan. When's that day going to come? And maybe it's with Brock Purdy. But I can't ignore that they haven't been knocking on the door for some years now.
Of course they've been knocking on the door. But, depending on how you want to look at it, I mean, what am I sniffing today? Oh, you know what? I'll come in and say, I'm not saying this is you, but this is just such a circular argument. As Kyle Shanahan hasn't gotten it done. Can't get it done. Hasn't gotten it done. Hey, we hang Super Bowls. Not good enough. Not good enough. We hang Super Bowls. We don't lose.
Well, we used to.
It's about all Super Bowls. It's all we care about, Chad. You're fans. All Super Bowls. Okay. Well, then you got to judge them accordingly. They haven't won a Super Bowl. I don't hold that again. I think he's a damn good coach. I think the 49ers had a great run under him. And yes, it's time to win a Super Bowl. But that doesn't, just because it's time doesn't mean it's going to happen, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but again, your point is taken. But, Stoney, I just feel like you're selling the Garoppolo era short. I feel like you act like it was a season and a half. He was here. They had their cracks at it more than once. And there's multiple people to blame. It wasn't just Jimmy. So he stuck with them a little while, Stoney. Right. I think more so than you think, because you're like, he's flavor of the month. Who's Carl going to like next? I think he stuck with Jimmy a while.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. And if he got rid of him, he can say it was because of he got hurt too much.
A whole nother, yeah.
Which I get. I mean, I get it. You were able to win with Jimmy Garoppolo, but then you traded him or you got rid of him because
you thought Trey was going to be the man.
Yeah. Thought Trey was going to be the man. Like that's I'm not like, why does Kyle Shanahan get the benefit of the doubt in terms of well, this is the guy now?
Well, I don't think he has some control in that. But Brock has more control because it's about how good is Brock Purdy. And if Brock Purdy is as good as what is advertised, Stoney, they're going to continue to play big-time games. So, I don't think that's a benefit of the doubt. I just think it's what we see.
Okay, so this is the other thing. Kyle Shanahan can win with a lot of different quarterbacks. He's shown, right? What do you mean? You just said he did.
Well, he's won with
Garoppolo.
He didn't win with Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard, and I count those guys. You guys tell me I can't count them. I count those guys. Right. I was telling you on the mic, me and Dibs during our era, like, hey, they got a chance to go to the playoffs. Mullins couldn't get it done. Oh, but you couldn't blame Kyle. Okay, but who's he really done it with, Stoney, outside of Jimmy?
Brock Purdy.
Well, again, and that's a short sample size.
Well, now it's a short sample size. Which is what I've been saying.
Right, and I've met you halfway. I think we're saying the same thing, but maybe something else different.
And we got Jennifer Lee Chan coming up at 1 o'clock, NBC Sports Bay Area. She just, I think, dropped the podcast with Brock Purdy, or is going to drop one very soon. And she's also in Pittsburgh covering the game on Sunday. She's what's known as a big boy.
Let's go.
Steven Vallejo. Hey, Steve. What's going on, man?
Hey, I got a question for Steiny. So are you basically saying that regarding Debo and Ayuk, so you're saying that Jawan Jennings and Ray McLeod and their other receivers, Bell, you're saying Shanahan, they could do the same damage with these receivers?
No, I'm saying the receivers are good. I just think Guru overrates them. They're good receivers. I don't think they're great.
I don't think it's overrating. I mean, they're there. They're at the cusp. I mean, we forget. Are we forgetting what they did? I mean, we're not crowning them like you said, but without them, we don't. I don't think we stand a chance. And
I'm with you. Like, hey, I'm not saying if you took Debo and Ayuk off the team, this team could still win a Super Bowl. I'm not saying that. They're good. They're good receivers. I don't think they're great, but they're good. They're really good. And Debo had a great year a couple years ago. He didn't have a good year last year. That's all.
Well,
Steve, I'll give you a last crack at it if you want. He's gone. All right.
You just don't walk, and you can't say this, but as far as Debo, Steiny, and Kittle at a certain juncture in his career, you don't just walk into an all-pro. You earn that. And Debo was badass, and they paid him. And, I can't defend last year.
Yeah, Francois. They're solid. WRs. I'm with you. They're solid. They're solid.
All right.
They are. Let's see. What do we got here? People are... Well, I guess I'm playing devil's advocate.
What, are they coming at me?
No, they're coming at... No! Why would they come at you? Why would they come at you? You just said Ayuk and Debo are the greatest receivers of all time.
Stop.
That will endear you to 49er fans.
That ain't what I do. I don't get out of bed to have anybody but my kids endear me.
You said Sam Darnold
and the wife
can lead this 49er team to a Super Bowl.
It's a compliment.
I know. And you're going to... So 49er fans are going to be on your side. Like, they're coming down my road,
but
not your road.
There's no winner on either one of our sides. The proof
you're
is
the
in
winner.
the pudding.
You're the winner.
No, the winner.
I'm getting hammered because I got to be devil's advocate.
Nobody trumps the game. The game or the results. That's when we find out what we speak is who had it. But it ain't about who had it. It's about when. When do we see it? And if.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
Everything will he hit or will he be a failure?
Okay.
That we have no control over that. We can speak into these mics about what we think is going to happen, but let me tell you something. All of us have no control of what's going to manifest on that field for this guy's career, for Sunday, and that's the beautiful part of sports. We can talk at it from every angle, but we have no control over what's going to manifest.
Right. But
we're going to know if Brock is the guy or is he just a guy.
Yeah.
And that's exciting to me. Is Ayuk the all-pro or is he John? I mean, I'm telling you. Man.
No, they're nobody's mad at you.
Yeah, love high blood pressure shows. Nobody's got high blood pressure.
Stein always goes to Guru. Look, you know how to play the Bay Area sports fans.
Now, I don't like that. You got to explain on the others.
I'm not going to explain.
No, I'm being real.
Look, Brock Purdy has it. You said that.
So far.
Sam
now,
Darnold,
be real. Hold
Sam
on,
Darnold. I'm just saying.
But Brock Purdy so far, like you were flabbergasted just a second ago, like I signed off on Brock. I said I like what I see so much, but I know we got to see more. That doesn't mean I signed off.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. It is football season. Week 1 is here. It all starts at 8 a.m. on Sunday. Make sure to tune in 2 hours before game time for the kickoff show with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. Then immediately following the final whistle, overtime breaks it all down with hosts Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, and Sterling Bennett. Before and after every single game, listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for the best red and gold coverage. Mm-hmm.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can find...
It's $50.
Well, I wanted to do 100.
$50.
C notes, Donnie.
Yeah. And you still owe me?
No, I gave that back to you, dog.
Well, the original.
Then I treated you guys to drinks. I got the tab.
Drink. You treated us to a drink.
Steiny, you better stop, man. That thing hurt me. I'm still woke up, but they robbed me. I didn't know who else. I covered the bill.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's welcome in Omar. Omar in San Francisco. How you doing, Omar? What's going on, buddy? Oh boy.
Yeah.
Come on, Big O. Oh, you know what? That's my fault.
What
my
happened?
bad, Evan. My bad. What's up? What's up, Omar? No, I got him.
What's going?
It was my
What's
fault,
going on?
Mr.
What's going
Nahidi.
on?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Welcome to the club.
Thank you. That was my bad. I forgot to push the button. Okay, Evan, you want to jump in here? We got 5 games we're gonna go to, and Omar, you're from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
You a 49er fan?
Born one.
Look at him.
So you're probably. Do you think I'm overly negative on the 49ers, or do you think that I'm just skeptical?
I think you're skeptical about everything.
Well, wow.
Yeah, cut that.
Yeah.
Just cut that.
The grand slam by Omar. Straight center.
Don't steal the show. Ready? All right. Let's welcome in Evan Giddings. Omar, you hang on the line. What's up, E?
All right, guys. First game we got is none other than the San Francisco 49ers at the Pittsburgh Steelers, 10 a.m. Sunday morning. San Francisco minus 2.5. Who you guys got?
Steiny, if Bonte's listening, plug your ears because he hates when I pick his team, but I just think the Niners are the most talented team. Pittsburgh's a good story, but not this Sunday. Niners know it's imperative to get off to a good start. I'm taking the Niners minus 2.
I got to take the Niners.
2.5.
I got to take the Niners in this one too.
All right.
But it's a tough one for me. But I am taking the Niners. Omar, you're next.
I'm taking the Niners, and Moody's going to make that kick for us.
Look at him.
Moody with the game, tie game. Moody with a field goal
Look at him.
to make for the cover. Evan Giddings.
This is a tough pick for me, honestly.
Oh my
It's
God,
really hard.
guys, make it.
I'm gonna lean Niners just because before the Nick Bosa signing, I was trending towards the Steelers. The line has not moved much. I think Nick Bosa is going to have a big impact on this football game immediately. I also like the fact that Kill's going to be healthy. It looks like they're going to be at full strength, which was not necessarily a certainty earlier this week. I like the 49ers to cover the 2.5.
Yeah, and that's another thing why I like the Niners is because it feels like they got a boost when they signed Bosa. The locker room seemed to have perked up a little bit.
All right.
And so
all 4 of us picked the same Niners.
All 4.
Yep.
Let me see. Evan with the 49ers. All right. Game 2.
Game 2 is the other, I would say, best matchup of the 10 a.m. slate. It's out on the East Coast. It is the Cincinnati Bengals at the Cleveland Browns, the only other road favorite team besides the 49ers. The Bengals are 2-point favorites at Cleveland.
All right, I'll start here.
Okay.
I'm taking the Browns in this one.
Oh, Steiny.
What?
No, go ahead.
Browns.
Yep.
This is a new year for Cleveland. They're at home, the dog pound. They got the best running back in pro football. Cleveland does. I'm taking I'll tell you what, I would take the money line on this one. I could do that, right? That would just mean Cleveland wins.
Yes,
I'd jump it on the money line for the Cleveland Browns.
Well, you're going to get plus something now for this because they're underdogs, so you still would get some plus money on the money line.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah, look at you.
Omar, let's go.
Ahead, yeah.
We'll kind of rotate the order. Omar, Cincy at Cleveland. 2
Come on,
points.
man. You seen Cincy. It's got to be Cincy.
Cincy?
Yeah, Cincinnati.
He wants Cincinnati. Omar does.
Yeah.
Evan.
I'm actually going to go with the Browns just because the Cincinnati Bengals under Zach Taylor with Joe Burrow have had some slow starts to the season. Rookie year loss at home to the Chargers. Sophomore season. Overtime victory against Minnesota. And then last year, a loss in overtime also to Pittsburgh. So they played in some close games, but they're 1-2 the last 3 years with Joe Burrow. I'm going to take the Browns +2.
And he says he's healthy, but is he healthy?
He's got paid.
Guru.
I'll tell you what, Dak Prescott has not been the same since he messed up his calf. So I don't like anything. I feel like he's rushing back. And I like the Deshaun Watson redemption tour. They got their own version of Bosa and Myles Garrett. I think Cleveland is going to the playoffs, and I'm taking them +2 at home to knock off the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right, that's 3 Browns, and Omar is taking Cincy.
He's got a chance to get over on us.
And Omar's taking Cincy. Game 3, Evan.
All right, third game on the schedule is none other than the Philadelphia Eagles at the New England Patriots. Philadelphia also a road favorite at Gillette Stadium. The Eagles are favored by 4 points in Foxborough.
I'll start this one. This is a tricky one.
Please.
I'm going to take the Patriots.
You shock me every time.
I know I do. Let me tell you something about the Patriots this year. They're going to be much better than people think. I think this has got NFC Championship hangover to start the season. I think that happens a lot. A team that gets to the Super Bowl, they didn't win it. Now they got to come back. They realize they got to go through the whole season again and make it happen. And it's just, I got the Eagles getting off to a slower type start. They may win this game, but it's not going to be easy. I got the Pats. Omar.
I'm gonna go with the Eagles, man. Belichick's worried about his girlfriend right now. So.
What happened?
You don't want. I'll tell you later.
Oh no,
Can't do it.
Uh-oh.
Got a little Tiger Woods going on, trying to get her out the house.
You know what? I like to. Never mind.
Still have time to switch.
No, I won't. Go ahead, Goo.
I'm going with the Eagles. You lost in the Super Bowl. They're mad. New England's trying to find an identity, and I'm with you, Steiny. I think the Patriots are going to be improved, but you're not beating Jalen Hurts and this Eagle team trying to right the wrong of last year. So I'm taking them -4 on the road.
Philly's just looking to get a win here. Just scratch out a win any way they can. If it's by 1, it's by 1. Just get that win on the road in the opener. Evan Giddings.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised it's only a 4-point spread, but again, they are on the road. I'm still going to take the Eagles. I think that Philly... last year, I know they struggled against Detroit, but the Lions ended up being a lot better than we thought. I do not think that the Patriots are going to be all that great this year, and I think that they're going to get after Mac Jones, and I think they're going to put up a lot of points, which New England does not do. So I will take the Eagles -4.
All right.
Last one.
No, game 4. We're going to do 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, game 4.
Number 4. Don't worry, Gil.
Yeah.
We got one teed up for you. The Dallas Cowboys, Sunday Night Football in MetLife Stadium, taking on their NFC East rival, the New York Giants. Dallas is favored by 3.5 points on the road.
What if I'm going to go first. What if I told you Dak Prescott is 10-1 against the Giants in his career? He owns the NFC East. They've made some additions with Brandon Cook, and they got a new hotshot corner, Steiny. I just don't see any way in hell that they lose this game. I know it's 3.5, but I'm going with Dallas on the road to try to send a message. We got our stuff in order. Niners, if we see you again, or Philly. So I'm taking Dallas -3.5.
All right. Omar?
Yeah, I'm seconding with Goose. It's Dallas. That spread needs to be at 6.
He's got Dallas. Evan?
I'm also going to take the Cowboys, not just because of the dominance that Guru mentioned, but I'm just skeptical about the New York Giants. I didn't think they were as good as they were last year. I think Danny Dimes is not a $40 million quarterback, and I think people are down on Dak Prescott. I like him. I think they're going to win by more than 3.5.
Well, the Giants are supposed to be one of the flavors of the month.
And they won a playoff game on the road against your guys.
Thanks for reminding me. I'm going to take the Giants because I do think they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was Omar.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you got New York. Look at you.
I'm the only one with the Giants there, but that's fine. Game 5.
None other than Monday Night Football. First one of the season. The Buffalo Bills at Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets also in MetLife Stadium. So in East Rutherford, they get the Sunday night game and the Monday night game. Bills are 2.5-point favorites on the road at their division rival, the New York Jets.
I got the Bills in this one. There's too much hype surrounding the Jets. Bills are still a good football team. The Bills are here let me tell you something. The Bills are, and Josh Allen in particular, he's here in the title. Can't win the big one. He's like, I'm 25 years old. Get off me. Get off me, text line is what he's saying. And so I'm going with the Buffalo Bills, who I am leaning toward
Where are you
going to the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but A little early for that, but go ahead. Let's go to, oops, that's not me. That's Goo. Goo.
I think there's some dissension among the ranks with Diggs and his quarterback, and I believe Stephen A. Smith was correct when he reported that. And I'll say this. The one good thing about having COVID is you get to watch a lot of TV, and I caught up with Hard Knocks. I'm buying what the Jets are selling. Rodgers being able to read and react with that offense. They got some weaponry. I'm telling you, Josh Allen, Steiny, his blunders or interceptions and fumbles and him getting not out of harm's way, I think it's coming to a head here. So I'm taking the New York Football Jets, Jets, to shock the world and win their home game and Aaron Rodgers.
That's not a shock the world win.
It feels like
I got to strongly disagree.
Wow.
Omar.
Jets.
All right, yeah, I'm going Bills, man. They're gonna rally around Hamlin, I believe was his name.
Yes,
they're fired up, so they're ready.
All right, Omar. Thanks for playing, and we'll revisit these on Monday or Tuesday. And Evan,
I will also be taking the Buffalo Bills. I think that the Jets' offensive line is suspect at best, and I think the defensive line for Buffalo is going to win the football game. So give me the Bills minus 2.5.
You tackled that on liquidate all assets. I called Dibs didn't like it. You tell me what you guys think. I called Josh Allen punch drunk because he's getting hit a lot, Stoney, outside of you got to come on now. Dibs didn't like it.
That's also known as every 49er quarterback, right?
I'm going to give you a 2.
We do have all of Omar's picks, correct?
Yes, we've got Omar had the Niners. He picked Cincinnati over Cleveland. Everybody else had Cleveland, so he's alone there. He has the Eagles. Everybody has the Eagles there except me. I have the Patriots. And game 4, he's got Dallas. Everybody's got Dallas except me. I got the Giants. And then everybody's got the Bills except Guru. Guru's got the Jets.
You ain't buying Aaron Rodgers, huh? And the Jets are good to Robert Saleh, Donnie. He's on the, I won't say hot seat, but he's got some stuff now. Let's see you can make a meal.
Did you see the handshake that Rodgers did with that teammate?
You got to tell me you loved it.
Actually, I didn't.
I'm a sucker for that stuff.
What, the pretending that he had a... Yeah. Come on, man. How old are we?
But it's a young man's game, Donnie.
But it's not a high school football player's game.
Right, but regardless of whatever they did, what was the reason to bond? That's what it's about, the bondage.
Juvenile.
I can see it. Well, it was.
Absolutely juvenile.
But there was a reason they bonded with that.
Seriously. What?
So you had to see that and be like, you got to be kidding me.
That's right. I saw that, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Why would you do that?
Oh, boy.
And I get it. I'm the first guy to hell with the kids.
Do you get it, Stoney? Do you really get it?
The kids,
it's the bondage, though, man. What can you and I do?
Do they have any responsibility to anybody but themselves?
That's pretty good. God. I saw it. I never once thought of you.
I just didn't like that at all. That's all. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. Yeah. Just a bunch of grown men acting like infants.
Welcome to sports.
Now listen, I act like an infant, but I never want to act like an infant. Yeah.
I can't say what to say.
Yeah. Dell Guru Johnson, Matt Steinmetz with you. 1 o'clock, we've got Jennifer Lee Chan.
I can't wait.
NBC Sports Bay Area. Looking forward to talking to her about Brock Purdy. She did a podcast with Brock Purdy, and we'll talk to her about that. But anyway, the 49ers season, of course, starts Sunday at 10 a.m., and week 1 is here. Make sure to tune in 2 hours before 49ers kickoff. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal have it. That means 8 o'clock on Sunday, the pregame show with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. Then immediately following the final whistle, overtime breaks it all down with host Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, and Sterling Bennett. And before and after every single game, listen right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for the best red and gold coverage. Steiny doesn't understand the context.
Well,
please explain. Please explain the context. Context.
Yeah,
that's all.
I think you've seen it.
Listen, I get it. Evan, get ready to cut this. I get it. I'm an idiot. I'm old. The things that bother me that don't bother other people. I get it. But Let's just have can we just have a modicum of decorum? That's all. Just a modicum.
I ain't mad at you on that.
Just
today,
a little bit.
But I did like it. I
Just
know
a
it was
little bit.
juvenile, but yeah.
Like,
you saw it, you had to be like, they're having a good time. That's how I take it, Steiny.
Steiny tells us how old you are without telling her. I know, yeah. I don't know. Hey, listen, your boy Steiny likes to have fun like the rest of them. But, I don't know.
Get off my lawn. You got a lot of that.
No, it's just like, let's do that behind closed doors. Bond.
Oh, boy.
Anybody with me on that one that saw it? Evan, you with me on that? Come on. Or let me guess. Oh, it's harmless.
I chuckled.
So, if you were covering the Warriors now or any NBA team,
this is a great question.
You would probably walk in the locker room and hear some music and be like, hey, somebody turn this down. You hear the language? But I'm saying, and the language is profanity, but you kind of, you know what I'm saying, Steiny? You look the other way.
You know what's funny? Let me ask you a question. Let's say Steph Curry, because Aaron Rodgers has it. Let's say Steph Curry did that with Draymond Green or a Warrior teammate.
Oh, people would love it.
He would also get asked about it. I guarantee you. Somebody would be like, Steph, what was that all about?
Bonding with my teammate. Speaking of which, what he's doing in the community at the school, him and Aisha. Steiny, this dude is, I can't call him God, but he's close, man. He's perfect.
This is what you do with Brandon Ayuk.
I'm going to give you a one. But come on, man. Is there any better Bay Area athlete that's connected to his community? I don't remember Joe Montana. I ain't going to hate. Jerry, I know, did some things.
Well, not Dame. Dame in Oakland, kind of.
Yeah.
There is no God.
But Dame don't play home games here. Steph Curry is... If he was a gang, I'd join it. How about that? If Steph were a gang, I would join it. How do I get in? I would do it.
Now, this is where
he would he would probably jump shot you in.
No, that might be a 2. Where were you going? I interrupted you.
Do you think he'd want you in the club?
I think we're friends.
You're not friends.
We've talked to him twice. I made him laugh.
Not.
How many people? This was real. I hate breaking out this. I got Evan. I'm back.
He's kidding.
How many media members his Curry asked who they had in the Masters?
7.
Stop. There's 2.
He absolutely asked Tim Kawakami, who's a golf fan. Absolutely. I guarantee he asked Kawakami.
Tim probably asked him.
No.
He asked us.
See, this is, you know what?
I got it on film. I got it. You want me to
I've
play
been getting
it?
some great advice. And
From who?
here's where I
had to let
we're
that.
having fun.
I've been hanging on to that one.
Nah, we're just this is where I got to learn to have fun. I just got to learn to have fun.
I like this, Steiny.
Of course he's not friends with Curry. Just let him believe it. Why rain on Goose Parade? So what? Steph Curry can't pick him out of a police lineup. If Goose says he's a friend of Steph, just let him be. Let him be. My bad. You guys going out today?
It's just... You're so dramatic, man.
Good for you. Wait, so you've gotten to know him over the years?
I would think so.
Hey, by the way, I got a nugget of all nuggets. That's not a nugget.
You got me
know.
like, I hope you deliver.
By the way, you know who may be the executive of the year in the NFL this year?
I already know where you're going.
Bob Myers.
Oh.
Bob Myers.
Because?
Oh, you didn't hear? Let me drop a little nugget on you. Bob Myers called John Lynch and Parag Marathe in the middle of the Bosa negotiations to offer them encouragement to stay the course, to let them know that there's highs and lows here, and that they can get something done. And John Lynch said, yes, sir, to Bob Myers.
I actually think John Lynch called Bob Myers.
Oh, really? Was it that? Really? I
couldn't see, but wow.
That's true. Bob wouldn't butt in
That's
like
when
that.
you're, no doubt, Steiny.
So Lynch was flailing.
Man.
Lynch
Who
flailing.
do I call?
How do I sign my Kevin Durant?
Man.
So Bob Myers.
That's wow. That's a hell of a compliment, man.
Great guy.
Yeah, now he's a friend.
Okay.
You try to steal my joy at every time. Hey, I'm not.
And you know what the
calling-
thing?
we're not
The thing about you that's like this is. This
If he
defines.
said Steph Stein
Would you
and Julie
stop
come
it?
on 10 to
Would
2,
you stop?
he'd be like, those
I'm
my
gonna
guys.
I'm going to compliment
Yeah.
you. Listen,
I don't know if I want
a
it.
guy like me, you're right. I got like 2 friends. That's it. 2. Okay? You clearly have hundreds of friends. Hundreds.
You're saying it's easy. It's no, Steiny. I'm just telling you, man. Yeah. You don't get Steph a few times on this show if he ain't, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry?
Not fond, but he knows how we get it. He hears us.
He gives us 1 interview a year.
We've actually had 2.
In
See,
2 years.
That's how you lose the interviews.
In 2 years.
No, back to back. We seen him. We sat down with him.
Back-to-back years.
And then they was like, okay, cut, interview over. And then he goes, who you got on the Masters? I got it on tape. I know how it played out. Oh, my gosh. You can't take that from me.
No.
And the chef.
Adam in San Jose wants to talk about Curry's bourbon, but we're up against it. And we can't do it on the other side because we have Jennifer Lee Chan.
Get after Jennifer.
Well, Adam doesn't want to hold for a half. Adam, if you want to hold for 20 minutes, we'll take the call. If not, you can hit the pike. 888-957-9570. That's the number, but don't call till we talk to Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area. On the other side, it's Niners week.
Watch yourself and know who you're talking about.
Fieldwork Brewing Company prides themselves on exceptional, honest beer making. They're locally owned and operated, headquartered in Berkeley since 2014. Every Fieldwork location features an ever-changing tap list of fresh releases from their
Credit Union.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. Final hour of the weekend, and let's go out to Pittsburgh and visit with Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area. She's the 49ers reporter and host, and she was recently featured on a podcast, Brock Purdy's NFL Story. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. And first off, tell us about this podcast you were a part of.
Well, I'm regularly on the 49ers Talk podcast, but we've been working with Brock Purdy and his family to get his whole story of his first year kind of accessible to everybody. So we spoke to his parents when we were out in Arizona for the Super Bowl. Brock sat down with me for almost a half an hour just before kind of preseason started, and he talked about everything from draft day to, becoming the starter to the 8-game winning streak to Philadelphia and his recovery. So kind of an inside look on what Brock Purdy's gone through in the last, 365 days or so. It was very generous of his family and him also to let me kind of get to know them a little bit better and be able to tell the story.
Can you give me just listeners maybe a nugget, maybe something you learned that maybe we're not aware of, or just something you found interesting?
Kind of a fun one is that when he was actually drafted and got the call from John Lynch, he was at his parents' house. Obviously, it was a long 3 days, and no one knew whether he was going to get drafted or not. But every time he got a phone call, he would come back out into the room where everybody was, and he was like, nope, just a free agency call. So when he got the call, the actual call from John Lynch saying that they were going to take him with the final pick of the draft, he walked out into the living room again with a straight face and said, nope, just a free agency call. And he was kind of a little, I don't know, upset might be a little bit strong of a word for what he felt toward his mom, because he was like, I don't want a party. I don't want anyone. I just want close family. And she had planned this huge party. So finally, when he was sitting there acting sad in the chair in the living room, his name came across the ticker that he had been selected, and everybody in the household went nuts. 100 people, friends and family, poured into the house, and they ended up having a huge party for him. So kind of a fun story, inside look to what his family was going through on draft day.
Yeah, Jennifer,
Cool.
I can't wait to see it. My partner, like a lot of people, they're in regard to Brock Purdy, it's like, I need to see more. And Jennifer, I'm on that train, but I can't ignore how exciting it's been. You were a part of training camp, OTAs. I'm going to call it a circus with all the reports on interceptions. What type of feel do you get from Brock himself, and what do you expect from him this season?
He has the same mental approach to the game that he did last year. He is calm, he's cool, he's unflappable. And I think really when you think about interceptions like that, he's letting it go. He's letting it rip is what he calls it. That's what Shanahan calls it. They'd much rather take those chances in practice than in an actual game. And the fact that he's doing that and not playing conservatively, I think speaks well for the 49ers offense. And, there's going to be some challenges facing some of these DBs that they've got early in the season. They're going to be tough for him. But the fact that he is willing to take a chance is, I think good for the team, and Kyle Shanahan seems to love it.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. She's in Pittsburgh. She'll be covering the Steelers 49er game on Sunday. She works for NBC Sports Bay Area as their 49ers reporter and host. Let me ask you about two 49ers specifically. What do you think's in store for George Kittle on Sunday? Do you expect him to play? And then will Nick Bosa be under any kind of restrictions? How do you think Kyle Shanahan will handle his workload?
George Kittle is trending in the direction that he probably will play. Kyle Shanahan was just at the podium saying that he's questionable, which is, I think, just the safe bet in case there's any setbacks in the next 2 days. It's a long flight out to Pittsburgh, so, things can, with the altitude and pressurization, can kind of take a setback sometimes. Hopefully not with George Kittle, but I think he will play. Also, Nick Bosa, when he came back from his ACL, he had maybe a week or so of practice, and he was out there for 60 plays. I don't know if they are out there for 60 or 70 plays, that he's out there the entire time. They're going to see how it goes. But I think he'll definitely be on the field. Now, if, the Pittsburgh Steelers have a lengthy drive to start out the game, they might pull him out after a few plays just to, make sure he gets his wind back. from being in a football situation as opposed to just a regular workout situation. He's obviously in great shape, but being in football shape is something a little different.
Jennifer, if I were to tell you before I ask you the question, Brock Purdy can't be an answer, what's your biggest concern about this team going into its game Sunday against Pittsburgh? How would you answer that?
Kyle Shanahan's been his usual self in not revealing who the nickelback is going to be for the team. I think it's going to be Isaiah Oliver, but they've tried some different combinations. Both Talanoa Hufanga and Tashawn Gibson missed a few practices this week. Hufanga was for a personal reason. Gibson was for a foot issue. Charvarius Ward is, I think, also questionable. So I think when you look at where the weak spot might be, if there is one, it's in the defense, in the secondary. Just, as they get back into the flow of the season, I think the first couple games are always tough on a secondary because they haven't been practicing full tackling other than a few preseason games. So I think, being able to play together and working together in the back, is going to be a little bit more challenging. But I think once they get into the rhythm, they'll be fine.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on 95.7 The Game. She covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. Jake Moody, can you kind of tell us what's going on with Jake Moody? Is he limited in any way? And if so, I'm hearing a little rain maybe Sunday. I got to believe that may factor into the game plan if Kyle Shanahan, isn't as confident in Jake as he hoped?
I think he is confident. I mean, the guy has been absolutely lights out in practice up until his injury. Now he's trending again back. Kyle Shanahan says he looks good enough that he is going to go. He's full go for Sunday. I think it's just with, being a rookie and having those big pressure moments on your shoulders. He didn't perform well in the preseason games. He said after the second game that, he hasn't hit one clean yet. So, it's going to take some time for him to be 100% locked down like we've seen for so many years with Robbie Gould behind there. And it's rookies as kickers just tend to have a few bumps along the road, and it's going to take a little time. But I think, looking at what he's done in practice, he's going to get there.
Jennifer, when you look at this team and you compare it to the 2019 team, at least on paper, that went to the Super Bowl, talk to us about that compare-contrast. Like, are they equal, or do you think they're more talented?
It's hard to say without seeing a game, at least one, with all the pieces there. I mean, because Nick Bosa hasn't been there during training camp, so we didn't see him on the field at all during the preseason. Not that he ever did. But we haven't seen Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead, and then who is going to play on the opposite side of Nick Bosa? That's the big question. Is it going to be Drake Jackson? Is it going to be Cleveland Farrell? Kerry Hyder is taking some snaps on the outside. So there's a little question on who's going to play opposite Nick Bosa. Obviously, with those three guys, those three key players, Eric, Javon, and Nick, those guys are going to get double-teamed a lot. So that's going to open up some opportunities for the guy, whoever is on the opposite side. But that's the question on the defensive front, which has been so strong. I think in 2019, they were pretty solid across the entire line.
Jennifer, let me last one from me. It feels to me, just from reading everything, and you're obviously down there every day, it does feel like the Bosa signing maybe has galvanized this team a little bit. Would it be accurate to say that maybe collectively this group has as much urgency as any team kind of in the Kyle Shanahan era?
That's one thing about this locker room. It is really a good locker room. It's solid. They have a lot of sense of urgency. There's a lot of veteran players on the team that have incredible work ethic. When you look at it, even without Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey is incredible workhorse. Fred Warner. These guys are, guys that really work hard during the off season. They train hard. It's a solid locker room. And yes, when Fred Warner heard the news about Nick Bosa, he went running into the locker room screaming. So, yes, they were very giddy that day when they found out that they had agreed to terms, and I think even more so today. So they're happy for their teammate and Nick Bosa getting paid, and I think it does kind of rally the defense together. But I think together as a team, this locker room is really solid, and they know that the opportunities are there right in front of them. But I think the sense of urgency is the same as it has been, probably since, 2019.
Jennifer, we'll get you out of here on this one. We took a call earlier, and we didn't get into it, but the guy was talking about Brandon Ayuk is just a guy. And we all know this Niner team is loaded. But, Jen, I just think this guy's exceptional at what he does, and he's just improving. So he'll never really have the numbers, but I like what I see from his route running, his catch radius. What do you expect from Brandon Ayuk this season?
I expect a huge year for him. He has been so smooth in his route running. He's really taken it to kind of an art level, and he's taking pride in his route running. He has been catching everything that gets thrown his direction. He's got an incredible chemistry with Brock Purdy, and you see him not just on the field, but in individual drills, in the locker room. He's a leader now. There's really been this page that turned over in his story where he's this mature veteran, kind of older guy in the wide receivers room. He's taken the coaching. I think he's really going to have a big season this year.
Wow. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Great stuff. And can you do me one favor and keep Matt Mayoko in line in Pittsburgh?
That's always the goal.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Take
Great
it
stuff,
easy.
Jennifer. Appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good afternoon.
All right. That's Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay.
Ayuk the captain or leader?
This is what he does, Evan. This is what he does.
Who was that?
You.
What happened?
Jennifer, we were having a discussion earlier.
That's not how I sound.
Matt said, just a guy. Nobody said he's just a guy.
Priest, when you say he's top
said
25,
he's
he's worse than just a guy. Damn, ain't but 31 other teams, 25.
So if he's 25, that means he's the best receiver on a team.
No.
That's not just a guy.
But that Priest
But
was
now
throwing some shade
that's
at
you
him.
sticking it to me.
But my guy's
And Priest.
growing. If she's talking about he's a leader, he catches everything. And she said his route running is what Evan and I always talked about.
Yeah, that's what you want, an
It's
artist
a
at
art
receiver.
level. Yeah, Fred Astaire.
Okay. You better have a good year.
She expects
it. Anyway, it's just nobody said just a guy, and you hang me out when you do that. You hang me out to dry.
You were not a part of it.
Oh,
I was
wasn't about
talking
me?
about Priest.
Oh.
Yeah. See
Wasn't
that?
about me?
I said we had a caller.
I thought it was all about me.
No, oh my God, I would never do that to you.
All right. Let me tell you, she talked to Brock Purdy's family.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I'll tell you who I want a Cheryl Bosa podcast. Hell, guess
Dude,
what?
She's got a fan club, man. Cheryl. Well, she belongs to Willard and Dibbs, but she's awesome.
No, she doesn't belong to Willard and Dibbs.
Well,
that's what we thought about Howard Eskin till he starts showing up on every other show.
Okay, I got you.
Let's go to JJ. Get some positivity in
boy.
here. I'm sick of this negativity.
Ayuk was positive.
JJ in San Jose
Well.
says this is going to be a great season. Tell me why, JJ. Tell me why.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I would like to say that first of all, shout out to you guys, man. I'm excited to go through this season with you guys. Your takes and whatnot. It's going to be a good season because there's all-timers all over the field, and they finally look, man. He's their guy. Brock Purdy's their guy.
Yep, JJ, thanks for
Dude, you got away with these people, our audience. Like,
I don't know what you're
Guru,
talking
that
about.
was a low blow. I was talking about the caller.
It's still a low blow. I don't think
If you can move your ego to the side, it's not always about you.
Priest never
Evan.
said he was just a guy.
He said
He
it was
never
worse.
said he was
said,
just
I
a
got
guy.
25 receivers better than those.
Well,
that's
his-
worse than just a
That's
guy.
Priest's depth chart,
No,
and I
got
respect it.
I got it, but I had to be honest with Jen.
Priest, I got your back.
Yeah.
I got
had
your back.
Ayuk's back. She's watching.
He
Breakout
missed. You're
season.
right, Priest. Guru mischaracterized your opinion.
Oh, boy.
Oh,
You think we
man.
could get Cheryl back on? Bosa?
Sure.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Sure.
I like
I
her.
almost feel like playing more of her
Give
stuff.
it to me.
Um,
Can you
the one,
find
here's
it?
one we didn't play from Cheryl Bosa. Hey, did it ever get dicey? Did you ever think that Nick was not going to come back? Were you ever not confident?
We couldn't imagine it not getting done, but we also were in our minds thinking of the alternative, like, wow, I wonder, if we go someplace else. Like, what will that look like if we go someplace else? So, because you don't know. You don't know at a certain point. You know, when both sides are really far apart, you kind of don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh,
Gosh.
little nugget there.
Yeah.
They were far apart.
There was a divide.
Yeah, Cheryl.
Yeah, boy.
Man.
Bosa took a pay cut?
Yeah, right. You hear, Evan? Bosa took a pay cut?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Austin in San Jose.
Our guy.
Goo. Priest said that Ayuk is talented, but not special. He's not risen to the status of elite wide receiver yet in the NFL. Austin in San Jose says those are facts.
I'm not. Hey,
Ooh.
that's my guy. He just came back from vacation.
That's fighting words for Goo.
What took me over the top was 25 guys. You can't give me 25. Evan knows that. You can't give me 25. Come on.
Maybe you can. And then
not in my world.
Where's Debo? Who'd rather have, Debo or Ayuk?
Ayuk.
Okay, so is Debo top 25?
Because of what he can do that's not traditional, Debo's top 25.
See, that's why he's not top 25 to me, because he's not traditional.
But he made all-pro doing the Swiss Army knife.
As
Donnie.
a runner.
But
let's face
look
it.
how you
Let's
can
face
sit
it.
up here with our physiques and say, as
Our
a runner.
physiques? What does that mean?
This dude's put his neck on the line for the team, Debo. And now you say, as a runner, like he's just going to get food or coffee. Come on, man.
He had his great year when he was used
no doubt.
a lot as a running back. Now you can't use him as a running back as much
Or you
because you
don't
have
need
McCaffrey.
to. Yeah, you don't need to.
So he's less effective.
So you're saying those days are gone?
Those days are gone.
Who's that?
Living alone. I think of all the friends.
All right, I'm over it. Who's it, Evan?
Eric Carmen? Eric Carmen? Is that who it is?
I know Eric Sermon.
Those days. By the way,
Evan is phenomenal. Eric Sermon
by the way,
is part of EPMD.
it's not a sermon. It's just a suggestion.
Dude, you got a lot of people that support you.
Very few. But I am having a heck of a year. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's going to happen on Sunday? I got the who did I pick? Steelers. All right, let me
tell me what the weather's like. Like, is it rain or no? Out after Chicago, we want a dry track.
You're looking for an excuse early?
No, I just don't want to come in here and do monsoon part 2. All of this happened because they can. I just want to see ball. But I know football's. You got to no slow starts. And I ain't going to come in here Monday.
Well, of course you will.
Dude, that's what makes it exciting.
What does?
We don't know what Monday show's going to be. It's going to be good, though. Dude, we got it better than a lot of people, man. This is our job.
I know.
Like, what's that mean?
It's a job.
Yeah.
It's a good job.
You should be appreciative. And I'm turning the guys on in the morning at 95.7 The Game. You got the rundown. We got Styles, everybody. Lowe, Sterling, Grandy. I'm in.
Yes, it is Eric Carmen. Mm-hmm. That's Terry in Oakland.
What era is
by
that?
Myself.
I've never heard that.
All by myself. I want to be all by. That's. I'm all by myself in a lot of my opinions.
I always thought that was Gingerly Red.
I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. I have absolutely.
But now I do
no
recall
idea.
the song.
Yeah. Brock Purdy. Boy.
Gosh.
Is it fair? Is it really fair to Brock?
He signed up for this.
Well, he got picked.
You acting like he got drafted to the Army.
I mean,
16.
So
dude, this is what you do. You're in there.
When Jennifer Lee was saying that story, I was like, so what's the difference? Like the difference between a free agent and Brock Purdy was one pick. If he doesn't get picked, he's a free agent.
You're right.
Huh?
Dude, the script's being made, Steiny. Well, they're on strike, so it's not. But after strike's over, if this dude gets this done, man, watch out.
I mean, if Brock Purdy,
I do.
You know what? I'm distracted.
I feel like we're distracted somebody else. Yeah.
Who?
Whoever's out there.
There's pizza out there. There's lunch. They brought lunch
I'm on
again.
soda.
We miss so much, whether it's meetings.
You ain't a big eater, though. I got to give you credit, Stoney. 5 years of messing with you, I ain't never seen you just pig out.
Really?
Even when we had holes in our stomach from our beverages. You're pretty good at it.
Sometimes
You do it at night.
Yeah, sometimes. Daughter makes a lot of.
Evan walking around here like Lou Ferrigno.
I know.
It's starting to bother me.
I know. But
Here,
you know what
here's this piece of paper and this traps are like, I used to look like that.
Let me tell you something. Here's what I may do. Will Soda, state of the art, will Soda allow me to do their program for 1 week?
No.
Just 1 week?
No.
Why?
Well, I can't speak for them.
I don't need to lose as much as you and Bonte. You guys are bigger fellas.
And they want you to. The guys in Dallas on our sister station,
okay,
105.3, lost 100 pounds on Soda.
But I can't lose that much.
And that's why you wouldn't be a candidate. They would be like, let me look at you, olive oil, you're good. You know what I mean? You got to have some stuff to come off.
I'll tell you what I'd like. Once you pack it in, just give me one of your weeks worth of food,
okay,
and I'll eat it, and then I'll lose 8 pounds, and that'll be it.
All right.
Because that first week, I can
look at the boss, dude. He's looking good, man.
Yeah, but as you know, with Soda, it's all about keeping the weight off once you lose it, and that's why Soda's so effective. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Yeah,
that's my guy right there.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine. She seemed to think Jennifer Lee Chan seemed to think this might be the best team under Shanahan, but because
you were just in the NFC Championship game twice.
We struggle with a guest who's extremely rational. I said, "Is this the best 49er team under Shanahan?" Tough to say that when they haven't played a game. She's right.
That was mine. I thought she responded to me on that.
Oh,
we hadn't seen them play a game. I go, you're right.
But they look pretty good.
Yep. All eyes will be watching, Steiny.
There's no doubt about this.
And I think you finally have come home
we'll see.
To Super Bowl or bust. You understand what it means. You understand that people are not saying or forgetting that it was a good year to get damn near to the NFC Championship or Super Bowl. But Steiny, Niner fans are just kind of like, this team's loaded. It can happen.
Oh, sure.
Why not? Why not us?
Well, there's a few reasons why not.
Well, I can give them to you the last few years. Yeah. Had a 10-point lead against the Rams.
I'll tell you what, give me $1 every time that gets brought. Like you give me $1 every time Guru mentions 10-point lead.
Well, stop doing it, then I'll be
Emmanuel
done.
Sanders.
Win a Super Bowl, we're done.
Overthrew Emmanuel Sanders 6 years ago.
Yeah, I retired
that.
No,
you didn't.
I start going to the play calling.
You said today. Today. Hey, Steiny. You think if Garoppolo hits that pass of Emmanuel Sanders, he's still here?
Yeah, I did.
Somebody on the text line is like,
you know what? The hell with the text line.
No, they just said the Chiefs still had time. The Chiefs still had time in that game. Wait, how much time was left in that game, now that you brought it up?
Dude, it was going to be, they would have like 50 seconds or however. You controlled how much time you were going to give them. Kyle kept passing, and Chris Jones is just slapping Jimmy in the head to where Jimmy was grabbing his jaw through the helmet. It was just a bad sight. Then I watched the Niners lose the Super Bowl on NFL Network the other night against the Ravens. They were right there and threw 4 of the worst fade routes ever, Cap.
No, Harbaugh.
See, that's interesting. Like the blame game in life is just amazing. Like
called
our
the
household.
same play 4 times in a row.
Why not hand it off to the dude that just Frank Gore that just got you there? There's an ideal, bud. Sometimes you get too smart, man.
49ers would have won the Super Bowl in 19 if Kyle didn't coach scared.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
See, I don't like that kind of blanket statement.
Yeah. He went away from the run in 19, that's all, on that drive.
Lori Matthews, everybody's talking about losing weight on the YouTube text. Lori, oh boy. We got a break.
But what did that mean?
When you're our age,
you lose it naturally?
No,
or
you don't lose it anymore. Right. Like maybe I have to have a come to Jesus about alcohol and my weight.
I saw a friend, he lost weight, and I didn't want to tell him it didn't look right.
Who?
It was like Oprah.
Who?
I can't tell you.
Rutherford?
No, really.
49er Frankie?
No, it was a female.
Oh, yeah, no. All right, on the other side, there's one other thing I want to get into today. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Turn the page!
Ram trucks are...
Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You know, even pro athletes, they put their shoes on one at a time.
Oh, my goodness.
We lace up our sneakers just like they lace up theirs. And I think one of the actually dangerous to put people on pedestals, especially that lead up to heaven.
He's the Gamote.
Dude, I just give credit where credit is due.
I've never been into idolatry.
Bob Dylan?
He's a human.
Dude, but
he's great. But he's
when
not.
you talk about him, you don't know what. You start glowing. Come on.
But he puts on his boots just like I do.
We all do.
lie. By the way, Grandy just came in here and said somebody on the Twitch channel.
One Yang Main on Twitch.
Has just started a job at Atco Pest Control. You probably don't even know this, but I got a text.
Yellow Jackets are Pest of the Month.
There's 2 more.
Yellow Jackets, and you finish the rest.
Spiders and ants.
There we go.
Nice job, Goo.
We missed him at the event.
He said he was going to come, and then he didn't. Yeah. A friend of Priest obviously is out there and ripped off Priest. Good. You're going to love this. One of your buddies out there, Priest, just sent in 25 receivers.
And we got problems.
He thinks are better than Brandon Ayuk, and I have to say, it's a good list.
Can I read them? Sure. 1, Devontae Adams, check. 2,
close.
Jefferson from Minnesota, check. Tyreek Hill, check. Jamar Chase, check. Diggs, check. Cup, check. Shout out Mitch. A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin.
Oh, I'm
sorry. He's a baller.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 9.
C.D. Lamb,
10.
Check. Chris Godwin.
He is. I like him.
You've done more than Amari Cooper. I'm going to give you check, Amari. Just out of respect, Dante Johnson missed me, Steiny. Keenan Allen, check. But Brandon Cooks.
Mike Evans. DeAndre Hopkins. DK Metcalf. Garrett Wilson. DJ Moore.
Yeah, those guys are all. Yeah, not
T. Higgins.
Yeah. But that ain't 25, Steiny. There's some.
There's 25 on this list.
Yeah.
Clearly, though. Clearly, he's not in the top 20.
I'm not going to say that.
Come on. No, say it.
No, I don't believe it.
You do believe it.
Dude, I'm telling you, I wouldn't take McLaurin over him. And
I like McLaurin.
Yeah, he's okay. Did you draft him?
No, I didn't.
You got out to a slow start. I'd like to see our score.
It's 0-0. I didn't have any players last night. I took Kelsey out.
That's our other league. I'm in 6 leagues. Damn it.
What's up, Rolando and Napa? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. How are you guys? Just here a little for dinner tonight, prepping some dinner here, ready for football. So I'm a big fan of your show.
Thank you.
And a couple of callers are talking about. I also watched the game last night, and I lost a lot of respect for Mike Tirico for what he said. But you know what? Wow. You just hate on Detroit. Detroit came in last night. They kicked Kansas City's ass. They went for it. Done deal. So Mike Tirico needs to shut up. And I want to talk about Niners a little bit and about. I think, what do you guys think about this? I think with the whole Chris Jones thing showing up last night for what he did, people are not talking about that. That looks bad on him. I mean, can you imagine if Nick Bosa was holding out and he showed up Sunday in Pittsburgh like that? How would the fans feel? And I want to hear your opinion about that because Chris Jones looks really, really bad right now. And how would it feel if Nick Bosa were to do the same thing? I want to hear your opinion, guys.
Go.
From what I hear, and Lo Neal telling us all the stories, Steiny, when a man is trying to renegotiate his contract or get more money, you butt out. And I don't think his chief players, if I were his teammates, looked at Chris Jones any less because of what he did. You know what I mean? Like, I think they know how to separate. It's NFL, not for long. It could be over in one play. So I don't think there's any ill will. But I get as a fan him saying it was a bad look. And they definitely missed him. But, Steiny, this is business. So I was always told players have each other's backs and they don't comment on it.
We said Jalen Waddle, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, according to the YouTube chat.
And the Madden rankings have him at 21.
21.
Yeah.
21. So he's not a top 20 even.
Yeah, but that's Madden.
Yeah, that's the gold standard. right? I mean,
I hate that you use that.
Okay, where's just for kicks? Where's Debo in the Madden rankings?
I don't know, but I got to guess like maybe 16 or 15.
Well, somebody.
Are you going to find it?
Come on, YouTube.
Let me tell you, he ain't lower than 21st, Donnie.
You're sick, dude. He's going to be. Is he going to be higher than?
I think he would be higher than
Do you?
Ayuk. Yeah, he's accomplished more, man.
Yeah, but Ayuk's ready for a breakout. Apparently,
but Debo's had a breakout. However, he did it. Debo's 14th, Donnie. Never go full Jeff.
As a running back.
Dude, you are just.
Debo. He's certainly not the 14th best route runner.
Yeah, but he don't have to be. He does it a different way.
You know,
he looks good though.
Why didn't a guy like Debo? See, now here's what I could get it. Dial up Steve Largent and ask him to help you with your route running.
Well,
find a guy
he's
who's
lost weight, Donnie. He looks. I don't know if you've been watching him in preseason,
but he's not cutting on a dime like he should.
Maybe he never will. That ain't him.
Well, then how can you be?
When he gets the ball in his hands, that's when it's a problem.
Well, he gets a second level. I mean, forget about it. Oh, by the way, be honest.
Okay.
Be honest.
I always am.
Mike Tomlin did an interview yesterday, or two. We played some sound. Sometimes they use phrases that I've never heard before, and then I'm like, well, are you just
out of touch,
an idiot, or did nobody really know?
Oh, this is stuff I love.
Have you ever heard the term space winner before?
No.
Okay. Thank God.
Did he use that?
Yeah, he used it.
That's Jedi.
He said
stuff.
they have many guys who are space winners.
That's man. That's what we call inside baseballs, Donnie.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Yeah. Anybody else?
That's Evan.
Evan, you ever heard space winner?
No, but it did kind of sound like he came up with the word in the press conference, and then in order to make sure that he wasn't, I don't know, just going back on himself, he continued to use it over and over and over.
Evan, you have no proof, though. That's a big accusation, but you can never prove that.
He stumbled into the term space winner and then just used it over again.
But it makes sense. Bosa's a space winner.
No, he's not.
He'll throw dudes out the way.
No, but that's not the definition of space winner. Space winners can only have the ball in their hands. A space winner is somebody who
creates Curry.
My understanding is when you have the guy in space with a defender in the area, but there's space, the offensive player is going to win the matchup. That's what I think it is.
That's like McCaffrey, the good ones. McCaffrey, Marshall Faulk.
I think it's Falk.
Yeah.
I guess. No, he said they have several of them. He listed the space
Debo.
winners. Not Kittle. I don't think he said Kittle.
This is not even, boy.
What?
You're trolling.
You know it. Thanks, Steiny, for the explanation. Oh, no problem, OB.
Steve Largent was a badass. You think these young punks don't know? He wasn't fast. He was David Craig.
He was
and Jim
sneaky
Zorn.
athletic.
Yeah, boy.
Steve Largent was sneaky athletic. What are you smiling at, Evan?
Not physical enough to play in today's game. I don't know.
You ought to be ashamed.
He didn't say it.
You ought to be ashamed.
Like
You're
5'10", $165.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
I'd keep him in front.
That sounds like John Starks talking about the great New York Knick. Yeah. Draymond would have got checked in the 90s. He says today's NBA, he gets away with it. Dudes would have checked him so fast.
Tell me the lie. Tell me the lie.
He's a plumber.
But then you're advocating violence. Like, we can't get mad at Dre. He was born in this era, and nobody stands up to him. That's what makes him special.
Not necessarily violence. Just a quick cheap shot nobody sees. That's
we
not
got
really
our boys
violent.
coming in.
Who?
Willard and Dibbs.
All right. Well, there it is. Willard and Dibbs coming in on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
What a segue.
Fieldwork Brewing Company prides themselves on exceptional, honest beer making. They're locally owned and operated, headquartered in Berkeley since 2014.
Na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Do you think I'm overly negative on the 49ers, or do you think that I'm just skeptical?
I think you're skeptical about everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Winner, caller of the day.
Yeah, rack that guy.
We're having fun at your expense.
I know.
It's fine. I can take it.
Yeah.
I dish it out. I got to be able to take it.
What was that?
Willard and Dibs in the house. It's
When I was
called
heavy about
The
15
Crossover.
pounds ago, I
Man.
laughed.
That's how you laughed?
That came out.
Yeah, that's more like when you're an uncle and you're north of 75 years old, you're allowed to laugh like that. You're not allowed to laugh
I don't
like
know
that
how
at your
that
age.
came out,
Come on,
man.
man. Come on, man.
Bad news for the Giants. Zach
Yep.
Gallen with
Man.
a gem today at
The
Wrigley.
Giants can talk to us if they sweep this weekend.
Did you hear me bring
Well,
you up? Somehow the Giants
didn't.
talked.
I didn't.
I said when Willard's almost not all the way out, but down, it's bad,
Wow.
Jay. Right. But you're saying there's a chance if you sweep the Rockies.
Always a chance, but yeah, they got to hit
No
the ball.
margin for error.
Man.
So yeah, it's hard. I mean, going to plus the bad news for them, as I told you guys yesterday, it's not even about baseball. It's about how they lost their audience, and now
What?
the
That's a
NFL.
four.
Now the NFL's here.
And
Yeah, right.
Night.
Let's see you get your audience back now. So
When you start winning, that'll help, Dibs.
Well,
It would help, but I'm so wrapped up in David Montgomery in the red zone right now.
Look at it.
did you have David?
Yeah.
Is he on your team?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, because
I got him too.
And
Well,
I mean, the whole thing started with I have what is it? She Rice or she
Rashee Rice.
whatever his name is. I have him on my
to
bench.
know the names of
Rashid
the
Shaheed.
Yeah.
That's he's on the Saints.
Shaheed
That's a
Mohammed.
completely different
Yes.
young receiver.
Yes.
He's
I'm in
outside
6
No.
leagues, Willard, so it's like I got everybody.
That's what
last night I'm
that's
like,
what
I
he
got it.
is.
I was practicing this answer because the Suns every morning when there's a game, so they wake up yesterday morning, they're like, Dad, do you have anyone tonight? I said, listen, this is going to be a long year.
Right.
I don't want you guys asking me anymore because the answer is yes.
Right.
Dad's got someone
Something
in
going.
every game.
Boy,
and
oh
everybody
boy.
he's going against in a different league.
Yeah.
So I just sit back and relax and watch and just tally it up at the end. It's kind of the way my dad does golf bets.
Yeah.
My dad shows up on the first hole, and everyone's like, should we do, should we
Baseball?
do,
Are we doing Nassau?
yeah, Nassau. Are we going to do Wolf?
Oh, Wolf.
And
Can't
he's just
stand
like, will you all just tell me what the hell I owe on the 18th
That is
hole?
great.
It's like, I don't want to follow all this crap. Just tell me what I owe at the
It's
end.
funny you say that because yesterday in real time we're all watching the game because it started during our show and we go to break and the Lions go in and they score and these two in the back, one guy is screaming
Oh, yeah,
yes,
you guys
yes,
are
yes.
on,
The
yeah.
other one's screaming no, no, no. This guy's in the bathroom. My partner Mark Willard. He comes back and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown
Thank you.
who got the touchdown
My guy,
from
yeah.
Jared Goff.
I
And
miss
Mark's like,
ladies now.
Oh, yeah.
when Mark's like, oh, I got him in one league, I got him in two. Harumph, harumph. Good start.
It's great.
What do you, yeah. What-
And
take-
Grandy's back there screaming, tackle him. And Lucas is like,
You gotta love it.
Well, and
You gotta
Lucas
love
was only rooting for him because he went to USC, which is just
Dude,
like, what are
he
you
is a
doing?
diehard, man.
Yeah, but he doesn't play for them anymore.
No doubt.
Like what? I mean, I don't know.
And I
That
was
was
rooting
the
for
4th
Jared
and
Goff
25
because
last night, though.
I thought both teams.
This is not Madden.
I thought both teams were wild at the end of that game with their decisions. Like,
Detroit
what the hell were the
should love for
Lions
going
doing?
for it.
Why are they going for it? Now, why are
Right.
the Chiefs going for it? Guys, try this one on for size. I saw someone throw this out. You tell me if this makes sense. So you're down by a point. You're stuck on 4th and 25.
With
You're
3 timeouts.
Right, but you're fairly deep in your own zone. And let's be honest, kicking is probably not going to work either. The Lions will either get a first down or they're going to punch you back deep in your own zone
Right.
with no timeouts and very little time left, right? Someone goes, what were they at? Their own 25 or something?
Right.
Felt like it.
Run backwards and go out of bounds inside your own 10. The Lions cannot get a first down. If they score, you're down 8.
unless they get the 2.
Unless they go for 2,
Yeah.
Wow.
which maybe
That-
they would have, but you can also stop that. You've got a fair chance to stop that.
Sure.
And you'd give Mahomes the ball with over a minute to go and kick off field position. I was like, that's kind of,
what?
That's an interesting thought.
The kind of thing
insanity.
I
and they
find
didn't
fascinating.
do it. Yeah.
Don't you
and they
think?
didn't do it, Steiny,
Now,
though.
I would never rip someone for not thinking of that, because why the hell would you even think of that?
Right.
But I was like, you know what? That's so crazy. It might have worked.
But
You know,
they didn't do
you know
it.
what the NBA equivalent is?
Tell
And
us.
they've now eradicated it. It was the hack-a-shack, where you would intentionally foul a guy to put him on the foul line in order to get him to miss to get the ball back. That's kind of what that is. And now the NBA is putting all these rules where, it's a take foul and all the rest of the nonsense. But that's, I think, kind of what you're talking about. When the hack-a-shack started, we all thought, oh, you can't do that. You can't give the other team points. Well, you can, because he'll be one of two and you get the ball back.
We've watched teams lose games because they go into the end zone instead of taking a knee.
No doubt.
And the fantasy world goes crazy. I lost a fantasy championship because of that one time.
It's a shame.
Oh, man.
Miles
Breaks my heart.
Sanders against your Cowboys.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. And I know the game.
Busted through the line from about the 50-yard line. If he goes all the way, I win the Super Bowl, and my dude took a knee at
How
the
did
15.
you take it? Honestly,
Not
did you
well.
pour a beer,
Not
a
well.
shot? You're still mad.
No, I just
get
sat
it.
down on the couch with a rye grid.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's a game we play,
As
man.
Norm would say, my pops, that's buzzard luck.
You got
son.
it. You got it. Yeah. You
Bochy.
sort of like Stoney just said. If
Yeah.
you're gonna dish it, you got to take it. You're gonna play those games.
We
you
got a
gotta
new
take
crush
it.
on the show.
Who's
We wanted
that?
to run it by you.
Who's that?
Cheryl Bosa. We
Oh.
can't escape.
We played
We
arm
keep
sound.
playing.
Yeah.
She was. I mean, I
And
said
they were
it yesterday.
far apart.
It was.
Yeah,
it
now they play
was.
some new sound.
Is one of my favorite conversations
Right.
that Dibbs and I have had with a guest since we started the show.
That's great.
2 years.
But not for the same reason that apparently you guys are crushing on her. I just thought she did an unbelievable job of taking us behind the scenes.
No, that's why we love her.
Yes.
Oh,
She
I
was
thought
incredible.
you, I thought you had like a crush on her.
No,
or
no,
something
no.
like
I
that.
mean,
Oh no,
A radio
Yeah, we
crush.
like.
Well,
Yeah.
to me, it's a
Thank you,
multitude.
Steiny.
And Mark and I talked about this before. It's the one piece was, she took us behind the scenes of
In the mom way.
in the mom way and also the family way, but also what she talked about in terms of like, Nick came over for breakfast and he came over from dinner and, the meal that she made, and Mark eventually yesterday made that
I
same
saw your
omelet.
video, baby.
And we talked about steaks and eggs and just the things that you learn in interviews. Like, okay, great. Yeah, you were nervous about the deal and I get that and the whole thing. But the whole like meal part of it to me was the other secret, like, treasure in the interview because we all have our breakfast or whatever, but to hear what a Nick Bosa
He's
will
a
have
giant, man.
He's a giant, but he's also incredibly fit. And what does he have for breakfast? Well, we found out.
That's
And it's amazing.
That's a football life. You think that's crazy? You all should, if you ever get a chance to talk to an O lineman about what they eat,
man,
Or used to eat because they're all small now.
would
They
not-
don't even
you
look
would
like they
not
used to look.
Believe it's not even. You're not eating because
Metabolism on
It's
1
not because
million.
it sounds fun. You're like, oh, good, I got to be fat so I can just eat whatever I want. No, like these are people that.
It's a science.
You have to eat when you don't want to eat.
Yeah, man.
You have to set an alarm sometimes.
Could you imagine
To get
that?
up in the middle of the
Yeah.
night to eat. All kinds of stuff. It's crazy what they put down. Oh my God.
Basketball's kind of the same way. I remember talking to Warriors athletic trainer Tom Abdenauer back in the day, and he said, you cannot, a player who plays 82 games, you can't maintain your weight during the season.
I would
Like,
imagine
you
not.
can't eat enough to maintain
Right.
your weight.
Oliver Miller.
But I understand that though, because they're running so much.
No, I
though.
hear you. I hear you.
Well, it's
You know
kind of
what I
like
mean? You got a game every other night.
You all remember what it was like to be a kid.
Oh,
Barely.
Now part
Still
of it,
hooping.
part of it is because we were young. But why? Like I watch my son right now. I think he had 2 bowls of Fruity Pebbles at 11:30 last night.
my favorite.
And he cannot get himself to 150 pounds. Why?
Because his metabolism is
That's
going a million miles
a big
an
part of
hour.
it, but they're constantly moving.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah,
They're
no
like,
doubt.
and
No doubt.
I mean, maybe less so now than when we were kids because we weren't playing as many video games,
right.
But that's
as they
real.
are. But still, man, like you just, the basketball players is constant motion.
You brought up that strategy of taking a knee inside the
last
10.
night.
I mean, remember when the Warriors were rolling at 73-9 that year? I spent a lot of time thinking what I would do if I would play the Golden State Warriors. And one of the things I thought was everybody goes to the hack-a-shack when you're down. I always thought if you ever got a lead against the Warriors, like in the second half, let's say you get up 8, that's when you should start. I would hack-a-shack the Warriors.
Hack-a-Draymond.
Because they got back into games with threes. And I felt like, you know what? You foul the right guy, they're only going to get one. Remember, this is when they were just unbelievable.
Right.
Who's the guy? Who's the guy you'd foul?
Probably Draymond.
Yeah.
He's capable of hitting too.
Looney back then.
Yeah.
Well,
I also came up with the idea of maybe you have to guard Steph Curry from behind.
I remember that one, man.
Have a guy behind him.
Force him in.
Just
force him inside the arc.
Just to keep him, I don't know, looking.
What about what he's doing in the community? I said if he were a gang,
Steph?
I'd join it.
Oh, gosh.
Can Curry do any wrong? Steiny, like, I ain't kissing butt. It's just, dude's a good dude, man. I know bad ones, and I know when I think Steph's.
Well, now that we know you and him are tight,
well,
then, you tell us.
Come on, guys. Yeah, I'm having fun. Yeah. Well, I think he really believes. He's like, let me call Goo. Yeah. Come on, man.
Here's the thing about the chef is the Warriors have been gone from Oakland for now, 3 or 4 years?
19.
Yeah, and I think that his first child was born there. I think they lived in Walnut Creek or wherever they lived. The fact that he still feels that allegiance, that love for Oakland. And, because if you're Steph Curry, you could help any community in the world. You're Steph freaking Curry. I mean, you are a global brand. But the fact that he goes back to Oakland again and again and again. And, they started the... Eat, Play, Love in Oakland,
man.
Which it's funny because my kids were working for Oakland Rec at the time that program launched, and that program changed their job dramatically. It used to be a summer camp where you would go to Great America and you'd go all these places, but they normalized all the rec programs to where everything would be equal, and it was because of Steph and his wife, and it was great, and the programs all got better, but the program they worked at, my kids, was no longer the same program, so they always would kind of make fun of Steph and Aisha,
you're the reason.
Steph is killing us, we don't get to go to Great America anymore. But here we are 5 years later, and they are still doing amazing things in Oakland, and he doesn't have to do anything.
That's my
You're
whole
Steph
point.
Curry. But the fact is, he continues to go back to Oakland where he started, where they started, and doing amazing things. It just speaks to what you're saying. And Jonathan Kuminga today in a podcast said he's the greatest human being he's ever met.
Did you guys see the
Did
video?
JK say that?
Yeah. And did you see the video of him working out with his son in the backyard?
No.
You know what shot they were working on? The throw it back over your head, no look shot.
Young Cannon?
And Cannon is sinking.
I told Steiny, watch out.
It's unguardable.
He's ruined the game. He once again ruined the game. Bring it up to young
what
kids.
High school's Cannon going to?
No look shots. That's what we're working on first.
Menlo
It's Charlotte Christian.
Seriously,
All right, coach, what are we doing first? Everybody
Cannon
line
right
up.
now.
We're going to practice no look shots. Yeah,
You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal.
Don't tell Soda,
Credit Union.
but Sunday it's mimosas, Jimmy Dean hot, and hash browns with the hot
Look
sauce.
at you.
Don't tell
Look how
Soda.
What's your
you are.
go-to? What's like your thing you do every week one?
Well, I'm over here eating 8 egg omelets and Tony's Pizza, which is
Yeah,
phenomenal.
Tony.
Well, you can
is
do it.
here in the lobby right now. I don't even know if I'm going to have any room left, but it is different that it's at 10 in the
What's
morning.
your ritual
I got to
at the
think
Willard
about
House?
it. I mean, for 10 a.m., I'll probably make some pretty
Did
large.
you order the Sunday ticket on the newly debuted? I'm scared.
I don't have
did.
YouTube TV.
Okay, wow.
And I'm not
I had
like-
to get it to get the games.
We just put Red Zone on.
Okay.
now.
You're
We
like
just put
Pops.
Red Zone on it and leave it on all
Yeah.
day.
I gotta see the games.
Yeah.
dude.
No, I get
or
that.
know that I
get
can.
that. Yeah. Sunday morning, I'll take baby out for her morning walk.
Look at
and
Gaga.
we found out earlier this week that she loves croissants. So baby girl and I will split a croissant on Sunday. Your girl, she might be 1/4 French
Look at my
because
guy.
I was giving her a little of that flaky goodness, and your girl was all about it. So
Plain or chocolate? She
just
probably can't
plain.
have
She's not
chocolate
ready
yet.
for the
Not ready
choco.
for chocolate.
No.
I got a question, and Goo's been scaring me about all these networks. Like, are we going to have trouble finding games? Or
Yes.
what?
Yes.
Okay.
Can anybody summarize what's going on?
Well, right now,
Well,
go
wait.
ahead, Dibs, because in the Bay it's different than Sacramento. Right now, Sacramento, you
Why-
can if you
why-
have DirecTV,
Yeah.
they're having a thing with Fox. You can't get Channel 2. So thank God I got the package. That's how I watch the Niners. But if I was dependent on that, I'm out of luck watching the Niners if you're in Sacramento. So that's a problem.
Oh, you mean just in Sacramento?
Yeah, just in Sacramento.
I was looking
But
at
every
you like I
city's
got
different.
DirecTV.
Call it
You know.
Sacramento.
Look at 'em. Yeah.
No. It should be. I don't think you're going to
You're
have
good
any trouble.
here.
I thought somebody said you get games on YouTube. You said a game was on
Sun-
YouTube.
No, the Sunday tickets on YouTube
So if
TV, you
want,
gotta subscribe.
If you want access to every game,
Yeah.
which used to be
Yeah.
DirecTV,
Yeah.
you now
I
need to
There
go
we
over
go.
to YouTube. The other changes this year that may affect people, this isn't a huge
Yeah.
one, but for instance, the DirecTV Red Zone channel went away.
Amazing.
But NFL Network is now making their Red Zone channel
Gotcha.
available on DirecTV.
Incredible.
This was big news in my house. He's a friend of ours. I don't want to
Sure,
disparage him.
sure.
My guys they like Scott Hansen better than Andrew Siciliano.
No doubt,
Yeah.
no
On the
doubt.
weekend.
We're a
I-
Hanson.
yeah.
We're a Hanson
We're a
household,
Hanson- we're a
and
Hanson
we
household.
have been.
Right.
And
so
because I'm
now
an
we get it.
Xfinity.
And now we get it for not doing anything.
Hi, I'm
Just
Dan
sitting here.
Dibley, and whenever I need to watch my
right.
programming, I use Xfinity. Xfinity.com.
Richmond, like we got text line, Richmond DirecTV users right now can't get Cron. You know, that's just they ain't their
Okay.
fault. They're
It's
arguing.
ironic that you can't get Cron in Richmond.
No, I'm gonna
Thank
give
you.
you a 3.
I'll take a 3.
Yes.
But I mean,
So
that,
what do you expect Sunday?
That goes way back.
What do you expect? It's 2 scoreboards, right? Brock Purdy scoreboard and the Niners.
Wait.
There's 2 scoreboards for me when I'm watching the Niners.
There's
It'll be
one
that way all
scoreboard, my
season.
friend.
I get it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We're
Well,
going to be
okay.
able to determine
if
who
you're
had a
going to
good
say
game.
that, if you're going to say that, then I'm going to make you vote in the Twitter poll that I posted.
What did you
see
put?
it?
No.
Okay, because we want to play with this today. Your prediction on who Brock Purdy is destined to be. Your 3
And I'm
options.
going to be honest.
A legit
Wait on the
NFL
choices.
QB1.
Okay.
Option 2, a middling starter. Or option 3, not the guy.
That's easy.
Is it?
Emphatically, it's A for me.
Okay. But you're not confident enough in that you haven't created
No.
a second scoreboard.
No, I'm not a hater. So for the people like
Well, no, it's
Steiny
not
that
about being
say
a
they
hater.
need to see more, I understand that.
Yeah.
But what he has at his disposal is not going away. You are a product of your environment. His uncanny ability to read and process and get rid of it. So that's why he's going to be a mainstay.
Okay, but what's
The
interesting
poll's a little
is,
bit of a nebulous one because what is a middling starter? Like, can you give me an example of a middling starter?
Sure.
yeah,
Jimmy
somebody-
Garoppolo.
Yeah.
See, that's so wrong.
No,
Okay,
no,
like
it's not.
Sam Howell?
It's not. Well, no,
Oh, yeah, I'll
Sam
give you that.
he hasn't played a game yet. You know what I mean?
Right.
A middling starter in the NFL.
There are so few of those guys. That's why
No,
I think it's hard to really
No, I actually
define middling starter.
I think guys who are good enough to clearly hold the job in the NFL, but
Sure.
they're also not someone that we would consider a threat to win a Super Bowl. Daniel Jones is a middling starter. Jared
Man,
Goff.
paid in full.
What
with
about
both those
Cousins?
guys.
Jared Goff
Yeah.
is a middling
Dak.
starter.
Well, I hear you.
Kirk and Dak are like
franchise, but
well,
they're
no,
middling.
but they're
man.
high-level middling starters.
All right,
Derek
okay.
Carr,
right.
Kyler Murray. Gosh, who else would I look at right now? Maybe Tua and
No,
Mac Jones
throw 'em on
are,
there.
are
Okay.
headed for that.
Okay.
Ryan Tannehill. Guys who can hold the job for a long
I
time.
voted middling starter, but when I voted middling starter, I was like, I don't even know who
Right.
who that means.
Okay, so those are the
Like,
comps.
okay.
Do you want to change your vote?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
God,
you
no.
went with what?
Middling starter.
Wow.
And he can be a middling starter and they can
And they
still win the
still win?
Super Bowl.
Wow.
Yes. And it's, I mean,
Yeah, I
they're-
guess middling starters have won the Super Bowl. They don't.
Yes.
They don't do it repeatedly.
Yeah.
They don't challenge for it very often.
right.
They can have a one-off.
Johnson,
and,
Sure.
and that's why
Hostetler,
what you said is interesting, Goo,
Dilfer.
because
Yeah.
I like when you say, "Hey, what he's got around him is not going away."
It's just
I would say someday it is. Like that's what we need to answer.
Whatever happened to Cap Schmatt?
But so
Well,
what if he
right,
ends
but
up
the
being
40
better than what we think?
Someday,
Then you're okay.
within the next 3 years,
No doubt.
the 49ers will have to decide, do you
I-
want to make this
yeah.
a $40 million a year player?
I get it.
Man.
I
Right now,
totally
he's a
get it.
$1 million
I get
a
it.
year player.
if
I
that,
get it.
yeah.
Do you want to make him a $40 million?
And I'll tell you this.
What's the number going to be by then? Joe's already making 55.
No doubt about it.
My God.
But
This
I'll
is
tell you
3
this,
years from now.
I'll tell you this, Mark, and I mean this. 2 years ago, if you told me Debo was out, and this is no shade at Debo, if he was out, oh my God, that offense is in trouble.
Yeah, yep.
You tell me Debo's not playing Sunday against Pittsburgh, and you got the train moves, like Is that a diss to Debo? It's not. It's just they got an embarrassment of riches at the skill positions, man.
It matters, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, they got enough.
Like that's a seismic shift in what would you Debo tiptoeing off the frozen tundra, winning the game in Green Bay, getting the touchdown against the Rams in the championship game, beating Dallas. It's shifted now. You can do that, but you don't need to.
I will say,
because you don't have to.
I will say, if you guys asked what we expect this weekend, I feel like they're going to win, but they're not going to be on all cylinders yet.
Okay. So you're taking the liquidate all assets, episode 1 in the books. I took Niners -2.5.
Yeah, because I feel like if you think someone's going to win, I'm rarely going to predict that they're going to win by 1 or 2 points. So sure, I'll take the Niners on that. But I don't think it's going to be as clean now as it's going to be.
Now that I could see
down the road.
I took the under at 43 on Liquidate All Assets and the podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, you can find it. And I think that this game is going to be a classic rock fight, maybe 11-10, 17-16. I do think that both these teams will be grinding offensively. A couple of good defenses. Couple of run-first offenses.
Some rain
maybe
in the forecast.
21-20.
Some rain?
Yeah, 24-17. This one feels like an under to me.
Well, I hope not. I hope it's not 17-16.
You got some guys playing?
Oh, no.
I got Kittle.
Then you'll
He's
come
like a
in,
niner.
you'll come in Monday and say, what about the weaponry? I'm worried about the weaponry.
Is that your guru impersonation?
Half. It's
He
half.
makes it in. He gets a 2.
Yeah, a little louder.
That's a 2.
We're going to need some more volume.
No, and you got to start with Steiny. I'm worried, Steiny. I'm worried about the weapons.
All right, try it again. Here we go. 3, 2.
Uh-oh. Otherwise, on Monday, we're going to get Steiny. What happened to the weaponry?
That's better.
The weaponry.
That was like if Goo and Steiny had a baby. That's what that sounded like.
Gaga.
Yeah.
I got
the baby's
I mixed there. I'm kind of half checked out.
Over under on your round at Paradise on Sunday, 86.5.
I take the over.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know.
What happened to
By
you?
the way, quit saying I'm better than you in golf. I'm not.
Oh, I hadn't heard him say it.
He said it about 2 months ago, and I just want it's not the case.
What's your handicap?
He had an 82 last week. I had a 91.
One round.
Did you go
That's
Jason
one round.
My handicap's like 16.5.
Are the Lions better than the Chiefs?
They were last night.
Hey,
That's a one game.
We have a friend.
Yeah.
Listen to this. We have a friend who's a Lions fan.
Oh my God! No,
legitimate.
Yeah,
Tell
yeah.
him. He said he's 63. He said it's the biggest win in his lifetime.
That can't,
I get-
lifetime.
I
they
get
beat
that.
Dallas in the playoffs.
No,
Yeah,
Mark.
but
Mark, he
but-
talked to all his Detroit friends too, and he was like, I don't know if tears can come over on a text thread.
I actually understand.
But our friend Derek Petrak was like, "Oh my God, this is the greatest win
And
we've
he's
ever
50
had."
years old,
Dude,
Stoney.
he's
He's
63.
63.
It's week 1.
I understand why. I actually
But how
do.
can that be
Right?
bigger than the playoff win over Dallas?
Because you knew they weren't going anywhere. that
Thank
year.
you.
And
Yeah.
because of the experience they've been through, it has been so long, and they have been teased with hype so many times. Teased with, this year, this second overall pick, this great receiver,
'Cause I'ma say
this
something.
this great,
Make it quick.
and it never ever happens. And they had a lot of hype this offseason, and last night made it feel like it was for real.
Jared
Exactly.
Goff took his team to the Super Bowl. He looked like he's found a home. He can make every throw. Dibs, I mean this.
He missed that
I'm
one,
watching him, yeah. Is he going to end up getting the last laugh on the Rams?
Well,
Because
if
I
he-
think they blamed him for losing the Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, you could, but Bill Belichick basically figured out what Jared's his thing was, which is he needs to be able to diagnose it pre-snap.
Okay.
And so once the headset got turned off and Bill shifted the defense, Jared was lost. But he's a different quarterback
Dude,
now.
he is,
and I take
man.
full credit for that.
How could he get the last laugh, though? The Rams already won a bowl without him.
Well,
He'd have to win 2 bowls.
I'll give you that.
All right, guys, we want you to have a great show
We'll be
today.
ready.
Thanks, Matt.
And,
Thanks,
we got
Matt.
Sunday,
I'm
10
ready,
o'clock. I
yeah.
can't wait.
You want to leave, don't you?
Finally, we'll have something, a game to talk about. Your boy Steiny's excited on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, are we on? Oh, my gosh. Week 1 is here. Let's do this. I am in such a good mood. We have reached Friday. Here we go. We actually have a football game that took place yesterday. And I mean it, man. I think that's the question of the weekend. When we look at where we've been, not just the offseason, but where we've been this week, how many people, and I know you felt this way, I felt this way, everybody's like, okay, Bosa put feather pen to paper today, and therefore everything, the decks are clear. All the questions are gone, ... Let's go, let's play ball. And my thought was suddenly, well, almost all of the questions are gone. But we've circled back to the original question that was actually still there when the 49ers last played football. And that is, who is Brock Purdy really going to be? Everybody says sample size too small. Well, the sample size gets bigger in 48 hours. So,
right.
So what are we going to see?
Is he good enough is the question. Is he good enough to win the games they need to win? Forget week 1 or week 4 or week 10, although all those games matter. Is he good enough to get you to the playoffs and then get you into the playoffs and win the games that he needs to win? And that's really, I think, where a lot of Niner fans are is he good enough? Because Kyle Shanahan thinks he's good enough, and John Lynch thinks he's good enough, and the whole team down there thinks, yes, he is good enough to do what they want him to do, but now we get to see it. Brock Purdy in Pittsburgh, a good defensive team with a whole season to make the adjustments and see what he does on film. We get to go out and look at it on Sunday morning and see if he is good enough.
Yeah, there's some sound from Christian McCaffrey in the locker room yesterday that we're going to share with you shortly. I think it's important. Look, it's just words, and teammates are going to support one another. I get it. But the way Christian said it, it sort of was the inspiration for this question today. Because Christian, you always hear people say, oh, yeah, Brock's great. We believe in Brock. We made Brock one of our captains. But he didn't say, we believe in Brock and we're going to go do great things this year. He essentially said, Brock Purdy's going to be a very good player in this league for a long time. And I thought to myself, that's the question we're really asking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether or not he can do that.
Right. I mean, that's the question. But much like your conversation yesterday about, you can't talk about the Super Bowl until you enjoy each game and week by week. So you can't really ask that question of, can he be the quarterback for a long time or not, until you get into week 1 and week 2 and week 3. So in terms of like what the fans think as an overarching question, yeah, it matters. Like, can he be that guy? But it kind of speaks to what you said yesterday about the whole Super Bowl or bust. And so many of us fans are thinking about, you better be there in the end of January. Isn't this the same question about Brock Purdy?
No, I don't think so. Because all I've heard all offseason is, wait till defenses and defensive coordinators get a second to look at this. And they're going to find his kryptonite, and that's going to be the end of that. And, I mean, what was the list? Was it The Athletic that put out the list earlier this week that ranked Brock Purdy as the 32nd best quarterback in the NFL, which is wild to me because how on earth are names like C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson ahead of them? They haven't played. They literally haven't played. So you'll have on one hand people going, well, it's been a very small sample size. And then in the very next breath, they're like, I'm going to rank C.J. Stroud ahead of Brock Purdy. Again, it's draftism. It's what I call it. It's draftism. Brock Purdy suffers from draftism that happens throughout America. And it is, you think there's a skill set that belongs in the first round. That apparently is a skill set that belongs in the 7th round. And no matter how many times in a row it gets debunked, you cannot remove that from people's brains. It's like you can take the kid out of the 7th round, but you can't take the 7th round out of the kid.
Right.
And so here we are with all of you believing that the talent of C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson and whoever else, Sam Howell and all these people that you're excited to see this weekend, they're all better than Brock Purdy, even though none of them have won a football game before. And this guy won January football games before. So that's my response to that. Yet I'm not here to tell you that he's going to be a 10-year star in the NFL. Right. Wouldn't surprise me if he is, but I think that's the question on our mind is you have to start this weekend and come out and show everybody that last year was not a fluke.
Yeah.
Right?
And there's the F word, the word that you hate because, nothing is a fluke if it happens, and it happened last year for Brock Purdy for almost half a year and into the playoffs. I mean, Brock Purdy showed that he can win football games at the very least. He can lead his offense to average 30 points a game, which he did. And if his arm didn't fall off in the NFC Championship game, maybe he wins that game and he becomes a Super Bowl quarterback, not a Super Bowl winning quarterback per se, but a quarterback who goes to the Super Bowl. So I do think it's fair to say that Brock Purdy should be ahead of these guys who have never played, and I would put him ahead of Kenny Pickett, who will be on the field against him on this Sunday. But, whatever you want to do in terms of your own ranking, ultimately this will all get settled. And your question as to whether or not, can Brock Purdy be a quarterback of the future? Is he middling? Is he neither? All that will be solved here in the next 17 weeks.
Well, everything will be solved going forward, but I do wonder where people's minds are in terms of what we're thinking because, and this is to a degree, you want to talk about a small sample. I mean, we're only talking about a couple hundred votes right now, but you're seeing, oddly, on Twitter, the debunking of Twitter, which in other words is, according at least to these 200 votes, more than half of 49er fans firmly believe that Brock Purdy is a legit NFL QB1.
What's the percentage?
57.1%. Okay, right now, and again, this is our question, and you can absolutely weigh in. We'd love to hear from you. All opinions welcome, 888-957-9570. The question is, what's your prediction on who Brock Purdy is destined to be? Option 1, a legit NFL QB1. Option 2, a middling starter. Let's call him Ryan Tannehill, okay? And then option 3, not the guy. That's the group, and I heard Steiny say this earlier, and he suffers from Minnesota-ism. So that's what's going on there. But I heard him earlier today. He believes in his heart of hearts that the 49ers are going after Kirk Cousins next offseason.
It's a bit. He loves Kirk Cousins.
Of course.
But where would you put Kirk Cousins in your own poll? Is he a middling guy or is he a real QB1?
I think he's a legit NFL QB1.
And that's where
I got to give him that.
That's where your poll has enough gray area to where I think that it can be tough to really figure out. Like you look at Burrow and Allen and Lamar and Deshaun and Mahomes, guys who got these massive, massive deals. Yes, they're legit.
Too legit
QB1s.
Yeah.
And even Kirk Cousins got a huge deal. He got a big-time guaranteed deal. So isn't he like a legit QB1?
I think so. Yeah. And these guys.
And Dak, even though we don't think he's very good, he's a legit QB1.
Yeah, these are perennial NFL playoff performers. I didn't say elite.
Right.
I said legit NFL QB1. I think Dak is there. I think Kirk is there.
Jalen's there.
Oh, Jalen's, sure. He's, absolutely.
Like Geno, you wouldn't put there, even though
Geno would be a middling starter.
Even though he got a 1-year deal. It was more than 1 year, but they can get out of it after 1 year.
I'm not into the whole, what you got paid necessarily.
Sure.
Because that's circumstantial. But are you good enough to hold the job, yet it's a feel where you're not
Right.
You're not a player that a team is like, oh my gosh, we're all in on you.
So Daniel Jones is middling, even though he got paid to be a real QB1.
I think he is because I wouldn't have paid him, but that's just me.
Yeah.
That's just me. Like the guys,
They paid him.
The guys. I mean, if you ask me any team, I'll place their quarterback, just my opinion, into one of those three categories.
Right. What about Tua?
Middling.
Yeah, and wow, that's
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet. Daniel Jones, middling.
Trevor Lawrence he's a
Legit.
real one.
Legit.
Even though he hasn't been paid yet because
Legit,
he hasn't
yeah.
been up for the payment yet.
Kenny Pickett, as of right now, middling.
Justin Fields.
Middling for the moment. He's not there
Jared
yet.
Goff?
That one's hard, but I think
Russell Wilson?
No, Russell Wilson's going to be in the Hall of Fame someday. I know that he had a bad
Right.
year.
Aaron Rodgers?
No, these are all legit
Right.
NFL QB1s, and I actually would give that to Goff. He's been to a Super Bowl.
Sure.
Sure.
And he got run out of town after that.
He did, but
Yeah.
I mean, what did he won? What 8 of the last 10 last year? He went on the road and beat the Chiefs
He
last
sure
night.
did, yeah.
Jared's good. Jared, how many picks did Jared throw in the second half of the year last year? Literally, like one. I mean,
Jimmy Garoppolo, middling. Is he the epitome of middling?
Yeah,
I know it's hard
probably.
for you to say that.
No, but he's high level middling because he is.
HLM.
Well, he's been a starting QB in the NFL
Sure.
for 7 years
And
now.
he was the highest paid QB for a time.
For a time. Matt Stafford, that's a legit starter, right? That's a legit
to
starter.
me, he's middling based on where he is in his career.
Maybe where he is right now.
Right.
You can go to the NFC South, and the only one, Baker, middling, right?
Sure.
On his third or fourth team already.
Raymond Ritter. middling.
Ritter. I would never say that about Ray, but I would about
No,
Desmond.
he's elite. Yeah, sorry.
Bryce Young,
Yeah.
let's find out. You're the number one pick, but we haven't seen anything yet.
Sure.
Derek Carr, you're like a Jimmy.
He's middling.
But that's like a Jimmy.
Right.
That's like a Jimmy. Yes, there are certain guys with gray area in there for sure. But this is predictive. This is predictive. So you're going to put him at middling. And again, I'm not asking you what you think Brock is today.
No,
I'm asking you
I'm
where
answering,
you think
yeah.
this is going.
And I think that's where it's going. And if they want to pay him like they paid Jimmy G, they're welcome to. But I don't think that Brock Purdy ever becomes one of the 5 best, 7 best quarterbacks in the league. And that's okay. You don't need him to be with the Shanahan offense and the talent around him.
That's true, too.
Yeah.
That's true, too. And by the way, I've come to this sort of destination. I think with Kyle Shanahan as a coach and a roster that at least is currently built like it is, I don't know if any QB is ever going to fully be believed, if you will. We're always, no matter who the QB is, there's going to be the question, if there is success, who's actually driving this bus? Is this a really good quarterback, or is he just in the Kyle Shanahan system, surrounded by great players, therefore there is success? We did this for 5 years with Jimmy Garoppolo. I have heard people dismiss Matt Ryan, who won an MVP with Shanahan as his offensive coordinator. This has a shade and a feel of the Belichick versus Brady conversation that went on for a period of time. Who's driving the bus? Is this because of Brady or is it because of Belichick? We got our answer. He left and won another Super Bowl. There you go. But I don't know if Brock Purdy is ever, no matter what he does, going to be able to escape that shadow. He can have all the success in the world under Kyle, and there will be a portion of the fan base that thinks it's because of Kyle, not because of Brock.
Depends on how it looks and how he goes about winning the Super Bowl. If he goes out and he throws for 380 and 4 touchdowns in a big game or in the Super Bowl, then the narrative changes. But the way Kyle Shanahan calls plays, the way this offense is run, it's designed for him to go 16 of 22 for $180 and not turn it over.
Right, but that's also just statistical and fantasy football stuff. Joe Montana was out there on a high-scoring offense. If you go back and look at the numbers, you'll be wowed.
I lived it.
Yeah, Joe Montana did not go for 350 every week. That's not the way it operated,
Right.
and nobody went, Bill Walsh, there it is. Anybody can play this game. So, but it'll always be that back and forth. What do y'all think? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. We'll let you hear exactly what Christian McCaffrey did say about Brock Purdy. which you'll find interesting. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. It's Willard and Debs on a Football Friday.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to
All right, well, the poll is on Twitter.
On X.
Yeah. I mean, it's been there for 2 hours, but why not put it on the station feed instead? You can vote wherever you want. You can vote on the YouTube. You can vote on 95.7 The Game's Twitter. You can vote on my Twitter. It's all the same question. And that is, what's your prediction on who Brock Purdy is destined to be? A legit NFL QB1, a middling starter. Sure, there's some gray area there. Or not the guy. And I guess maybe the lead story on this, Dibs, because you voted middling starter, but then
on both polls.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, there's 3 of them. Have you gotten to the third one yet? You can do it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Do it on my tweet.
No, I'll get
feed,
to YouTube.
And then you can get to 95.7 The Game's feed.
And I'm fascinated by which results will show what bias based on the fan base, like the Mark Willard audience bias, the YouTube bias.
Well, the YouTube
the 95.7 The Game bias.
YouTube is tracking at 84% legit QB1. Okay?
Well, that's just straight pom-pom.
My feed is only tracking at 57.3%.
Yeah. Just saw that, yeah.
So I hate to break it to y'all. I hate to disappoint you, but I don't run no Homer Twitter feed around here. Okay?
Well, it's early. It's early.
It is. But again, I think the lead story, because you said middling starter, but then you went ... but that's okay. Like that,
Yes.
You think that's going to be good enough.
I've told you it's been good enough for years. Kyle doesn't want middling starter.
Don't go there.
He would rather have Mahomes, yes. Hip, hip, hooray. We all want the best ever. But Kyle Shanahan is content with middling starter because middling starter on a rookie deal gives you all the rest of what they have. And you can cap schmap me all you want.
No, cap schmap. I think we proved it.
So when Brock Purdy's making $40 million a year in 2 or 3 years, then he's no longer a middling starter.
Well, right. So that's the question that needs to be answered. I think cap schmap got proven this week, did it not? Listen to what the 49ers are able to do, especially since George Kittle came out and debunked the theory that he got a check for $10 million the other day. What they do, they went in and restructured George Kittle. They restructured Trent Williams. They cleared $23 million in cap space. They go to George's locker. Says, "Oh, did you get a check for $10 million?" No, they just move stuff around.
Sure.
What does that mean? And the Niners open up $23 million in cap space by just going, just carry the one. We're going to push it over here into that bedroom, and you'll see it next year or whenever or what have you.
Right.
It's a game. It's a game, and the Niners play it well.
They do. They do. And at some point, you know this, Mark. You know it's going to have to happen.
No, it's not.
Say it. Say what they're going to have to do.
They're not going to have to pay the piper unless they draft someone named Piper. That's it. It's the only time they're going to have to pay the piper.
Well, and they're able to play dodgeball with a lot of this because they don't draft first-round capital anymore. And if they do draft them, they get rid of them because they miss on first-round capital. You've got Brandon Ayuk, and he's coming up for a big deal next year. And we will see if they're going to be able to keep Brandon Ayuk and the rest of them, and that's to be determined. But for now,
sure.
Good job. You were able to play the shell game, and you've got everyone underneath the umbrella of the cap. And I know that, and this is much more of a David Lombardi thing than it is for Sports Talk Radio, but once the 51-man cap release happens, you're able to do things that you couldn't do before that. And so, yeah, you're definitely playing the shell game, but we'll see if they can do that again next year.
Yeah, no, it's a completely different question when Brock Purdy's up for a deal. But I do wonder, we've said this before, I think it's important to say it again, because I think people undersell, quote unquote, the window that the 49ers have in terms of a financial advantage. You'll hear a lot of people, especially after what Nick Bosa just did, boy, if Brock balls out this year, he's going to hold out next year. Not allowed to. Like, literally not allowed to. Brock Purdy at that point will be 2 years into a 4-year deal. He is not extension eligible. So if you hold out, there's literally nothing the team could even do to get you back in camp. So this conversation doesn't even happen until Brock Purdy has played 34 more football games. I mean, unless he gets hurt and misses some, but you get it. 2 more full seasons of football before you can even have the conversation about a new deal, and then that new deal wouldn't even take effect until another year after that. So it's truly, in my opinion, one of those things that's not worth sweating right now because you have no idea who you're even going to want to keep when you get to that point. You don't know who's going to be healthy, who's going to be retired.
Right.
Is Trent Williams playing when Brock Purdy resigns?
Well, George Kittle will be 32.
Right.
And I'd be surprised if he's going to be a guy that you're going to sign again to anywhere near the money you're paying him now, especially after you drafted 2 tight ends this year.
George Kittle will be even older than that, won't he?
He's 30.
He's 29. He's 29. So, yeah, he'd be 32, but 33 by the time Brock's new deal would take over. And with how often he's injured, yeah, you're right. I don't even know if the guy's going to be playing by then. So, yeah, they're in tremendous shape depending on who this guy actually is. Here's what McCaffrey said, because Purdy was named a starter, or a captain, I mean, and they asked McCaffrey if he was surprised that Purdy ended up as a captain.
I think when you get to know him, it's not as shocking as probably the public might seem. To me, I'm not surprised at all. You know, he's a hell of a player, hell of a leader, and a guy who's going to be great in this league for a long time.
A guy who's going to be great in this league for a long time. Again, I understand teammates just looking out for each other and saying nice things, but that comment got my mind going to that aspect. I understand that people feel good about Brock Purdy right now, but do you buy that? Like even on another team potentially someday. Do you believe that Brock Purdy is going to be a great player in this league for a long time?
Sure. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is a great player in this league, and he has been for a long time. And Jared Goff is a great player in this league, and he has been for a long time.
I wouldn't use the word
You're
great.
talking about
You're
talking about a starting quarterback in the National Football League and a guy who is cemented as the starting quarterback for his team. And if you want to go around all 32 teams, you've got about 8 elite, and then you've got about 8 guys who are either rookies or fledgling, and then the other 16 is where Brock would fall. And are those guys great? Absolutely. Jared Goff and Russell Wilson, forget what Russell Wilson's done, what he is right now. He's great. And Derek Carr, he's great. He's QB1 for an NFL team.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I understand where you're coming from, and I certainly understand it from the standpoint of, like, if you're the 15th best quarterback on the planet, that's unbelievable.
You're great.
But that's not how we view sports. I mean, if you're going to say it that way, then anybody in the league is overwhelmingly unbelievable. Like, if you're a family member, if you went to high school with someone in the league, it's a big deal. You're like, I mean, this guy was great my entire life. Great. But no, not.
Well, what's Christian McCaffrey saying?
Jimmy Garoppolo is not NFL great. He's not NFL great. He's good.
He's NFL great in terms of him getting a free agent contract with a team for massive money.
Yeah, and then getting replaced.
Not this year.
Not this year.
What did he get paid? $20 million to go to the Raiders? 25? Yeah.
22. Which is what?
That's great.
It's 40% of what Joe Burrow's getting.
Fine, and I don't know what.
He's good. I mean,
what is Christian McCaffrey? I mean, what's he talking about?
I don't know.
Terms of,
I don't know, and maybe he's throwing the word around. I don't know.
Yeah, of course he is.
Well, maybe not. I don't know. Like, think about it now.
Right.
Last year, that story of Brock walking behind Trent Williams and Fred Warner. Now, these are legitimately great players.
Oh, they're great.
They are great players.
And they'll be great for a long time.
And Trent Williams already has been. And he's walking behind them in camp, and he overhears them fawning over Brock Purdy, fawning over him, and looking forward to what they're going to see him do next. I haven't seen enough. Put it this way. A lot of people will say, I haven't seen enough to know if Brock is great. I haven't seen enough to know that he's not.
Sure.
I know he was drafted in the 7th round.
Forget that.
I don't care about that.
It doesn't matter.
Like,
Doesn't matter.
Brock Purdy might be great. Like, great. He might be. He
might be Joe Montana.
There's nothing that's happened to dispel that.
He might be the greatest quarterback of all time. I mean, he might be, right?
I mean,
who's closer to being the greatest of all time? Brock Purdy or Trey Lance?
Brock Purdy.
Exactly. I mean, and I could play this game with 40 other quarterbacks.
You can do that with every starter in the league, though.
Well, who's closer, Brock Purdy or Pat Mahomes? No, it's going to be Pat Mahomes.
No, my point, but if you're going to compare him to Trey Lance.
No, I'm comparing him to Brock Purdy.
I know, but
because the conversation is how great Brock Purdy can be.
We
and
don't
he
know.
can be great. Can he be the greatest of all time? Absolutely.
Well,
he's got a chance to be.
Here's what I'm getting at. I'm getting at this. You hear a lot of people go, I think what we saw Brock do, that's as good as he's going to get. I find that to be such the strangest thing. I think that is the strangest thing to say, because at what point in any of our lives would we watch a 22-year-old play for the first 7 or 8 games of his life and immediately, with no background, just decide that's the best he can do? I mean, if that's the case, why is Casey Schmidt still on the team? That's the best he can do.
Yeah.
He's a 200 hitter.
Jeremy Lin.
Done.
I mean, we might have got that one right.
We might listen
after 7 or 8 games.
It can go both ways.
Sure.
I'm not dismissing that. I'm simply saying I find it to be very likely for all humans that the first 8 times they do something, it then gets better after that. Very likely.
It's possible.
Very likely.
Sure.
I find it.
Well, I mean, it's probably more likely than it is less likely, especially in this system, surrounded by this team and this coach and this situation. If you want to talk about this sample size for Jimmy Garoppolo, back when he did it for the 49ers and they went from 1-10 to 6-10, like that to me was more unlikely than this is likely. Even though Jimmy Garoppolo had more pedigree, more experience, and all the rest of it, this is more unlikely based on, Brock Purdy and the fact that he came out of nowhere as a rookie and did what he did. But his team is so talented around him, that makes it much more likely because he doesn't have to carry this team.
Right, but that's in the moment. And I am curious what people think this is going to look like, quite frankly, for his career. I mean, that's what McCaffrey said a long time. Those are his words.
Right.
Maybe he's just throwing them out there. We'll go to the phones here in a second.
Man, teammate praising his fellow teammate, that's a shock to me.
But you don't need to flick it off your shoulder.
I'm flicking it off to the extent that we're going to put too much weight into teammate praising teammate.
But I'm not putting weight in it. I'm allowing it to ask a question.
And I like your question
and
a
I
lot.
wonder what everybody thinks.
Yeah.
And he wasn't done. Here's more from McCaffrey.
It's funny when people ask me about the quarterback position. I'm not a quarterback, and I don't know what they're reading. All I know is when he's got the ball, he looks confident as ever. He knows exactly where to go with it, and then he plays beyond the X's and O's. But he did all that last year too. So I'm just excited to see how he comes back this year, and once again, just happy he's on our team.
I think it's odd that Christian McCaffrey thinks he's not a quarterback. I feel like he was in the NFC title game.
That's all I can think about, Mark.
Yeah, I'm like,
It'd be so cool if he was a quarterback.
Short memory. What's the matter with you, dude?
I was hearing that thinking, man, it would be a lot cooler if he were a quarterback.
What about this?
Because they needed him to be one.
Is Brock Purdy the best quarterback that Christian McCaffrey's ever played with?
I mean, sadly, yes. I'd have to look at all of the...
Cam won an MVP.
Right, but the Cam he played with was not the Cam who won the MVP.
And he went to a Super Bowl.
With Christian? Or that was pre-Christian, no?
No, Christian was on that team, right? When they played the Broncos? How many years ago was that?
I'll Google it. It feels like forever ago,
I
right?
know, it does. It really does. Peyton Manning was in the league. Cam Newton was in the league. But I don't think that was that many years ago. I want to call that 6 years ago. I call it 6 years ago.
Okay.
7? 6 or 7?
Not 5. 2015. That'd be 8.
Okay. And how many years has Christian McCaffrey been playing? He's 27, so maybe he was still in college.
Yep, not on that team.
Carolina Panthers starting in 2017.
Yes.
All right.
Jonathan Stewart was your leading rusher.
All right. So
Mike Tolbert, the fullback.
So he came right after it. He came like basically a year and a half after that Super Bowl. Christian joins the Panthers. Cam Newton is still
there.
the
Still
very
there.
firm quarterback.
6-8.
So, yeah, he's accomplished a lot more than Brock Purdy, but I also think a lot of people outside of that 1 year didn't have a whole lot of respect for a lot of things that Cam Newton did. I mean, so I'm not gonna elevate Purdy even above Cam Newton yet, but I wonder how Christian feels.
Right.
I wonder how Christian privately would answer that question.
That next year after the Super Bowl, Cam Newton 52.9%.
He was terrible.
52.9%. 58.9% completion.
Well, how do you end up with Christian McCaffrey? You have to be a really bad team and get a high pick.
Yeah. And they had Jonathan Stewart and Fozzie Whitaker also running the ball for that team.
Love Fozzie. Big Muppets fan.
So that waka waka waka. So that must have been 2 years removed when they got McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And they went 11-5 that next year.
Let's hear from some of you, okay? 888-957-9570. Hey, Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, what's up? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, man, so forget the name, forget where he was drafted. Let me just tell you, if a guy, let's say we're talking about a guy who's a proven point guard, he knows how to distribute the ball at a rate of maybe 70%, right? And not only that, he's got pocket presence. He sees the field. He knows where his outs are, like a Boy Scout. He's always ready. You know, he doesn't throw the Jimmy Ono throws when they're blitzing him. It's just that it baffles me that people are buying into Brock Purdy, but then when you look at the film, you look at the guy, and this guy has he played 10 years? Because he's doing things that I only see with veteran guys, you know, the way he gets out of the pocket. If they blitz him, he knows exactly where to go, where the, you know, where the safety valves are at. And just like I said, he knows how this offense works. And it's like he's been to a master class with Kyle Shanahan's offense, and he's barely started. So all that said, I expect him to be a Pro Bowler at the very least. And he's sustainable because he keeps the offense on schedule. And as a coach, as a head coach, as a play caller, that's the most, that's what they look for on the quarterback, the guy who keeps it on schedule, sees the plays as is designed and schemed. And for the most part, Brock Purdy does that. So I expect him to be a Pro Bowler at the very least. We're in good hands with Brock Purdy. He's a sustainable guy. I expect him to be my quarterback for at least 10 years.
Interesting. Jonathan, thanks. It's funny when people say, I expect him to be a Pro Bowler. I'm like, everybody's a Pro Bowler, the way the Pro Bowl works now. But I get what he's saying. I put it this way. This would be my belief in where Brock Purdy's going. I think that last year was incredibly impressive. I do think that he's going to have a lot of success, as you've said, with this particular roster. What I do think, though, is I think that he will marginally elevate what he did last year. And I don't mean that in terms of record. They're not going to win all of their games. But I think where he will marginally elevate what he did last year is, I think everything we saw last year was real. But in the NFL, like with almost any job, there's a bunch of stuff he hasn't seen yet. He hasn't seen the way defensive coordinators hide things. He hasn't seen the way Pro Bowl linebackers are able to deke him into certain things. And the more games you play, the more of that you see, the more experience you have, the more you're ready to not make that mistake again next time. I think that there will be mistakes. I think that there will be young player mistakes at times this year. But that, I don't think, should trip up the fan base too much because I think it'll be tucked into a lot of wins, probably around 12 of them would be my guess. But I also think that the player you're going to see 2-3 years down the road will be better just because of experience than the player you saw last year.
Well, it had better be because, you know, you're 8 games in, and according to you, the majority of players do get better year over year, and I don't disagree with that. And so you take what he's done now, forget the wins and losses, but take the throws he's made, the interceptions he's gotten away with because they were dropped, the great throws he made that were completions that might have been dropped, whatever you want to look at in terms of how he did incredibly well in terms of being a rookie and starting games off the bench for a Super Bowl caliber team. So between now and the end of his contract, he would hope and you would hope that he would be better than he's been. And if he is better and the team is better and the team wins or they don't win the Super Bowl, whatever happens, he's going to get paid and he'll be a quarterback for a long time if he gets better.
It'd be strange if he got worse.
Wouldn't be that strange. It happens. It happens. I mean, players flash and players wane. And Sam Darnold's a good example of a guy who came out and was better coming out than he was at the end of his 4 years.
I don't know that he ever flashed. Sam didn't ever.
He flashed in college.
Well, sure. A lot of people flash in college and then
Right.
don't make it in the pros. That's a repetitive story
And a lot of
every
it comes
year.
down to situation. And Brock Purdy's been in one of the great situations all time in terms of a rookie. And Ben Roethlisberger's another good example. He walked in as a rookie to a team that was ready to win, and he won games.
But then where did that career go?
It went only, it was probably about the same, and it went up a little bit.
It'll go to the Hall of Fame. Is where it'll
Right,
go.
because of the team he played on.
Oh, see, I don't
If
think
he was a
that's
Tennessee
fair.
Titan, he's not a Hall of Famer.
I don't think that's fair. That guy was with the Steelers long enough to regenerate every single player around him.
Right, and the Steelers win. And the Steelers won
Yeah, he
before
was-
him, and the Steelers have won after him.
Ish. They have not really won after him. Going 9-8 is not impressive. It's nice. Mike Tomlin's a great
Sure.
coach. But
And Ben won what? One Super Bowl?
I think it was 2, and there's no questioning whether or not Ben Roethlisberger elevated the Steelers.
Sure,
he of course did.
But my point is that a lot of these guys are situation based. Brock Purdy, if he's a Houston Texans, he might as well be Davis Mills.
Yeah, see, though, I totally disagree with that. Like I'm not saying that Brock's Texans would be as good as Brock's Niners, but Brock's Texans would be better than Davis Mills' Texans. I just see when I hear that, it makes me feel like all the credit is going to the team, and I don't know how we do that because other players have already come in and you can't just be anybody and win with the Niners.
Trey, Jimmy, and Brock, and they all
Trey?
won. Trey won.
Wait, 2-2? Like, what did he win?
Well, I guess he went this year. I guess he goes down as 0-2 because he started the game where Jimmy came in and mopped up.
Well,
and they lost.
They won. No, they won.
Oh, that's right.
They won. Yeah, they won. All right,
So
more on
1-1.
that. We'll get to your calls. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Scooby, Dre, Charles, stay right where you are. Rest of you get online. We'll keep on communicating right here on Willard and Debs.
Great deals and your next adventure await when you join the Jeep family. Just get to your local Jeep brand dealership.
NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Football Friday, people. It's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I hope for everybody in your life you have at least someone who can help you overcome toxic stress. I woke up with a little bit of it today. Had some toxic stress.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just down. And
I get that.
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shout out to the lovely Christy. We had a nice morning and a nice coffee and everything is fine. And now I'm just full, which is also a familiar feeling that I've had.
I'm kind of in the same boat now.
Yeah, over the last 48 hours, there's been a lot of full. There's there's the Bosa omelet, which we did yesterday morning. And then today.
Well, I set my schedule to be full because the word came in that set your clock for full today. So I had a early light breakfast and I had a nice empty stomach when I walked in here.
Not a bad idea.
And I did damage.
Farhan is looking for you. Hey, Tony's Pizza.
My God.
I'm going to eat it. You outdid yourself.
Hello.
How many pizzas are in there? What'd you get, Lucas?
Not
like
5,
7,
not
8?
6, not 7.
But
6, and all 6 are unique pies.
That's my point.
Incredible.
That's what I wanted to bring up because everybody's been to a pizza party and there'll be multiple stacks. And you'll go to a stack and the thought is, well, whatever's on top of the stack, this is a stack of those. We got a stack of pepperonis.
Boring.
We got a stack of cheese.
What?
Right? We got a stack of, sausage and pepper.
Whatever.
You know what I mean? This is 6 unique pies. We got things in there with different thickness.
Yeah.
We got different shapes.
Size matters.
It does. We got some with meat. We got some without. I had one of those that had the onion ring thing going on it.
That was crazy.
It was delicious is what it was.
Totally
but,
was.
Oh my gosh, it was just unique flavors are flying all over the place. What else was in there? There was the thick one that was veggie with the tomatoes on it.
Yeah, I had that.
Had one of those.
I hit for the cycle, Mark.
Well, that's the problem. You're going to describe 6 pies, and I'm going to go, had one of those. Had one of those.
Yeah.
Had one of those.
Sure.
Couldn't stop eating them.
Me either.
Tony's is fantastic.
Thank you, Tony's.
And so thank you, Tony's. And we suggest to all of you, Tony's, because you can go 10 times and never have the same meal and come out satisfied every time.
It's a dartboard menu kind of place where just throw the dartboard at the menu and be like, okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll order that. It's good.
I'm full.
I'm stuffed.
I'll be ready to have some more before the end of the show, though.
I got a little bit of a food coma, so this may be a stretch for you, but I'm going to need you to carry me.
Yeah. Hey, Lucas, can you go on a coffee run during the show? What about that?
Gambino's just closed 5 minutes ago. It's going to be a long walk.
What about, yeah,
it's a long walk.
You can
and I'm
work,
swamped back here.
Yes, you work off some of the Tony's Pizza and go down and get us a coffee or something.
You buy?
Sure.
Yep. All right.
Okay.
Let's go. Be back in a couple hours.
He buy, you fly.
That's exactly.
Perfect.
Oh, I'm into it.
Done.
I'll totally buy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And beer, don't worry about. That's very nice of you. Now, when I say something like that, you get people on YouTube. Gosh, it's too bad. I hope your weekend goes better. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. I want to be open with everybody. Like, right? We sit here and we talk sports and eat free pizza for a living. And I wonder sometimes if it feels like we're just over here, smiley, happy, perfect lives. Like I get all stressed out too. You get all stressed out too. No major problems. I just woke up and I was just like, damn it.
Yeah.
Damn it. I got some stuff that I wish it wasn't like that. And it is, and we're good.
Sure.
Everything's fine. Let's go talk about Brock Purdy and have some pizza.
And that's the beauty of our job is that when you and I meet up here at about 1 in the afternoon, it's all the stuff that you have going on, and I know you have a lot, and I've got a ton, and this and that, and we sit down, it's like, let's talk about Brock Purdy. Is he the dude or is he not the dude? And you and I happen to disagree on just how good he eventually will be or could be, and it makes for, I think, for a good conversation because you're not faking it and I'm not faking it, and you're more bullish on Brock than I am, and that's okay.
Maybe only a little bit. Describe what you referred to it as we disagree. Describe your perception of the disagreement.
I think that and again, you can speak to your own viewpoint, but I think that Brock Purdy is still much more of an unknown and still has a much greater potential to be just okay and not be the guy who gets a $200 million contract.
I am not sold on any of those things either. Here's how I would describe what we're different about. I think Brock deserves more credit than a lot of people give him for being good or whatever he is. What I disagree with, because I don't know how I could disagree with Brock's an unknown. He is. That's a fact. He has not played enough to be a known quantity. I know it sounds like I think that a lot. I don't, and I've said it repeatedly, and you guys can all hear whatever you want to hear. I don't think this is a done deal by any stretch. What I think, though, what I don't love hearing is when people say he's good because of Niners. Brock is good because of Niners, because of Kyle, because of Christian, because of Trent, because of scheme, all of that stuff. I don't think it's possible in the NFL to succeed, to go on 8-game win streaks if you aren't a good quarterback. And whether it's the Brady Belichick conversation, Brady, how many times did we hear that? Product of the system. Belichick got all the stuff around him, and you just boop, 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 you make the throw, and that's the deal. And then he went to Tampa, and New England has never been good since, and he's hucking a Super Bowl trophy into the water. So, you know what I mean? Like, I would like Brock to get more credit for last year than some people give him.
Right, and I give him all the credit that he deserves for last year, and he was good, and, he won all those games all by himself, Mark, and without Brock Purdy, they don't win all those games.
Why do you got to do that? Why do you got to swing the pendulum way the freak over there? I didn't say that.
Because that's what Brock acolytes all want to talk about.
Then don't call me a Brock acolyte.
I didn't call you a Brock acolyte, a Brockolite.
Why
I'm just saying that's where, and I'm looking at your poll right now, and what's your prediction on who Brock Purdy is destined to be?
Yeah.
FTTB, and I like the hashtag. And it's 58% a legit NFL QB1, which is, I guess that's the safe play, because what is a legit NFL QB1? And we've tried to define it in those terms.
Let's put it this way. Somebody who the 49ers give another contract to be
right, which will be $200 million.
Okay.
Guaranteed.
There you go.
That's a legit, if you look at the legit NFL QB1s, they get $200 million guaranteed, and Brock Purdy in 3 years will get $55 million a year over 5.
I don't know about that, but we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, by then, that would be like the 7th highest paid quarterback.
Yeah.
By then.
I don't know. I got no sense for what it'll be in 3 years.
Whatever it is, it's going to be $200 million plus for a legit NFL QB1. And I just don't believe that he is that guy. And your question was, who is he destined to be? Now, he could be that, but I'm not completely sold on that. I do think that he's more of a byproduct of the system and all the guys around him. And if Brock Purdy were in Houston, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Maybe
Houston
not.
would be better.
Maybe not.
Sure.
What if I just ask it to you this way? And we'll go to the phones here in just a sec. Do you think the 49ers are going to sign him to another deal?
If I had to guess, if I had to guess right now,
that's all we're doing.
Right now,
I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire on this.
I would say no.
Okay.
No. And the reason
that's
why
keeping it real. Dave.
And I'm going to keep it real. Always keep it real with you, Mark. We promised each other we would always keep it real.
Yeah.
I think that in 2 years' time, when they have to make that decision, Brock Purdy is still this guy, and Kyle Shanahan thinks, I love a quarterback on a rookie deal. That's what I think.
Well, that's a fair point, because now Brock Purdy could be really good and the 49ers could move on just for financial reasons. They could.
He could be Jimmy Garoppolo, and they could move on.
Well, I wonder if they would. Now, here's an interesting thought is if he is Jimmy Garoppolo, would they make the same decision? Because the first time they did that, they're like, let's move on and get a quarterback on a rookie deal, and it almost only because of Brock is the only reason that didn't absolutely blow up in their face in every negative way possible.
Right.
So would they make the same decision again? If he is Jimmy, do you get to 3 years from now and go, let's just go get a rook? What could go wrong?
Well, I do think that they would get a rook, but they would do it the same way they did it this time and the same way they did it with C.J. Beathard and Jeff Driscoll and Brock Purdy. They're not going to use first-round capital on the quarterback again.
Interesting. Yeah. All right, week 1 is here. It all starts 8 a.m. on Sunday. Make sure you tune in. 2 hours before the game, the kickoff show with E-Dog, Evan Giddings, and Lo Neal. Then immediately following the final whistle, overtime breaks it all down with our hosts, Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, Sterling Bennett. Before and after every single game, you need to be right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for the best red and gold coverage. Okay, a little more time on the other side. So, Scooby, Dre, Charles, it's straight to you next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm telling
Devin, the game.
Seriously, come on now.
Well-
Week 1, Football Friday.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something else.
Well, and what started out as a thank you to Tony's Pizza has turned into Lucas going for a walk with my credit card.
I like it.
But he's going to come back with Wakey Wakey.
I'll say,
I'm very excited all of a sudden.
Can I spend
very
30
excited.
seconds now that you're excited? Can I spend 30 seconds to absolutely bury somebody?
Ooh, is it Kadarius Toney?
You know who it is? Steve, did we lose you?
Oh.
The United States basketball team.
Okay.
And this is not a Steve Kerr thing. This is, Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
No, he lost us.
Yeah, you lost all of us, Steve, and you lost to Germany. You lost to freaking Germany. And this is a shot, not at Steve Kerr, because he did the best that he could with what he had, but I'm looking at you, Steph Curry. You're too busy saving people in Oakland to go out there to the FIBA World Cup. Where's LeBron? Where's Kevin Durant? Where's James Harden? Where's your guy, Russell Westbrook? Where are all these guys when America needs you? We pinned our hopes on Austin Reeves. And by the way, Austin played great, so I don't want to disparage Austin Reeves, but it's a bad day for America today, Mark.
I'd like you to look me square in the eyes.
I'm trying right now.
You're my partner.
I'm pissed, Mark.
You're my friend.
I almost called in sick.
That was the worst take you have ever had.
It's a great take.
In your entire life.
It's a great take. Jaren Jackson Jr., get a rebound. Get a rebound. Mark, it's America. I'm sorry that you don't love our country as much as I love our country. Maybe you and Steiny want to go be besties in Canada, but I care about this S. First, the U.S. women's soccer team embarrassed us, and now this? We can't show our face in the world anymore in sports.
I think FIBA stands for God's sakes, I'm bored already.
The G is silent, but I'll allow it. It's a 3.
Look at me.
Look at Grid.
You
Grid is
trying to send Steph Curry to the FIBA games?
What else is he
in
doing?
The offseason? Whatever he's doing, stay safe, brother.
Come on.
FIBA? Who cares?
I do.
Who cares?
If you don't care,
I don't care.
I don't want you in my America.
You know who else doesn't care? They don't, which is why we lost. Because if we cared, we would send our good players. And I can tell you as a fan of the Warriors, I don't want any of the Warriors anywhere near this clam bake.
I want Iguodala.
That'd be perfect. He can go. Iguodala can go. We can send maybe Pajemski. He can go. You're not sending any of the big three over there. Are you crazy to go over there and Paul George this thing? Like his leg flew off of his body in one of these tournaments years ago. I have zero interest in any Warrior ever being there. I'm halfway bothered that Steve Kerr lost sleep over this. Get home, relax, lay down, and get ready for what matters, which is an NBA season.
They just did lay down, Mark.
Great.
They
Come
just
home
did
early.
lay down.
Good. Come home and get some rest.
They laid down in Manila.
Perfect.
They were vanilla in Manila.
Who
You're welcome.
cares?
Steve cares. Quote, this team is very worthy of winning a championship, and we just didn't get it done.
Yeah.
And now they play Canada for the bronze.
Perfect.
Who gives a crap about the bronze?
I love
I'm
that.
furious.
I love that we lost because it got us a quintessential Magic Johnson tweet. Did you see the Magic
He weighed
tweet?
in?
Oh, did he weigh in?
And the Magic Man, I'm sure, is pissed.
The Magic Man, who, of course, for those of you who don't know, he is famous for tweeting things like, I woke up today when my eyes opened. Like, that's what I woke up today.
Those are facts.
And I'm excited because the sky is blue. He is the most obvious tweeter to the point where sometimes we don't know if he's trolling us. But here it is, 6 hours ago. Just watched the USA men's basketball team play Germany in the FIBA World Cup, and I was very disappointed. We lost 111-113. Now, instead of playing for gold, we will be playing for bronze.
Thank you, Magic. And he shares my anger.
What an incredible... He unloaded on him. Stephen A. is like, we should hire Magic up here in this first take. Skip Bayless is like, why did we get Richard Sherman? We could have had Irvin come in here and say things like, hi, I'm on TV right now. It would have been incredible. But instead, we're getting people with takes. It's too bad. It's a missed opportunity.
My take is better than Magic's take. We had no answer for Andreas Obst. Andreas Obst. Best in America. Exactly, Mark.
Why do you care?
Because it's America.
FIBA.
If I was to go to Europe right now, they'd be laughing at me in Munich.
Oh, they would.
I'd be heckled in Berlin.
You said you and your love croissants. You'd get a croissant and you'd smile.
I have to stay in France.
Nobody cares.
Can't go to Germany right now.
FIBA. Why are they beating us? Because they care. They're sending their best players. We're not. Why do you wrap our ego up into it? Who cares? They beat Anthony Edwards and part of Brandon Ingram. Who gives a rip?
We had Walker Kessler on the team.
Who cares? Like if Steph actually went over there with LeBron and Anthony Davis and Giannis and we lost, I guess I'd be like, what are you doing?
Ingram was out with an upper respiratory illness.
Ingram was out with a case of Steve Kerr don't like me very much.
Oh, boy.
Okay? Who cares?
I can't wait to get Kerr on the show. I'm going after him. The grilling will begin in November.
I look at sports this way. It's one of the reasons Nick Bosa, I think this situation spoke to me so much, is you can hear from Nick in this process. Cheryl coming on our show. Nick, even what he said today in front of the media, he cares. He cares big time. I allow my care to mirror your care. And I don't like rooting for a sports team that looks like it's going through the motions. Hashtag San Francisco Giants. Hashtag nothing like it. Okay? But the 49ers care like crazy. So do I. America doesn't care about the FIBA World Cup. So why should I?
America does care.
Then why is Austin Reeves on the team?
Because we thought we could get away with it. We thought we could Austin Reeves our way past Germany, and we couldn't.
No, because Steph don't care. He doesn't care.
That's a shame.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, I don't. FIBA World Cup, whatever. Like, you're losing sleep over the FIBA World Cup?
I didn't say I lost sleep.
Did you get up and watch the game?
Of course, every second of it, every dribble.
You liars. Let's go to Scooby in San Francisco. Hi, Scoop. What are you doing? You know, we would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you sniveling kids.
Guys, man. Hey, love you guys, man. Appreciate that you guys took my call. I wanted to talk about Brock.
Let's go.
Now,
let's go, Scooby.
Brock?
All right, look, listen. Now, when he came into that game against Miami, now, we didn't know who he was. We didn't even know Brock was on the team. Now, 50% may say that, 50 other percent may say that, whatever, okay? But when he came into that game and they went up and they scored and they did what they had to do, Brock made me believe that he could take this team and go to the Super Bowl and win. Brock came into that season and said, this is my season. This is what I have to do. I'm Mr. Irrelevant, whatever, so forth, whatever. He came in and he took over that team. He was better than Jimmy. He was better than Trey. And Kyle knew that. And I felt like Kyle held him in the back pocket just in case. But at the end of the day, I believe in this guy. I wholeheartedly believe that Brock Purdy can lead us to this 6th Super Bowl. And the reason why I say that is Kyle has his guy who can control the offense, who can Kyle has a fourth eye on the field. He can look and see and believe. He can make the right passes. He can, if he got to throw to Christian, who can bust for 20 yards down the field, whatever the situation may be. He can do that. I really believe that Brock can lead us to that 6th Super Bowl.
Scooby, you know what you just said, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for.
That's a great take, Scoob. Sorry, that's my Shaggy.
I got it.
I appreciate
It's
it.
actually a good impression because I got it without you having to explain it.
Okay.
And it's the first
For the
impression.
audience,
It's the first impression you've done in about 5 weeks that doesn't sound like Kyle Shanahan.
You're a hater. Well, I would like to have a Scooby snack and stuff. I'm a little bit hungry. The Mr. Machine is a little cloudy in there and stuff.
Kyle, there's nasally Kyle, and then right, which is just like Tiger sped up.
Hey, it's Scooby.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, do you know what? Here's one thing I get at with this, and I know how a lot of you process this. You think I'm just like, oh my gosh, Brock's going to be the greatest thing in the history of ever. I don't know. I don't know where this is going, but I know where we've been. And the one thing that gets me is when people start characterizing Brock, they'll tell you all the things that he did, and they'll be like, so, you know what he's able to do? He's able to run Kyle's offense. He's able to be controlled by Kyle.
He's a control freak.
And he's able to get the ball to the good players. He's able to not turn it over. You'll hear all these things, and I hear you. You are closet criticizers. You're just using different words of saying Brock's not very good.
He's a game manager, Mark.
But the problem is every time you go through all of these things, these characteristics, do you know what those characteristics are? Those are the characteristics of a good football player.
A winning quarterback.
Thank you. Like when people go, oh, Brock can get the ball from here to there, but he doesn't have skills. Well, what is getting the ball from here to there? It's a skill. Not turning the ball over, knowing where to go, delivering it accurately, delivering it on time. That's quarterbacking. Even the really good ones have to do that. You think Mahomes is such an ad-libber that he's just like, watch this, Andy. I know you called that, but we're going to do this. I'm going to do the snap-a-doodle-ding-dong and run around in circles, turn my back, and then I'm going to fly over to the right and do an underhand scoop shot to Travis Kelce, and we're going to score. Yeah, he can do that, but that's not what he's trying to do. And 98% of the time, he doesn't do that. He drops back, and he tries to deliver the ball on time, accurately, to an open receiver.
And he did that last night, but the open receiver dropped it time and time again.
Correct. That's quarterbacking. So when I get bugged is not when you say you don't think Brock's going to be him. He might not be. I don't know if he's great. I don't even know if he's really good. Here's what I know. He is skilled. That's already proven. He has some quarterback skills, no matter what round he was taken in.
Well, all these guys do. Every quarterback
Not
in the
all of
league
them.
has quarterback skills.
Not
Otherwise,
the-
they wouldn't be quarterbacking.
Not all the 2s and 3s, which is how a lot of people still view Brock.
Well, I would say all the 2s and 3s have quarterback skills.
Well-
now, are they good enough to be QB1 for a team that goes deep into the playoffs? You don't know that. And that's where I push back at your point. And I don't think people are demeaning Brock as much as they are celebrating the Kyle Shanahan scheme, because Brock Purdy came in, and yes, he made the throws that were there. He made the plays that weren't there, and he won games. And they averaged 30 points a game when he was the quarterback, and they won every game except for the one that they didn't win, and that was because his arm fell off and he was no longer able to be quarterback. Brock Purdy is the dude. He can get this done. He can run the offense. He can make the throws that need to be made. Can he win the big game? Well, if the answer is no, it doesn't mean that it's all on him. And if the answer is yes, it doesn't mean that it's all because of him.
Right. So it's shared.
It's always shared.
I don't always hear that.
Right.
I hear Kyle, system, good teammates. Okay, you lucky jerk. You
Right.
ended up in the
Well,
right
you
spot.
can put it in
I hear
whatever
that-
order you want to
No,
hear it, but
I'm not even saying from you. I hear a
Yeah.
lot of people who think Brock is a complete production of his surroundings. And I don't believe in that.
I think that's unfair to say that he's a complete production of his surroundings, but I do think that Brock Purdy is in the spot that he's in part, maybe large part, a significant part because of Kyle Shanahan and all the other players that are around him and the situation that he has happened to land in. He got a chance to sit and watch for 2 or 3 months. He got to play on the scout team against the best defense in football, one of the best defenses. He got to cut his teeth and really get better in that way. Yeah. And when he got his chance, he knew the playbook and he was able to get it done. And so that's why he is where he is.
I do love that we are now crediting for people that they did get to sit and watch for 2 months.
For sure.
Yeah. I know another quarterback recently with the 49ers where...
Well, he absolutely benefited from that.
Nobody wanted to talk about that. They wanted to say he's never played.
No, but he
never played.
He absolutely benefited by sitting and watching Trey Lance.
Everybody does. Everybody does. But nobody wanted to enter that into the conversation then.
Well, when Trey Lance got a chance to show what he could do, he didn't really get the fair shake because the first game that he played was in a monsoon, and then Kyle ran him into the ground. So he didn't really get the same chance that Brock Purdy got.
Let's not fall off that truck. But that also wasn't his first chance. He had started 2 games already in the league.
And he looked good. Previous year, he won a game, won a big game.
Lost the one before that.
Won a game that led them into the playoffs. Yeah. Without that win, they don't go to the playoffs.
Right. Remember what the score was at halftime?
They were down.
Yeah. Remember how good the team was they were playing?
They weren't great.
Worst team in the league.
Remember what the score was when the game was over?
Yeah. It was
they won.
Ho-hum win over the worst team in the league.
He gets the win.
Yes.
You can't take that away from him. Try as you might.
I'm not trying.
You're all but snatching it right out of his bosom.
I'm doing what I have said all along. I don't think he's very good. And you can just...
No, I've said that too.
You can all
I said it on this very air.
We don't need to... we don't need to spend any time on this.
We don't need to exhume the Trey Lance corpse.
Yeah, we do not. Dre in Lemoore is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dre, what are you doing? What's up?
I'm just being cool as usual. Right now, you guys remind me a lot of the old song by Mr. Mason. I think it was Mark Mason. There ain't no good guy. There ain't no bad guy. You and me, and we just disagree.
Yeah, Dre, I love your point, but I would say we're going to need your cell phone to sound better real soon.
Okay. How's that?
That's better.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Listen. Mr. Brock Purdy, every game he started and finished, he won. When he came in and played all those games that he played, he had one thing that Garoppolo never showed me. It's hitting your receiver in stride at a high percentage of time. I'd say 80% of the time, he hits the receiver in stride. And if he's not all that good, why are his teammates voting him the captain of the team? I dare to say, may the Lord not strike me down for putting him in the same category as Dak Prescott, but if he was the quarterback for Dallas right now, he would be doing a better job than Dak Prescott. He is not a system quarterback. He is a man who's got guts, he's got moxie, he's self-confident, and he knows how to throw the ball, and one more time, he knows how to hit the receiver in stride for yak yards.
Dre, thank you very much. I hope everything that you're saying ends up to be the consistent truth. I see the same thing as of right now. I don't have any issue if somebody is not convinced, though. Dre is very convinced. Others are not. I think all opinions on that are totally fair. I guess what I've sort of started to lock in on is why this is what's sort of, it feels to me hypocritical, Dibs, because we've spent a big part of our offseason, and you know all the opinions, even where the show went yesterday, all the opinions about Kyle Shanahan. And somewhere tucked in there is all the, whether it's win or else, or he's overrated. Yet, some of the same people who say that will also say Brock's a production of Kyle, which feels to me like you're saying that Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the history of the NFL. Because I do wonder if you would all acknowledge that. If you're saying that Brock Purdy can go 8-0, but he's not very good, and Jimmy Garoppolo can go to multiple NFC title games, and he's not very good. If that's all true, then you are also, in my opinion, saying that Kyle Shanahan is the greatest coach who has ever walked an NFL sideline, because he would be the first who can consistently win in the league with a bad quarterback. He would be the first. That has never, ever, ever happened before on a consistent basis for 6 or 7 years, where a coach wins and contends toward the end with crap at quarterback. It's never happened before.
A couple things about that.
Okay.
One, Brock Purdy's 7-1, and I'm going to make sure that I'm always going to be the one to stand behind the reality of what his record is.
Well, if
Two,
you want to play exact words as opposed to what actually happened.
I get it.
He won the Miami game.
Sure.
So
and he lost
whatever.
the Philadelphia game, which is it's just
Then
unfortunate.
let's agree and make him 8-1. How about that?
Well, he doesn't get credit for Miami, unfortunately.
Then he doesn't
but-
lose credit for Philly, but go ahead.
The second piece of it is the idea of a coach. There's more to it than just being able to get your quarterback to run the plays that you devise on your play sheet and run them very well. Being a coach is a lot more nuanced than that. So you can make Brock Purdy a good quarterback, and you can make Jimmy Garoppolo look good. And heck, you can make Trey Lance be able to flash in the few games that he actually played and still not be the greatest coach of all time, because there's more to it than being just an offensive play caller or an offensive coordinator. There's game management. There is play calls at the right time. There's being able to close out big games. And these are things that Kyle Shanahan hasn't done yet. So
what's the comp?
The comp for Kyle Shanahan?
A coach who has consistently won in the league without having a good QB.
Well, I don't think that he's consistently won. Like Marty Schottenheimer would be a guy.
Great quarterbacks.
Future
Hall of Famer.
Throughout the course of Stan Humphrey and
okay, that was 1 year.
Yeah.
But Phillip Rivers was his quarterback
for a couple years, and then he got fired.
Right, because they would go 14-2 and not get very far. But he had a great he had a future Hall of Fame quarterback.
Right. I mean, you could look at many coaches who have had the level of success, quote unquote, as Kyle Shanahan, and he's had success, but he hasn't won the big game yet.
Right, but I mean, he's only been the 49er coach for what, like 6, 7 years,
yeah.
right? Okay,
and he's done well.
And he's done pretty well.
He's done very well.
Okay,
but he hasn't yet gotten to the point where he is a Super Bowl champion.
Right, but what's the comp for we win most of our games, we go to the playoffs most years, we in fact go deep in the playoffs half the time.
I think Dallas would be a good comp.
But we never had a good quarterback.
Dallas would be a great comp.
Tony Romo and Dak Prescott aren't good quarterbacks?
Tony Romo was mediocre. I mean, Tony Romo is a guy who flashed for a couple of years. And, I mean, Tony Romo now is a pitch man, so we think a lot differently about Tony Romo than we do. If Tony Romo never became a broadcaster, nobody would ever even think about or remember Tony Romo as a quarterback.
If statistically Brock Purdy becomes Tony Romo or Dak Prescott, the Niners are going to win every year.
Right, win the Super Bowl?
Yeah, and those are good quarterbacks. They're not the best.
Yesterday you said you'd rather have Brock Purdy than Dak Prescott.
I would. But that's my belief
so
in
that
Brock.
to me is the comp in terms of
but this
like
was
Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy.
This is a coaching question.
Right.
I don't
and
know.
And the Garrett couldn't do it, and now McCarthy hasn't done it with the same level of quarterback as Brock Purdy.
But again, now you're making it only about the Super Bowl. Those have been good teams. For year in and year out. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Not done with this conversation at all. And a half hour away, Sean Salisbury's going to hop in here. But Charles, Rich, and anyone else at 888-957-9570, we're coming to you next right here on Willard and Dibs.
Settle down, class. Colin, you're up.
My fellow students, for today's show and tell.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want to hear from our guy, Nick?
Sure.
House shopping.
Bosa?
You hear about that?
No.
Well, it's the question that everyone gets asked whenever something happens like this, right? Okay, it's kind of funny because it's like he already made $18 million a year, and people act like, oh, now that you can afford things, Nick Bosa could already afford things. But what is true is Nick now knows for sure that he's going to be a 49er for a long time. So, okay, Nick, $50 million signing bonus, Mr. $34 million a year. What is going to be your first big purchase? And he said it's probably going to be a house in the area, which is, quote, a big purchase in this area.
Yeah.
But I thought that was kind of fun because to me it speaks more to not the contract and not necessarily anything football related. It more speaks to Nick Bosa's comfortability that he is going to be a 49er for a very, very long time, and that means it's time to put some roots down.
Yeah, might as well. You got a condo in Florida where you can spend your off season. You might as well have something nice here where you can stay and put down roots. I'm sure he can afford something in the South Bay where real estate prices are crazy. Am I right?
As opposed to anywhere else in this area,
you can find some pockets.
You can find some pockets. But he also, yes, I would say the whole map is open.
Sure.
The map is his oyster, if he wants it to be. How about the workload Sunday?
I'm not sure what Kyle's plan is, but I'd be up for normal workload for sure. But I haven't talked to him yet.
I've decided that Nick's voice sounds like if Kermit and his brother had a baby.
Kermit's brother.
No, if Joey Bosa.
Gotcha. I didn't think Kermit had a brother.
Because when you hear me do, that's kind of more Joey. Joey's actually more the surfer. Nick is just quiet, but it's got a little bit of a...
This is Nick the Frog here.
I'm not sure what Kyle's plan is.
I'm not sure what Kyle's plan is, but I'd be up for normal workload.
Up for
it's
anything.
not easy being green.
But I haven't talked to him
I
yet.
like big omelets, and I cannot lie.
Totally.
All right, what about the reactions from his teammates?
It was unbelievable. I've been waiting for that moment. That's probably one of the biggest things I was excited for, is to walk in the building and see all the guys. I know they have my back. Players have each other's back in this league because it's business at the end of the day. And it was really cool to see everybody.
Dude, did you see the big league high five, the handshake hug? Did you see it?
Powerful.
The power behind John Lynch and Nick Bosa. If you haven't seen the video where they both signed the contract and then they get up and do the bro hug, I swear that high five, that slap could have caused an earthquake. It was like, bam.
Big pop.
Defensive Hall of Famer type, like, pow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Gold jacket to future gold jacket.
Seriously. Probably.
No doubt.
Probably.
Well, he's on that track.
Of course he's on the track. You just got to stay healthy.
Yeah, and stay, away from the Alden Smith trajectory.
Well,
Alden Smith was on a Hall of Fame trajectory.
But Alden had demons.
Correct.
That I do not know that Nick to have at
but
this
if you
point,
look at Alden Smith's first 4 or 5 years, he was on that same course that Nick Bosa finds himself on.
No doubt.
No doubt about it.
We'll get you some Shanahan on the whole Bosa thing here shortly, but how about Charles in South City? Hey, Charles, thanks for calling Willie and Dibby. Charles? I know I can hear you breathing, man. You sound like my dog on the way home from the dog park.
Penny?
Right, I can hear you breathing, Charles.
How you guys doing today?
There you are. We're good, man. How about you?
Yeah. Happy Friday. Now, guys, look. Here's what I got on Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's a legitimate starting quarterback, after what he's shown, the league last year, what he can do. I like his footwork and the way he just gets out the pocket and, his accuracy, everything about him. Now, he's played, 8 games last year, including the playoffs, and then he got bounced out that game in Philly. It's coming off that injury, obviously, but he's young. He's got to make some mistakes, but overall, I think he has a trajectory to be a long-term starting quarterback in the league. And another thing, Willard, you talked about elevation. How about an elevation sensation? Because, obviously, a lot of players in the league got a on them. And I mean, this is just the way I see it. He's going to get better and better. He's going to elevate throughout his whole career. So think about Kobe Bryant when he first came in the league in the NBA. I know the league, the NFL and the NBA, two different things. But think about Kobe. When he first came in, he wasn't feared. No one feared him at all, and he just got better and better and better. He just became one of the most feared players. That's why I see Brock Purdy's future. And Dibs, one thing for sure, you talked about winning the big game. One more thing, big games are one of the trenches. And Philly's one of those games, week 13, or whenever it is this season, you got to win the big game. You got to win in the trenches. You don't win in the trenches, you're going to get mollywopped. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, Charles.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So Brock Purdy is Kobe Bryant.
He's Kobe Bryant.
Thanks, Charles. There you go.
He's going to be feared.
Yeah.
I mean,
if Brock Purdy is Kobe Bryant, then put me down for 5 Lombardis.
Well,
because Kobe got 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Brock Purdy's Kobe Bryant. He's playing the wrong sport. That's what I would say.
Kobe.
Look, Jerry Rice, I remember watching him as a rookie. He had a case of the drops. That's not a rare story. Somebody comes up, they're not that effective, they grow into something, and they're better. Or they're good, but they get better. Like, I guess the conversation you and I were having earlier, are there flashes in the pan? Of course. Of course. Like in every sport, we can think of the people who sort of popped, and then all of a sudden it turned out it wasn't a thing. The most recent at this position in football, and I guess maybe this would be your Brock Purdy worry, I hope he's not Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was going to be the MVP of the league, and then he tore his ACL. He's never been the same since. He's now been let go by 3 teams in 3 years, and all 3 of them think he's a bad leader. One of the reasons I have a ton of confidence he's not that is because you can already give a green check to all of that off-the-field stuff. The locker room leader, the teammate, the head screwed on straight. That is all check, 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 and I don't think Carson has that. Now, as far as on the field, could he be a flash in the pan? I will not dismiss it. I can't dismiss it. I will say, though, that almost every player, not all, almost every player gets better as they get more experience, as they play more. It would be very odd to me if suddenly you come and you get tossed in as a no-rep rookie, do what he did last year, and then turn into a pumpkin. Sure, it could happen.
Right.
That would surprise me.
Yeah, and it could happen due to injury, but short of that, I don't think it's very likely. The Carson Wentz case is an interesting one because his problems were as much about injury as they were about the guy he turned out to be. And I think that if you look at Brock Purdy and everything that they've talked about in terms of, the team feedback and they made him a captain and all the rest of it, I don't really see that happening with Brock.
Yeah, it would surprise me. It would surprise me a whole lot. Can't dismiss it. You've brought up names like Jeremy Lin. I remember Kevin Moss as a New York Yankee.
Yeah, Bishop O'Dowd, I believe.
Everybody wanted that baseball card. That never went anywhere. But, I mean, the fact that we can bring these guys up and we remember them all, it makes me feel like we could probably count those types of flashes in the pan with, I don't know, with one hand, but with 2. We definitely could. So it doesn't happen very often.
No.
It doesn't happen very often.
Well, I mean, Kyler Murray is another interesting example in terms of a quarterback who played great early in his career, and now, I mean, he's fallen out of favor, whether or not it's because he plays too many video games or he got hurt or both. He's a guy who had more than just an 8-game sample size, but it doesn't feel like he's getting any better. So you can go through and find examples of players who came in, did well in a short sample, and then never did anything else after that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the depth of the fall off, I guess, is what I'm talking about. And I would argue also some of those players we're talking about as a flash in the pan, they weren't actually really flashing. You know what I mean? Like Kyler Murray took a team to the playoffs, got absolutely blown the bleep out in his first game in the playoffs. And in football especially, this is another part of the dynamic, I think that we elevate people who play well in fantasy, who don't necessarily play well in actual football. Like,
he was Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. But when did he win? When did he go on that kind of a winning streak? Like I said,
Well, he's playing for Arizona.
Right.
So I think that is what you have to look at as a backdrop for this conversation and also for Brock Purdy. Because Brock Purdy wasn't on Arizona.
But they didn't have bad teammates. He didn't. They
didn't have a good team.
They didn't.
His first year, they went 5-10-1.
Right.
Then they went 8-8 and 9-5.
Right, and went to the playoffs.
Right.
And
he
lost.
was the quarterback.
Right.
So
But,
you
like,
can't not give him credit for that.
This guy's playing with the likes of Larry Fitzgerald and DeAndre Hopkins, and we're saying, but he played for the Cardinals. They were fine. They were good. Did they have this collection? No. I'm not going to say that. But I never looked at Kyler Murray and went future star. I was like, I like him for fantasy. You know, good stats. Sure, rookie of the year, but he didn't win. He didn't win as a rookie.
No.
So
5-10-1 for a bad organization, bad franchise.
I don't know that.
I just think we have to look at Brock Purdy in that lens the same way we look at everyone else, because Kyler Murray had a great year, a couple of great years of percentage and yardage and success and winning for a bad organization, and Brock Purdy has had a great start to his career on an unbelievable team and a great organization.
I cannot dismiss it. I cannot dismiss it as a possibility that there's a downturn. I would just say what we all normally believe as an arc in a career, especially at quarterback, when we watch a rookie play, we go, oh, okay, we saw what we saw as a rookie, and we expect it to get better. Justin Herbert came in, popped right away. Now, he still hasn't won a playoff game, but everyone can look at him and go, okay, but right, we see it. We see it. That looks like a good franchise quarterback in the NFL. I don't know that I've ever watched a rookie come in, do something special, and then have people go, and now it's regression time. That is...
Well, it's happened.
But it's way...
Johnny Manziel,
but it's
Baker Mayfield.
Manziel was never good.
His rookie year was good.
No, it wasn't. Manziel?
I'll look up the stats.
Johnny Manziel never inspired anything in anyone. And Baker Mayfield had an okay second or third year, but never were things looking like they were hot. All of them, normally, you get better in your second year as a quarterback. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Rich in Fremont. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up, Rich? What are you doing?
What's up, guys? What's up, Dan Dibley?
What's going on, Rich?
Oh, man, I'm sitting up here. I'm at work, man, and dealing with these rats and roaches. Man, I work for ATCO, so
love it.
Make sure there ain't no pests around the house. But I tell you something. I honestly believe that, you know, Brock Purdy is the real deal. I really do. I mean, did you see him in the preseason game where he ran in for a touchdown? I mean, he was able to read that defense and see that the linebackers were not at home. And he was able to run it in. And then the elation after he scored the touchdown. I mean, that takes presence. That takes quarterback presence. That's what I saw there. That's why I think he's the real deal. And as far as Kyle Shanahan goes, about him not winning the big one, guys, you got to keep it real. This is the NFL, okay? And there's a whole bunch of coaches that haven't won the big one. I think about Levy in the Bills. 4 times they went to the Super Bowl. He couldn't get it done. What about the head coach of the Vikings? Same situation. There's so many teams that had winning seasons and never won the big one. And the reason why, because it's just hard, guys. It's hard, okay? And so, in my opinion, I think Kyle Shanahan is an excellent not only offensive coordinator, but also head coach, because we look at where San Francisco was when him and John Lynch got there. It was a dumpster fire, and no one could wait for someone to come in there and clean up that mess. And it wasn't the coaches before, because they couldn't get it done. And now Lynch is there, Shanahan's there, and you see a better product on the field. So, in my opinion, Kyle Shanahan's an excellent head coach, and we are going to see the resurgence of Brock Purdy. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate you. I expect him to elevate. I don't know that that's going to be evident Sunday, right? This is a process. This is game 9, right? Like, I expect him to be proficient. I think he'll be good. We were talking earlier about some of the specific things to this particular weekend. You love the under in the game, right? There's some weather in the forecast. You're on the road. It's a really good defense, or at least I think it's a pretty good one. It's a well-coached football team. This doesn't feel like a game where the Niners are going to go score 40 points. I'll agree with you there. I think there'll be bumps, bruises. Wouldn't surprise me if you turned the ball over once. I mean that more as the arc. You know what I mean? Like, think of Peyton Manning. Didn't he lead the league in interceptions as a rookie?
Yeah.
Like when you
on a terrible
team, right? Like I'm not saying that Brock's surroundings aren't fortunate. They certainly are. I guess I'm just saying I've never heard of a rookie quarterback coming in. People like what he does, and then there's an off season, and they go, "All right, now I expect it to get worse." Like a rookie, almost by definition, should get better. You should get better.
Doesn't always work that way.
Doesn't always work that way.
And the Johnny Manziel comparison was a bad one. And I will look at the Baker Mayfield and say that he was second in Rookie of the Year, and he had a pretty good rookie year, and then he got better, and then they had more success, and then he fell off the map.
And then he got worse.
Then he got worse, and now he's a punchline, and he's a starter, quote unquote, in Tampa.
Well,
he's a starter for now, and you would imagine that he might have the shortest leash of any quarterback in the National Football League. So, in terms of can a quarterback get worse, I think Baker Mayfield is an example of a guy who he did pretty well early on in his career.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
it happens.
I guess I'm more about the expectation of it. I think it's
and I think a lot of that comes from his draft position.
Yeah, well,
I think that's where draftism comes in.
And as I said earlier, draftism. I think Brock suffers from draftism, which and I get it. I get it. There's a reason he was a 7th rounder. He was evaluated as such, and there hasn't been a big enough sample size to make everybody totally dismiss what led to that originally. But the other side to that is that's a story that we watch every year. Like, this football team is littered with stars who were drafted late. They're littered with them. And so I'm not saying this is going to be that, but I sort of take the tone of why can't it be? Why can't it be?
Right, and it's interesting when you say that, because when George Kittle's taken in the 5th round and he has a good rookie year, nobody's expecting him to come crashing back down to earth. And, you know, Dre Greenlaw and all the other picks that came later in the draft and they flashed early in their career, we never once thought, well, he can't do that again as a tight end or as an interior linebacker. But when it comes to the quarterback, there is that sort of preconceived notion that, you know, they were drafted so late, so it must just be luck or good fortune, because if you're Mr. Irrelevant, you're taken in the 7th round as a quarterback, you can't possibly do that again. Otherwise, every other team would have had you higher on their board.
I'm looking at Baker right now. It's an interesting statistical career so far for him.
Yeah.
The highest completion percentage he's ever had in his career was as a rookie, 63.8. But
with Cleveland.
Right.
Yeah.
But 63.8 is not great. That's not a great number. Brock had 67.
Sure.
67.1 last year.
I think 65 is the mark where if you hit 65, that is allowable in today's football.
Only twice has he had a quarterback rating. I know your favorite stat. Only twice has he had a quarterback rating over 90.
Yeah.
And 90 is like, I mean, it's not bad. It's not like he was 93.7 as a rookie. He was 95.9 in year 3 when the Browns went 11-5. And that year he had 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. So that's not terrible. You know, he's fine. Like, Baker Mayfield is not, you said he's a punchline. I get what you mean by that, but I also don't think Baker Mayfield's not like the worst quarterback in the league. You know, he's 2 years removed from an 11-5 season.
Right, but he is the most likely to get pulled due not to injury in the NFL.
That's true.
And that's just, you know, where they are. I mean, maybe the Arizona quarterback would be the one most likely to get pulled, but I don't even know who that is.
Actually, I do. Exactly. You know who they're starting this weekend, don't you?
I know it's not Colt McCoy.
It is not Colt McCoy.
And it's not David Blau.
No, I don't think that David Blau is on that team anymore.
No, but I could name a bunch of other guys like Ryan Lindley and other guys who have quarterback there.
Grandy, correct me if I'm wrong. Don't say the name because I know who it is. The player who's starting for the Cardinals on Sunday did start NFL games last year. Is that correct? Yeah, he did.
Is it Walford?
Can you name him? I give you forget that one. I'll give you three more. Three more guesses on who's starting for the Cardinals this weekend.
Is it Tom Brady?
No, he started games last year and he is not retired.
Yeah, boy. I mean, thank you. I can't think unless the music's playing. I should know this because I've really been doing my homework lately. But I mean, he started games last year and he hasn't retired.
Correct.
Man, it's not Blaine Gabbert. I know Gabby's a backup somewhere.
That's a buzzer.
It's
your Brady one was a joke, so you get two more.
Whatever. I'm not going to come up with it. So
want two more?
I could give you two more joke guesses to try to make the audience laugh, or
see if you can.
I could go to YouTube and harvest the answer and tell you that it's probably Dobbs, Josh Dobbs.
I was going to say.
Thank you, Uncle Looney.
Uncle Looney said Dobbs. I'm like, do you even know his first name?
Derek Dobbs.
Joshua Dobbs will
Thank
start.
you, Uncle Looney.
And
man.
You do remember he started some games for the Titans last year.
I didn't remember that.
He did. Yeah, he started some games for the Titans. He was there 3 after it went Tannehill, and then Malik Willis. And then Joshua Dobbs got in there for a little bit.
The pride of Tennessee.
But can you name the Arizona backup, who we'll probably see at some point?
I can, and I've got their entire depth chart up in front of me now.
No, I can name it. If you want to play the music, I'll just wait and look at YouTube.
Well, actually, play the music, Randy.
Help me out, Uncle Lenny.
You know, it would almost be like a game of Name That Tune.
Oh, it's Tooney.
Saw what I did there?
Well, I actually already saw that on YouTube, actually. I want to give thanks to Xavier W.
It's just Tune, I think. Yeah, it's
correct.
Clayton Tune. Clayton Tune will
he doesn't pronounce it Tooney?
I don't think so.
Thank you, Xavier W.
That's new. Yeah, this is
the YouTubers are hooking me up.
This is a.
What do I say next, guys?
5th round pick out of Houston this year, Clayton Tune.
Tooney
will be Arizona's QB2.
Oh, and it's Thune, right?
No, it's just Tune.
I thought it was Thune.
No.
Clayton Tune.
No, it's Clayton Tune.
Clayton Tune.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is why, and I will reveal this with confidence, is why I picked the Washington Commanders in my survivor pool this weekend. Washington Commanders. Survivor pick.
Over Arizona.
Over the Arizona Cardinals. I might just chase the Cardinals all over the survivor pool this year.
I was going to look at what odds you can get for Arizona to go 0-17 because I think that's in the conversation.
I think that's what they're hoping for.
Right. And they have what it takes to be winless.
This is a funny I think they've got what it takes.
I think that they can run the table.
I think they've done the work. I think they've really
totally
right. I think the team is solidified on a common goal, and I think they can do it, Dibs. I really do. I think the Cardinals can go 0-17.
I'm looking at RevengeOfTheBirds.com, which is a Cardinal fan page on SB Nation. 70% of Cardinals fans, which means 7 people, want Clayton Tune to start week 1.
Well, why not?
He might win. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why not.
It's the same thing Giants fans are saying. Play the kids. Let's see what's going on. Play the kids. How about if we hang out with Sean Salisbury for a little bit, okay?
Love Sean.
Not just a great talker, a former quarterback who can weigh in on the conversation we're having. What is the arc of the career for Brock Purdy, his reaction to the Bosa negotiations, and what this Niners-Steeler matchup looks like, and was there ever a receiver in his career who did to him what Kadarius Toney did to Patrick Mahomes last night? We'll ask him all of that coming up on Willard and Dibs, all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, all of you party people, week 1 is here.
Yeah, the espresso's been consumed.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's go, Lucas.
I've been doing this this brown sugar, oat milk.
Yeah, you have.
Concoction. It's hitting all the right spots.
It's a caffeination sensation up in this mother jumper.
Well played. We needed a little something to get to the finish line,
we did.
and we got it.
It's been a good week. It's been a long week.
It hasn't. It's actually been a short week.
Didn't we have Monday off? God, it's been a long week.
But
it was the best of times.
Yeah.
It was the worst.
Talking to me all week, it's exhausting.
It's the listening that wears me out.
That too. But don't stop acting like you're listening. Anyway, it all starts at 8 a.m. on Sunday. Make sure you're with us here on 95.7 The Game. 2 hours before game time, the kickoff show. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. And then immediately following the end of the game, overtime is going to break it all down with Grandy and Alan Stiles and Sterling Bennett. Before and after every single game, listen right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for the best red and gold coverage. When you talk about the best football coverage, one of our absolute favorite people to talk to when the subject is anything related to the pigskin is our good buddy, Sean Salisbury. It's been too long. How are you, my friend?
Doing great, gentlemen. How are you? Good to be on with you. It's that time.
Appreciate
you having me.
It is that time, Sean, and with your quarterbacking expertise, will you please jump right into the conversation we've been having today and tell
about Clayton Tune?
Exactly. Exactly. Would you have been able to name the Cardinals' backup quarterback before now?
Yes, I would have because I watched. Well, I mean, I like to think that I pay a little. Now, if you ask me who the backup quarterback right now is in, let's see, maybe. Well, there's a handful of teams that right now you'd have to think twice. I knew because Clayton Tune played here in Houston at the University of Houston, and there had been a lot of banner that when he went there that he was going to play if Kyler Murray couldn't. And I know what Josh Dobbs, I think, is the other guy, too. So, it is Dobbs, right? See, you're asking me to start.
It is
Dobbs, I think.
Yes,
yeah, right.
Yes.
But I knew with Clayton, again, because Dobbs has been on a handful of teams, done a decent job as a backup. But, yeah, Clayton Tune, he's been here it felt like he was here for like 7 years at the University of Houston, but did a nice job and was well coached by Dana. It gives you he can make plays with his feet and his arm. I think he's sneaky. He's under radar guy, man. He was a good player in college, and if he's coached right and in Arizona, who the hell knows if that'll happen? But he's got a little bit of skill set. He does. I mean, he's got a skill set, but he just needs some experience. So I did know who he was.
What if we did actually test your knowledge on this real quick? New York Giants.
Don't do it.
New York Giants backup QB.
Well, don't do it, dude. You see, you're putting me on. Let's see. New York Giants backup quarterback.
Yep.
Give me his first name.
Oh, well, then his first name it's going to totally give it away. His first name is Tyrod.
Tyrod. No, it isn't. It's not Tyrod. It's Tyrod.
Well, you can say it either way. Either way.
Clean it up.
No,
you can't.
Yeah, Tyrod Taylor.
You can't. That's like saying you could say Sam Darnold. You can call him Sim.
No, I think I'm right. I think I'm right.
Tyrod Taylor.
No, it's Tyrod
you're not
Taylor.
Even close.
Ask him.
No, Tyrod Taylor.
It's Tyrod Taylor.
Okay, well, tomato.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, who's the Lion? Who's Jared Goff's backup?
Jared Goff's backup is. Give me his first name.
Well, again, this is Teddy.
If you say Tyrod, huh? Oh, it's Bridgewater. Yeah, that's right.
I call him Tidy, but that's just me. That's my name for him. Yeah.
Teddy Tidewater.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. So come on. Now.
All right.
Welcome to Stump the Guest with Sean Salisbury.
Let's talk about.
And you know what? Keep on a stunt. Nobody knew my name, but I was a backup either. So there you go.
All right. Let's talk about a starting quarterback, and we've been sitting here all day, and just honestly, it's quite frankly, I don't think there's a wrong answer. But I wonder where 49er fans are at on this, and so we wonder where you are. Where do you think the Brock Purdy story is going? Who do you think he is going to be in this league?
Well, I can tell you this. On my show and a couple other shows I've been a guest on today, and we made our predictions, I got Brock Purdy quarterbacking him in a Super Bowl this year. Well, I got Brock Purdy as starting quarterback in a Super Bowl this year with the 49ers.
Yep.
That's where I got him. Now, if you're talking about parlaying it out A decade from now, 5 years from now, hell, you got to be lucky, got to stay healthy, all those things. Listen, I believe the 49ers made the right decision. He earned it, okay? He earned the position, and I trust Kyle Shanahan's judgment on this. I think he just gives you the best chance to win, why they moved on from Lance. And, the Cowboys didn't take much of a risk with Trey Lance. They just didn't by, trading, a fourth-round pick for him because you're not going to – there's not a huge risk factor there. If it turns out and he turns into a Geno Smith changing venues and turns into a player or a starter, great. And hopefully he will, because I don't think we need to quit on him yet, but I think a change was good and he needed. So with Purdy, accurate, tough. He's never going to wow you with the throws that some of, the spectacular Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Josh Allen stuff. But I will tell you this, I've seen more quarterbacks last in this league over my career, whether it's a teammate or covering the sport or just, trying to evaluate it and watch from a distance, that make the ordinary play. See, the best quarterbacks in the world, or the ones that last and sustain careers, make the ordinary play all the time. The next level of freak show alien makes the extraordinary play look ordinary part of the time. No, nobody makes the extraordinary. We get this Mahomes factor that, he's always falling on the ground, throwing it behind his back, throwing sidearm. He does that, but you know what? He still makes the ordinary play. Last year's Super Bowl wasn't a lot of extraordinary plays. It was just some ordinary plays. He didn't have to throw 50 times. Those great ones, Breeze, Montana, Brady, go over the course of their career. Manning, they hit big plays, but they didn't miss the check down. They hit the shallow crosser. They did what Goff did last night. You hit the mesh play for the first touchdown. You make those plays. And then the next guy who gets paid $300 million or whatever it is, then they make the spectacular one. They win Super Bowls. Purdy will make the ordinary play the majority of the time, and that's where you're going to live most of the time. So do I ever think he's going to lead the league in passing? No. Do I ever think he's going to be Joe Montana or Steve Young? No. Do I think he's got a long career if he stays healthy in the league and I don't need him to be 6'4", 225? Absolutely. I think he can sustain, like those guys know, but can he sustain an outstanding career and be the starting quarterback for the 49ers for the next 5 to 10 years? Yeah, especially with that team and that coach. If the personnel stays good, why not? On that team, all you got to do is make the ordinary play, not miss a corner route in a playoff game or a Super Bowl. Make the ordinary play, and you end up becoming an extraordinary quarterback.
Is that very statement you made, and it's one that I kind of agree with, Sean, and I've been saying it for the better part of 5 years on this very radio station, but is that a condemnation of Brock Purdy, or is it more just a praise of Kyle Shanahan and what he does with an offense?
Both. It's not. Both wanted the praise for both. It's not a condemnation at all. I asked I'll leave his name out, but he's a coordinator that you guys would know. He's been a head coach coordinator and is really, really good and been good at his job for a long time. I asked him one time, I said, I need to know when somebody says the word game manager, what do you say? He goes, ultimate compliment on my quarterback. And I thought, well, that's interesting because normally it's taken as a negative connotation. Now, I didn't call Brock Purdy a game manager. I've seen him make some plays, but we seem to be – it's like guys in baseball. Nowadays, you hit 220, but drive-in runs and hit the ball 450 feet and hit 35. Look at Max Muncy. Muncy, right, what's he hitting, about 205? But Muncy's got 30-plus home runs, been hurt, been off and on. We love him. Hits a lot. He'll be in the league for as long as he needs to. Hell, Stanton's a great example of that. All that money hits it a country mile, but you know what? He doesn't make the ordinary play. Can't hit me a single to save his life with a guy on third base, but he'll hit it 450 feet with one hand. It's the same thing here, and I agree with the coordinator that I talked to, and I've agreed a long time. See, the guys like me or the guys who sit in the middle have been a backup and a starter. We can make a a phenomenal throw one time, and then all of a sudden it's 3rd and 2, ball's behind a guy, it hits off his back shoulder, goes in the ground. Brock Purdy, and we're still in the infancy of his career. Hell, we've seen him for a year. But the quantum leap he made throughout the season to just grasp and think about the comfort zone you got. Again, Goff's a good example. Rams to the Lions, he looks more confident. Purdy just looks like he belongs in a Shanahan system. And I don't know why we fault players. I'm not saying you did, but we seem to diminish them or try to shrink them when they get a good play caller and a coordinator. Ben Johnson's killing it in Detroit. Goff's responded. Hell, when Walsh was with Montana, Joe wasn't the most gifted thrower down the field and a powerful arm, but he and Walsh meshed to perfection. Joe's brain was through the roof. He knew where to throw it, on time and with accuracy. So, like I said, I'm not putting Purdy in that category yet. Who would after 1 year? But to me, a game manager is Peyton Manning. Hitting the guys when they're open, getting us to the right play. It's Drew Brees. It's Tom Brady. It's not even a big part of it, Mahomes. It's just the Mahomes of the world and Allen's are just come from a different planet, and they can do stuff that the normal dude just can't do, or even the good player. So I don't think it's condemnation on Brock Purdy. I think it's a compliment that he can operate all the verbiage and the stuff Kyle does and then execute it the way he wants him to. Now, is he going to run around for 5 seconds and throw a 75-yard pass like Mahomes would for a touchdown? That answer is no. He can't live there. He'll make a throw in a hole shot once in a while, and then to have a coordinator that brings out what his skill set out. The coach's job is to put his players and a quarterback in the best position to succeed, to win. I don't know why the general population or on Twitter or whenever we say, oh, yeah, he was 22 of 25, but for 290 yards. But you know what? He didn't throw the deep ball. And so if you can't stop him, listen, if you can't take that away from me, then you're just an idiot on defense. Make me do the things that maybe I got to get out of my comfort zone. So I think it's a compliment that Kyle knows how to put him in the right spot. It's a compliment that Kyle trusts his mind and his ability to process information. And it's a compliment to Purdy that he executes what they do. He wouldn't have been real good probably in Al Davis's, vertical passing game where it's the mad bomber. But you know what? We're at a time now. How many times, guys, in college, everything's living by spread, shallow cross, mesh, bubble screen, hit the dig route, hit the curl route. And when you run play action and you got the deep post, make sure if it's there, you hit it. But we live about 0 to 10 to 15 yards. That's where the majority of your throws are made. And if you can do that, you can excel at the position of this league. It's the guy who goes 8 of 22 and makes a spectacular play 4 times, but misses 12 throws that he should have made. He may look good once in a while and be the player of the week. He cannot sustain a long, successful career. He'll eventually get replaced.
Sean Salisbury with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Sean, as someone who understands the physicality and the preparation of this sport, what is your thought about Nick Bosa playing this weekend?
Oh, listen, if he's not, I would imagine, knowing his grind and his intensity, that he's in shape. Okay, I would imagine that's going to be okay. He deserved to be the highest paid player, defensive player ever. I think I picked him to be the defensive player of the year this year. I think his motor, his attitude, all that. And it's a physical game. Now, who knows? Because there's a big difference, guys, and whether you're in pads or out of pads. I mean, we can run forever. We can go out and run sprints. I've seen it with my quarterbacks. I can put pads on and then drop back quarterback movements. I have a guy throwing up in a trash can because it's just different. So I don't know if you're going to get a steady diet of 70 plays out of him, but if you do, I wouldn't have a problem saying, oh, he'll have a great game. So physically, I'm not worried. Mentally, understanding what they're trying to do. And in certain games, guys, sometimes when you go into this and you're, okay, we got him in, we haven't had him the whole time, got this new deal, you know what happens is you just say, listen, we're going to give you the base stuff, cut it loose, go do your thing, and hell, he'll fall into some plays. So if it was a running back or a receiver that hadn't had any work and they'd been hurt for 6 months and this is their first day back, different story. But I'm not really overly worried about him, and I think there's a way you can manipulate and navigate a defense. I'm more concerned with the coordinator, like with D'Amico and with Bobby Slowick, who are both here, how they respond to that stuff in a regular season game against the Pittsburgh Steelers team. So I'm not overly worried about Bosa, and if it doesn't look like Bosa right away, it won't take long. It won't. There's a reason why he's getting paid all that money. He's
Sean,
fabulous.
Yeah, without a doubt, and we look forward to getting 97 back out there and watching him absolutely turn it loose on opposing quarterbacks. What is it about week 1 that makes it so hard to not only forecast, but makes it tough on the players to really predictably play as well as they do later in the year?
I think it's a couple things, and it's a hell of a question. I think we try to bottle it up and sell it if we could, if we knew the exact answer. I think training camp quite frankly, as a player, you love it. You do. As a fan and a broadcaster, I think it sucks. You know why? Because they've shortened. I go back, and it's not the old head, but I go back even when I played. We were there 4 to 5 weeks. You were there and grinding twice a day. I just don't think we get enough work. I don't mean kill a guy. And like Goff played well last night, took him a minute. He didn't play at all in the preseason. We can go around the league for guys. I wouldn't play a running back. McCaffrey wouldn't touch one ball in the preseason. Some guys need it. Backups trying to make teams. But we don't do it long enough. The meetings are so important. That's why the grind of practice to me is far more important than 8 throws in a friggin' preseason game when they're playing base coverage. So I think it's you're late starting because you put your library in, but you don't get enough reps at it. You just don't. And it's different intensity when preseason to regular season to playoffs to Super Bowl. The intensity changed. So I think you're behind. All teams are because how shortened training camp is. How we don't play a lot of them. And so when you're not getting that much look, now you got to force yourself to be that intrinsic guy that's driven by you and to do it on your own and to study extra. And I think the other thing is the guys understand that you're looking at last year's tape. Okay, what the coordinators can change. You're not real. Look what Deion's team did to TCU. If you're Sonny Dykes, you didn't even have a lot of tape. It's like, man, I don't know what he's going to throw us. We know Jackson State. We know what Shedeur Sanders does, but I'm not real sure. So even though the same coaching staff may be there other than a few changes, I just think off seasons, not sure, a change, a guy playing here. Some guys are doing it different. We're making change. We're adding Todd Monken to Baltimore. How different is he for Lamar Jackson? And in San Francisco, they've had changes. I just think it takes them a minute to get going because the main thing is we just don't get enough work in the preseason like we used to.
Sean Salisbury here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Sean, there's been a preseason buzz about improvement for Kenny Pickett. What is your evaluation of him as a quarterback?
I'm really excited. I got, there's questions. We always ask, okay, if you were going to putting lists together, and I've kind of played this and written down some things, say, like 10 things that I'm really intrigued to see, or that I'm like, how are they going to be like, for instance, Geno Smith? Is this who he is? Or when he came into the league, who he is? Is Geno this Pro Bowl guy? Is Aaron Rodgers refreshed, and is the attitude in training camp really, are the Jets a legit? These questions that we want answered. And one of them for me is Kenny Pickett, because I look at the division. If Deshaun Watson's who we expect him to be, they should be better, and so should he. We already know about Burrow. The guy's a freak. And then Lamar Jackson with Monken, and I thought Monken was as good an offensive coordinator we've had in college football that wasn't a head coach like Lincoln Riley or, God rest Mike Leach's soul, calling plays. I love him. And I think it's going to be a great thing for Lamar Jackson. So we're quarterback heavy. It's a good division. I think, and being named team captain this quickly, early on, it tells you, which to me, not what we think, what the dudes in the club, the locker room think about him. Old Kenny Two Gloves. I know he can rip it now, and I know if Mike Tomlin believes in you, I have zero reason to question it. That guy just doesn't lose. If there's three coaches better, somebody find him for me. So I think he'll put him in position. I like the way he throws. I think he's got guts. And he'll take shots. And I like a guy who's not afraid to take a shot. That team is sneaky. And judging by the history, we can almost guarantee they ain't losing more than they're winning this year. That's who Mike Tomlin is. I think Kenny Pickett's going to take another step. And in a class of quarterbacks that we thought was blah, he was the first-round guy. I think he's kind of validated the fact that they like where he's going. Now, it's only his second year, but I would expect leaps from him to another level because I think they believe in him. They can run the football. They've got some talent on the perimeter. And I think Kenny Pickett now believes he is that he's playing in his backyard, familiarity. I believe that division's one of the best, if not as good as there is in this league at the quarterback position from 1 to 4 in a division.
Now that Kansas City is done, Sean, who's your AFC pick to go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, put a fork in them. They're finished.
It's over, Sean. I'm sorry. It's done.
You guys really
Andy
want to
Reid
know
on the
what
hot seat, right?
Finish. Yeah, it's time, man. Get him out. It's time to get rid of him. Yeah,
Love it.
Done.
Yep.
Done. And if Detroit loses this week, fire Dan Campbell if they lose their second game. Right?
Completely agree.
That's the way it is. That's nothing hyperbolic about that. You know what? My Final Four, I had And we do this and make predictions. It'll change with some injury somewhere, but we got to do it. I took a 49ers Eagles, and I said now the 49ers have a quarterback in that. And I had 49ers getting home field advantage and beating Philadelphia. In the AFC, the Buffalo's in vogue. The Jets are an in vogue pick, although some think Buffalo's going to take a step back. I took Baltimore and Cincinnati. I don't even have the Chiefs getting to the Final Four.
Wow.
Or to the AFC
Looking
Championship
good now.
game. Yeah, I got Baltimore and I got Cincinnati. Cincinnati wins that one because I think they're going to win the division, and I think they're going to have home field advantage. Hell, Jacksonville may sneak in and get home field advantage in a horrible division they're in the AFC South. And I got the 49ers, and I said this on the show, guys. I got the 49ers and the Bengals, but I'm flipping the script. Wasn't the John Candy game Joe Montana, John Candy?
That was Bengals.
The slant route to John Taylor for the win, right?
Yes.
Wasn't that Super Bowl?
Yes, it
I
was.
said on my show it's going to be eerily similar, but it's going to be Burrow that takes the team down and wins on a last-second throw to like Jamar Chase or one of those receivers on some kind of fade route or post route for the win. It'll be a great game, but the Bengals win the Super Bowl on a walk-off by Burrow late against the 49ers. That's what I picked.
Okay, you do think the 49ers are going to go 1-0, though, this weekend, right?
Oh, I do, but I think it's one of the great games on the schedule.
Yeah. You know what? Looking at, and I don't expect you to remember everything that Brock did in the regular season last year, but a few of the people listening to our show have said this will be his toughest regular season game and road trip of his career, right? He won a couple of home playoff games. Then he went on the road and barely got to play. Like, in looking at what he did at the end of last year, he comes in at home against Miami, home to Tampa. He has that roadie with a broken rib at Seattle, home Washington, road Vegas, home Arizona. Is that a fair statement? Is this like the hardest regular season assignment he's ever had?
Probably in such early part of his career. And you know what? Regardless of what happened, if he would have won them all or lost them all, to me, it's just another. You gain experience one way or the other. How you deal with how last year was is up to the individual, right? If he'd have been awful, does he go in the offseason, grind, come back and say, that's not who I am? If you won them all, do you go and say, I live here, or is it just built in, this is who I am too? So, yeah, I think that's a fair statement to say, especially this early. Headed on the road, a very difficult place to play against a well-coached team that I think they're 2-point favorites, meaning the Niners on the road. You know Pittsburgh's going to be around, and they know they like fistfights, man.
Yep.
Pittsburgh likes them. But you know what? As Dan Campbell said about his team last night, he goes, we're built for stuff like this, so I'm not surprised. We know how to overcome it. I actually think Brock Purdy's built for stuff like this. I do. And I'm not worried one bit about his poise on the road. He'll make some throws. He'll get knocked around a little bit. That's who Pittsburgh is, and we'll see how he deals with it. I fully expect him to play good enough football to go on the road and win, and I think it's a field goal game.
Sean, it's great to have you, brother. It's great to hear you again.
Great to be on. You guys are awesome, man. Thanks for having me. I look forward to talking to you guys throughout the season.
Yep, we're going to do it again. There it goes. Sean Salisbury right here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. And we can react to that, give you the Shanahan on Bosa sound, let you hear Bosa again, let you hear McCaffrey talk about Purdy, the future Hall of Famer, all that good stuff. Kidding. Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your calls ready to roll through the final hour of the week. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Ow! 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 Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's what it'll feel like if the Niners lose this weekend. That's what it'll feel like if the Giants lose this weekend, too, by the way.
Well,
Mention that.
You're talking about the New York Giants, right?
No.
Home dogs against Dallas on Monday Night Football.
Not Monday Night Football.
Sunday Night Football.
That's
Whatever.
right. That's right. Monday night would be the Jets
Great one.
and the
Jets
Bills.
and the Bills.
Yeah.
Great one on Monday night.
Ayahuasca. You're going to be in.
Yeah.
Be ready for that. We get to watch.
RELAX.
Relax. Yeah.
There are few professional athletes against whom I root harder
By the way,
than Aaron Rodgers.
I know that. Although I will say this, that quote right there, I know that a lot of you think that that's from a few years ago with Green Bay. That is actually Aaron Rodgers called in earlier today to Steiny and Goo. And he was saying that directly to Steiny, who was taking Aaron Rodgers to task for having a fancy little high five with sauce, with the Sauce Gardner. I don't know. Did you see this?
I did not
It's
know.
weeks. It's at least a week old. But they've got a little high
Weak
five.
sauce?
Well, he thought so. And I'm like, all right, Steiny's all hot and bothered. I didn't even know what he was
Whatever
talking
happened to
about.
a good old-fashioned handshake, right? Am I right?
Adults acting like children. And so I was like, I don't even know what he's talking about. So then I had to go look it up. And I did, and I'll describe it to you, and our YouTube audience can see it too. It's
I'm looking at it right now.
Right, it does a little, like where they tap the fingers together.
Okay.
And then they bring it in. They triangle each other.
Okay.
And then they pull the triangle to their lips.
Oh. Looks like you're like
and they take a little drag.
Is that their smoking pot buddies?
Yeah, and then they dab it out, and then the Jets win the championship. That's how it works. And I was incredibly tickled at how much that bothered. It bothered Steiny.
I'm so out.
Well, I'm
It
looking at it
bothered
right
him a
now.
lot.
It's a slap,
Yeah.
and it looks like they put on an imaginary headband, or maybe it's like a light to go spelunking. Slap.
Right.
Pull it out.
Unless I was looking at the wrong one, right?
No,
With the
it's like a
triangle.
visor, then they go triangle, joint, point.
Yeah.
And then that's it. And then they high step their way.
I mean, look, nobody ever mistook.
They're encouraging drug use, Mark. And I don't know why I did
Legalize it.
I don't know why I did my Ellen Willard.
Legalize it. Okay?
Mark, I don't support that.
I mean, first of all, RELAX. Relax. Okay? Number one. But number two, nobody has ever accused professional sports of being the most mature place in our society.
Number two.
Has that ever been the case? I mean, let's even go to the people we think are mature, okay? Bastions of maturity, professional athletes, right? Ready? You ever been to a Warrior parade where they keep receipts and they're spraying water into the crowds without their shirts on?
Yeah, water. Sure.
Water. Yeah.
Champagne mostly.
Oh, as if those parades aren't absolutely overwhelmed with the smell of smoke. Like,
I was high at that parade.
Why would we ask for that? We are just as immature as they are for caring about all of this as much as we do.
I don't like it.
It's fun. It's not life or death, but it's fun. It's sports. It's not that serious.
It's not. And that, whatever. This is not going to change my opinion of Aaron Rodgers.
No, I don't mean it to. I know you've got other reasons.
He just bugs me.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think he's a phony.
Totally fine.
I think he's a phony, and I think that he's overrated. And, it just gives me an additional reason to root against the New York Jets. A team that, as a young kid, my Halloween costume, and I know we're getting into Halloween season, was in a Jets Joe Namath uniform every single year until I grew out of that thing. because it's all we had.
How many years did you do it?
Probably 4 or 5.
Why?
Because I wasn't into costumes. I was into candy. So I would throw on my Jets helmet.
But why'd you have a Jets helmet?
Because it was the 70s, man, and that's what we all did. I didn't even go so far as to throw on the Namath sideburns. I just put on my Jets jersey and my Jets helmet.
Right.
And where's my pillowcase and get me some candy.
Right. How old were you when you finally stopped?
In the Jets uniform or in period?
Trick or treating.
I think
Don't
15.
say 23.
No, 15. But I could have kept going because I was a late bloomer. So even when I was 18, I could pass for a 12-year-old easily.
Ding dong. Dude, it's 11:30 at night. Go home. You got to go home.
Dude, I saw you drive up in your own car. If you can drive in trick-or-treating, you're too old to trick-or-treat. If you're going house to house and you're leaving your car idling, you're too old to trick-or-treat.
Are you allowed to use one of those e-bikes? Can you e-bike from house to house? Oh, this is going to really get you going.
You're getting me going. Because in my community, there's like 8 and 9-year-olds e-biking.
Of course.
That's not okay. And, I mean, where are we at in society?
I love it when you use that line. That's my favorite.
Where are we at in society? Mark, if you aren't old enough to operate a motorized vehicle, you cannot like ride a Vespa or a scooter.
Who's your favorite player?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow, the high flyer.
I don't know how that fits, but
it doesn't.
Other than
Don't
that,
look at me,
Dibs.
That was me. I bumped the mouse. That was
Okay,
me.
that was crazy. Sorry, Grandy. I immediately.
It felt kind of Halloween-esque, though, didn't it? They're talking about Halloween, and Guru's talking to some kid. Who's your favorite player? Anyway, go
That
ahead.
was an accidental.
That was totally.
Okay.
That was me.
I just.
Now I got the giggles.
If you're not old enough to operate a motorized vehicle, how
What's
are you
going
old
on
enough
here?
to ride an e-bike? I don't understand how that's allowed. That's all.
You're gonna have a really hard time with your get off my lawn take because I can't breathe. I'm laughing.
That's fine. You can. I'm not trying to be too heavy-handed or too serious here. I just don't understand it.
Oh,
you know, in my day, Mark, when you had a bicycle, you had to actually pedal the thing.
I love the young
That's right, Grandy. When you had a bicycle, you had to actually pedal. Nowadays, these kids, they don't have to pedal. It's bad enough that our kids are already so incredibly lazy. I got a baby who just wants to be carried around. She won't even crawl from room to room anymore. She sits there and puts her arms up.
I'm sure the boss has already gone home, so I can only talk to Grandy and Lucas. If I ever use the phrase, these kids, just fire me. I would like to be done. I don't ever want to say.
I wanted to say your kids, but your kids are already kind of anti-dibber as it is.
That's not true. That's not true.
They turned on me at the Super Bowl.
Well, you wouldn't stop patronizing.
Yeah, I was running a little hot. Well, just like Daddy, they're blaming the refs.
You got a 15-year-old kid.
What? He's not a kid.
$500 on the line, which is more money than he's ever had in his life, and you were sitting there just absolutely unloading on him, heckling him that his team was going to lose.
Let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
That too. That too.
I went easy on the lad.
What'd you have? 4 Trulies? Yeah. They love you.
He learned it from you, Dad. Oh, where's the flag? Where's the flag? And then the little guy, where's the flag? Where's the flag? Like, oh my God, I feel like I'm at work right now.
And they were right. The flag was on the field. The flag is on the field.
Totally.
The flag is on the field.
Anyway.
All right.
I'm anti-e-bike, Mark, for kids. There, I said it. Learn to ride a bike. Pedal. Don't be so lazy, Logan. Pedal.
Right. Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah, but my kid doesn't.
What's wrong with when we used to push the buttons? Why can't you just push the buttons, Dib? Why would you need something to be updated for technology?
Again, I don't give my 9-year-old a cell phone. And when I see a 9-year-old with an iPhone, I think, that's bad parenting. You know what, kid? Here's 50 cents, find a payphone. You want to make a call? Get to a payphone.
Payphone?
They're all over the
Who the
place.
hell uses a payphone?
Those things are filthy, too.
Oh, my gosh. COVID killed the payphone. Are you kidding me? If it's not like one of those little red booths in London, it's not cool anymore to go to a payphone. You go to that thing and hit popcorn and try to find the time still?
Totally.
Too? Is that how you tell time?
Popcorn still works, by the way.
Does it?
I think so. Anyway.
All right. This is completely off the rails.
Aaron Rodgers.
It's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com or just start laughing. It really helps. It is. There's nothing more intoxicating than a really good giggle fest.
I'm glad I amuse you.
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh. All right. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number you can weigh in on the poll of the day. By the way, we haven't checked in on all of the results. YouTube, and again, if you're just joining us, what's your prediction on who Brock Purdy is destined to be? A legit QB1, a middling starter with an example like Ryan Tannehill, or not the guy? YouTube says 74% legit QB1, and only 5% say not the guy. Now, as for my own Twitter poll, which has been up a few more hours than that one, let's see, where is that one tracking right now? I think Twitter's down. No, there it is. That one is tracking right now 58.4% legit QB1, and only 7.3% say not the guy.
I think that's fair, and not the guy it's a little bit too dramatic. I mean, not the guy would mean what? Is Trey Lance not the guy?
Trey Lance is not the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
So
not the guy is, I mean, I guess
like
even
your QB3, you're not the guy.
The interesting thing is we've used Jimmy Garoppolo as someone who could be called a middling starter. He could be called a legit QB1, but he also for the 49ers was, quote, not the guy. But not the guy, I think means like any rookie, you come in, you get your look, and then they go, you're not our starter. And you end up not a starter in the league. Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield were very, very early draft picks not many years ago. And even though Baker's got a gig with the Bucs and Darnold is one hit away, their teams and the league to a degree have decided they are, quote, not the guy. So that's who I would put into that kind of category.
Yeah, like Sam Darnold he's not the guy right now, but you would put him more in the middling quarterback category, I think, if you did. And it'd be interesting if you did a poll about Sam Darnold. He certainly isn't going to be QB1, but he might be somebody's backup, or he might end up being a starter somewhere else down the road.
I'd call him not the guy, though, because a middling starter is somebody who can keep the gig.
Right.
And Sam is already now on his third team. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you to our audience there and our interaction there. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is sort of where our conversation went, and I think still where it may sit off and on all year, because what we're hearing from 49er fans is that most of you are not in that what I would call vocal minority. And I think that our show, and all of these shows, just Bay Area sports for the last 6 months, has probably paid more attention to the vocal minority than it has the silent majority. It's the vocal minority, I think, that's furious about Trey Lance. It's the vocal minority who believes Kyle Shanahan's butt is hot. And it's the vocal minority that thinks Brock Purdy is going to careen out of control back down to 7th-round draft status. I'm not saying any of those opinions are wrong. I'm simply saying I think that is a vocal minority. The silent majority believes Niners messed up, but it was right to move on. Kyle Shanahan's definitely the right guy for the job right now. Let's see where this all goes next. And we at least at some degree believe in Brock Purdy. What I think is what I'm sort of searching for now is not whether or not Brock is good. It's this delicate balance between why is Brock good? Is Brock is Brock actually good because he is a skilled quarterback?
Or he's a system guy.
Is he completely a product of his environment?
I think that the truth always lies somewhere in the middle, and you can't be. And Sean Salisbury, who joined us last hour, gave a great answer to this, because being a game manager is actually a very complimentary phrase, because you have to be able to make the throws, make the layups, be able to read the defense, run the offense, and do what is necessary in order to manage the game. And if you're a game manager and you win, it's because you're able to do the things that quarterbacks need to do. And Sean made a great point about how few offenses actually cut it loose now and throw the deep ball like the old Al Davis Raiders he was talking about. The majority of quarterbacks are game managers, and the majority of quarterbacks are system QBs. And we all want to talk about Patrick Mahomes and underhanded and behind the back and falling down and a backhand flip and, oh my God, all these highlight plays. But you watch Patrick Mahomes, and he's incredible at getting the ball, dissecting the defense, and making the correct throw. And that's what Brock Purdy does. So you mentioned, is he highly skilled or is he a system guy? Well, he's somewhere in between. And I think that as time goes on and he continues to win and grow and excel and succeed, I think it becomes more about his skill. But right now we haven't seen enough of him, in my opinion, to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I think you and Sean are right that a lot of these things are not the criticism that they sound like, whether it's game manager, whether it's product of system. I've always felt that about quarterbacks to a degree. The example I always use is Kurt Warner, who was amazing with the Rams, then a complete joke with the Giants, and then amazing again with the Cardinals. Your surroundings matter for every quarterback. And so whether that's from the levels of Tom Brady and Joe Montana all the way down to some of the people who we've looked at in the past as the quote-unquote game manager, the Brad Johnsons, the Dilfers, the Joe Flaccos, and everything in between, your surroundings matter. And if you do just make the right play instead of the amazing play, that's not a bad thing.
Right.
I guess where I get tripped up with Brock is when people seem to indicate that the ability to do those things, those don't count as skills.
Exactly.
Like,
I'm with you.
I'm just going to give the ball to Debo, and then Debo does all the work. Now Brock gets a touchdown pass out of that, and that's not – no, it is a skill. It's totally a skill. The whole thing has to spin together, and we've watched too many quarterbacks on too many teams not be able to get it done to say that delivering the ball accurately, on time, the right decision, those things are, if I were to make a list of important skills out of my team's quarterback, I mean, those are top 5 skills.
Sure.
Yes, you want strong arm, you want all the leadership, you love all those things. Improvisation.
Right.
That's all great, but
accuracy would have to be before that, right?
Accuracy is definitely top 5. Decision-making is definitely top 5. And then on time, delivery,
Sure.
like that kind of execution.
I would also add in like the actual game management, which is play comes into the headset, communicate in the huddle, get to the line, read the defense, audible if necessary, and then get the ball.
Organized.
Correct. Yeah. Like game management
Field
to me
presence.
is that. Yeah. Even before the ball is snapped, to be able to get the play, to dissect the call, to relay the call to your teammates, and then get everybody in the right spot, all in 40 seconds or less. That to me is where game management really comes in. And then the other skill that, Brock Purdy is lauded for, and he should be lauded for it because we've seen it now over 8 games or so. It's the ability to see it and being able to dissect it in real time. And that's, I think, a hard one for fans and even for those of us in the media, because you look at his draft position, his measurables, his college resume, the baby face, and all the rest of it. And it's easy to discount what he actually does that's a separation skill, and that is his ability to read and react and dissect plays and know exactly where he's supposed to go with the ball.
I can't wait to see this.
Yeah.
I can't wait
It's a
to see
fun
this.
one.
Well, listen, I will give credence to this, and I'm trying to remember. It might have been on our YouTube chat. It might have been Uncle Looney. Seeing a lot of you throw this stuff out there, but like the hardest regular season assignments that Brock Purdy has had in his career. Like, if you go to those 6 games that he played in the regular season last year, 5 of them were starts. I do think some of them, the hardest assignment for me, this is how I would answer that question. Like, obviously, going to Philadelphia for the NFC title game, that's the hardest assignment. And you could either, depending on how you look at it, say he didn't get it done or he didn't get a chance to get it done.
Sure.
Right? So he gets knocked out of that one. Outside of that, I think the next one would be Dallas. It's a home game, but it's a playoff game against the second best defense in the league. And while he wasn't overwhelming, he was good enough, and he won. For me, though, if you go to regular season, his hardest assignment was the game he didn't start. His hardest assignment was when you are, not getting reps in practice and you get thrown into a game. When you've been QB3, QB2, you've never played in the NFL, and you get hucked into what was a high-level game between two, I think, 7-4 teams at the time against the Miami Dolphins, and you're trailing early 7-3. You were handed that game, and you outscored Miami 30-10 from the moment he came into the game. That was his hardest assignment. But if you want to talk about road trips and all of that, I get that you could put this right up there with the hardest things that Brock has ever been asked to do. This game coming up on Sunday.
Without a doubt. And I think it's because of the nature of week one. And that's why I asked Sean Salisbury that about week one. And he said, you just don't know. And you can work all off season, but you don't know what other teams are going to have for you. And they get all those weeks to prepare as opposed to, 4 or 5 days in a regular week. And so you don't know what other teams are going to throw at you. Miami last year, 8-3. Niners were 7-4 in that game in Santa Clara. So it was very anticipated, and you're right about, how difficult that was, but I kind of agree with you in terms of the toughness of this assignment because it's a 10 a.m. Pacific Coast time start, 1 o'clock out in Pittsburgh. It's not an easy assignment against a team that, many people expect to be better than they were last year, and Kenny Pickett, Kenny Two Gloves, as Sean was calling him, comes in hot. They took the preseason very seriously. They were undefeated, and the Steelers are expecting to be better than they were last year, and they ended last year on a bit of a roll. Now, there's no momentum from the end of a year to the beginning of another year.
Well,
but for the most, Kenny Pickett probably feels better now than he did last November.
Would you say that Detroit last night looked like they had momentum from last year?
That's a fair comp.
I'd
yeah.
argue that they do.
I don't know if it's momentum as much as it is confidence, and I don't know where you draw the line between the two.
Yeah.
But Pittsburgh probably has a similar amount of confidence based on the way they ended last year, and I think Kenny Pickett won his last 5 starts or 5 of the last 6. I know he won his last 3, but I think he wound up winning 5 of 6 is the number that I think we looked at yesterday in terms of how he closed out the year.
The Pittsburgh Steelers last year, they did win their last 4 games. They were 5-8 and finished 9-8. They won their last 4 games at Carolina, home to the Raiders, at Baltimore, home to Cleveland. I will also say the way they won them, they grinded these games out.
Sure.
By the way, Pickett did not play in one of those games.
Right.
Trubisky played in those games. So if you're just looking at Pickett starts,
5 of 6, 5 of his last 6.
Yeah, actually, he's getting a loss against Baltimore, but he got knocked out right away.
Yeah, he gets the L.
Tough one. Started and finished. He won his last 5 in a row.
Right. And
he won his last 5 in a row.
And even though we talked yesterday about his TD to INT ratio, which was pretty meager, Mary T. Mahar, as I shout out great swimmers from the past, he still was able to quarterback in wins, and that's what you're supposed to do.
Only one good team on that slate. Only one good team.
Well, the Raiders.
The Raiders were not a good team.
The Niners had to gut one out against them, just like the Pittsburgh Steelers did.
The Steelers, that game was in Pittsburgh. They won 16-13 at Baltimore, but the other 4 teams were the Colts, the Falcons, the Raiders, and the Browns, all losing teams. And, Pickett, only once did he throw for over 200 yards in all of those games. So it's not to take anything away from him. It's just to let you know what the stats were.
But in terms of, team momentum, quote unquote, or team confidence. And then they go 3-0 in the preseason, which normally doesn't matter, but Pittsburgh was actually trying to win games this preseason.
Well, I look at it more just that Pickett looked good. Right. I don't really care if they won. I care how'd you look in that first quarter when your first team offense was in there, and Pickett looked good. This is a real opponent. I expect this thing to be really, really tough. But by the same token, the 49ers should have enough if they're playing at a high level. We'll give you what Shanahan said about Bosa's role in this game in just a little bit. But that's kind of been the evolution for me today, the evolution of the Brock Purdy conversation we're having, as opposed to just the poll of is he going to be really good, just kind of good, or not good. That's kind of the poll. I've sort of more morphed this conversation into, do you believe that Brock Purdy is a result of Brock Purdy or a result of the system? And I right now, while I acknowledge the answer is some of both, I know that, in fact, 100% of us should answer that question that way.
Sure.
But it's more about like what's more in play here. Is it Brock or is it the team? And for me, I vote Brock. Not because I think he's a done deal or amazing or any of that. I just think that it's wild in the NFL to think that someone can do the things that he did solely because of their surroundings, or even mostly because of their surroundings. I acknowledge, you all know, I think Kyle's a phenomenal coach. Their roster is second to none. So I'll acknowledge all of that and grant you that Brock Purdy is blessed with where he ended up and the opportunity that was granted him. I acknowledge all of that. But quarterbacking in the NFL, I've never really seen it judged that way. I don't, like, we've watched so many quarterbacks come in and not do that to the point of high-level anger for the last 5 years about the way Kyle has handled the quarterback position. We're always mad about the quarterback. Then you have a guy come in, solidify, calm, steady, and we come out the other side and go, well, that's a product of the team. Wait a minute. It feels unfair.
Well, it takes time, I think, in order to shake that. And Tom Brady's a good example, because when he took over and he had that instant success, nobody was saying, oh, Tom Brady, most unbelievable quarterback ever. It took time for Tom Brady to grow and do it year after year to where people realized, wow, it's not just a system. It's not just Bill Belichick and no days off. This Tom Brady guy turns out is really good at being a quarterback. And I think Brock Purdy, while not having to be as good as Tom Brady, I think he has that same sort of proving ground timeline that any quarterback has, especially when you're in a system like this with so much talent around you and a head coach that is seen league-wide as being really, really good as an offensive play caller and an offensive mind. It's going to take time for Brock Purdy to do it and do it again and do it at a high level over and over and over. I'm not saying 10 years or 12 years, but in terms of the sample, so far it's a pretty small sample. So for sure, I would lean toward Kyle Shanahan and the system as a bigger factor in their success than Brock Purdy being really, really good. I think Brock Purdy's good.
Yeah, it's totally fair to say let's wait and let that play out. By the same token, I guess if your answer is that Brock is more a product of a system than a product of his own gifts, his own talent, if that's your answer, I totally get it.
And it is.
But it makes me want to ask follow-up questions.
Go ahead. I'm here till 6.
Okay.
5:57.
So,
and it's Grandy time.
Why couldn't Jimmy do it at this level?
Well, Jimmy did.
No, he didn't.
Well, Jimmy did it at the level where he got to a Super Bowl.
But he
and
never.
Jimmy didn't have the same weapons for as long as Brock Purdy did.
Okay, that's a fair answer. But he had good weapons.
Sure.
Right when they went to the Super Bowl, right, he had good weapons.
Jimmy did great, and I think Jimmy took them further than Brock Purdy's taken them. So in terms of
that's a fact, but I think it's one that sort of falls outside the realm of what we're talking about. Like, did you ever feel that Jimmy looked the way Brock looked last year? Did you ever feel the offense looked like that under Jimmy Garoppolo?
Probably not, but I'd have to look at all of the opponents that Jimmy had and, look at the tape. And this is not to say that Brock can't be or isn't already as good as Jimmy Garoppolo, but I don't think that Brock Purdy has shown that he's far better. Now, I know the offense had an uptick in terms of points scored and points per game, and we all want to look at that and say, well, I mean, they didn't do this under Jimmy, so it must be Brock Purdy. was the difference? Well, the entire team was better. Christian McCaffrey was firing on all cylinders when Brock Purdy was there, and that was a big factor. And the team overall was playing better than they were earlier in the year when they were losing games.
And then I guess what about the rest of the guys? You know what I mean? From Trey Lance to C.J. Beathard to Nick Mullins to anyone else. Like, why didn't that work better?
Well, it worked better for them. Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard have never been as good as they were here in San Francisco.
Agreed.
So I think that's a vote for the system because Nick Beathard and C.J. Mullins have never gone on to do anything anywhere else.
I mean,
and I have to conflate their names always.
Nobody's going to dismiss the system as being effective, as being statistically friendly to a quarterback. That I will completely acknowledge. I guess my question is more about if we're going to make Brock feel sort of like, well, you're only a product of your surroundings, then why would other quarterbacks not have been able to lead the 49ers to more consistent wins? Well, and a more high-powered offense.
Sure.
Like even Jimmy at his height, you were often trying to win that game 24-17.
Right.
21-13.
Yeah.
You're trying to win that way. It doesn't look like that now.
I don't think that it's fair to say that they were he's only a product of the system. And I don't want to discount the talent that Brock Purdy has, especially as it relates to C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins and Brian Hoyer, who was a quarterback here, and Gabby, and the other guys who have been here. I also do think you have to look at this offense now in a different light, even this offense now from when they got Christian McCaffrey versus before they had Christian McCaffrey. Because right now, this offense from a skill position player, the 5 eligibles, this might be the best 5 eligibles that they've had since the days of Steve Young and, post Joe Montana.
Yeah.
When they had T.O. and the end of Jerry Rice and the rest of those guys. These 5 eligibles are incredible, and Jimmy didn't have a lot of that. He had a few games with these guys, but Brock Purdy came in to an absolute embarrassment of riches in terms of skill guys.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. We'll get you the Shanahan sound on Bosa here in just a second. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hey, Gene, Willie and Debbie, what's up?
I'm at the dog park.
Hey. I just came from the dog park, actually.
How'd it go?
It went well. Yes, it was another elimination sensation.
That's what we're looking for. There's only one goal at the dog park, Gene.
Cha-ching. Where do I send my dollar? Anyways, so I wanted to say something about the Sean Salisbury interview a short while ago. But first off, since you're talking about Jimmy G, I feel as though Jimmy G, the reason he fell short is because he fell short on some of the necessary skills to take the next step. He could throw over the middle as well as anybody in the league. Couldn't throw the out patterns nor the deep patterns very well, and he didn't improvise very well. He had problems with that. He couldn't see the field the way Brock seems to be able to see the field. So I think the hope is that Brock will fill in some of the blanks that Jimmy didn't have or lacked. But about that interview with Sean, I was feeling even better about the upcoming season and particularly the next game until his last statement when he said he believes it's going to come down to field goals. And I don't know if I'm worrying too much about this, but I keep having visions of Scott Norwood in my head, I just, especially a close game like this, you got a kid that, he froze up in the preseason. And what's going to happen if we come down to a win or lose situation, having to kick a field goal? And along with that, I'm trying to trust that the 49ers have this covered. I know we got a question about McKivitz, but we can scheme around that. Slot corner, but maybe we can scheme around that. But you can't scheme around field goal kicking. So, anyways, am I worried too much? How do you guys feel about that?
Gene, thanks.
Yeah, Gene.
I'll just say this. Jake Moody's career is not going to be a make or break it this weekend thing. but I would be lying if I said that Jake Moody lines up, the Niners trail 24-23, and Jake Moody lines up with 5 seconds left to go on the clock from 43 yards out. Is that going to feel like a comfortable moment? No. No, it's going to feel awful. That's a vomit moment. Partially because even if it goes in, they still don't cover. But anyway, no, that's not what you want. I would say this, though. It should not come down to that.
No.
It shouldn't come, and here's why. I'm not saying the 49ers should blow out the Steelers. The Steelers are good. But my belief is the way this game looks, I like your call on the under, because even if Kenny Pickett is better this year, the Steelers should not, especially if there's weather out there. The Steelers have a plodding running back in Najee Harris. I love him. He's a local guy. But with Javon Hargrave now in the fold and Bosa back, the Steelers should not be able to move the ball very well on the 49ers. They have always been a run to set up the pass type of a team. Yes, they've got a nice receiving core, but the Steelers should not score north of 17 points in this game. And even when the 49ers are not humming, they can score 3 touchdowns or 3 touchdowns worth of points. Sometimes that'll have to be field goals. But to me, the worst case scenario should be, doesn't always work out this way.
Right.
Somebody fumbles, whatever. The worst case scenario should be 23-17 49ers, something like that. I don't think this should come down to a last-second field goal unless some things go wrong, and some things might go wrong.
And you never know what kind of game could play out. Last year, only one game that the Niners played came down to a last-second field goal. We talked about it yesterday. We played the highlight that prompted the last-second field goal. It was not quite a sack-a-rooney, but it was a Nick Bosa hit the quarterback and an interception that set up a field goal. Niners 37, Las Vegas Raiders 34.
Do you remember what happened earlier, though? This was a game-winning regulation field goal attempt that was shanked.
Robbie Gould.
By Robbie Gould.
Yeah.
So everybody who wants Robbie back,
yeah,
I got nothing against Robbie, and I know he's never missed a playoff kick. I get it. I understand why the 49ers made this move. I support the move.
Yeah.
You got to get it right. It's no different than moving up to the 3rd overall pick to get a quarterback. You support the concept, but then you got to execute. And,
sure.
And Moody has been cleared. He is going to kick this weekend. You got to get this right. And whether it's a last-second field goal or if it's in the second quarter to go up by 10,
exactly,
you got to make those kicks.
Exactly. So, field goals have to be made.
Absolutely.
The Niners had just 3 games last year that were one-score games, which is a remarkably small number. They beat the Chargers by 6 at Levi's. They beat the Seahawks by 8 in Week 15 on the road, and then the aforementioned game against Vegas that they won by 3. So 3 regular season games were one score. So, they were dominant. I guess the Denver game was a loss that was a one-score game.
Right.
I should absolutely add that one in. That was a Jimmy Garoppolo backslide in and out of the end zone in a loss. But 3 victories were one-score wins. But you're right, Mark. It's not always the game-winning field goal. Sometimes it's the, hey, third quarter to put us up 10 field goal that you need made.
It's huge. It's huge. You can't leave points on the field, especially in a game like this. Steve in the city next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Steve. What's up? What are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good show. I want to point out that Jimmy should have made 2 Super Bowls if it, the chucker there, Stafford, threw that ball up. If that was an interception, that game was over. They were going against Cincinnati, and they could have beat Cincinnati.
Might have been over. Steve, I hear you. I always like to add that, though, because I think this ends up too much on Jaquiski Tartt's shoulders. Sure, he should have picked it. There's always should have picked in games. Brock had some last year, too. Bottom line is if Tartt catches that ball, the Niners probably win. But there was still 5 minutes on the clock.
Right.
And they weren't moving the ball. And so to say that the Rams can't get it back with 5 minutes to go on the clock, I think is inaccurate.
Right, and I'm always reluctant when it comes to looking at one play in a football game that usually has about 130 plays on either side of the football, and we want to drill down on just one play and say that is the play, that's the reason. It very rarely comes down to just that. And I know that it's a play where, okay, the Niners make it, their chance to victory goes way, way up. And when he drops the INT, everybody thinks, oh, crap. And then you end up losing. And so we want to scapegoat that guy in that play. But like the Super Bowl against Kansas City, when they blew a 10-point lead with 6 minutes left. First of all, Kansas City scored with 6 minutes left. They drove for the 5 minutes before that. So
they were an absolute. They were hot knife through butter the whole fourth quarter.
Right, and so it's always easy to look at one play in that game, but there were 5 or 6 plays that had they gone differently, the Niners win the Super Bowl.
At least. That said, though, you know this. You walk out of a game, and there's just a few plays you remember. Go to last year's Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts remembers the fumble. People also remember the holding call at the end. So, look at last night. Do you blame Kadarius Toney?
Yeah.
Yeah, he lost him the game.
I mean, how many drops did he have?
3.
4? 3?
Well, so here's what he had. He had the ball off his hands that turns into a pick six. When they were down by 1 on first down, Mahomes hits a field position changing play, and he drops that. It's a little bit behind him, but an NFL receiver catches it. And then the third drop, I don't even know if it's his fault or not. You had 2 KC receivers that ended up in the same spot. So someone kind of ran right in front of him right before the ball got to his hands, but the ball hit him right in the hands, and he just kicked it. He just slapped it to the ground. I saw something on PFF, Pro Football Focus. Kadarius Toney's grade last night, I think, was the lowest for any receiver in an individual game in 15 years.
Oh, man. That's brutal.
That's
tough.
He lost him the game.
And you lose by 1.
He lost him the game.
Sure.
I know there were other plays. But I will walk away from that game going, yeah, Kadarius Toney lost that game.
I suppose.
You could look at... He was the MVP of the loss.
You could look at the Chiefs' defensive line and say, I don't know, maybe stop the run one time. David Montgomery, he was like a warm knife through butter. Thank you, David Montgomery.
Chiefs defense held the Lions to 14 points.
Yeah.
I'll take that any night.
But when they needed to stop late in that game, they could not stop Detroit.
That's true.
It was 3 and 4 yards a clip. And I know because I have Montgomery on my fantasy team, and refresh, 4 yards, refresh.
You started him?
Yeah, you got to start Montgomery.
People weren't thinking that. They thought he was a backup going into the game.
I mean,
he wasn't.
Yeah, and in our 14-team league here, there aren't a ton of running backs to go around.
No, you're absolutely right.
That's 28 running backs that have to get started on 14 teams, and so I mean, I got to start the guy.
I'm playing Kruger this week, and he had Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, Larry, that's a bad beat. I had Rashee Rice on my bench.
Jahmyr Gibbs owners were not happy yesterday. That was a little bit of a surprise. Like, why is the guy that we're drafting in the second round on the bench for 3/4 of the game, and the guy that everybody drafted in the 9th round is out here getting 15 carries? What the hell's up with that?
I got to figure out where I took him, but I do not.
Look back at the draft.
I will. I don't have tremendous running backs. My team is not great. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it real, Mark. I'm going to keep it real. My team is. I would say my team is not spectacular. David Montgomery went in the 6th round.
6th round. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I got a pretty good team. Lamar Jackson is basically my team. When Lamar goes off, I'm going to win. When doesn't go off, your boy's in some trouble.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say.
So I don't even remember who my running backs are in our league because I got too many teams.
I took Najee Harris at number 24.
I got Bijan Robinson and Ramondre Stevenson are my starting backs.
Yeah.
And my backup backs are Brian Robinson from Washington and Jaylen Warren from the Steelers. And then I took Jordan Mason with Mr. Irrelevant.
I like that.
Last pick in the draft.
I liked Bijan Robinson. That was somebody I was hoping to get. But
14th overall pick. I got him.
Yeah,
that was the last pick of the first round.
I figured. Yeah. I was hoping maybe he'd be around late, but
My sons were over my shoulder making fun of all you guys. What the hell is Bijan doing still available with the last pick in the first round? Who are you drafting against, Dad? I'm like, I don't know, but I'm taking him. I'm taking him. And we're all partying.
say he's an idiot.
Yeah, but we're partying as if we know what the hell Bijan Robinson's going to do. He's a rookie. He's never played in the NFL before. All right. Kyle Shanahan on Nick Bosa. Let's roll through these, all right? Shanahan, how'd Bosa look in the first practice?
He looked exactly how we were expecting him to look. Looks in real good shape. Looks ready to go.
Okay, how are you going to use him?
Do you have a sense of how you're going to use him, and how do you think you will?
Yeah, we got an idea how we're going to use him, and I think he'll do all right.
Yeah, we know what we're doing. We're not going to tell you. All right, are you concerned that he's had so little practice time?
There always is. I mean, the hitting is less of the concern. Hitting, it's just more. It's more about the stamina of the game and things like that. You know, I go back to 21. You know, busted towards ACL in 20. Didn't get any training camp in 21. We activated him for practice, I think, that last week. So he got a week of practice. And then versus Detroit, he played, I think, like 60 plays. Was able to stay healthy and do stuff like that. We had him in practice a little bit more. We got that last week and stuff, but at least we have some stuff to go off with him. But the hitting and things like that don't concern me too much. It's more just positions you get the body in and things like that, which you're concerned with in general. So we got to be smart with them and everything, but we'll see how the game plays out.
Okay. What do you take from that? That's an interesting, lengthy sort of an answer by Kyle Shanahan that tells me, yes, you're concerned for different body movements that you're not used to because you haven't been in camp.
Yeah.
So that, as you've talked about, the concern is a soft tissue type of an injury. He says, we'll see how the game goes. So you watch the game flow. And if the Niners are up by maybe, if they can get a 10-point lead, does Nick sit out a little bit more? I don't know. I'll tell you from that answer, it's great that Nick looks right and everything, but it's kind of a scary answer, to be honest with you.
Right. And it's, I think, a truthful answer, and I appreciate Kyle keeping it real because that is the concern in terms of, the movements that he's been doing with his dad, working out with John Bosa in Florida, are not necessarily the same movements you're going to be asked to do, let alone against the same amount of poundage and leverage when you're all padded up and trying to play pro football at top speed. So I would imagine that he plays a little bit less than normal, but when you watch the Niners, it's usually 2 series on defense and then he sits one out, or 3 and he sits one, depending on the game flow. They don't ever have these guys play 100% of the snaps on the D-line.
Right. Speaking of Bosa, it's time for the Defensive Play of the Week, and it's brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. This week's Defensive Play of the Week comes from the Defensive Player of the Year. That, of course, is Nick Bosa. He's back with the 49ers, ready for Week 1 in Pittsburgh. Take a listen to Adam Schefter from the Pat McAfee Show detail how the agreement came together.
I think what happened here is ultimately the two sides can negotiate all they want. They can feel they're far apart all they want. But I think in the end, Nick Bosa has to say, I want to be there for my team. It's important for me to be there with my guys. We've taken this far enough. Let's go and get this done. And I think he gives the directive in the end, hey, I'm taking this deal. It's a record deal. I'm the richest defensive player in NFL history. Richest non-quarterback deal in NFL history, right?
Yes. So just like TJ Watt, who kicked in the door to get the deal done, Nick Bosa said, hey, Suits, listen, I appreciate where you've gotten me. $34 million a year is good. I'm going back with my teammates. I got 4 sacks to give this weekend. They assume he's in great shape, ready to go, right?
I'll take it from here. That's exactly what Nick Bosa said. And yes, that's a guy that works out so much that they feel like he's in better shape than he would be if you were at training camp. And Kyle Shanahan said the only way he doesn't play is if he showed up there this morning with a beer belly, which isn't happening, as we know.
Would be sweet, though. Yeah. That would be sweet.
Nope, he showed up with an omelet belly, as we well know better than anybody.
He showed up cut and shredded and ready to roll.
Yeah, it looks unreal. And so that's awesome, although I have sort of a kind of a split vibe out of even that comment, which is to say that's amazing that Nick got to a point where like, okay, get out of the way, agent. Let me take it from here. I want to be there with my team. But if the deal he took in some sort of a way signals that Nick was like, okay, agent, that's enough. I'll take the deal that's on the table. What the hell was he asking for before?
That's my question, and we talked about this yesterday. Was he asking for 36?
Well, yeah. If you took record, and record,
yes,
and quite frankly, well above the previous records.
Yeah,
he didn't clip them. He went from Joey's 102 to 122.
Well, he went from 31.6 for Donald to 34
to
flat.
34,
an 8% bump.
So what were you putting on the table?
What were you asking for to settle for 34 and say, you know what, we're going to take the deal. I want to play football, guys.
Remember with Kermit.
Right.
It's like Kermit.
Hey, Miss Piggy, I gotta go play football, Fozzie.
Kermit, if he's playing with Aaron Rodgers, taking a hit.
Okay, I'll work on it. It's
I think we'll just finally take the deal.
It's a little bit of that nasal.
Yeah, we're gonna get up here with the Kermit, and does that sound a little bit like Nick Bosa?
I'm not sure what Kyle's plan is, but I'd be up for normal workload.
I'd be up for anything.
Sure. But I haven't talked to him yet.
I think that I'll probably play against Pittsburgh. The defensive play of the week was brought to you by East Bay Law Practice.
Pretty good.
East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit
EastBayLawPractice.com today. It's hard to stick with it for a while.
Yeah.
You want me to bring it home? I mean,
it's like you're talking while inhaling.
I'm a specimen. I have 8 egg omelets almost every day. And then my mom made me a Wagyu steak, and then I flew out to be with my boys. So more of your phone calls next on Willard and Debs.
Great deals and your next adventure await when you join the Jeep family. Just get to your local Jeep.
I'm Dan Dibley, and I'm talking about another man's hindquarters.
Stop talking about my butt.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I was going to invite you over this weekend, and then I heard the way you talk about Javon Hargrave, and I thought that was not suitable for kids.
Come on.
So you're not coming over for the game if you're going to talk like that.
The kids need to be able to sit around and talk real football with me, and that's what it all comes down to.
Yeah, real football's fine, but we don't need all that stuff you were talking about.
All that filthy talk?
We don't need that. We don't need that at all. Hey, working for the weekend picks coming up here in just about 7 minutes. We're going to make it nice and simple and fun, and it just anything on the board that you want to pick, anything on the board that I want to pick. We're going to see if we can get on a roll, and you, the listeners, can either go with us or fade us throughout the year.
Okay.
If you like the picks.
Not just NFL, it could be college football, U.S. Open tennis.
I would avoid what you used to do, which is like you end up off in like...
Win is what I used to do.
Not true, actually. But
factual.
I mean,
I dominated you clowns.
You'd be like, you did not. But anyway, you're like...
Let's go to the Hungarian Premier League.
You're like, we got like croquet is happening in India, and here's who I got. I don't know. I can tell you this. I'm going to keep it football. I'm going to keep it football.
I'll keep it football.
I'm going to keep it football.
I can go college, though. You wouldn't be offended.
Not at all.
Okay, good.
Not at all. No problem with that at all.
I'm on the over here in this tennis, and I'm sweating.
I know.
Right
you're
now.
sweating big time. Why is she blowing kisses? Is that Charlize Theron?
Yes, it is.
Who's she with?
She's with tennis.
She's just with tennis.
She's been there, like, for the majority of these big matches.
She's hearting tennis?
I heart
Who's she
tennis.
blowing kisses to? The camera or Alcaraz?
The dibber.
To the dibbers.
To the dibbers.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
We both love tennis.
Yes, you do. All right.
She's looking good at 47, by the way.
She 47?
I had to Google it yesterday, yeah.
Oh, look at you going for a younger woman.
Well, it's what I do. Sorry, Supper.
All right, let's go to She's not younger than you? She's younger than you.
Supper way younger than me.
Way younger. Yeah. All right, let's go to Diego and Marin. Hi, Diego. You're on with Willie and Dibby.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Yeah. I was just curious if you think the Niners can repeat what they did last year under Purdy, scoring over 30 points a game, and as a defense, allowing only 60.5. And I'm wondering if you know how many teams have ever doubled their opponents in the history of the NFL.
It's probably very few, and if you are asking if I think that they can replicate that stat, my answer is no. The Niners' schedule is harder this year. You're starting with a clean slate, as opposed to Brock Purdy coming in to a team that was just sort of hitting its stride and had a very favorable schedule down the stretch. I think the 49ers are very good, but I think they're going to lose some football games. I would not expect them to be able to snap their fingers and score 33 a game. If they can average in the high 20s or whatnot, I would take that. I also think their defense is going to need a few weeks to get into its flow. That's actually a good thing in that I don't think they're facing any what I would call great offenses in the first quarter of the season.
Sure.
But look, Pickett might get over the top once or twice. That's possible. Sure.
Yeah, especially if you've got, and I know that Mooney Ward sat out practice today. He might be listed as questionable.
He's questionable, he and Kittle.
So if he's not in there and Bosa's not at full Bosa, then all of a sudden your secondary, which already has some question marks, becomes more vulnerable to Kenny Two Gloves.
The key for me for the 49ers this weekend on the defensive side is not actually even coverage. It's not Nick Bosa playing full snaps. It's absolutely unequivocally stop Najee Harris. Like, if Hargrave has a big game, I think the 49ers win, because what the Steelers are not going to do well is second and third and long. That's just, it's not their game. I don't think Pickett is ready for that. So if the 49ers can stuff the run on first down, I think they're going to have a hell of a day.
Yeah, and Najee Harris is, the primary back, but he won't be the only running back. And so the 49ers have done a good job traditionally against the run, and they like to run it themselves. I see this game low scoring. I don't think that the Pittsburgh Steelers defense is going to be giving up the big play either. They're going to try to make Brock Purdy beat them repeatedly by, moving the ball down the field with some sort of methodical format and some patience. I don't think they're going to take a lot of chances. I know Minkah Fitzpatrick likes to gamble in the secondary, and hopefully if they get Brock Purdy, they don't, pick him and take it all the way to the house. But I see this one being a close and nip and tuck affair.
Football Friday right here, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Oh, look who's here just ahead of the buzzer. It's Grandpa Daddy, everybody, in Hayward. GPD, what are you doing?
I'm visiting my second wife, Home Depot.
Oh my goodness!
Jeez.
Again?
I'm a general contractor. I'm at Home Depot again. Hey, where did you go? I'm trying to get some help over here. But anyway, I just wanted to say, Dibs, I heard you say about tennis. What about Coco Gauff?
Yeah.
Going, in the semifinals, bro. Since Serena Williams. She's doing it. Let's go, Americans.
I'm into it, Grandpa Daddy. That's why I was asking Mark about, non-football picks, because I like Coco to win it tomorrow, but my pick will be football related, Grandpa Daddy.
Oh, okay. All right. But anyway, let me tell you why Bosa took the deal. Dude, I'm a contractor. I have my own business. You know why he took the deal? Because once he got to where he wanted to be, he said, that's it for me. Because the agent, he gets paid according to how much Bosa makes. So the more money Bosa makes, the more money the agent gets. That's why Bosa said, hey, I like that deal right there. Agent, I'm sorry. Let's cut the cord. That's it right now. That's why he didn't go any higher. But the agent wanted him to go higher because the agent gets paid more, dog. That's what it's all about. It's about business and the money. Hey, can I get a key made? Thank you very much. I'm at Home Depot. See you guys later. Bye.
All right, GPD, get that key made. I hope that's not the only reason you went to Home Depot. There are easier places to if you just get a key made. But he's doing the same thing I do when I go to Home Depot. Just look for someone wearing orange,
sure,
and say, "Please take me to where I'm going," because I got no idea how to get the hell around here.
Well, he's there every day,
That's
so
true.
Grandpa Daddy knows his way around an HD.
No doubt. That said, his point about Bosa and his agent. Sure, the agent is going to get a ton of money either way. This is a high-powered NFL agent. He doesn't need to worry about every dollar. I'm still curious about that. The fact that this 5-year, $170 million deal is now being made to sound as if Nick was like, okay, I'll go, that's enough.
I'll settle. Sure.
Settle?
Right.
What on earth were you asking for?
I don't think we're ever going to find out. And, we might, but this feels like one of those things where if Nick was asking for 38 or 40 million a year, he comes across looking badly. And if the team was offering 29 or 30 and then they settled for 34, they kind of look bad. I don't think that number ever gets out.
All right. Make sure you're with us Sunday, 2 hours before kickoff. That's Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, the kickoff show. Make sure you're with us after the game. Overtime with Mark Grandy, Alan Stiles, and Sterling Bennett. That's how you do game day, okay? Right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for all of the best red and gold coverage. We will work for you for the weekend. Do we have a little accompaniment here so we can rock and roll? One pick for the weekend on the way out the door. Dibs, why don't you bat lead off on this one? What are you taking?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Saturday, Mark, because of the NFL games. Week 1, to me, is a complete puzzle.
It's tough.
It's always difficult. I liked the under last night, and it ended up hitting. And I'm going to go to a total on Saturday. This is one of those fun ones. It's the last game on the docket. Stanford is at USC. Trojans given 29.5, but I like the total, Mark. 69 and a hook.
Woo.
We're going over 69 and a hook.
Wow.
That total's just for USC, right? I mean, this
Take it
USC
easy.
offense is incredible.
They're amazing. They're
Stanford
amazing.
can score, though. This one feels to me like a 56 to 28 kind of a ball game.
And remember, USC knows how to give it up.
Give it up, give it up, give it to
Big time.
me.
They'll give up points.
Yes, they will.
Yeah.
69.5 is a big number, but with the spread at 29.5, they're basically telling you that USC is going to win 42 to 17 or even more than that. I'm going over, Mark.
All
I
right.
can't even do the math. Over 69.5.
Over 69.5, USC and Stanford. I will take you to the NFL, even though I admit it's a little bit of a crapshoot week one, but you'll like this one, 49ers, because you know what I'm doing? I'm going to go against the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that this is